Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Start. Today is a beautiful day. The sky was clear and clouds were drifting. The sun was like usual, bringing warmth and light to this world while everything was going as it should be in this world. People started their day as usual by going to their jobs or doing their responsibilities. And maybe nothing at all. In a city like any other city in Japan, there was a school that seemed fancier than other schools. This Ko Academy, which was previously an all-girls private school. But at some point, it changed completely. It changed into a co-ed school while a new building was made overnight, but nobody seemed to care, or rather say they didn't notice any abnormality. Well, even if a strange event happened, life won't stop, as today is the first day of the school. New students with the old students arrived today to start their first day in school. All students were wearing uniforms which had two types. The boys' uniform consists of a black blazer with white accents over a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. While the girls' uniform consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. All the students walked in the path towards the school while they had a happy smile on their faces. Mostly the boys, because this is a girls' school, but everyone was looking forward to seeing what this year is hiding. Except a single boy that was sitting on a bench in a park away from the school by a mile. The boy had a slightly long black hair that covered his forehead slightly, while he had black frame glasses, coupled with black headphones with blue lines and decoration that was on his neck. The boy's eyes were clear blue that could reflect the sky, and his face, even if he wasn't the best, it could be considered handsome. Also, he had the same boy's uniform of Ko Academy. All in all, the boy was leaning his back on the bench while looking at the sky and the clouds as he seemed to think about something with a serious face, as he was sending a literate aura. A few people that were in the park looked at the boy. Some ignored him while some looked at him and talked silently. Mostly girls were whispering if they should talk to him. But the looks can be deceiving. It fucking boring. The boy said quietly as he was looking at the sky with annoyance. I'm in a world with a vague mythology, no clear training system, and a broken power level. But I can't do anything, Leo said as he sighed. This the 17 years of Leo in this world. Yes, Leo isn't a person from this world. Honestly, he doesn't even know why he came here and why he awakened his memories a year ago. Apparently, Leo's memories were sealed until his 16th birthday, where he almost threw the cake at his parents' face from the surprise and anger at himself. 16 years, he wasted by these having memories sealed, and left him with only 1 year because the city he's now in, the school he was going to. But he discovered after a bunch of trails that he's a normal human without any power in a world where gods, angels, and demons are everywhere. So, he had to take a different approach. Stay the fuck away from any supernatural event. First, Leo wanted to convince his parents of moving from the city. But after he saw his father was happy about his new job, and the fact he can't just convince them, which made him stop and accept the fact he's in a death zone called plot. But fate didn't forsake him that much, because, after a week from his memories awakening, Leo saw a loading bar in his sight after he woke up from the bed. After confirming the existence of the loading bar wasn't just his mind playing tricks on him. Leo had a new goal, and that's preparing before the suspected system arrives. From lifting to taking different martial arts courses, Leo did the best he could and was available for him without stopping or ignoring his studies. That was mostly because of his new parents that supported him, even if he started training and acting weird from nowhere. Leo is completely grateful for his parents in this world. Although the memories awakening made him a little awkward, but he soon recovered after a day. After watching his parents die in the last life, Leo was grateful for having these two loving parents, and even made him quite angry if someone was trying to do anything to them. Well, very angry that he beat the shit out of 3 kids in his school after they insulted his mother, which made him suspended from school for a month. But he did the comeback of getting in the top 10, even if the teachers saw him as a delinquent. But Leo didn't care about the people's way of looking at him. For Leo, as long as the people he cares about see him as himself, that's enough from him. Leo's father scolded him slightly, but in the back, he was saying good job, and that's my son, which made Leo feel warm and more respectful towards his parent even if he was acting casually around them. After a year of preparation, Leo now can beat normal people even if they were adults easily, but in a world with a stupid power level, this nothing. And now Leo skipped the school and arrived at the park. Leo wanted to go towards an abandoned place, but the thought of meeting with a stray or something like that stopped him immediately. Finally. I can see this system. I just hope it isn't a scam. Leo looked at the bar with 99% and 7 seconds left before looking at the sky again. Please be something good. Or anything that can help me to grow stronger, Leo prayed while the countdown reached 0 and the loading finished. Welcome to the Multiverse chat room. This is a place where you can meet different people from different universes and chat or interact with them. Do you wish to activate the chat room and become the admin? Leo's face completely distorted when he looked at the two flying screens above him before taking a deep breath and calming himself. But on the inside. FUCCCCCKKK, Leo was screaming on the inside from all the frustration. Where the fuck is my OP system? No, where is my regular system that allows me to become stronger? Leo felt he was bleeding from the inside while looking at the screens before remembering all his lessons about martial arts and calming himself. Calm down, Leo. Even if it was a chat room dressed as a system, it is still the only thing you got. I have to make use of it. Leo calming himself. Leo looked at the two screens for a while without moving. Observing the screen for a while, the screen started flashing like telling Leo to choose. There's no refuse button. Leo noticed something before grinning. Hello there. My name is Leo Arisaltek, nice to meet you. Leo smiled slightly while making his voice low so it doesn't sound like a madman talking to himself. Even if he didn't care about people, but them pointing at him makes him annoyed. As for the last name, Leo doesn't understand why his father with such a last name choose to live in Japan. As a chat system, you should be able to invite people to have a pleasant conversation together and help each other. Right. Leo said, but the screens didn't change. Do you think I'll believe that bullshit? Leo said as his glasses flashed and covered his eyes. There's nothing free in this world, and if there's, it's just a debt that'll be paid later. Leo said quietly as the screens kept flashing. So, because of this situation, it seems you stuck with me, and you want me to do something. Then pay me first or you'll be stuck like this for a long time, and believe me when I say. I can wait, Leo said as some people noticed his weird actions, but he didn't care about them. Leo now is doing a gamble with his only way of getting stronger and most likely his last hope. If his thinking was wrong and this chat room can leave him, then he's done for. As long there is a chance and a way to start strong, why not take the gamble? Here's the moment of truth, Leo thought before a new light screen appeared in front of him. A gift pack has been created for the admin and it will be received after the activation. Leo smiled while looking at the new screen. But even if he didn't want to admit it, his heart was beating really fast at this moment. Safe. I shouldn't push it more, Leo said while looking at the screen that was flashing even more. Leo actually wants to ask about what he has to do, or the origin of this chat room. But he feels that it'll never tell him anything after his actions now. Taking a deep breath, Leo chose yes in his mind as the screen flashed and a new one appeared in front of him. The screen looked exactly the same as any other chat program with the typing bar and friends list in the side, but there was no one except Leo at the moment. Without looking at the chat screen, Leo moved his eyes instantly toward a gift symbol in the upper right of the screen. The moment Leo's eyes glanced at the gift grew up and covered the screen before some options appeared in front of Leo. Because of the rules between worlds, the admin needs to choose what he'll get. A random ability or item from other worlds, but if it's something that requires energy or condition that the admin doesn't have, it'll not work until the admin pay to make compatible with his body. A random ability or item from this world where the admin is completely compatible. As this the first time the admin get power, the system allows you to choose the theme of the power as long as it can work with your current conditions. Leo frowned while looking at the screen. This seems to be something good, but there is also a lot of limitation. A random ability from other worlds seems nice, but the more powerful it's, the more Leo needs to pay to make it work, while a weak ability won't help him that much. A random ability from this world with powerful power levels is nice. But it can only work with his body, which lowers the choice to the sacred gears, which not all of them can be extremely powerful like the Longinus. A theme. Leo looked at the screen before choosing second while picking the theme as Longinus. The admin chooses the second option. Theme Longinus. The gift has been sent, please open it. It actually worked. Leo saw his attempt was successful before the gift in the screen flashed. Leo reached slowly to the screen before touching the gift as it exploded with colorful colors, and Leo felt something is changing inside of him. Congratulations for the admin to get. Longinus Annihilation Maker. A bunch of information appeared inside Leo's head about his new power while he knew what he got from this gift. Leo lowered his head in silence while people that were watching him change his expression without a reason felt even more confused. Suddenly, a girl and her two friends walked towards Leo that didn't move for a while. Are you Oka Dash? The girl didn't finish her words because of a fist that almost hit her in the face. Yahweh. Leo that was silent suddenly jumped from the bench while raising his hands to the sky. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Leo had a big smile on his face before he looked to his side. Who the hell are you? Leo said as the girl and her friends felt even more confused. Don't you know that sneaking on others is creepy? People these days, Leo said to the girl before walking away and leaving the girl and her friend with few spectators completely confused. Leo walked slowly while remembering the ability he just got. Annihilation Maker, also known as the creation of the demonic beast, is a high-tier Longinus with the ability to create any creature that the possessor can imagine. Annihilation Maker is considered to be one of the biggest bugs in the Sacred Gear system, having world-class powers that could destroy the world. And now it's in my hands. A sacred gear that its key power is imagination. Leo grinned while walking. And my imagination is quite wild. Leo grin grew wider as he was walking out of the park. First activation, Leo said as he focused on his sacred gear inside of his soul. The chat room already activated Leo's sacred gear and gave him enough information to use it, but this is his first time with a sacred gear. After moments, Leo felt something inside of him. It was his sacred gear, which now allows him to create beasts as long as stamina and energy are enough. Now, let's put a cover, Leo said before he activated his sacred gear and started imagining the beast he wants to create. The shape. Small spider. Color. Change with the surroundings. Ability 1, Stealth. Ability 2. Block my Longinus signals and send a normal feedback. Leo closed his eyes before a dark light flashed on his shoulders. After a few seconds, a small spider that completely blended in with Leo's uniform appeared on his shoulders. Leo felt his breath a little rushed and his body slightly tired, but he smiled while looking at the spider above his shoulder. With this, I don't have to worry about any demon or fallen angel until I master my Longinus. Leo smiled before activating the chat room again. Now Leo is planning to look through this chat room. But he completely forget about school. Like he cares anyway. Chapter 2, Chat Room. Leo was walking in the street while looking at the surrounding people. After leaving the park, Leo moved towards the busy street trying to find a nice cafe to sit down and look at this chat room. Even if the chat room is important. Leo doesn't like to rush things, especially if there's something completely unknown like this chat room. Why does it exist? Who created the chat room? Who the real owner? What's the purpose of it to gather characters from the multiverse and even giving Leo a powerful Longinus easily? And most importantly, why did it choose him from everyone? Honestly, Leo is both wary and confused from the chat room. Maybe it was just a joke from a powerful being, or maybe someone just wanted to see something funny, or there's a big scheme in the middle and he's just a puppet being controlled. Shaking his head left and right a few times, Leo stopped this, thinking about things beyond his capabilities. Knowledge and information, especially the deep ones, are the privilege of the strong, which he doesn't have because of his weakness. It seems I have to just play along. I really hate when things become so mysterious. Leo frowned while looking at the people around. Leo likes to observe the people around him and try to figure out what they are thinking. This always was a hobby of his, which reflected in his nature that likes to calculate everything around him and prepare for it. Which he's still feeling uncomfortable in, not knowing how did he arrive at this world. Leo shook his head before feeling his neck itching because the spider monster he created is hiding in his uniform collar. In this short walk, Leo checked his Longinus several times by connecting with it, as he discovered a lot of things about it. Leo can create any monster he wants and summoning it from any place in his body like he did with the spider. Even his shadow can count as a medium to summon. Any monster Leo creates won't dissipate until his energy runs out or the monster got destroyed, while he can store some monsters in a place like his shadow or even inside of his own body if he was creative enough. The stronger the monster's ability, be it physical with a giant size or mysterious like controlling flames, the more Leo needs to spend energy and time to create it. Leo in his walk created few butterflies without ability almost instantly, while the spider took a few seconds because it was small and without a combat ability. But even in that condition, Leo discovered a loophole. If the monsters had things that connect with Leo, the less energy and time it takes to create. Like a living monster is easier than a dead monster because Leo is a living being. And this thinking about Annihilation Maker makes me wonder. Are there two of them now? Leo remembered the chat room didn't tell him how he did get the Longinus. If Leo has the Longinus now, does that guy in the hero faction still have it? Or maybe there's two of them now. Is this a paradox? Leo questions started to accumulate rapidly without any way to answer them. Noticing that he's thinking a lot again. Leo sighed before noticing a cafe in the distance. Leo changed his direction before walking towards the cafe while observing the people around him. Living peacefully without any worry, even if this world is a bomb that might explode at any time. And not ignoring the fact that they are the weakest party in the world. Ignorance is a bliss sometimes. Leo entered the cafe before walking towards a table. Sitting down, Leo ordered a cup of coffee while taking his phone. The waiter was surprised because of Leo's uniform and the fact he's here during this time, but he still took the order and left. Leo didn't care about the waiter because he was looking at his phone now. Do you wish to connect the chat room to this device? This appeared the first moment after Leo took his phone, which gave him more understanding of the chat room. Like it can connect to different devices, but the limit is unknown for now. At least I'll not look like a madman looking at the air now. Leo chose yes as the chat room app appeared on his phone. Leo clicked on the app as the same chat room appeared on his phone. But it has a few flashing icons. Please send the first invitation. Leo looked at the message for a moment before turning his attention to his nickname in the chat room. Blackmail admin. Leo almost hit the screen before calming himself and choosing options to change this nickname. After a lot of turns, Leo finally found the option and changed his name to Annihilation Maker. Who'd use his true name in a suspicious chat program? Leo nodded with satisfaction before checking a thing in the upper left corner called points. 0 points. Points are the main currency of the chat room. Using points, the chat members can buy some items from the chat room store or upgrade their abilities. Leo nodded at the explanation before checking the store. It was completely empty without anything inside. Maybe it needs a condition to activate. Leo tilted his head while thinking about possibilities. Stopping the pointless thoughts. Leo chose abilities option before 2 options appeared in front of him. Overall body reinforcement. Stage 1. Cost, 1000 point. Annihilation Maker balance breaker. Cost, 9999456 point. Leo's face twitched while looking at the long number of balance breaker. 10 million. It was 10 million. Maybe because learning about my Longinus and activating it lowered the price, Leo remembered that sacred gears respond to their users' desires and wishes. Closing the ability window. Leo looked at an icon next to the points number before clicking on it. Daily check-in, 42 point. Leo looked at his points increased by 42 points. Daily lottery about points. The limit is 100, Leo nodded as he fixed his glasses. Leo understood from this that the chat room will have something like missions to let the members get points because using just the check-in will take at least years to get enough points for upgrading. After checking the chat group a few more times, Leo glanced at the invitation screen that was flashing until now. ****. Why can't I have a normal system? Leo muttered as he looked at the invitation button. Leo hesitated for a while before reaching towards the button. Because he knows if he didn't do it this chat group will force him at some point. Here goes nothing. Leo clicked on the screen as the invitation disappeared. The admin sends the first pack of invitations and got 1000 points. 5 invitations has been sent. Please wait until the new members arrive. Leo glanced at his phone before closing it and leaning his back at the chair. The waiter arrived at this moment as Leo took the coffee before sipping from it. Leo closed his eyes. All the information and events today made him a bit tired, so he thought of taking a break before meeting these new members. Leo doesn't know if these members will be powerful or weak, but there's one thing for certain. He's walking to another unknown battlefield. But before Leo finished his coffee, the phone started ringing. Picking his phone, Leo looked at the caller. It was his father. Shit. Act normal, Leo. He doesn't know anything. Leo watched his phone ringing for a while to make it look like he was asking the teacher for permission. Leo picked up the call and said, "Hello, Dad. Did something happen?" Leo tried to make his tone filled with concern in an attempt to trick his father. The other side was silent for a while before Leo heard a familiar voice. "Everything is okay, Leo. How's school?" A few drops of sweat appeared on Leo's forehead. He usually never enters the subject directly. Leo calmed himself before replying, "It's okay. But I need to leave because the teacher won't wait any longer." "The teacher, huh?" "Leo, stop this." "We know about it," Leo's father said as Leo sighed. "It was worth the shot." "How did you know?" Leo surrendered before asking. "It was your new school council president who told us." Leo clicked his tongue before he realized something. "Did you just say, us?" "About that." "Leo, you know that I'm okay as long as you get good results, but your mother." Leo started to get paler by the second. "You better come fast, Leo. You are alone this time." The call hung up while Leo almost dropped his phone. Leo stood up slowly from the table before dashing towards the cafe exit. "Hey. What up?" The waiter wanted to stop Leo, but he got money thrown at his face before Leo rushed out of the cafe. Leo sprinted in the road towards his home without noticing his phone was ringing a few times. Chapter 3, New Members and Plans. In a normal neighborhood consisted of many houses. There was a house that wasn't different from the others. This Leo house and the place he grew up in. Currently, inside the house, Leo was leaning his head on his hand while looking at his mother that kept talking non-stop for almost an hour now. Leo already lost the power to understand her words after a half hour, and all what he hears now is blah 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 blah. This Leo's biggest nightmare. To be forced to listen to someone's scoldings or complaints, and what makes it worse, it's from his mother, which makes him helpless to stop her. He clearly remembers the day when he beat those 3 kids. His mother scolded him for 6 hours straight and only stopped because it was getting late. But at least his father joined him that day after his mother saw him encouraging Leo from the back. Leo raised his head to look at his mother that didn't even take a break or a cup of water while walking right and left in front of him. Most of the talk is about this his first day in the new school and he actually skipped it, and some talk about his future and some stuff like that, but when it reached that part Leo lost his ability to understand. All this time Leo was fighting his inner urge of using Annihilation Maker to make a beast that covers his ears, but he stopped because his mother will always ask him after 5 minutes if he was listening. Leo, are you listening? Leo's mother Manami turned to look at Leo that almost dropped his head on the table before asking him. Yes. You asked 7 times now, and the answer is still, yes, Leo said in a tired voice while he noticed something from the room door. Leo saw his father holding his laughter while giving him a thumb up from the door. At that moment, Leo's expression darkened instantly while looking at his father laughing. Asterisk sigh asterisk. You wasn't listening Leo, Manami suddenly said, drawing Leo's attention. I know you are trying hard Leo, but you need to stop these acts of yours. Manami is fully aware of Leo's hard working as he balanced his studies with all those different sports he was doing. And this not only about school. It's about your way to treat people Leo. Think about your social life, blah 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 blah. Leo tried to hear her at first but his mind betrayed him. It's almost time for lunch. Manami realized she was talking for more than an hour before saying, I'm going to cook. Leo felt like he was liberated from hell, but the next words stopped him. And this talk isn't over, young man. Leo stood up from the table and walked out the door to see his father with a smug smile. This Leo father Richard. Traitor. Leo said before his father waved his hand, hey, don't put this on me. The call was from the house phone and if I wasn't there. You know your mother reactions. Don't tell me she said something weird. Leo covered his face while his father said, the moment your mom picked the phone I heard a scream of my son is skipping school then he's going to be a criminal. Leo felt a headache now. But don't worry I stopped the call before she continued and I'm pretty sure she started talking about tattoos or something, Richard said as Leo covered his face even more. However, Leo. Richard said with a serious expression as Leo removed his hand and looked at him, I'm with your mother about your actions. You can't keep treating people as you do now. I know you don't mean something bad but people always classify the person by his first impression on them, and your impression will most likely be a bunch of rude words, Richard said with a calm voice. Richard knows what kind of person his son is. To put it simply, his son is the type of a person that will laugh at someone falling in front of him without helping because he thinks that everyone should stand for themselves, but if someone wasn't able to stand even if he tries, Leo wouldn't mind helping them out in a reasonable way. Richard remembers the time where his son beat 2 guys in front of him just because they were bullying a guy that was protecting his sister in the alleyway, which makes him more convinced that his son learned martial arts so that he can be rude towards people without a worry. And if someone gives it a chance to learn his character, he'll notice that after some time, the rude words will disappear but there will be some sarcasm in the middle. But people usually misunderstood these actions and think that Leo is just a jerk without giving it a chance to understand his character. Like in the neighborhood, Leo usually helps some neighbors if they ask nicely, which makes every new neighbor surprised by this response. This makes Richard worried about his son's future because the number of friends he got in his life can be counted with one hand. Leo didn't speak as his father sighed because they did this conversation many times before. Why don't you give it a chance in school? Maybe you can find something interesting like a club. Richard gave Leo a suggestion, but he didn't respond because he doesn't want to go to that school in the first place. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Fine, I'll give it a try, Leo said after his father kept staring at him. If you excuse me. I'll be in my room, Leo said before walking towards the stairs. Richard nodded as he was looking at his son leaving, but at that moment he noticed something wrong. Leo turned to look at his father that was staring at him seriously. When you said, give it a try. Did you mean your way of talking or the school? Leo didn't answer as his father eyebrow twitched. You'll skip the school again, right? Leo stood there in silence as Richard got his answer. Leo, I'm okay with this, but your mother. Richard said pointing at Manami in the other room. I have my ways. And. Leo looked at his mother before giving his father a bright smile which scared him. Hey, Mom. Dad said he's okay with me skipping school. With those words Leo walked upstairs leaving his father with his angry wife. Traitor. Those were Richard's last words before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Leo that reached his room smiled while listening to the scolding downstairs. This just a usual day in Arisaltek's household. Leo always thinks he's lucky to have these 2 parents, unlike all those novels he read about traversers losing their parents or some dark past. Leo cherishes these 2 parents and counts them as the best gift given to him by this world, which is why he never stops his mother because he knows she's just worried about him. Even the father that always joking with him also cares about him deeply, which makes him feel warm. This one of the biggest reasons why Leo wanted to leave this city because he doesn't want his parents to be in this death zone. And another reason he was looking for power even if it means to reach for a suspicious chat room. Now I have a way to be strong. Leo opened his room door before saying, if anyone dares to touch them, the annihilation word in my Longinus isn't for decoration. Those words were said in a very cold tone. Leo knows from the moment he arrived in this world and saw the system loading bar that he'll have to kill someday. Maybe it sounds wrong or ridiculous for someone who never killed anyone, but Leo will never hesitate if this involves his loved ones. After closing the door behind him, Leo walked to the bed before lying down and looking at the ceiling. The spider in Leo's collar moved out and walked up to his head. Leo noticed the spider movements, but didn't care about it that much. Beasts created by Annihilation Maker have simple wisdom and instinct, but they're completely loyal to Leo. After a while, Leo took his phone that he noticed was ringing, but he wasn't able to open it in front of his mother. Leo opened the chat room app before he saw a lot of notifications. Advocate of gender equality joined the chat room. Byri joined the chat room. The strongest men in the world joined the chat room. After this, the chat room was silent for almost a half hour. Advocate of gender equality, is this some sort of scam? Where is the content I was promised? Advocate of gender equality, I can't even delete it. RIP my PC. Advocate of gender equality, and what with this nickname? Leo saw only one person kept talking about this a scam for 5 minutes before another person joined. Byri, I have to be impressed by an esper able to hack my phone, but how dare you call me BRI? The second person enters like its name. Like an electric shock. Advocate of gender equality, wow, calm down. And what esper? Are you an 8th grader syndrome? Bri, what do you mean what an esper? Are you outside the Academy City? Advocate of gender equality, Academy City. Is there a place like that in Japan? Leo saw two of them talking about where the Academy City for a while before the third person joined the chat while another person accepted the invitation. A hero for fun joined the chat room. The strongest men in the world, goo ha 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 ha. This an interesting devil fruit power, but it takes more than a devil fruit to challenge me. Leo looked at the person's words while wondering if he actually writes his laugh. A hero for fun, oh, are you strong? The strongest men in the world, goo ha 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 ha. So are you the one challenging me? A hero for fun, if you're strong then yes, but there's a sale soon so I'll pass for now. A hero for fun is offline. The strongest men in the world, HM. If you didn't challenge me, then who sends this invitation? Advocate of gender equality, did I just enter a group of 8th grader syndrome? Bri, although it sounds like an 8th grader syndrome with those nicknames, but isn't this normal in Academy City? With this, Leo finally finished reading all the notifications. Bri in Academy City means at level 5 esper, Misaka Mikoto from Index World. Leo looked at the second person, advocate of gender equality. I feel like I heard about it somewhere. Leo put his hand on his chin before looking at the two last newcomers, Whitebeard and Saitama. If the first two are okay, even if Misaka's world is very dangerous, then the last two are people that can destroy the world easily. Inviting these two. Just what this chat room wants to do. Leo felt this chat room hid more secrets before looking at some old chats. From their reactions this chat room actually clickbaited them. Leo watched the chat room again. Advocate of gender equality, okay, if I can't delete this chat room then I'll at least change my nickname. Bri, I think I'll do the same. Leo looked at the two talking about changing their nicknames before he glances at something called admin options. With a quick click, Leo disabled any attempt to change nicknames. Annihilation Maker, admin, has disabled nickname changing. The chat room caught in a short silence before it explodes. Advocate of gender equality, there's an admin. Bri, are you responsible for this? And you called me Bri. Bri, come and fight me face to face, you coward. The strongest men in the world, admin. So you are responsible for this floating thing in front of me. Leo looked at the messages that kept increasing before reaching to admin options again. Total ban by Annihilation Maker, admin. Annihilation Maker, admin shut the hell up. You're annoying. Annihilation Maker, admin can't you stop talking for a moment? Annihilation Maker, admin listen here. I'm like you, doesn't know anything about this chat room and why did it appear, so if you could calm down and think with that brain of yours do me a favor and find out why. Annihilation Maker, admin and if you can't stop calling it a hack and a scam, then look in options for something called portable mode. Leo wrote those few lines before removing the ban. The chat was silent for a while. Advocate of gender equality, okay, I'm done, I have better things to do than staying here to listen to a bunch of rude words. I'll fix my PC later. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Bri, not only hacking my phone but also acting all-powerful behind a computer screen. Bri has been banned for an hour by the admin. Leo directly banned the second annoying person before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin I think an hour is enough for you to check the portable mode and calm down. The strongest men in the world, goo ha 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 ha. I never thought I'll meet someone who'll insult me today. I admit your bravery, but are you ready to be responsible for your words? Leo looked at the screen without an expression. The strongest men in the world, Whitebeard. Anyone who hears that name in One Piece world will be scared. And what more absurd than that if they heard someone just insulted him? Whitebeard. A living legend and the strongest man in One Piece. So strong that nobody actually pointed that he doesn't have a beard. Leo looked at the chat before reply. Annihilation Maker, admin, so, do you want to fight? The strongest men in the world, pick your place. I give you that advantage. Annihilation Maker, admin, too bad, old man. We're separated with a distance that can't be counted by numbers. The strongest men in the world, HM. Explain. Leo didn't talk but just picked photos of a modern city and sent it to Whitebeard. The strongest men in the world, what's this place? Whitebeard, that was sitting on his chair, looked at the modern city photo with a frown. I never saw a place like this before. Is it undiscovered region? Whitebeard looked at the chat room again. Annihilation Maker, admin, a modern city. Something that doesn't exist in your world. The strongest men in the world, my world. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah. We're not in the same world. Like a whole different place, from its society until its power. Whitebeard didn't reply for a while. The strongest men in the world, I see. Annihilation Maker, admin, you're not going to question it. Leo was surprised by Whitebeard's reaction. The strongest men in the world, why should I be surprised? The sea taught me to expect the unexpected, but goo ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to see something like this in the last moment of my life. Leo, that was lying on the bed, stood up and sat down on the side while looking at Whitebeard words. The strongest men, huh? Leo smiled while looking at the chat. The strongest men in the world, but it seems you know my world very well. Annihilation Maker, admin, you can say I know what I need to know. The strongest men in the world, for example. Annihilation Maker, admin, Ace Father. Whitebeard took another period of silence before replying. The strongest men in the world, it seems there's really a different world. How do you know? Annihilation Maker, admin, I was just lucky for knowing some future events, that all. The strongest men in the world, the future, you say. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, but you better not take it seriously because the future is made by our actions, which change all the time. Whitebeard, that was looking at the chat room screen, nodded. Annihilation Maker, admin, and I'll not tell you anything about your future. The strongest men in the world, I don't really care about any future, but I'm curious about your reason. Annihilation Maker, admin, would you believe if I said that you'll be betrayed by one of your sons? And as a person that loves his family deeply, I bet you'll crack my head if I said that. Gah ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, that was sitting on his chair, started laughing loudly, which scared his crew. The strongest men in the world, it seems you really know what kind of person am I. Annihilation Maker, admin, if this over then we should talk about this chat room. Look at the store. Leo wrote for Whitebeard as he opened his store that was flashing. Restoration function is open now. By paying equivalent points, the members can heal any condition they are in, even prolong life as long as points are enough. Annihilation Maker, admin, this most likely was added here because of you. The strongest men in the world, my condition, huh? Annihilation Maker, admin, so this takes us to a question. Why? Why this chat room looks like it preparing us for something, even giving us healing services. The strongest men in the world, the things that'll give those points. Annihilation Maker, admin, yes. And this period we are in is most likely to be a preparation period until we'll be sent to different worlds, so we need to prepare and work together. Because if you notice, there's no retreat button. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll make a file with an explanation about the basic function of the chat room and the subject of the different worlds for other members. Leo started working on his file before he got another message. The strongest men in the world, I've decided. Annihilation Maker, admin, decided what? The strongest men in the world, you're going to be my son. Leo stared at Whitebeard's words for a while before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin, no. The strongest men in the world, me and you are going to fight after this thing you call program give us the ability to travel between worlds, and when that happens, I'll show you why I'm called the strongest. The strongest men in the world is offline. Leo looked at Whitebeard leaving the chat before holding his head in headache. I need to become stronger. And fast, Leo said as he walked towards his desk before he sat down on the chair. After finishing the explanation file, Leo opened the ability section and choose overall body reinforcement stage 1. Do you confirm your choice? Leo choose yes as his body flashed for a second before returning to normal. Waiting for a while, Leo didn't feel anything different except his fatigue is gone now. Is this a scam? Leo noticed something in his vision. To be exact, his vision is blurred now. Removing his glasses, Leo's vision returned to normal and even better than before. Leo now realized he can even hear his mother and father talking clearly. Leo stood up from the chair and started to do some martial arts moves as he understood how much his body changed. His power, speed, and every function of his body almost tripled, making him officially in the categories of superhumans. Leo stopped his action after a while, noticing that after all of that his breath didn't even rush a little. Moving back to the desk and picking up his phone, Leo glanced at his abilities again. Overall body reinforcement. Stage 2. Cost, 5,000 point. Annihilation Maker balance breaker. Cost, 9994537 point. Balance breaker cost lowered. Leo nodded before closing the chat room and leaning his back on the chair. Leo now is thinking about what the best choice for him now. To be stronger, you need to cover everything from strength to speed, which Leo knows he can't just create monsters and sit away because a strong enemy will never allow it. Leo stared at his glasses on the desk while feeling the spider above his head before an idea popped in his head. Annihilation Maker create beasts from my imagination. As long as it a beast it can create it, Leo raised his hand as he focused on it. A dark light appeared on Leo's hand before glasses that looked exactly the same as his old glasses appeared. Putting on the new glasses, Leo looked to see the vision is normal, but the moment he blinked his vision turned into a thermal vision. These glasses are a beast created by Annihilation Maker with the ability to grant thermal vision to its user. As long as it a beast. It can be whatever I want it, Leo smiled while switching his vision to normal. Taking a notebook, Leo opened it before his hand flashed with a dark light and a pencil appeared. Leo started drawing on the notebook like he was a professional drawing. First, I need something to cover my lack of combat experience and give me more power. Leo's hand moved at very fast speed while the drawing was made clear. It was Venom from Marvel. Symbiotes is the best choice for now. Leo looked at his Venom drawing as he remembered symbiotes' powers from Marvel. Symbiotes or Clintar are species of extraterrestrial symbiotes from the Marvel world. They grant their user a lot of powers which start in increasing its user physical ability and making his body immune from all diseases and grant a healing factor. The symbiotes also grant advanced senses like allowing their user to see 360 degrees around his body as if the symbiote's skin is covered in eyes while increasing their user intelligence and memory, but these are only the basic abilities. The most powerful thing about symbiotes is their ability to retain genetic memories and the abilities of its previous users, but that ability I can't make currently with Annihilation Maker. Leo frowned as he felt the rejection from his Longinus. Knowledge, power, and imagination. These three are the key for my Longinus. Imagination is already available which leaves knowledge and power. Leo rotated the pencil in his hand while thinking. Power can't be achieved easily, so it left me with knowledge. Leo picked his notebook while staring at his Venom drawing. Step by step. Putting his hand on his chest, Leo stopped moving for a while, but with every second passing, Leo got paler. After a few seconds, Leo stopped as he was breathing heavily, but he had a happy smile on his face. If I can't make it instantly, why don't I do it step by step? Leo smiled as he felt the golden glowing sphere next to his Longinus. This another type of beasts that its only function is to save another beast inside of it until its creation finishes. Leo can add energy and stamina at any time to continue the creation without worry about losing his progress. This the first project. It'll take almost a week because it is something that only requires normal human powers, but it'll be my ticket to knowledge about something that'll take my ability to a different level. Leo smiled before he remembered something. Leo picked up his phone and chose the restoration function before an option with 10 points appeared in front of him. Clicking on the option, Leo felt his fatigue disappeared, and he went back to full energy. This might finish after 2 days or fewer. Leo said as he started to send energy to the golden sphere as it was beating slowly. Chapter 4, Ko Academy and First Blood. Leo was inside his room wearing his uniform. That's the day he'll go to check that school. Honestly, Leo doesn't care about devils and their games. For him, as long as they don't mess with him, he'll never care about them. Leo yawned as he was fixing his uniform collar. After creating the sphere, Leo stayed the whole night awake to accelerate its progress. But just sending stamina wasn't the reason for his fatigue. The real reason is the effect and the ability that this beast gave Leo after the progress reached 30%. Leo put on his headphones before he glanced at a pot in his room. Leo's mother Minami usually likes to put different plants as decoration in the house, and this pot contains a normal plant, but now it withered. Leo reached to his chest as he felt the sphere beating slowly. The moment this beast started to take a shape, his ability also started to show up and appear on Leo. Stamina wasn't the thing that was used by my Longinus, it was ki or life force, Leo said as he raised his hand. A small white flame appeared on Leo's finger before Leo controlled it and made it jump around his hand. This can be counted as senjutsu. Leo extinguished the flames in his hand. Every living being in the world born with a life force called ki, but very few are able to tap into it and control it. Like any other living being in this world, Leo also has that energy hidden in his body, but because of his normal human capabilities, he wasn't able to sense it even with his Longinus until he created this beast. This beast is a master of life itself with a power very similar to his Longinus, which finally made Leo realize how he was able to create it from the first try. The similarity between his Longinus and the beast made the cost of its creation small, and with the new ability to control life, the cost became even smaller. Leo closed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. The dark world suddenly ignited with light or small clusters floating around. These clusters are every living being in Leo vicinity, like plants, insects, humans. Even the key in the air can be used to determine the surrounding without the need for vision. This beast in its infancy allowed Leo to access ki but also control it without worry, like breathing after one night from training. Because this beast is born from Leo's soul, so it more like an ability in the shape of a beast. Leo now is able to gather the ki in the surrounding and use it directly to create beasts, but it takes a long time to gather it, unlike his own ki, and not ignoring the fact that the ki in the city is very low. But even if Leo able to control ki and perform simple senjutsu now, he didn't want to draw ki from the surrounding for 3 reasons. This is home, which he prefers if no supernatural person knows about it, especially about his abilities. Trying to absorb ki from the surrounding without control will kill living beings around Leo, like what happened with that plant in his room. Leo was focused on his beast until he felt ki before looking at the plant withering instantly. The beast was instinctively absorbing ki from the surroundings to accelerate his growth, but Leo stopped it before it actually hurt someone or alarmed supernatural people. As for the last reason, Leo found that ki is dangerous even with his beast control. There are always evil thoughts flowing in that energy, which makes Leo slow down the progress and take it slowly because he doesn't want to be corrupted by this energy. Leo finished his preparation and put on his glasses before leaving the room. Because of the new boost of ki, Leo had to change his cover a little, so he turned his headphones into a beast that can make his ki look normal, and his glasses ability change to speed reading and understanding, so he can learn quickly. Leo also made his spider into a button on his uniform before he increases its ability to hide his Longinus with the ability to decrease presence. Leo walked downstairs and greeted his parents before sitting down and having breakfast with them. Richard told Leo that he took care of his school skipping and he should never do that again, but in the back, he gave Leo a look of "I can only help you here." Leo nodded before finishing his breakfast and walking towards the door. Putting on his shoes, Leo left the house and walked towards the school while taking his phone to check the chat room. First, he did a check-in and got 82 points this time, which made him realize that this beast creation will finish today when he goes to the park where there is enough nature for ki. Leo walked in the route until a few students that have the same uniform appeared. Leo took a quick glance at them before focusing on the phone. Bree, anyone here? Leo raised his eyebrow when he saw everyone offline except Bree. There's still one invitation left. Maybe it got refused, Leo thought before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin here. Did you calm down, Bree? Bree, you. Anyway, this chat room isn't an experiment from the city or even an ability. Annihilation Maker, admin, you activated the portable mode, huh? Bree, this thing doesn't link with any network no matter how much I try to use my ability, and no Esper in the city can pass my barrier to show me this screen, so what this thing exactly? Annihilation Maker, admin, no one knows exactly what's it for now, but there's one thing for certain. It has some sort of a goal. Bree, a goal. That conversation with the strongest. Is there really different worlds? Leo read Misaka's words before remembering that Whitebeard came back after a while before starting a long conversation. Mostly it was Whitebeard speaking about his old adventures in One Piece, which was quite interesting for Leo. All the weird and interesting places that Whitebeard spoke about made Leo want to visit One Piece one day. But Leo didn't speak about Whitebeard's future again because he knows that he'll just ignore it. The men really trust and love for his sons, so Leo didn't even want to say anything about Ace for the fear of Whitebeard going after Teach, which will most likely spare him after he beat him. Honestly, Leo doesn't hate this carefree old man with his straightforward personality, which makes Leo helpless about his son's betrayal, so he chooses to take it slowly because he doesn't know where's One Piece plot now. Annihilation Maker, admin, read the explanation file. Bree, I read it, but that doesn't make sense. This unscientific. How can different worlds exist and be connected only by a chat room? Girl, your power that based on magic is also very unscientific, Leo thought before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll repeat my words, I don't know, and these conversations should be done with all the members. But if you want the current explanation, then I have a very simple one to understand. Bree, what? Misaka was in her room looking at the holographic screen in front of her with a serious expression. At first, when Misaka saw the chat room appeared on her phone, she thought it just a prank, and when she saw, I dare you to join, flat chest Bree, the anger forced her to join immediately. After getting banned and calming herself, she started to study this chat room. But she found nothing, and her suspicious grew after looking at the holographic screen that can work with her mind. He's the admin, so he has to know something, Misaka said before she saw a message that almost made her fall from the bed. Annihilation Maker, admin it just works. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Leo closed his phone after sending that message. But he noticed someone hit him from the back. The drawback of low presence, Leo thought before looking at this guy. Leo. It has been a while. Those words were said by a young man with blonde hair and gray eyes. Leo looked at this smiling guy before he said, "Who are you?" The young man smiled stiffly as he stared at Leo with a wry smile. "I see your bad personality still the same," the young man said while walking next to Leo. "And I see you still a pervert." "Saji," Leo said while looking at Saji staring at a girl boobs. "What wrong with a man being a pervert?" Leo ignored those words and walked forward as everyone was looking at them because of Saji's words. "So where have you been after middle school?" Saji ignored the crowd. "Somewhere," Leo said as Saji sighed. "Nothing happened and you were just hanging around," Saji translated Leo words. Saji is Leo's childhood friend from primary school and one of his few friends that actually understands how Leo's character works. Leo stopped talking as he saw the school gates from a distance. "Did you skip yesterday?" Saji started talking alone while Leo was thinking about the beast that almost reached 60%. "There's no way I'm attending that entrance ceremony." Leo fixed his glasses while Saji looked at him. "I know you usually do that, but the student council in this school is different." Leo looked at Saji and said, "Ho. Like what?" "Just looking at the president's eyes gives me chills," Saji said as he shivered. "You're an M now," Leo said as Saji gave him a blank stare. "Is that what you understood from my words?" Leo shrugged his shoulders, but he noticed that Saji that usually talked gone silent now. "Hey, Leo, can I ask you something?" Saji said while Leo gave him a wary look. "I will not lend you any money." It not about the money. Saji stopped for a moment before continuing. "If you were given a chance to enter a place that can change your life completely, but that chance might take something important from you, what will you choose?" Leo stared at Saji seriously for a while before saying, "Is that thing very important, like you can't give it up no matter what?" Leo asked Saji. "It more like how you look at the thing rather than something that you can't give up," Saji said as Leo nodded. "Okay, then do you feel like this an opportunity that will never repeat? And you'll regret it deeply if you let it go?" Saji was silent for a while before answering, "Honestly, I want to choose but it as well." Saji stooped but Leo finished his words. "You're afraid or confused? Maybe because it from the unknown or the no going back after it, right?" Leo said as Saji nodded. "But you also feel that you'll regret it if you let it go?" Leo said before looking at Saji. "Then if you saw it appropriate, go for it. This life is just a bunch of choices we make in a path called fate or destiny. Maybe they are wrong or maybe they are right, but..." Leo had a serious expression now. "Make sure you never regret it. After all, we'll not live forever, so why not take an adventure once in a while? And only you can choose your path." Saji was silent for a while before smiling. "You still have your way with words," said the guy who keeps calling my personality bad, Leo said while Saji smiled. "It's bad and you know that." The two kept walking until they reached the school gate and saw the student council member there. "So these are the devils," Leo looked at the student council members while slowing down his footsteps and making Saji slightly in the front. Leo noticed that Saji have a complicated look while looking at the student council members but it disappeared quickly. They began the recruiting, huh? Leo thought before looking at Saji, nodding toward the student council as they returned the greeting before resuming their work. The student council, which is Sona Citri's peerage, was doing his job of checking on the students if they hold anything suspicious or if they are breaking the school rules. Leo and Saji passed easily but at this moment Saji noticed something wrong. "Hey, Leo." Leo glanced at Saji that was looking at his uniform. "How did they not call you? And is it allowed to wear headphones inside the school?" Saji felt confused because there were few skippers and rules breakers from yesterday being called to the student council now. "My skip is already being taken care of but headphones are forbidden." Leo had a shocked look on his face before saying, "But what about those?" Leo glanced at some girls holding different bags in their hands before Saji said, "Those are club equipment which is different from you headphones." "But these are my club equipments," Leo said while Saji gave him a stare. "Leo, I know you for years and you never, and I say never joined a club, but what club needs headphones?" "Fashion club, and I'm the only member." Saji gave up thinking about this problem while Leo nodded with satisfaction. This the new power of the spider which allows Leo to transfer his presence and attention to another person or the things next to him. Leo calls this ability the Kuriko effect. A girl with a short bob cut and violet eyes suddenly looked at her side but she didn't see anything. "Tsubaki," the girl said as another girl with long black hair responded seriously. "Yes, President." "Did you notice something now?" the girl said, but Tsubaki shook her head. "Nothing." The girl put her hand on her chin while thinking for a moment before resuming her work. After twists and turns, Leo and Saji reached their classes and separated. Leo moved to a random place in the class while putting his head on the desk. The spider Kuroko effect is already working, so as long as Leo answers the teacher call he can just ignore the rest of the lesson. Making that beast is very exhausting even with the chat room restoration. Now I need to think of my other project, Leo thought while the teacher entered the class. Leo didn't care because he was thinking about his second project after the current project is done. But he can't make a choice. There are a lot of monsters and powerful creatures from fiction like Warhammer, Pokemon, Marvel, etc. Honestly, after Whitebeard's challenge, Leo was thinking about a project that will guarantee his win against any strong enemy, but he can't try it or use it without any points as a security. This project called Suicidal Counter Policy or can be called SCP. Longinus or Sacred Gears are powered by the strength of their user, but the user's strong will and desire can break the limit of its ability and what will more powerful than the desire of survival. So this madman is thinking of making a psychological trigger that will activate instantly when his life is almost lost or when he's been attacked by a force that'll kill him. When the trigger is activated, Leo's vitality or life years will be paid to create something completely ridiculous from the SCP series to destroy anything in front of him. But before Leo's thoughts went further, the holographic screen of the chat room appeared in front of him without his permission. Chat room member advocate of gender equality died. Huh. That was all that Leo could say to express his feelings right now. Chapter 5, A Unique Way to Go. The teacher that was checking students present called on Leo that raised his hand, but he wasn't paying attention to the teacher because his eyes were still on the holographic screen. Leo looked at the message for a while before he chooses to log into the chat room by the brain command. The teacher and Leo classmates didn't notice his strange acts because of the spider and the fact that Leo is sitting in the back. Bree is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Everyone in the chat room arrived at that moment, but nobody spoke for a while. Awkward silence. The silence continued for a while before Bree chose to break it. Bree, did he just died? Bree, for real? Leo looked at Misaka's message, and even from the words he noticed her surprise and shock. Well, Leo can't blame her. She probably didn't even see the dark side of Academy in the current time. She probably doesn't even know about the sisters now. Academy City, Leo thought before reading another message. The strongest men in the world, apparently that the case. Unlike Misaka, Whitebeard seemed quite indifferent to this event. This didn't surprise Leo because it Whitebeard. What more to explain? A hero for fun, M. Rest in peace. Saitama that didn't log from the last time, arrived now and like Whitebeard, he doesn't seem to care that much. Bree, you two don't care. If this chat room is telling the truth, then he just died. The strongest men in the world, I saw a lot of death in my life to be moved by the death of someone I don't know. A hero for fun, I didn't even see this guy the last time I was here. Leo looked at the messages before writing with his mind. Annihilation Maker, admin honestly, I'm with the strongest but it indeed quite surprising. I mean, it has been just a single day. A hero for fun, firstblood.jpg. Bree, are taking this as a game. Annihilation Maker, admin calm down Bree. Even if we want to do anything, we can't just reach him now. The strongest man in the world, and he's already dead. Bree, but there has to something we can do. Still innocent, Leo looked at Misaka's message before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin church.jpg. Bree, what? Annihilation Maker, admin we gather here today to say goodbye to one of our members. Bree, you are serious? Annihilation Maker, admin there is not much to be told about this member. I mean seriously, he didn't log for more than 26 minutes. A hero for fun, he's serious. Annihilation Maker, admin so we're here to say goodbye and have a moment of silence for him. But I'll probably forget about him after this silence. Bree. Annihilation Maker, admin so before we have a moment of silence. Does anyone want to say something about advocate of gender equality? A hero for fun. He died young. The strongest man in the world, we don't know his age, but I have nothing to say. Bree, I give up. Advocate of gender equality, don't act like I am dead bastards. Bree, ghost. Misaka that was walking in the road screamed, which scared all the surrounding people before she apologized. Advocate of gender equality, where do you see me dead? Annihilation Maker, admin screenshot with the death message.jpg*. A hero for fun screenshot with the death message.jpg*. The strongest man in the world screenshot with the death message.jpg*. Bree screenshot with the death message.jpg*. Advocate of gender equality. Bree, what happens to you? Aren't you dead? Advocate of gender equality, I don't know. I pushed a girl away from a truck, then my vision flashed and I'm here in a dark space sitting on a chair while this screen floating in front of me. Just how's this possible? Annihilation Maker, admin a truck. Don't tell me it did it again. Bree, again. Annihilation Maker, admin another long story. Maybe you are in a place that beyond the reach of the last device, so the chat room just activated the portable mode. Advocate of gender equality, portable mode. What do you mean? Annihilation Maker, admin it a long story, I'll explain later, but now. Why don't you activate the streaming option to let us understand what's going on? It's the button in the bottom left corner. Advocate of gender equality, Okay. There's someone here. Advocate of gender equality activated streaming function, do you wish to join? Leo looked at the option before he chooses yes, and a new screen appeared. It was this guy. I completely forget about him. Leo looked at the boy sitting on the chair and the blue-haired woman talking to him. The boy had brown hair and green eyes while wearing a green tracksuit. The woman was beautiful with long blue hair and a unique dress, but Leo wasn't affected by her beauty because he knows the truth. Kazuma and Aqua from Konosuba. Leo leaned his head on his hand while watching the show. Unfortunately, you passed away moments ago, the blue-haired woman said as a message flashed in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, is it just me seeing things or this girl isn't wearing an underwear? Annihilation Maker, admin don't worry because she isn't wearing them. Bree. Perverts. Annihilation Maker, admin go tell that to the no underwear girl. Advocate of gender equality, I agree. But I can't see anything. Bree, shouldn't you be focusing on something else? Hey, are you listening to me? Aqua said while drawing Kazuma attention. Anyway. Your life was short. But you are, in fact, dead. Aqua smiled while saying those words that shocked Kazuma for a moment. But before he felt sad about his death, the chat room flashed. Annihilation Maker, admin first death in the chat room after a day. This a record. A hero for fun, he really died young. Kazuma eyebrow twitched from the messages before he took a deep breath. Looking at Aqua, Kazuma said, what about the girl I pushed out of the harm way? Kazuma said while a message flashed. Annihilation Maker, admin prepare yourself for impact, young one. Reality can be very disappointing. Kazuma didn't understand this message but Aqua's next words made him forget about it, she's alive. Thank goodness, Kazuma smiled as he left that his life wasn't in vain but Aqua's next words made him understand the earlier message. Actually, she would have been fine even if you hadn't done that, Aqua said as Kazuma got surprised. That tractor was going to stop before it hit her. At this moment Kazuma's eyes widened. Tractor. Yes, it was a tractor, Aqua said before Kazuma asked, then what happened? Did I got plowed over by the tractor? No, you died from the shock. You mistakenly thought a truck ran over you. I've been doing this for a long time, but this the first time to see something like this, Aqua said before laughing at Kazuma while the poor boy was feeling devastated by the fact. Then the chat room heard a very unique way of death. Kazuma got killed by shock before wetting himself and having a heart attack in the hospital with the doctors laughing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Kazuma held his head while screaming, this can't get worse, sadly, he's wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin ha. I can't. I feel like I'm gonna explode. Leo was in his class twitching all over while desperately trying to hold his laughter. Bree, I shouldn't laugh at someone else's death but. Ha. The strongest men in the world, GU ha. That's really a unique way to go. A hero for fun, ha. I never saw anything like this. Bastards. Kazuma screamed at this moment but Aqua reached to him and said something gave him the last blow. Your family reached the hospital, and now even they're laughing at the cause of your death, Aqua said as Kazuma screamed again. I've vented enough stress for now, Aqua said as Kazuma glared intensely at her, damn you. Then Aqua proceeded to explain all the things about her being a goddess and giving Kazuma the two choices. Bree, she's a real goddess. A hero for fun, god. Is she strong? Even from the screen, Leo was able to feel Saitama's intense fighting spirit. The strongest men in the world, she's a real god. Annihilation Maker, admin she isn't something like an omnipotent one not even close, and I don't see a chance she can block one punch from you, hero. A hero for fun. Even a god is disappointing. Annihilation Maker, admin they differ from a world to another. Like my world has a lot of them running around, and that Bible one is dead leaving a heaven full of angels. Bree, dead. Why do I feel I heard something very important? And is your world this dangerous? A hero for fun, worlds. Annihilation Maker, admin hero, go read the explanation file and Bree. Your world can be scarier than mine in a lot of ways. Bree. I want an explanation, now. Annihilation Maker, admin later. Something is happening. So we have a great deal for you, Aqua moved back before saying, you like games, don't you? Then Aqua proceeded to explain about the Demon Lord under a light of special effects. Maybe I should make a beast that gives me something like a BGM, Leo thought before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin, this sounds like a scam for me. Bree, it really kinda fishy. Kazuma looked at the messages before asking Aqua about his survival rate and the language. Aqua took a manual and showed it to Kazuma as he noticed a small note, but she covered it. Annihilation Maker, admin, installing language into the second life candidate aka Esselfag brain puts a lot of burden on their brains, which may lead to permanent brain damage aka go full retard. Honestly, I feel you should choose heaven. Leo was able to read and almost memorized the small note by his glasses before writing it in the chat group. Bree, I think you should reconsider it. At this point, only Leo and Misaka were replying while Whitebeard and Saitama were watching the show. But Saitama was destroying a monster while watching. Advocate of gender equality, I know it full of risk, but anything is worth sacrificing to have my dream adventure in a fantasy world. Now I'll grant you a power. Aqua did a dance while a lot of cards fall into the ground before Kazuma started checking them. My gaming intention is telling me these things here are totally broken, Kazuma thought while picking the cards, but he saw the chat room screen flash again. Annihilation Maker, admin, although I don't want to say it, but even if these things look powerful, please remember that reality can be very disappointing. Advocate of gender equality, can't you let me choose in peace? Did the brain damage of language installing affect him before the operation? Aqua was sitting on her chair eating chips while looking at Kazuma that was changing his expression for no reason. Can you hurry up? It's all the same, nobody is expecting something from a shut-in geek like you, Aqua said calmly, but Kazuma snapped at those words, I'm not a geek, and I died outside, so I'm not a shut-in, either. Aqua didn't care about Kazuma's words and kept nagging for him to choose, which made him angry. Bitch. Kazuma said as he stared at Aqua with a gaze filled with hatred. Annihilation Maker, admin, hey, look. Even if I didn't care about this admin identity. Well, I still care about its options, but I need to tell you to calm down and think correctly. He isn't listening, right? Bree, yeah. Is it bad? Annihilation Maker, admin, actually it'll be quite entertaining for us, but for him. I can choose one thing to take, right? Kazuma stood up and said while Aqua nodded. Then I choose you, Kazuma said while pointing at Aqua. Annihilation Maker, admin, congratulations on choosing water-type Pokemon, but unlike the rest, this one isn't useful. What? Kazuma was confused by the message, but Aqua stood up from her chair as a magic circle appeared under him. Then don't leave the magic circle. Aqua said before she notices something wrong. What did you choose again? An angel appeared from the void as she announced that Kazuma's request is approved and he'll be teleported with Aqua to the parallel world. What going on? You have to be kidding, right? Aqua saw the magic circle under her as she screamed at the angel, this is illegal. This has to be illegal. Have a safe trip, Aqua-sama. When you defeat the Demon Lord, we shall send someone to take you back. The angel smiled, but in a place that Aqua didn't know there was a bunch of gods celebrating. Hooray! The retard is finally gone. All praise this brave young man named Kazuma, one of the gods said as all of them were cheering with Kazuma name. Kazuma. Kazuma, which became a hero among gods without his knowledge, was laughing while floating in the magic circle. I'm a goddess, I can heal people, but I can't fight. How can I defeat the Demon Lord? Aqua was doing her last struggle, but the angle kept her smile while looking at her floating in the magic circle. A hero for fun, I've completely lost hope in these gods. Saitama was feeling disappointed that he finally met a god, but he can't even fight a Demon Lord. How's it feel to make fun of me? This what you get for treating me like an idiot, Kazuma smiled creepily before saying, you're now my item which I'll take with me, so. Use that god power of whatever to make my life as easy as possible. No. Aqua screamed while Kazuma was laughing and the angle was saying the farewell word, but at this moment Kazuma got a message from the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin side, do you know? I was just having a talk with my friend about regretting things in this life. It doesn't matter what you choose, but make sure you check it first and you did something you'll regret, idiot. What do you mean by th dash? The magic circle activated as Kazuma's voice got smaller until it disappeared with a flash of light. The screen in front of Leo flashed until the picture turned into a medieval town with a fantasy theme going on. Advocate of gender equality is alive. Kazuma was standing with Aqua at the roadside while looking at the surrounding with amazement, but suddenly, the chat room screen he ignored was flashing before him. Annihilation Maker, admin location, Aincrad floor 1. Welcome to Sword Art Online. Noob. Chapter 6, Friends. The sky was clear blue as the white clouds were drifting with the wind. The sun shone on a medieval town, but unlike the usual towns. This one has a fantasy theme going on with all the adventurers around the town. This the most peaceful town where the beginners start their journey, the town of Axel. On a side road inside of Axel, a wagon passed to reveal Kazuma and Aqua standing there with a different expression on their faces. Aqua had lowered her head, which covered her eyes with her long hair while standing without a word. She still didn't accept the reality. Kazuma, on the other hand, was looking at the air with an angry expression on his face like a madman while some people pointed at him from afar. But in a place they couldn't see, a holographic screen was in the front of Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, even if I don't know what that means, but if it came from you, I have all the reasons to think it offensive. Annihilation Maker, admin you don't know sword art. How did you know about Pokemon then? Leo frowned while looking at the screen. When Kazuma chose Aqua, Leo wrote a joke about Pokemon but Kazuma's reaction shows he heard about it before, but now he doesn't know SAO. Advocate of gender equality, who doesn't know Pokemon? Do you think I came from under a rock? Pokemon exist in his world but SAO doesn't, Leo thought before he saw a message. Advocate of gender equality, but why are you asking me these questions? And can you explain this screen? Does this have something to do with information flow between the worlds? Leo thought before he wrote. Annihilation Maker, admin anyways, here a simple explanation about this chat room. This a chat room that connects different worlds together and allows users, to communicate with each other. For further details look at the explanation file but wait until I update it. Advocate of gender equality, different world. Like this one. Annihilation Maker, admin no, it much more complicated, but I have few things to ask you. Answer the fastest you could. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin people die if. Advocate of gender equality, they are killed. Kazuma didn't understand, but he answered, anyway. Annihilation Maker, admin just because you're correct. Advocate of gender equality, doesn't mean you are right. Kazuma answered faster this time while all the other members were confused. Bree, what is going on? The strongest man in the world, is this some sort of secret code? A hero for fun, I think we just don't have enough context. Then Leo and Kazuma kept going with the stupidest quotes ever existed in a few anime while their speed increased to a degree the other members couldn't follow them because of the context. Annihilation Maker, admin last question. You thought this was your general second life but. This time Kazuma didn't write in the chat, but he looked at the chat room screen with the camera, and pointed to his face with his thumb. But it was me, Kazuma. Kazuma screamed, as Aqua that was having a problem accepting the reality flinched. Annihilation Maker, admin it seems you're really a man of culture. Advocate of gender equality, I also never thought I'll meet a fellow member, and it was a jerk. Annihilation Maker, admin said the asshole with the gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, honestly, now I feel this nickname isn't bad. I mean, I have no problem to attack a girl. Annihilation Maker, admin that all. Please, if I saw a girl falling towards me I'll just move away and let her fall. Advocate of gender equality, oh, yeah. Then I'll not hesitate to dropkick. Then both of them started to talk about the true gender equality rights while the chat room reaction was more confusing. Bree, suddenly, I'm feeling very unsafe in this chat room. The strongest man in the world, goo ha 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 ha. This very interesting. A hero for fun, indeed. Annihilation Maker, admin Leo. Advocate of gender equality, Kazuma. Bree, what did I just witness? A hero for fun, the beginning of a friendship. But before Kazuma wrote again, Aqua rushed towards him and started to shake him while screaming. Annihilation Maker, admin asterisk screenshot asterisk. Leo took a screenshot instantly. Stop it. Stop it. Kazuma said but Aqua kept shaking him with tears in her eyes. I get it, okay. I'm sorry, Kazuma said before pushing Aqua away. If you hate it that much, you can go home. Kazuma touched his shoulder that was hurting from Aqua shaking before he said, I can figure the rest by myself. Annihilation Maker, admin you're just a noob level cannon fodder that will die from the first mob here. Advocate of gender equality, shut up, bastard. Like you're any better. Annihilation Maker, admin look at my nickname and say that again. Bree, I feel we can't insert in this conversation now. A hero for fun, same, but if everything is okay, I'll leave. A hero for fun is offline. Whitebeard didn't answer because he was having fun watching Leo and Kazuma conversation while drinking. What are you talking about? I'm crying because I can't go back. What do you expect me to do now? Aqua said before starting to cry. Kazuma looked at the crying Aqua without an expression before saying, okay, calm down, goddess. Aqua stopped crying and looked at Kazuma. At times like this, we should visit the guild HQ. Because gathering intel from the guilds and bars is the usual thing in RPGs, Kazuma said before staring at Aqua that was surprised by his change. How did you suddenly become so dependable? But first, don't you have anything to give me? Look, I'm still in a tracksuit, at least give me the starting equipment, Kazuma said, but Aqua gave him a look of, I can't do anything, which made him stare at her in silence. Advocate of gender equality, hey, this server GM is very useless, can I change the server? Annihilation Maker, admin regretting it already. Advocate of gender equality, kinda, but it seems I have to start from the zero. This sucks. Do you at least know where the guild is? Kazuma asked, but for his disappointment, Aqua shook her head, I'm a goddess. Why would I care about where someone stuck a pile of rocks? Useless bitch, Kazuma gave Aqua a very nasty gaze before walking forward while trying to locate the guild. Hey. Wait for me. Aqua followed Kazuma that was looking with surprise at a message on the screen. Annihilation Maker, admin, hey, asshole, need help. Advocate of gender equality, is the sky falling down or the world is ending? Because someone like you can never say something like this. Tell me, what are you after? Even if they didn't meet for a long time. Kazuma was able to feel that Leo is the type of asshole that wouldn't help without a reason. Annihilation Maker, admin, what I'm after? Who knows? Leo leaned on the chair before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin, maybe I'm curious, or maybe I'm feeling generous today and you can even count it as a whim from me. And maybe it the same reason you threw yourself in front of that girl. Advocate of gender equality, my reason for. Kazuma didn't finish his words because he understood what was his reason. Annihilation Maker, admin, nothing at all. This my choice and now it's your choice to accept or refuse. Kazuma that was walking stopped in his place while Aqua that was flowing has almost fallen to the ground. What happened? Aqua asked, but Kazuma didn't answer. After a while, Kazuma took a deep breath and wrote on the screen. Advocate of gender equality, I accept, but I only want a simple help like a weapon and nothing more. Leo smiled when he saw the message before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin, I see. After I finish my things here, I'll send you a simple weapon like a sword or something. Bree, I was watching this conversation for too long, but now I need to ask, is there a way to help him? Annihilation Maker, admin, didn't you read the file? There's a gift function that sends some simple things between members. Bree, you need to make that file more detailed. But thinking about it. What were you going to send? Annihilation Maker, admin, well, like my nickname, I can make very interesting things, so I was going to send him some guns, armor, and some minions to attract hatred, but he refused. Maybe that guy isn't that bad, Kazuma was thinking about his next plan before his body turned like rusted gears towards the chat room screen. Advocate of gender equality, Can I choose again? Annihilation Maker, admin, ha 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 ha. No. Advocate of gender equality, give me back my feelings, bastard. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Advocate of gender equality finished the streaming and got 400 points because of the satisfaction. What happened to you? Aqua saw Kazuma suddenly sitting on the ground with a look full of regret on his face. I'll never try to act cool again. Huh? Don't worry about it, Aqua said with a smile that brought some comfort to Kazuma, but that vanished in the next second. No matter what you do, you'll never be cool. You. Kazuma squeezed Aqua's head as she screamed for mercy. That was interesting, and I recorded it. Leo stretched his arms before he saw a new message. Bree, are you really helping him? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, is there a problem? Bree, no, it's just surprising. Did you take pity for his situation? Annihilation Maker, admin, pity. Ha 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 ha. Bree, why are you laughing? Misaka didn't understand the reason that Leo laughed suddenly. She didn't feel she said something wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin, you know. There are a lot of things you can call that guy. Geek, nerd, shut-in, asshole, disgusting, but someone like him isn't for pity at all. Annihilation Maker, admin, he's just an asshole. An asshole that I can't bring myself to hate. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Bree, what just happens? The strongest men in the world, did it finish? Well, it was very interesting to watch. Bree, strongest. The strongest men in the world, what? Bree, what did the admin meant by that? The strongest men in the world, you want to know? From the last conversations, I can see you are still an innocent little kid. Bree, who are you calling a little? The strongest men in the world, goo-ha-ha-ha. I'm calling you, but what do you want to know is simple. Misaka watched the screen intensely while waiting for the answer. The strongest men in the world, it actually nothing at all. Bree, huh? The strongest men in the world, those two are just assholes that should come here and become pirates, but like Leo said. You just can't bring yourself to hate them. The strongest men in the world, you know, after the first meeting with that guy I realized something. That guy, even if he knows me very well, he didn't look at the nickname of Strongest and Whitebeard, but after that talk, do you know what I felt? The strongest men in the world, he looked at me as Edward Newgate, without any title. Gwahahaha. The strongest men in the world, that guy isn't even strong. All the strong have that thing about them like hero for fun, but I didn't sense that from him, and what more interesting. He still challenged me directly, gwahahaha. Misaka stared at Whitebread's messages without blinking. At this moment Misaka felt something weird that reminded her of her identity as LVL5. Most of the people are afraid and jealous of LVL5 in the Academy City, which made Misaka always feel rejection from this city, but she had some very good friends, so she didn't care very much. But at this moment she felt that feeling of not belonging from this chat room, but unlike the Academy City that comes from strength and fear. This one was more deeper. Like she doesn't understand anything. The strongest men in the world, and that Kazuma boy. He's also interesting. Gender equality and that look in his eyes. Whitebeard smiled while drinking a barrel of wine in one go. Bree Bree, is this why you wanted the admin as your son? The strongest men in the world, HM. Maybe at first, but now I don't want to do it. The strongest men in the world, you know. My sons are part of my crew and my greatest treasure in this world, but Leo. He's more of a captain than a crew member. Bree Bree, what? Then what about the challenge? The strongest men in the world, even if I didn't want him as a son now. A challenge is a challenge, and I'm still going to crack his head. Goo ha 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 ha. The strongest men in the world is offline. Misaka was sitting inside a cafe while leaning on the chair, as she had a complicated look on her face. She can feel that Whitebeard's words have a deep meaning she isn't able to comprehend, but she has a feeling that the hero will able to understand them instantly. Misaka sighed while trying to clear this feeling before she walked out of the cafe. Maybe a walk will help her to clear her head. Chapter 7, Beast Growth. The bell rings announcing the end of the school period and the start of the lunch break. Students walked out of their classes before heading towards the school cafeteria or going somewhere else if they already brought their lunch. When all the students started moving around the school, there was a student on the rooftop staring at the crowds through the metal fence. The student was wearing a boy uniform, but unlike the others, he was wearing headphones on his neck. Leo stood there facing the fence normally, but his hand that was twisting the metal slightly and the unpleasant expression on his face is telling something else. It stopped. I knew it. A beast like this can never be created easily, Leo mumbled as he was feeling the beast inside of his soul next to the Longinus. Inside Leo's soul, the sphere that represents the container and the beast inside of it was beating slowly, but this time it wasn't glowing. When Leo finished the conversation in the chat room, he leaned on his chair while waiting for the lesson to finish. But the moment he did that, the beast's growing progress stopped at 70%. Leo tried to put some key inside it a few times, but no matter how much he put, the beast didn't grow more. After realizing that truth, Leo stood up from his desk slowly before moving normally toward the door and walking out of the class in the face of his teacher and classmates that didn't even notice him. Leo walked in the hallway at a fast pace, but a teacher spotted him before asking him what he's doing here at this time. This teacher was able to spot Leo because the spider ability wouldn't work on strong people if they were focusing or when there's nothing to switch his presence with. But before the teacher finished his words, Leo snapped his fingers, as a blue butterfly appeared in front of the teacher. The moment he saw the butterfly, the teacher's eyes lost focus as Leo passed him easily, and only regained sense after Leo was out of sight. That butterfly is a beast that applies a simple illusion which only works against normal people. After passing the teacher, Leo reached the rooftop door and unlocked it easily with a key-shaped beast before walking forwards to use this place to check on his beast. Then the checking started with Leo communicating with his Longinus and sending key while receiving detail from the container beast. In the end, Leo realized the beast didn't fully stop growing, but it just got very slow. Like he had a normal connection, but now he's using McDonald's Wi-Fi. That because he doesn't have enough knowledge about how does this beast work or enough power to complete it normally. I need a new source of energy, the park wouldn't work. It seems I have to take a trip, Leo frowned slightly while looking at the distance. In Leo's sight, there was a long giant trail of light passing the entire city before splitting into different directions, but at one point, there was a separate trail of light in the forest outside the city. Those are the dragon VNs that span all this planet and the carrier of most the key in nature, which is Leo target this time, but he isn't after the normal dragon vein that could kill him if he dares to touch it. The separation from the original vein is Leo's goal this time. Unlike the big vein, the separation doesn't have that big energy, but for Leo, it more than enough, and because the key in it is chaotic nobody will come after it. I don't have a lesson in the afternoon and the clubs will begin their work, so I'll go now. After I finish this, Leo raised his hand, as a black light flashed before 4 dragonflies appeared and flew in a separate direction before landing. Leo is going to create Kazuma weapons, so he needs to secure this place first because of the scanning wave that has been going once every half hour in this school. One devil is doing his job properly and one is just sitting without doing anything. Leo sensed the school using key as he was able to spot a dark energy scanning the school, and from his understanding, it'll probably be Sona. While there was an unmasked violent dark energy in a part of the school that made Leo realized it's Rias Gremory. Honestly, I don't care about those devils. Leo lowered his hand as a white aura ignited on it mixed with black light. Leo doesn't have a feeling for those devils, he doesn't hate them or like them, nor he cares about their actions. Everyone has their goals and ways in life. Who is Leo to judge them? Leo doesn't care that much about them except he's a Longinus user, so he'll eventually be pulled into this battle. But his friend will enter this circle, which makes Leo a little helpless. From Saji's question, Leo understood that Sona asked him if he wants to be in her peerage, which refreshed Leo's understanding of this devil. Honestly, if one day Leo knew that Saji was turned into a servant without his will or he was forced to, then he'll first find a way to take the evil pieces before having a friendly meeting with those devils. But even if it seems funny, the devil named Sona had morals and gave the choice to Saji. The chat room and the devils. I need to become stronger, Leo said as a sword appeared in his hand. I guess this enough for him. Leo swung the sword a few times before nodding. This a beast in the shape of a sword made for Kazuma. It doesn't have an impressive ability except because it's a beast it can correct the user's stance and allows them to learn swords faster, but Leo added another ability with an interesting trigger. I really want to see his face after this. Leo smiled before using his Longinus to create a paper beast with a note and tie it to the sword handle. He isn't online, I'll send it later. Leo dropped the sword, as it sank in his shadow. Leo stood there feeling the wind blowing his hair slightly while looking at the clouds in the sky. I still do not know what happened to me or why did I become like this. Leo closed his eyes as he whispered. When did it start? Since far, far into the past. Maybe it was from my past life. Or maybe it was this life. That doesn't matter anymore. Leo opened his eyes as he smiled slightly before saying. And besides, this just me. Leo doesn't know when he became like this. But it may be his regret in his past life. Leo remembers the life that felt like a machine for him. Everything comes and goes, no goal, no ambition. Leo felt more dead than living during those times, so he wanted to make up for it. Maybe this his look for freedom. And this is also his reason for helping Kazuma. Because he saw himself in him. Just two guys been disappointed by life and got another chance, so they'll use it to the fullest and be themselves. At this moment, Leo started to hear voices in his head, or rather he felt them from the key in the surrounding. Leo closed his eyes as he sensed the whole school, humans or devils, nothing was hidden from him nor anyone noticed him. I'm hungry. I'm tired. This funny. The key carried the thoughts and will of the students all around the school, and Leo was able to feel every one of them easily. Small grains of golden light was flowing with the air now while circling around Leo as his hair moved slightly, forming a beautiful picture. Leo didn't notice the grains of light because he was busy with this mysterious feeling that the KI brought him. For Leo, this almost fascinating. It was like nature was playing a song with all living beings participating in it. When will this school end? The line is too long. Breast. I need to study. Hold up, Leo that was feeling the key sensed something wrong. We can win this match. I need more coffee. Breast. The lesson was long. Breast. Breast. What in the hell? Leo was puzzled by this will and key, but before he understood anything a horde of wills hit him directly. Breast 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 bree. Leo stopped his key instantly as he leaned on the metal fence while breathing heavily. Leo almost threw up his lunch at this moment. What in the fuck was that? The key actually turned into a breast. Leo that faced an absurd situation was looking for the reason. Leo felt that key was pure, very pure that almost became poisons like pure oxygen, but it was filled with one thought and that's lust. You. Leo found the reason in a place next to the girls' locker room. There were 3 boys trying to peek through a hole in the wall, but Leo's attention and anger were directed towards the brown-haired boy with the wretched smile on his face. In a place people couldn't see, the boy was releasing a lot of thoughts and wills which carried by key that turned into breast shape the moment they contact them. Activating his Longinus, Leo created a small ball and threw it towards the boy. The ball flew directly towards the boy, but the moment the ball almost reached him, it opens up and turned into a wasp. The wasp flew directly to the boy's neck before landing and raised his stinger that was larger and longer than the usual wasp. The boy felt something on his neck, but before he checks it, a wave of pain hit him like a train. Ah! What are you doing? The boy's 2 friends tried to stop the boy, but when they heard girls' screams and angry yells, they run away while leaving the boy rolling alone in the ground. The boy that was holding his neck in pain felt something above him as he raised his head to see girls holding wooden swords. The second wave of pain came before the poor boy passed the first one. Protagonist or whatever. Never fucking mess with me. Leo said as he shook his head to clear those thoughts from earlier. It seems I really need to follow the rules and find a way to separate something from his soul. Leo looked at the boy getting a beating from girls as a weird aura was appearing from his hand. Red Dragon Emperor doesn't need a breast word in front of it. Leo took a deep breath before moving toward a bench and sitting down. Leo swore he'll never read the key of someone like that again or he'll throw up blood rather than lunch. Sitting for a while, Leo felt his mind back to normal before he wanted to stand up, but he noticed something coming towards him. A petite girl with white hair and golden eyes with a black cat hairpin appeared from the door as she was carrying a bag of cookies in her hand. The girl was walking normally until she spotted Leo that was staring at her. Awkward silence. Leo and the girl kept staring at each other for a while without blinking until the girl said, "That my place." The voice was low and faint with a lack of emotions, but Leo was able to understand, so like any young boy in his age he said, "It occupied." The atmosphere returned to silence at that moment, but it was much more awkward. Chapter 8, The Correct Way. The breeze was blowing slightly on the rooftop of the Kuo Academy as it slightly moved the hair of two people there. Those two people were a boy and a girl. The boy had black hair while the girl had white hair, which quite the contradiction between them. Two were sitting normally in two separate benches, as they were staring at each other with their blue and golden eyes. But what seems to be normal will turn instantly awkward if someone was to come here. The boy and the girl were staring at each other for almost 10 minutes now without blinking, as the atmosphere between them got more awkward. The boy was holding his phone and the girl holding her bag of cookies, but no one did a move, which seems to be childish. But if the girl was staring seriously, then the boy was having other things in his head. "She reminds me of my cat." Leo didn't change his expression while looking at the girl, as he felt she is familiar. But his mind wasn't really focusing on her. Leo was thinking of that state he was in earlier. It was like he resonated with the whole nature, which opened him the door to read will and thoughts by Qi. "It happened after my words," Leo thought for a moment before he noticed a certain truth. There's Chinese mythology here, and they use Qi. Does this energy have an enlightenment property like cultivation techniques? Leo suddenly felt he grasped the truth, and this world might have cultivation techniques, but before he thought more. His phone started ringing, which startled him and made him blink. Leo didn't look at his phone because the girl in front of him nodded like she won something before opening her bag and eating cookies. But even if she didn't have an expression, Leo felt she had a smug look now from her eyes. Leo squeezed his phone that would be already broken if the chat room didn't reinforce it before looking at the caller. It was Saji. Leo looked at the name for a moment before he answered the call and said, "Give me one reason for not coming right now and break your phone." "Well, sorry if I ruined something important, but didn't you promise to have a football match with me after the lesson?" Saji didn't care about Leo's usual way of communicating. "The match? Well, sorry, something important happened so I might not arrive." Leo remembered the match, so he apologized. Leo doesn't like to break promises with his friends, but the conditions don't allow it. Saji knows Leo very well, so he understood that something happens to Leo before he said, "Did something happen? Where are you now?" "Nothing important, but I might need a favor." Leo turned to look at the white-haired girl that was still looking at him before he said, "I'm in the rooftop of the high school section, but are children allowed to enter this section?" The girl that was eating cookies almost crushed the cookie in her hand and the bag while her gaze turned dangerous as she stared at Leo that didn't care about her. "Favor? No problem, but children." Saji was walking in the hallway next to the cafeteria before he stopped as his expression turned serious before he said, "Leo, can you describe the person next to you?" Well. Leo looked at the girl's scary eyes before he said, "A white-haired lowly, but YD-. Leo looked at his phone because Saji hanged up the call, but he didn't notice the girl atmosphere is getting more dangerous. However, Leo didn't wait for long before he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the rooftop door. After a few seconds, Saji came sprinting from the door before he rushed towards Leo that didn't understand what is happening. "You traitor." Saji held Leo's collar and started shaking him left and right. "Was your important thing dating, huh?" Leo watched Saji that kept shaking him left and right before he raised his fist, and at that moment Saji jumped backward, leaving Leo. This is not a joke. Saji saw what Leo can do, so he isn't willing to take risks. Leo lowered his fist slowly before fixing his collar and said, "From your reaction, I guess you know this white-haired lowly. You don't know Kaneko Toju." Saji had a shocked expression before starting to talk about a mascot or something as Leo nodded. No wonder she felt familiar. Leo looked at Kaneko that was shaking her fist from anger and dropped the cookies bag. "Enough with that. I have something to talk with you about." Leo looked at Saji seriously. Saji stopped his acting before nodding, but at this moment Leo did something that surprised him. Leo walked towards Kaneko that was mumbling, "President told me to not hit normal humans," before he picked up the bag and put it in her hand. "Don't throw your things to the ground." Leo walked away as he dragged the shocked Saji, leaving Kaneko that was frozen from the shock in her place. Kaneko looked at Leo that was dragging Saji before he disappeared from her sight. After a while, Kaneko looked at her hand where Leo slightly touched her. "Key." Kaneko had a complicated expression on her face before she said, "It was happy around him." Even if Kaneko didn't want to have anything to do with Senjutsu, but her instinct as a Nikomata is still working. She didn't feel anything weird from Leo, but wherever he walked Ki would become happy for some reason. Kaneko shook her head before walking to her place that was occupied by Leo before she sat down. She pulled a cookie and ate it, but even if her expression turned back to cold, there was a slightly complicated look from her eyes. Leo was dragging Saji before he stooped and looked at him. What happens to you? You actually helped her. Saji's shocked expression didn't fade because he knows this guy in front of him, which makes him unable to understand what happened and why did that girl got a VIP treatment. Yeah. Is it weird? Leo looked at Saji that was nodding while he said, yes, it was very weird. Well. She kinda reminded me of someone. Leo walked downstairs before he said, my cat. Your cat. Saji mumbled before something flashed in his mind as he remembered something important about Leo. This guy in front of him, even if he doesn't want to admit it, has a thing for cute stuff. Saji remembers the time when he and Leo were little kids. Because of the influence of his unawakened memories, Leo was more mature from the other kids and didn't like to play childish games and kept a serious expression most of the time, but that instantly was broken when Saji saw him playing in his home with a cat. Saji remembers the happy and childish smile on Leo that didn't appear a lot. That cat was raised by Leo's mother, but it disappeared one day and Leo was really sad about that. So even if Leo doesn't admit it or even if he doesn't have any evidence, Saji still believes that Leo has a soft spot for cute things. Hold on, suddenly, an idea flashed in Saji's mind. If the cat was cute and Kaneko Tuja looked like a cat, which means she also cute, and from the equation of cuteness plus the look multiplied by the cat look divided by his soft spot will equal me having a camera and recording an embarrassing moment of his. Saji felt like everything has sense now, like the universe secrets open for him just from the thought he can see Leo's embarrassed face. But he didn't know that this state actually helped him to unlock his sacred gear faster than the original. Leo looked at Saji's expression that looked like his mind got blown before he said, what happens to you? Nothing. Saji hit his chest and flashed Leo with a bright smile before he said, you need me in a favor, right? Fishy. Very fishy. Leo watched Saji's bright smile as he felt something is hidden under that smile, but he doesn't have time now. I need to spend the night at your house and at the same time I don't. Saji looked at Leo before he said, you need me as a cover. Yeah, I have something very important and I need you as a cover for me. Leo looked at Saji seriously before he said, can I count on you? Yeah, no problem. Saji waved his hand before he said, but are you going now? Saji didn't question Leo's goal because after all these years if Saji learned something it'll be that Leo is very smart and can take care of himself. Yeah, Leo nodded but Saji frowned before he said, you know, even if the class in the afternoon aren't that important, but if you absent for 2 days straight then you'll be called to the student council even if you have an excuse. I know, Leo smiled before he said, but you know me, so it better to face them now than later. Also I need to see something with my own eyes. Leo looked at Saji that was nodding. Okay, I get you covered, but you owe me a favor. Leo looked at Saji before he said, sure, if you need me just scream my name, who knows, I might appear from nowhere. Huh? Are you joking with me? Before something like that happens you'll be screaming for my help. Leo raised his eyebrow as he smiles before saying, oh. Then let's see who will scream for help first. Leo walked away, leaving Saji that had a helpless smile on his face. I need to take the bus to reach there. Leo looked at the long trail of light before he said, it'll be a long journey. Time skip. Leo walked out from the bus as he was staring at the mountain in front of him. The sun has already gone down bringing the sunset and this bus was the last one for this location next to the forest. Kid, if your home isn't here then ride the bus to go back to the city. The old bus driver looked at Leo before he said, these woods aren't safe. What do you mean? Leo frowned before the bus driver said, there has been a lot of missing people in this forest but no one knows why. If this was his old world, Leo will laugh in the driver's face, but if at this world, then everything is possible. Is it a stray? Leo looked at the driver before he said, don't worry old man, this is my station. Leo walked away from the bus while the driver sighed before driving away. Leo didn't follow the road and moved directly into the forest. He didn't need direction because the beast inside his soul was guiding him towards the exact location at this moment. Leo kept walking slowly while paying attention to the surrounding before something flashed in front of him. The chat room screen flashed with a short message. Advocate of gender equality is inviting you to chat. Leo looked at the message for a moment before logging into the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, what do you want? Advocate of gender equality, my weapon, so I can level up already. Annihilation Maker, admin, you already sign up in the guild and got that card. Advocate of gender equality, yup, and I don't want to spend my time working those side jobs to have enough money for equipment. Should I tell him? Leo that almost wrote a message looked at Kazuma other message. Advocate of gender equality, and how do you know about my world this much? Annihilation Maker, admin, the same reason you know fate. Advocate of gender equality. Those worlds exist. Then my world. Kazuma that was in the stables stood up instantly from the haystack and looked at Leo's message. Annihilation Maker, admin yeah, there's an anime about your world. Kazuma took a while to respond. Advocate of gender equality, then my world. Even if Kazuma didn't finish his word, Leo was able to guess them. Annihilation Maker, admin do you feel like your life is fake? Advocate of gender equality, no, to tell the truth, I felt more alive this day than all my life. Annihilation Maker, admin maybe because you died once *firstblood.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, very funny. Annihilation Maker, admin don't think too much about it, Kazuma. Our future is always made by our hands, take it as an example. There was no chat room in the anime or an asshole willing to help you. And honestly, I wouldn't mind having me in a book or a novel, but I'll probably kill the author if he does it bad. Kazuma looked at the message for a moment before laying down on the haystack again before writing. Advocate of gender equality, I have one thing to ask. Annihilation Maker, admin what? Advocate of gender equality, please. Tell me I'm the protagonist. He recovered faster than I expect. Leo smiled as he kept walking in the forest while the sun was almost fully gone down before he wrote. Annihilation Maker, admin you want plot armor. But first, what makes you think you're the protagonist? Advocate of gender equality, I reincarnated into this world. Annihilation Maker, admin thousands of people also have been reincarnated. Advocate of gender equality, I have the goddess. Don't count that, she is more useless than helpful. Annihilation Maker, admin the only time you'll have protagonist treatment will be when you visit Eris. Advocate of gender equality, the other goddess. But why I'll visit her? Annihilation Maker, admin let's just say you'll need a head for that. Advocate of gender equality. Do you know? I'm not gonna question it, just send me my weapons. Annihilation Maker, admin don't worry and stop nagging me for it. It already finished, but there's something I have to do that'll make the beast better. Advocate of gender equality, hold up. A beast? Wasn't it a sword or something? Leo had gone very deep inside the forest, as he felt he was close to the dragon vein before replying to Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin a beast in the shape of a sword. Well, my ability is your usual bullshit imagination-based ability that doesn't have limit except its user. Advocate of gender equality, beasts making ability with imagination. What the fuck with this OP Demon Lord type ability? Annihilation Maker, admin deal with it. Advocate of gender equality, but to think about it, beast making. Leo grinned as he looked at Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin don't worry, one day I'll come with Goetius to knock on your door. Advocate of gender equality. Why it plural? Annihilation Maker, admin ars almadel salomonis.gif. Advocate of gender equality, that doesn't make me feel better. Annihilation Maker, admin exactly. But if you finished your questions, I have one to ask you. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin answer me honestly. What was the content that the chat room clickbaited you with? Leo already knows all the reasons behind the other members. Whitebeard because he thought it was a challenge. Misaka probably because she got insulted. Saitama joined for a challenge or a supermarket sale automatic alarm. Advocate of gender equality. Annihilation Maker, admin don't try to log out goetia.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, sigh it was. You know. Leo's eyes widened when he looked at Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin you are telling me that you, Kazuma Sato, joined a multiverse chat room for P*RN. Advocate of gender equality. Yes. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality. Annihilation Maker, admin. You're a man. Advocate of gender equality. Thank you. Bree, can you two stop these kinds of conversations in the main chat? Misaka was inside her room as she was lying on her bed ready to sleep, but she was blushing from these messages. Advocate of gender equality, where did you come from? Annihilation Maker, admin I don't think she left from the start or from the moment she logged in. Bree, yeah, I didn't log out once. Advocate of gender equality, how can you tolerate a glowing and flashing screen in your face? Bree, can't you guys just close it every time when it flashes while doing your work? Annihilation Maker, admin well sorry for not having a supercomputing brainpower of LVL5 Esper. Bree, anyway, can't you guys move for a private chat or something? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, we can do that but. Annihilation Maker, admin the reaction of people like you makes us want to continue, and I'll appreciate it if you send me your expression now. Leo finished Kazuma words as Misaka had an electric current flashing on her head from anger. Bree, you too. Really enjoying this. Annihilation Maker, admin you have no idea. Advocate of gender equality, you have no idea. Misaka started to generate a lot more electricity as the darkroom lighted, but she stopped because she didn't want to wake up her roommate. Just wait when we meet. Misaka turned her attention back to the chat because Leo wrote a message. Annihilation Maker, Admin Bree, you are doing it wrong. Anger will not help you in online chats, let me show you the correct way. The correct way? Misaka whispered as she looked at the screen. Annihilation Maker, Admin Hey, Kazuma, remember the time you choose a job. What did you choose? Advocate of gender equality, I feel this is going very badly. It was an adventurer, the weakest class. Why? Are you going to laugh at me for it? Annihilation Maker, Admin I never laugh at the weakness of someone because I know I'm also was once weak, but please look at the store in the ability section. Kazuma frowned before choosing the shop and looking at the ability section before his eyes widen. Annihilation Maker, Admin there is a little thing called overall body reinforcement, which you could get after a few days of logging and you'll be able to choose a good job but now you're stuck with the adventurer. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Kazuma raised his head and looked at the ceiling with eyes that lost hope in this world before he screamed, God damn it. Aqua was sleeping and drooling before she startled and fall from the haystack. Leo smiled while looking at Kazuma leaving as he spotted a cave in front of him. Annihilation Maker, Admin and this is how it done, Bree. By being a total jerk. Annihilation Maker, Admin basically, yes. Annihilation Maker, Admin well, I'm leaving now I have a beast to make. Bree, beast. Can you open the stream function? I'm curious about the ability in different worlds. Annihilation Maker, Admin sure, why not? I mean, it free points, but my gut tells me it will be painful and full of suffering for me. Are you sure you want to watch it? Advocate of gender equality is online. Advocate of gender equality, I remember I forgot to ask when my weapon will be ready, but now I'm staying waiting for your suffering.jpg. Leo's expression darkened when he looked at Kazuma, sending his image laying on a haystack while digging his nose. But he didn't have time to respond. Leo stopped his footsteps and stared at the cave in front of him. This the entrance of the dragon vein. Chapter 9, Plagiarism Admin. Calm down, it was just a joke about the cultivation techniques. 51 words chapter, which equal to 3 of my usual chapters. Enjoy the chapter. Underscore. Leo was standing in front of the cave, as he was sensing the powerful and chaotic key coming from it. Very chaotic, Leo frowned as he was measuring the key inside the cave. This negative and malicious intent makes me think of Angramenu. Although it wasn't something exaggerate like the sins of the whole humanity, but for the current Leo, this key is very dangerous. This is just a separation of the dragon vein, so it doesn't have the usual purification function that cleans the key before sending it back to nature. All the negative emotions have been stacked inside that space in the cave and will attack any living being enter there, which is why no one wants to use these separated veins. And because of the fact that these separated veins will dissipate after a while, no one cares about them. Advocate of gender equality, from Earth to Leo, are you there? Leo was thinking about how to enter this dragon vein before the chat room screen flashed before him. Annihilation Maker, Admin yeah, I'm here, but if you want the stream, I need some time to prepare. Bree, preparation. You weren't joking about the pain and suffering. Annihilation Maker, Admin no. This thing can even take my life to a certain extent. Bree, your life. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Pain and suffering are a thing and risking your life is a whole different thing. You know there's no second chance for you in your world. Leo saw Misaka and Kazuma messages before he sighed helplessly, but there was a slight smile on his face. Annihilation Maker, Admin I said to a certain extent, I'm not the guy who'll throw his life for nothing, but even so, it's a risk that I need to take. But Leo can't stop now, even if this is risky. The beast that been created now is Leo's ticket to take his Longinus to the next level even without balance breaker. Leo understood the true weakness of his Longinus, or the limit that was put by the Bible God. It's life, no matter how much Leo creates from beasts they can never be truly alive. Annihilation Maker beasts are just a vision created by energy in a special way that makes beasts that have an entity, but they can never be alive or have even simple intelligence except the instinct. Instinct doesn't seem to be problems at first, but after facing strong opponents, Leo beasts will only become cannon fodder, which completely unacceptable for him. The time of existence also is a problem because they are made just from energy, which puts a burden on Leo's body if he has multiple monsters. Leo has a feeling that this limit will even affect the normal strength of his beasts in the future, so he'll take care of it now and for all. Honestly, when Leo made the beast, it was only for the sake of removing this limit and because it's not very expensive for his current condition, but the beast somehow resonated with this world key, which lead to all the other stuff that happened. Bree, but do you have to risk your life for just power? Annihilation Maker, Admin power. Bree, in my short life I didn't consider the power to be my first concern, I don't want to hesitate anymore or leave anything to regret later. Bree, huh. Advocate of gender equality, I see. Go for it. Bree, what? Are you actually supporting him? Misaka widened her eyes as she looked at Kazuma's message. She couldn't believe he actually supported Leo in his crazy ideas. Advocate of gender equality, give me a break. What should I do? Leo already made his choice and I don't think you can stop him. Kazuma replied to Misaka's message normally, but in reality, he was clenching his fist before looking at Aqua that was scratching her head because of the fall. She's an archpriest, maybe she can help, but can I send her spells? Kazuma looked at Aqua that fallen asleep again before a vein popped on his head. But before he did anything, a message appeared in front of him and Misaka. Annihilation Maker, admin, activated streaming function, do you wish to join? Annihilation Maker, admin stop acting like I'm going to die and enter already. Leo looked at the two enter the streaming as he raised his hand. A white aura ignite on Leo's hand before it mixed with a dark light. Bree, is this your true look? Advocate of gender equality, so this is how you look. I have a lot of problems. As an asshole himself, Leo understood Kazuma's words before he typed in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin before you say anything, look at this Kiba surrounded by girls.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, whoa. How handsome. It kinda pisses me off Crusader.jpg deus vult. Annihilation Maker, admin he's a devil actually, so your statement is very accurate. Count me in Crusader.jpg. Bree. 4 dragonflies appeared from Leo's palm as they flew in 4 different directions before landing. The 4 dragonflies are actually Leo's way to confuse most of the scanning type abilities and the reason he used his Longinus in the school earlier. The 4 dragonflies work in turn, the first one jammed the scanning wave before it sends it to the second dragonfly that masked the skin result and made it like the wave hit this place. The third dragonfly then takes the wave and let it go in its way normally before the fourth dragonfly sends a fake result for the wave user. Sona scanning waves only met with the same normal result over and over without anything suspicious. The same goes for the butterfly, as its ability work in a way that makes people think they hypnotized themselves, which makes any person check after Leo completely clueless. Advocate of gender equality, I came here to see beasts and monsters, not insects. What are you? Insects Maker. Bree, BB bugs. Advocate of gender equality, you're okay there. Bree, I'm fine. Leo looked at the chat screen with a dangerous gaze before he took a deep breath and walked towards the cave entrance. The cave wasn't big, it didn't even have much space inside as its end was in plain sight. The moment Leo set one step here, the beast inside his soul started beating quickly, as it was guiding Leo to the dragon vein entrance. Bree, is there something important in this cave? Misaka recovered from her fear of bugs and wrote in the chat after seeing that empty cave. Don't let your eyes trick you. Important things usually never appear easily. Leo didn't need to type because of the stream. A wave of golden-colored key appeared on Leo's hand before he pointed with his finger to the front gently. At the moment Leo's finger touched the air in front of him, the space turned like water ripples and started to open. A green portal appeared in front of Leo. Dragon veins, even if they are connected with nature, their true location is a different dimension. Leo nodded, as he was watching the portal expanding. Although it not big or strong like the dimensional gap, but the dragon veins exist in different dimensions made by key. Key users can access some dragon veins normally, but if you want to enter the true vein, then you need a key like the yellow dragon or a beast with a very powerful control over life, like Leo. But before Leo was happy, a giant wave of key hit him directly. Leo raised his hands in front of him while using his key to cover his body with a white aura, but even so, he still got pushed for more than 5 meters. The vegetation started to grow inside the cave and wither in the next moment, which made a scene like the cycle of life and death. Leo didn't have time to take care of the vegetation because he was facing bigger problems now. Kill, steal, hate, anger, kill. Voices filled with malicious intent started to appear in Leo's head, but he bit his lip and forced himself to focus before using his key to reject those thoughts. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, are you okay? Bree, what happens to you? I'm fine. Leo walked toward the gate that was releasing huge quantities of ki before he said, this was expected from the dragon vein. Leo felt the beast inside of him started to grow again as it reached 71%. But Leo felt that the beast needs something from inside the dragon vein. Advocate of gender equality, don't tell me you want to enter. Well. Leo took a deep breath before saying, there's no other way. Misaka didn't write any message now because she couldn't understand what makes Leo risk his life only for some power. Leo took a deep breath as he forced his beast to absorb this ki. When the beast absorbed the ki, golden grains of light appeared on Leo mixed with his white aura, which blocked more evil thoughts from the dragon vein. Without any delay, Leo jumped towards the portal before his vision flashed until he appeared in a green space filled with raging ki. After Leo entered the portal, a shadow of an animal appeared from the cave entrance, but it didn't dare to move closer to the portal. The moment Leo appeared in this place, a lot of wounds appeared on his body, but they got healed instantly by the golden grains of light surrounding Leo. Leo noticed his glasses and headphones are also breaking before they turned into dust. My beasts can't survive here except the key-based ones. Leo frowned from this scene, but at this moment the chat room screen appeared. Advocate of gender equality, I need to ask this, are you sure you'll not die? Bree, is this what you meant by an extent? Shut up and just watch. Leo felt pain from the wound that kept appearing on his body, as they got healed by his beast power. Leo frowned from this result because if he got injured like this here, how can he survive in the core of the vein where his goal awaits? The white aura on Leo's body didn't help either because even if it seems like Tuki, it isn't perfect or strong like the real Tuki. If I can't perfect the technique now, Leo forced his beast to absorb all the ki that was attacking him before sending it toward his white aura. I'll just use quantity instead. Leo aura turned golden as it exploded around him while raising his hair to the sky, which blocked all the chaotic ki from hurting him. Advocate of gender equality. Did he just go Super Saiyan? Suddenly, I feel he'll be more than fine. Bree, again, I don't have enough context, but at least he isn't getting injuries now. Leo ignored the chat room screen as he blasted towards the front with an inhuman speed. But the more he advanced, the stronger the ki will be. Leo noticed the injuries started to appear on his body again, which made his uniform tattered and filled with blood, but even so, he didn't stop or scream about pain. Kazuma and Misaka felt uncomfortable with the scene filled with blood because even if Kazuma died once, he only saw this scene in movies, and the quality of chat room screen with the thought he is seeing a real person like this isn't helping him. Misaka wasn't better as he felt she is going to throw up. Advocate of gender equality, hey, man. Maybe you should stop. Misaka didn't type, but she only stared at the screen while clenching her hand. Annihilation Maker, admin feeling uncomfortable. Pain. I told you that it'll not be pretty to watch this. Pain. Leo wasn't able to talk because he was focusing on using his ki to block all the attacks. Advocate of gender equality, you're okay. Annihilation Maker, admin for the last time. Pain. I'm perfectly fine. Pain. Something like this can never stop me. Pain. Bree, I would have believed you more if you didn't type the word pain subconsciously every time. Before Leo replayed, the space in front of him turned golden as he almost fell to the ground. On Leo's right leg, there was a giant wound that almost split his leg from his body, but it got recovered quickly. The ki power in this golden space multiplied by many times, which made Leo's defense completely useless, so he focused his aura on his head and heart before rushing again while taking more injuries with each step. This scene shocked Kazuma and Misaka because they never thought Leo will actually go this far without even considering surrendering. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is nothing. Advocate of gender equality, you are brave, there's nothing I can say more. Bree. Leo kept advancing in this golden space of torture before he spotted something in front of him. It was a golden sapling, the center of the dragon vein, and Leo's goal from this journey. Leo walked towards it slowly because he couldn't run now. The injuries rate has exceeded his recovering rate, which makes every step Leo takes now is filled with pain and suffering. Leo reached the sapling as he reached for it with his hands that were trembling before he held it next to his chest. The moment the sapling touched Leo's chest, the beast sphere glowed again, as it absorbed the sapling directly. After the beast devoured the sapling, Leo stood in his place without doing anything before he fell to the ground. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Bree, Leo. Both Kazuma and Misaka now are watching Leo's body getting destroyed before it recovered non-stop. First, Leo's hands turned into dust until it recovered with a golden glow. Annihilation Maker, admin pain. Advocate of gender equality, he is talking the language of pain. Bree translates it now. Bree, why do you think I can translate it? Misaka completely lost her calm. Advocate of gender equality, aren't you an LVL5 Esper or whatever? Can't you translate a different language? Bree, how did you reach that conclusion? Leo wasn't even able to think now, and what he wrote was just because the screen is on. The beast inside Leo's soul is growing at a tremendous rate as it reached 99% in no time, but it didn't reach 100% because of the last step. Even if he was feeling this the biggest mistake in his life, Leo forced his Longinus and shoved the beast towards his soul. This the only way this beast will be able to break the limit on his Longinus, and Leo can't stop now or he'll die. The beast sank slowly in Leo's soul as the pain became something he isn't able to describe anymore. Annihilation Maker, admin and #hashtag #, _, hashtag and 41 happy face _, 86 and underscore and a hashtag underscore and 54 ea underscore hashtag and a hashtag 23 underscore and underscore a. Advocate of gender equality, we're losing him. Kazuma bit his lip before he turned towards Aqua and started shaking her to wake up, you useless goddess, I need your help now. Aqua started to wake up slowly, but before that Kazuma saw the screen turn completely golden without anything shown. The beast completely sank inside Leo's soul as the progress reached 100%. At that moment the whole dragon vein started shaking, as a huge golden key engulfed Leo before exploding. Kazuma and Misaka stopped their action while staring at the screen. All that they hope now is they don't see the death message, but after a few seconds, the golden light disappeared and showed Leo lying in the cave with almost no clothes. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, are you okay? Say something rude. Bree, how can you check on him by that? Leo stood up slowly from the ground while feeling his mind hurt from all that ki and the pain he felt, but his body was perfectly fine. Leo held his head from the pain while he noticed the flashing screen. Annihilation Maker, admin shut up. My head hurts. Advocate of gender equality, see, he's fine. Bree, how does that even work? Kazuma and Misaka breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Leo standing up, but Misaka blushed because he almost doesn't have clothes now. I'm never going to do something like that ever again. Leo supported himself with the cave wall before he said, I feel like I have been traumatized. Then Leo looked at Kazuma and Misaka's message before he said, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, you didn't hit your head inside, didn't you? Bree, I think you should go to the hospital, but first, can you get some clothes? Leo's expression darkened while looking at those messages before a golden aura appeared on his hand as it spread to the cave wall. Although I want to see your embarrassed look now, but I don't want to be naked in the forest, the cave wall started to turn gold before it turned into a golden light around Leo's hand. Leo used his Longinus at this moment as a dark light started to mix with the golden one. More and more from the wall started to transform into golden light before it mixed with the dark one until all the lights disappeared and left a black semi-liquid substance on the ground. Leo reached for the substance as it crawled on his arm before it engulfed all his body. After a few seconds, the black substance transformed again and changed color, as it turned into a Ko Academy boy uniform. Leo then moved his leg and hit two rocks on the ground as they turned into golden light mixed with black before transforming into black glasses, and headphones with blue lines. Done. Leo moved his hand as he felt his body stronger and another conscious appeared in his mind. Lord, your body is in a perfect condition, but your mental state is very exhausted. It recommended taking rest. A hoarse voice sounded from Leo's head as he nodded before saying, after I finish this we'll be on our way, Venom. Leo smiled because he finally archived his goal. His beasts now are really alive, completely loyal, and won't just die if they lost energy. And the biggest gain is he can now use inorganic objects and matter instead of energy to create his beast, which lower the cost greatly. Venom that was unviable yesterday has been created easily by using matter as a replacement, and he was created with all his powers like spider senses and super strength, etc. Creating this beast was the correct choice. Leo smiled before he remembered the journey in the veins, even if the cost was big. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Did you just say Venom? Annihilation Maker, admin yeah. Advocate of gender equality, that means, you weren't joking. Annihilation Maker, admin joking. Oh, Kazuma. You should wait for the day I come with a foe or Goetia to visit you. Advocate of gender equality. Bree, can you guys explain what are you talking about? Leo moved towards the wall again as the golden and black light process repeated while Kazuma replied to Misaka. Advocate of gender equality, this is an ancient knowledge only available to the cultured people. Bree, are you telling me that I'm not cultured? Electric current appeared again on Misaka's head, but it vanished when she saw the screen where Leo finished his creation, as a brown fluffy beast with small white wings and green claws appeared in front of him. Whoa! The beast said in an echoed voice while floating around Leo. Bree, what that? It's cute. Misaka stuck her head in the screen as she was looking at the beast with a very intense gaze. Advocate of gender equality, a furball. He doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh or One Piece, huh? Leo looked at the beast floating around him before he said, this is a winged Kuriboh and like you said Kazuma, this is my second chance. Kuriboh doesn't have a strong strength or power, but his ability to save its user from all attacks after it dies, which is very powerful for battles. Leo smiled while looking at Kuriboh that narrowed his eyes while saying his cry, whoa. Leo stood in his place for a second before reaching to the chat room screen. Annihilation Maker, admin, paused the stream. Bree, huh? Advocate of gender equality, what happened? Leo looked left and right before he stared at Kuriboh that tilted his head. Hug. Leo hugged Kuriboh and caressing his fur for a while, as Kuriboh had a face of enjoyment before letting him go. Kuriboh floated above Leo's head until it got smaller before landing on top of Leo's head. Leo activated the stream after checking on Kirabo. Annihilation Maker, admin, resumed the stream. Bree, did something happen? But even if Misaka said that, her eyes were still on the Kirabo on top of Leo's head. Advocate of gender equality, wanna talk about it? Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Advocate of gender equality, oh, really? Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Bree, can't you say it? Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Advocate of gender equality, one day I'll know it, just you wait. But can you tell me what did you create after all that torture? Misaka removed her eyes from Kirabo and looked at Leo. She was also very interested in the beast that took Leo all that pain to create. Annihilation Maker, admin, no, this beast needs a proper stage to be shown and now I have something to do. Leo looked at the dragon vein dimension that started to collapse slowly after it lost the core. Advocate of gender equality, something you need to do. Bree, please tell me it not another round of pain. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm never going to do something like that again. And about the thing. I'm going to create a noble phantasm with anti-angel/devil property. Advocate of gender equality. Excuse me. Bree, I can understand devils, but why angels? Annihilation Maker, admin, Bree, you need to know that church and angels are usually the evil guys in every world. Advocate of gender equality, I can confirm that. Annihilation Maker, admin, and that also goes for your world, Bree. Bree, another very important information. Can't you just tell me? Not with that guy in your academy city. Leo didn't want to tell Misaka anything about Aleister Crowley because he doesn't want her to get his attention. That man is too dangerous to mess with, especially if Leo or anyone in chat room can't help Misaka now. Annihilation Maker, admin, jokes aside, I have to create this beast to counter those guys. Bree, counter? Why are you talking like they are your enemies? Leo turned his head and looked at the chat room screen where the camera before he said, they're not my enemy and maybe will even be allies, but I'll not wait until I regret my decision. Bree, why do you sound like you are going to kill them? Even if they are different races, they still people. Different races? I think you misunderstood something, Bree. Leo gazed at the screen camera, as he said with a cold voice, I don't care if it's human or any other race, an enemy is an enemy for me, but let me tell you an advice, Bree. Sometimes, this mercy you have now will become cruel for you and the people you care about if you showed it to an enemy. Leo closed his eyes and said, for me, a dead enemy is the only good enemy. If necessary, I'll not hesitate to sacrifice other people to save my important ones. Leo opened his eyes and said, which also includes you too. If you two were in danger, I'll never hesitate. Kazuma and Misaka stopped their movement and looked at the screen. Both of them didn't know how to respond to these words now or even trying to deny Leo words. Because in a place in their hearts they know that Leo is right, even if they didn't want to admit it. But before Leo said anything else, he felt something tingling in his head before he jumped to the left. Behind Leo, there was a giant stinger with a green liquid that melted the cave walls. Advocate of gender equality, huh? Bree, Leo behind you. Annihilation Maker, admin, I already saw it. My spider senses were tingling. Advocate of gender equality, really? You're going to use that phrase? Leo didn't care about Kazuma as he saw different types of animals appearing inside the cave, but unlike the normal animals. These were bigger and have very monstrous features like giant's teeth or claws dripping green liquid. Bree, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell with this protagonist treatment? You just finished a power-up and found a punching bag. Ignoring Kazuma again, Leo stared at deers, squirrels, wolves, birds, while counting there were at least 20 animals here. They are dead. Leo noticed that all the animals don't have ki before a voice appeared from a wolf. You really made me wait. The guy behind these animals, Leo looked at the wolf calmly before he said, so you are a stray, huh? I guess you were too scared to go after me. Grr. Don't think your tricks can save you now. Wolf turned to look at the portal behind Leo. I watched you from the moment you came out, you're very weak now. Did the animal part lowered his IQ? Hold up, from the start. Leo felt Kirabo on his head before his expression frozen. Boom. A golden aura appeared around Leo as it pushed everything around him backward before he said, you know. I was going to kill you anyway, but thank you for the extra reason. Growling. All the animals got angry from Leo's words before they rushed towards him. ****. Well, I guess this is it. Leo stood there with his hands in his pockets as his golden aura blocked all the stingers with the green liquid before an eagle with a large beak attacked Leo's eye. But before it hit Leo, a butterfly appeared between them. The eagle didn't care about the butterfly and attacked it, but instead of killing the butterfly, the eagle had a hole in his head with the same size of his beak after hitting the butterfly that didn't get injured at all. You need to learn to stop attacking nature. Leo put the butterfly on his finger before he looked at the animals rushing before he said, Kazuma, as a man of culture, remember this moment. Bree, can you explain to me this culture thing? Advocate of gender equality, don't worry, I also don't understand what's going on. Leo took a step forward as the ground started to tremble before tree branches appeared from the ground and locked most of the animals, but some small animals escaped and rushed towards Leo. I, Leo Arisaltek, have a dream. Leo golden aura increased while small golden grains of light appeared around him, to become overpowered. Advocate of gender equality, that phrase, shit. No, Leo, stop. We can talk about this. Bree, what is that? Is it bad? Advocate of gender equality, no, maybe it's just me. As long as there's no cracking sound followed by a piano, we are fine. Cracking sound. Piano started playing. Advocate of gender equality, FUCK. More tree branches appeared, as they blocked the animals before Leo said persona. Music stopped. Awkward silence. An awkward atmosphere appeared with only the sound of struggling animals. Advocate of gender equality. Really? Piano playing again. Asterisk cough asterisk, Leo cleared his throat before he put his hand forwards and said, gold experience. Leo's golden aura glowed even more, as a humanoid creature separated from his body and rushed forwards with a speed that left sonic booms in the air. The creature had a golden color all over its body. The top of its head is similar to that of a typical helmet of a soldier, with curved markings similar to the letter J coming down from the eyes on both sides. There are stylized wings on its shoulders and large ladybugs all over its body. This is the stand of Giorno Giovanna from JoJo's Part 5. Useless. Gold Experience screamed as his fists turned into after images and hit all the animals in the cave, even the ones at 8 meters away from Leo. Because Leo removed the range limit when he creates it. Outside the cave, there was a giant bear monster that was looking at the cave from a distance. This is the stray that controls those animals. But at this moment he had a shocked expression on his face. Crash 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 crash. Animals started to fly from the cave and crashed into the ground, as they made potholes next to the bear's stay. The bear didn't believe a human was able to do this before he heard footsteps coming from the cave entrance. Leo walked slowly while Gold Experience was floating behind him before they both looked towards the giant bear. Grr. Human. Leo watched the angry bear with a calm expression before he said, you are really lucky to witness 2 things this day. Well. I was going to end it with a bang anyway. Leo used venom to cover his face before he raised his hand to the sky as golden light spots started to gather from all the plants in the surrounding. Gold Experience saw this and rushed to the cave wall which is next to the mountain before he punches it, useless. The dragon vein that was supposed to vanish started working again with the control of Gold Experience as the whole mountain started to shack. Bear stared in awe as he saw the whole mountain started to turn gold while floating in the sky before a black light appeared on it. The key inside the dragon vein. The dimension of the dragon vein. With the whole mountain as a matter to use, Leo raised his hand and at that moment all the golden and black light gathered towards him. The whole scene was like another sun appearing in the night, which alarmed a lot of people. Leo started to float in the sky with the light as he looked at the shocked bear stray. Life is always around us, from the moment we take our first heartbeat in this world. Advocate of gender equality, oh my god. He's doing monologues. However, everything has 2 sides of existence. If there's life, golden and dark light turned into rings around Leo's left hand as something was made inside of them while Leo said. There'll be death. Venom be ready to record. Gold Experience let's finish this. Leo and Gold Experience gathered all the rings towards Leo's palm before a sword-like thing appeared from inside the light, Annihilation on. Advocate of gender equality, can you stop stealing phrases? Leo reached gently and caught the sword from its scabbard. At that moment all the lights vanished, leaving Leo holding the katana in his hand while his clothes also changed. Leo now is wearing a long, silver-buttoned blue coat with 3 separated coat tails. A white, serpentine pattern runs around the collar, with a snake's head hanging over the coat's left shoulder, and its tail slinking down the right, all the way to the bottom of the coat. A gold lining runs across the edges of the coat, and a silky, golden flower blossom pattern decorates the inner lining. Each cuff of the coat also possesses 5 gold button straps with gold lining. While the katana in his hand had a blacking scabbard while its hilt was white with a golden handguard, but even in his scabbard, this sword seems to be dangerous from all the blue aura around it. Advocate of gender equality, another plagiarism, and I finally know what he meant by anti-angel/devil weapons. Bree, I give up. I don't want to know. Leo landed gently on the ground as he put his right hand on the katana hilt. A blue aura appeared on Leo with some dark blue butterfly around him and a shadow of a man with white hair, but the most striking thing is the sound of the sword as Leo pulled it slightly from its sheath. Unlike a normal sword sounds, this sword sounded like a beast took from its cage while all the space around Leo trembled from actual fear. The space was fearing this beast in Leo's hands. Several magic circles appeared around this place, but the space shock crushed them completely and hurt their users. This is... Leo looked at the animals surrounding the bear before he pulled the sword completely and said with a voice that overlapped with the shadow behind him. Requiem. Advocate of gender equality, no, it fucking not. Leo didn't care about Kazuma, as he waved the katana gently to the front. PFF 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 asterisk PFF PFF. All the animals in front of Leo got their heads chopped off without Leo tacking a step forwards before 10 blue blades appeared around him and shot towards the bear, nailing him into the ground. Tear him to shreds. Leo put the katana back to his scabbard as he put a sword-drawing stance while the shadow behind Leo completely disappeared. Yamato the bear didn't even see when Leo pulled the sword before a dark blue space distortion engulfed him. I don't know if you became stray because of your master or because your own but. Leo turned his back to the bear as he put the Yamato inside its scabbard and said. Disappear now. Tick. With the sound of the sword put in its scabbard, a lot of slashes appeared inside the space distortion and cut the bear into small pieces instantly. Leo releases his breath slightly before feeling something and pulling Yamato, as a blue aura appeared and he teleported from this place. In the next moment, a lot of supernatural creatures appeared here, but most of them were injured and some got a knock by the space that's still trembling. The supernaturals didn't stop and looked at the place where the mountain disappeared while some of them tried to track Leo by space, but they stopped after a few of them got their head chopped off by space, as the cause of this accident remained a mystery. Inside Leo's room, there were few ants that Leo used to check the time limit of his beasts. But at that moment, a blue light flashed, as Leo landed gently in the room before it flashed again and he appeared on the rooftop. I think those deaths will teach them not to mess with a raging space, Leo said as he was watching the chat room screen that was flashing. Advocate of gender equality, let's count here. Spider-Man, Giorno, Shiro, and finally Virgil. I finally know how shameless you are. Annihilation Maker, admin admit it. You're just jealous. Advocate of gender equality, of course, I am jealous. Leo and Kazuma started a conversation about how shameless he is before a message from Misaka appeared. Bree, admin, I was thinking about your words now. Leo stopped his chat with Kazuma, as he looked at the screen, my words, huh? So what about them? Bree, even if there was a truth in them, but I choose to believe in people, even if that might lead me to a terrible fate, I don't want to give up my trust that everyone can have a good side. Like you jerk. Bree, I choose to do what I like, and I don't care about your choice. And like you said, if we were in trouble you'll save us, didn't you? It recorded gotcha.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, honestly I'm with her, and like she said, our powerful plagiarism admin will not let us small members die, didn't you? I also recorded it gotcha.bitch.jpg. Leo stared at these messages without a word while he put his hand on his face, these two idiots. But even so, Leo had a small smile on his face while he loosens his grip on Yamato slightly, and the worst part, I have been taught a lesson by these idiots. It was just an advice, you idiots. Leo removed his hand as he smiled helplessly. Advocate of gender equality, who are you calling an idiot? You moron. Bree, you're looking for a fight, right? But. Leo looked at the city with its shining lights in the night before he said, well said. Kazuma, Misaka. Bree, Misaka what? What happened? Leo didn't understand this reaction before another message arrived. Bree, where are your honorifics? Honorifics. Leo tilted his head slightly before he said, what are those? Are they tasty? Misaka. Bree, you. Stop calling me by my name directly. Didn't you call me by my name, earlier? But, sure Misaka, no problem Misaka, got it Misaka, Leo repeated it 3 times in a row. Bree is offline. Advocate of gender equality, wow, the 2 days straight logging has been ruined. By raising flags. Flags. Leo stopped for a moment before remembering something about Japan culture, oh. Shit. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, I had enough. Send me my weapon in the morning. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Leo transformed Venom into his uniform and put Yamato in his shadow before he chooses to end the stream and receive 200 points. Leo sighed before he sat down on the roof and watched the city from afar while playing with the small Kirabo. Kazuma moved back to his haystack with a deadpan face before lying down and trying to sleep. Misaka was lying on her bed with her face completely red while she was mumbling, I'll drop thunder on his head next time. Everyone logged out from the chat room as it went completely silent. But before Kazuma and Misaka closed their eyes, a message appeared. NEET Princess joined the chat room. It seems the night is still very long. Chapter 10, 5th member. Woo. Leo put the confused small Kirabo on his head before he raised up from the rooftop. The 5th member. Leo looked at the chat room screen before he said, "Didn't it got refused?" Leo didn't understand why this invitation got accepted now or that nickname, but this didn't stop him from complaining. "Can't someone have a rest here?" Leo felt a headache from all the action tonight. Leo was planning to take a rest to recover his mental state to its peak before he goes and read books about genes and biology. Knowledge is a very important factor of Leo Longinus, or the part where his imagination isn't enough. At first, Leo wanted to create something like the spider that gave Peter Parker his powers, but then he saw gold experience stopped in the middle of creation, which wasn't in his plans at all. This accident made Leo take it slowly about making these kinds of beasts because he doesn't want to end up with a spider head and arms. Let's see who this is. Leo logged into the chat, but he didn't know he wasn't the only person complaining about this. "Can't someone have a rest here?" Kazuma repeated the same words as Leo before standing up from the haystack he was lying on. Kazuma felt today is the worst in his life. First, he got killed by the stupidest reason ever, then he chooses a useless goddess as his cheat in a different world, and he got bombarded by Leo fact about his job earlier, so he's now more than just tired. But he felt if he didn't log now he'll miss a lot of things, especially after seeing the new member nickname, and more importantly, he hates reading the chat log. Misaka wasn't better because she got interrupted from her sleep 2 times already, but she also felt there is a lot to miss from this event. But Misaka didn't see a shadow appeared behind her and started looking at her. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is the second time today. And this is getting ridiculous. Advocate of gender equality, I'm totally over this. Annihilation Maker, admin, you think you're tired? Try doing a walk in the dragon veins then. Advocate of gender equality, how about trying my way and dying instead? Bree, nobody here is an idiot who died from shock or a fool who go directly for a torture walk. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality. The strongest men in the world, goohahaha. It seems you are getting along together very well. Did something happen? Bree, a lot of things happened and my head also hurts now. A hero for fun, my head also hurts. For a different reason. Annihilation Maker, admin, waking up from sleep. A hero for fun, the screen appeared when I was sleeping, and I used my power instinctively, but, a giant hole in Saitama's apartment.jpg*. Saitama looked at the giant hole he made in his apartment because this chat room surprised him in his sleep. This chat is one of the few things that Saitama can't feel or react to in time, which leads him to punch directly, but even if he stopped in time, his apartment didn't survive. Annihilation Maker, admin, the price of power. Advocate of gender equality, that's a lot of damage.jpg. A hero for fun. Bree, did you guys forget why we're here? Annihilation Maker, admin, we have a reason. Advocate of gender equality, is it important? The strongest men in the world, maybe it'll become important if you look at it from a different side, but now it isn't more important than drinking. Whitebeard was drinking while looking at his sons and daughters having a party, and he didn't care if his sons told him to stop drinking multiple times. Annihilation Maker, admin, your health is okay, old man. The strongest men in the world, those points made my sickness a little better, but they are far from curing me or prolonging my life. Advocate of gender equality, if it's easy to prolong your life then those villains from a different world will cry. Annihilation Maker, admin * looking at the side.jpg*. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What did you do? Annihilation Maker, admin, I may or may not increase my life to at least 3,000 years by absorbing that core. By absorbing the core in the dragon vein, Leo concept of life has been changed a little. If you ignore the human body, Leo now can be considered a spirit of nature from the power of gold experience combined with the core. Advocate of gender equality. Go apologies to all villains, Orochimaru isn't satisfied.jpg. Annihilation Maker, admin, why are those villains working so hard for immortality, anyway? Can't they just go become Pokemon trainers and get it done already? Orochimaru with Ash hat and a Pokeball in his hand.jpg. Bree, my hope in you guys getting serious is getting smaller with each day passing by. Advocate of gender equality, hasn't it been only 2 days? Bree, my hope wasn't that big in the first place. Annihilation Maker, admin, good for you, but can this new member speak or type? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, at least say something after ruining my sleep. A hero for fun, apologies for my apartment. Bree, although I don't want to sound rude, but my sleep also has been ruined. While the messages kept increasing about the new member that ruined the sleep of everyone, there was a place in a different world. This place is completely separated from the real world by a powerful boundary, as there is just a little connection between the real world and this place. In this place, you can see a lot of different creatures and humans, but everything seems in the old Japanese ages. Because this place was meant to be like this. A place to be isolated from all the technological advancements in the real world and become a paradise for different species. This is Jinsokyo, or can be called the land of fantasy. Inside Jinsokyo, which filled with yokai that make it perpetually noisy, there was a bamboo forest filled with mist. Because of the mist, the bamboo forest has very low visibility, but that wasn't the only weird thing here. If someone enters this mist, he has a large chance of losing his way. But if he reached the center of the forest somehow, he'll see an old mansion which hidden from the eyes of the public. When someone gets closer to this mansion, he'll not notice any change on time, be it day or night, making everyone feel this forest has taken outside the flow of time and history. This old mansion is called Ientai, or it can be called the House of Eternity. Built on the traditions of the old-fashioned Japanese mansions, there isn't a single sign of wear, as it is literally eternally unchanging. When someone visiting Ientai, not the faintest amount of light reaches the bottom, so everything is dark, and the only sounds that can be heard are the bamboo leaves rustling in the wind, which makes it the calmest place in the whole Jinsokyo. But unlike the traditional Japanese design of the mansion, there was a room inside of it that didn't match this design. The room was chaotic with all DVDs and snacks thrown into the ground with some figures hanging here and there, and with a lot of monitors and game consoles around. This is a high-level NEET room. In the middle of this disaster, there was a girl lying looking at a computer screen with a devastated expression on her face. My score. The girl mumbled sadly as she looked at the chat room screen. The girl was very beautiful, so beautiful beyond any human, like she wasn't one in the first place. She had dark brown eyes, very long black hair. Wears a pink shirt with many white bows, and a long, dark burgundy skirt decorated in yellow with bamboo and flower shapes. This is the princess of the Lunarians and the one called the Sinner of Eternity in the moment, Kagaya Hurazen. But what was going to be a beautiful scene has been ruined by the chaotic room and the expression on the Kagaya face. Kagaya expression turned angry for a moment when looking at the chat room screen, but she calmed down and looked seriously at the screen. Although this chat room looks like it filled with the middle two diseases, but there were two problems in this for Kagaya. First, this is Jinsokyo, which means that no human network is available except some kappas opening the network to update data, but that wasn't the most important. The biggest problem is Kagaya is using her power at this moment. The power to manipulate eternity in the moment. This is Kagaya power. This kind of ability allows her to turn one moment into eternity, which means unlike all other people that complain about time, she has all the time in the world. It maybe looks like a time stop, but it more advanced. When the chat room appeared for the first time, Kagaya thought it hacking or those kappas are playing a bad joke, so she ignored it because she had more important things to do. Playing games and playing games. But after forgetting about it for 2 days, the chat room invitation appeared suddenly in front of Kagaya and exactly where the mouse was clicking, which forced her to enter this chat room. And all of that happened in her eternity, which is impossible for her to play online while activating her ability because she can't pull all the other players with her from just an internet connection. Not been affected by my ability and the fact of this classic cliché. Kagaya put her sleeve in front of her mouth before she said, "Is this real?" When they said Kagaya has been corrupted by humans, they weren't lying in a sense. This moon princess has been corrupted by the culture that break through time and space and became a NEET. But it could be a joke or someone playing tricks. Kagaya wasn't quite sure about this chat room because even if she didn't been in Jinsokyo for a long time and didn't interact with those yokais, she heard from Iron about all those weird abilities they have, so even if she didn't take them seriously, she had to be careful. Kagaya looked at the messages that kept appearing before she reached to the keyboard and typed something. NEET princess, so this was really a multiverse chat room. Advocate of gender equality, no question asked. Annihilation Maker, admin, this must be the fastest acceptance to the chat room until now. Bree, admitting it directly. The strongest man in the world, quite the quick acceptance there. A hero for fun, adaptation. NEET princess, don't take this princess as those idiots. Something like this is very easy to guess. Annihilation Maker, admin, hey, Kazuma, Misaka, I think she is mentioning you too. Advocate of gender equality, who's this bitch? Bree, why do I have to get this angry every time I enter here? This is the normal reaction, but... Kagaya looked at Misaka and Kazuma messages before she received another one and said, "How to do this?" Annihilation Maker, admin, now like he said. Who are you? This message put Kagaya in two positions. First, she tells her identity and see the result, or she keeps silent while changing the subject. After thinking for a while, Kagaya typed this. NEET princess, a princess in the bamboo forest. After that thinking, Kagaya chose to give a hint, maybe because she thought it'll be interesting to see if she also has a work in different worlds. Bamboo forest. Leo looked at that message before something flashed in his mind. After getting Venom, Leo memory became better and better as he started to remember details from his past life better now, like this one. Princess and NEET while the location is a bamboo forest. Leo thought for a while before he said, the Bullets Hell game. Annihilation Maker, admin, Jinsokyo. Kaguya Horizon. NEET princess, I guess you aren't half bad for knowing this princess. Advocate of gender equality, the bullet's hell. Hold up, if she is here then. Bree, I already gave up the culture thing, but can you at least explain to me who's this? I really have a work in different worlds like all of them. Kaguya looked at the nicknames before she said, Saitama, Whitebeard, Misaka Mikoto, Kazuma Sato, and the guy that seems from DXD, eh. Kaguya was smiling, but that smile vanished when she saw the next message. Annihilation Maker, admin, she's just an old hag with an age equal to an eternity. Kaguya face stiffened as she felt an arrow shot through her while her fist was shaking from anger. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, she's an old woman that her age is unknown, but if her ability says eternal, then her age is also like that. Another arrow hit Kaguya that almost broke the mouse now. Bree, she's that old, and she still calls herself a princess. I feel sad for her. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, very sad for her. JPG. Advocate of gender equality asterisk, very sad for her. JPG asterisk. A hero for fun, just joining the fun asterisk, very sad for her. JPG asterisk. Kaguya was shaking from anger. In all her life, she was always considered the most beautiful princess, be it from humans or yokai. And now, 3 people dare to make fun of her directly. Leo looked at chat room where Kaguya stopped sending messages before he said, she's probably shaking from anger now. But her first reaction. Leo moved the chat screen and looked at the old messages before he said, it seems we have another cultured person. NEET princess, fu. How long has it been since I got this angry? Annihilation Maker, admin, shouldn't you have something like a calm mind or whatever? NEET princess, calm. I'm very calm. Very calm. Totally calm. Kaguya is looking at the screen now while thinking about what iron medicine she should send to these assholes. Advocate of gender equality, something tells me she isn't very calm. Bree, you think? Annihilation Maker, admin, well, before you start to think of throwing us with medicine, let me ask you a few questions. NEET princess, do you think you can save yourself? Annihilation Maker, admin, do I look like I'm scared of you? But answer this if you are a cultured person. Kaguya frowned while looking at Leo's message, then she saw the question about some classic quotes. Although she didn't want to answer this, but her identity as a cultured person has been challenged now. Then the same thing happened again, with Kazuma joining in the middle of the questions. Bree, this thing again. A hero for fun, didn't you give up? Bree, not like this. Just look at them, they are typing 3 messages by the second. The strongest men in the world, just wait for them. But they didn't stop. After going through many quotes they started writing 6 digits numbers for a while, but that stopped instantly after Kaguya wrote the 7 and 8 digits. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin, I am possible, those are just legends. NEET princess, fuff. Did you really think, weaklings like you can overcome me? Advocate of gender equality, how can she know everything from the good shit to what the fuck I just watched? Annihilation Maker, admin, she must have been cheating. NEET princess, no, I wasn't. This is just the reality you two have to live with now. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What the point of living anymore? All what I have accomplished during my life has been crushed now. Kazuma fell on the haystack, as he was staring at the ceiling with empty eyes like his will for living vanished at this moment, but the light went back to his eyes after he saw a message. Annihilation Maker, admin, never give up, Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, even if it hurt me to admit it, we indeed lost. But never give up. If we can't beat her now, we can do it in the future. Advocate of gender equality, yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, no problem. NEET princess, humph. Even if I'm still angry, but I have to admit your courage now. I'll be waiting for your next challenge. I have taken the first napkin. GIF. A hero for fun, what a fighting spirit. The strongest men in the world, goohahaha. This really reminded me of Roger. Bree, even if it seemed to be amazing, but I have a feeling they weren't talking about something good at all. But suddenly both Leo and Kazuma froze when they saw Kaguya GIF. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Are my eyes tricking me now? Annihilation Maker, admin, no. It really was an animated Valentine. NEET princess, HM. Didn't you guys watch Steel Ball Run? Kaguya got a little confused about these messages before a devilish smile appeared on her face. NEET princess, or maybe. There wasn't a Steel Ball Run in your world yet. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality. NEET princess, what a shame. I have this Blu-ray Steel Ball Run here, but sadly. A certain 2 guys have called me with very rude words. What a shame. Advocate of gender equality. You aren't a princess, you are a demon. Annihilation Maker, admin, it seems I have to take my nickname seriously after this. Just wait until I go to your world. NEET princess, fuff. Bree, I really can't handle this anymore. For the love of God. Tell me, what the hell are you talking about? Misaka had enough with this culture thing. Every time Leo and Kazuma say words she can't understand at all, and now there's a third person to join them. NEET princess, oh. Do you want to know? Well, that actually very simple, listen here. Misaka put her head closer to the screen. She was waiting for this from the moment she heard the cursed word of culture, but before she'd be happy a message appeared. NEET princess has been banned by the admin. Annihilation Maker, admin, you old hag. Do you think I'll let you corrupt Mikoto on my watch? Bree, Mikoto what? Misaka's face was burning red now. If Leo called her by her family name was embarrassing for her, then calling her first name directly is beyond her limits. Annihilation Maker, admin, although she seems to be very easy to piss off and very violent, but unlike you, she's a cute and lovely innocent girl, and if you corrupt her then. Is this a confession? But we only know each other for 2 days. Misaka's face got redder as she looked at Leo messages without noticing the shadow behind her started shaking. But all that vanished with the next message. Annihilation Maker, admin, where do you think I'm supposed to find an innocent girl to bully her in the chat room? Bree is offline. Misaka dropped her head down as her expression was filled with rage, which activated her ability, but she stopped because she heard a voice behind her. Big sister. What are you doing? The voice was cold and dark as it sends chills to Misaka before she turned her head slowly to look at her roommate. A girl with tawny hair tied into 2 curly pigtails was looking at Misaka while releasing a very dark aura before saying, "Why are you blushing?" while looking at the air. The cold voice was very scary, as Misaka was sweating before moving backward. Kuriko, it not what you think. Misaka started getting nervous, as she was trying to escape. But Kuriko's dark aura increased. Don't try to run. Kuriko jumped towards Misaka, as a bolt of lightning flashed in the room before something dropped and started to twitch. Damn you, Leo. Misaka clenched her fist while looking at Kuriko that was twitching with a creepy look on her face before she said, "Just you wait. This isn't over." Who is Leo? Kuriko stood up from the ground like a zombie before she turned towards Misaka that was feeling a headache now. Leo looked at Misaka leaving the chat room before he put his hand on his chin and said, "Did I overdo it?" But at that moment a message appeared in his private section. NEET princess, you. Authority abuser. NEET princess, do you think you won? Annihilation Maker, admin, as long as I have this admin title, I'll never allow any corrupting of the innocent members. NEET princess, stop with that act. You know what I mean. Annihilation Maker, admin, what? NEET princess, you're not a person from DXD world. Annihilation Maker, admin, yes. NEET princess. Is that all? Annihilation Maker, admin, what more to say about it? NEET princess. Forget it. But you know you can't keep it a secret forever. Annihilation Maker, admin, Misaka or this worthless identity. NEET princess, both, but I don't think you care about your identity. Annihilation Maker, admin, Misaka, huh? Honestly, I don't know. Leo picked Kiribo from his head and started teasing him slightly. NEET princess, even if you hide it, she'll face it one day. Annihilation Maker, admin, I know. NEET princess, and this is not only about Misaka. This chat room isn't something came from a joke. They'll have to kill and see the darkness of this world even if you tried to stop it like now. She saw it directly. Well, she didn't live that long for nothing. Leo looked at the small Kiribo waving his small claws. Annihilation Maker, admin, I know. NEET princess, so why didn't you tell them? Kagaya didn't understand Leo's way of work. Didn't all those chat group fictions have an admin that's supposed to tell his member their future? Then try to fix it or something, but what Leo is doing is totally the opposite. Annihilation Maker, admin, the world isn't pretty or friendly as it looks like now. It's a place filled with darkness and despair which create an abyss that'll swallow any weak person and leave only the strong. Leo smiled while looking at Kiribo, hitting him slightly with its claw because he kept teasing him. Annihilation Maker, admin, even if I know that they'll eventually have to face it, but for now. I'll take it all and clear a path before them until they are ready. NEET princess. You'll do the dirty work. Annihilation Maker, admin, honestly, I don't know why I'm doing this but I don't have any other choice. Who made me this asshole that won't listen to anyone and... Annihilation Maker, admin, like I said, where I'm going to find a cute innocent girl to bully, and you old hag with a complicated mind isn't good at all. NEET princess Ben has been removed by the admin. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Kagaya looked at the screen with a calm face. Even she didn't notice that she dropped her mouse already before she said, "Humans, huh?" Kaguya remembered the race she despised all along until she got exiled from the moon. She felt those years with the humans felt more real than all her life in the moon. Leo was his name. Kaguya smiled before taking a snack and ate it as she said, "Maybe this chat room isn't that bad. NEET princess is offline. Advocate of gender equality, did they just left us alone? The strongest men in the world, guhahaha, this one of those days. A hero for fun, they did. Advocate of gender equality, I'm leaving. Advocate of gender equality is offline. The strongest men in the world, I still have a party here so I'll go. The strongest men in the world is offline." Saitama looked at the empty chat room before he logged out and looked at the broken apartment in silence. Leo didn't care about what happens in the chat room now, as he stood up and looked at the city. Leo didn't say anything for a while as the wind moved his hair slightly. Venom. Leo's clothes twitched slightly before a voice appeared in his head, "Yes, my lord. How much do we need for you to evolve to all black?" Venom moved slightly before he said, "I need a lot of energy, but if I was able to absorb a lot of dead gods' divine powers, I should be able to take a big step forwards." "I see." Leo stood there in silence while Kirabo was playing in his hair. Leo knows he can't protect those idiots forever, but as long as it's something he can do he'll never hesitate, and to accomplish it he needs power. A lot of power. Leo sets his goal to be a magic god first because only by having the kind of power he can help those idiots. It seems I need to accelerate my actions. Leo felt Yamato in his shadow before looking at the direction of the school. Yamato is the sword of Sparta from Devil May Cry universe with a power that allows it to cut through everything as long as energy is enough, even the fabric of space itself, but that isn't the true power of this sword. Yamato is the sword of separation that holds the concept of separation, unlike the rebellion which can unify things. Like Sparta separated the demon world from the human one, and how Virgil separated his human side from the demon side, Leo can also do that and use the separation concept. It seems I have to pay a visit for the red dragon. Leo stood on the rooftop while the wind was moving his clothes. All the members have been gathered now, which makes Leo think that the chat room will reveal it propose any time soon, and before that happen, he need to be ready for it. Chapter 11, First Task. The night went away by the arrival of the first sun ray which announced the start of a new day. First sun rays fall on the ground, but it didn't dispel the darkness completely because it's still very early in the morning. Most of the people still sleeping except a few who stayed awake during the night or woke up very early. But this rule only works on normal humans as now there was a lot of commotion after what happened during the night. A whole mountain with a dragon vein has been taken in that night by a spectacular show of lights. But this wasn't the reason for commotion, it was how it happened in front of all the factions without anyone able to stop it or even know the culprit behind it. Even after a lot of investigation during the night, there was no clue for this culprit except a small footage of a shadow with a mask, but nothing more was shown because of the chaotic space around the location that took the life of a few investigators. After a whole night, the space recovered to its normal form, but all clues or energy signs have already gone, which made all the investigators helpless and didn't have a choice only to stop their efforts to find this masked man. However, there were still 3 parties trying to find this masked man. Devils were the first to start looking for this man because the accident location was very close to the city where there were 2 relatives of the 4 great Satans, which made the devil look carefully and increased their wariness from intruders and other factions. Fallen angels there were close to the city started to lay down a little because of the devils, but there were a lot of them investigating this accident because of the orders from Grigori. But angels investigating the accident was a surprise to all parties because these guys don't usually interfere in the human world and leave everything to the church, which makes all parties feel there is a hidden truth in this. When all parties are still trying to find the culprit, there was something happening in the underworld. In a location far from the devil territory, there was a place filled with fallen angels. This is Grigori headquarters, which host most the fallen angels. In an office inside the headquarters, there was a man looking at documents very intently. Sometimes the man had a serious face before it turns into a frown, but occasionally he has a mad look. He was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He also possesses 12 jet black feathered wings that grow out from his back, which shows he is a fallen angel and one of the strongest. This is the fallen angel Governor General Azazel. Suddenly a knocking sound came from the door before a fallen entered the office with a lot of documents. Azazel signaled the men to put the documents on his desk without looking away from the document in his hand. The fallen angel put the documents before paying respect to Azazel and leaving the office. After a while, Azazel sighed and leaned on the chair before he said, "This doesn't make a sense." Azazel has spent the whole night trying to understand the thing that happened the last night. These signal and reaction is definitely Annihilation Maker, but Azazel stood from his chair and picked a new document before he said, "Why it completely different now?" Azazel can say proudly that except the Bible God nobody knows sacred gears better than him. When the commotion happened the last night, Azazel was in his lab, so he wasn't able to react fast to he'll be the first to arrive at that location after sensing the Annihilation Maker. After all, this Longinus is very risky to be left alone to let it fall in the wrong hands, especially when the plan for peace has taken a big step forward with the acceptance of 4 Satans and Michaels. But now, let alone tracking the Longinus, he can't even know if this is still the Annihilation Maker. It feels like the Annihilation Maker internal structure and the way of function has been changed completely. Azazel frowned while reading the data in documents. Why, I'm feeling like I'm looking at Sephiroth Graal. Sephiroth Graal is the holy grail of the secluded world, a Longinus with the ability to tap into the principle of life and allows its host to learn how soul and life are made, which allows him to revive dead or grant immortality. But now Azazel is looking at the data showing signs of life and soul creation, which is something completely impossible for Annihilation Maker. Azazel knows when the Lord made these Longinus and sacred gears, he made limits that manifest in a whole system. Each Longinus has its own function and can't just use other Longinus abilities. After his death, there were some mistakes, but it can't go that far. Even Sephiroth Graal has side effects on its user. Is it a subspecies? Azazel kept jumping in conclusions because he doesn't have enough data. Subspecies are sacred gears that have taken on a unique characteristic because of the thoughts and feelings of the wielder. They are more powerful than the normal form of the same sacred gear, and will sometimes gain a new ability as well. But this still didn't explain the reason why Annihilation Maker changed completely, which made Azazel's insane scientist side awaken for this completely new phenomenon. But before Azazel grabbed all the documents and rushed to the lab, his private communication channel started to ring. Ugh. Azazel looked at the caller as he had an annoying look on his face before he sighed and answered the call as a magic circle appeared. I have very important things, so make it short. Azazel looked at the guy appearing from the screen of the magic circle. The man was handsome looking with long blonde hair and green eyes. Like Azazel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, but his wings were gold. This is the leader of the angels, Michael. Although I don't think playing with your toys is very important currently, but I shall do so. Michael said in a calm voice while Azazel's eyebrow was trembling before he said, something happens to the system. Huh? Wasn't that system already filled by loopholes already? What could happen except? Azazel stopped his words while Michael nodded before he said, Annihilation Maker. What happened? I don't think you'll only call me for a bug, became more of a bug. Michael looked at Azazel for a second before he said. Annihilation Maker is out of the system now. Those words struck Azazel like a lightning bolt and even made him back a few steps before he said, repeat what you just said. Annihilation Maker is out of the system now. Michael repeated his words while Azazel's shoulders were trembling before he started laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Did you see it? Even his creations were able to escape his control, and who did it? It was probably a human. Ha 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 ha. Azazel kept laughing for a while before he calmed down and said, I really needed that, so what do you have? Michael stared at Azazel calmly, but there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes before he said, the system lost all the connection with Annihilation Maker, which means there is no way for it to reincarnate into another host after this one. Lost connection with the sacred gear system completely. Can this even be called a sacred gear now? If he died, can he take it with him to hell? No matter what, I need to find this wielder and ask him how he did it. Azazel was floating in his thoughts before he woke up by a cough from Michael. Anyway, if you took all this trouble to tell me, then you should have a way to track him, Azazel said while Michael nodded before he said, yeah. There is a backup tracking function in the sacred gear system that only activates if something big like this happens, but when the Bible God made the Longinus, he wasn't stupid to leave them like that, so he did a simple security measure that only activate when something big like this happens. Azazel wasn't surprised because he knows about this security measure, but Michael's next words surprised him, because it was so sudden the system was only able to take footage of the inner mind of the wielder before the connection lost. I see. But it seems you still hold things against those Satans. Azazel smiled, but Michael's expression didn't change before he said, we just learned to live together for the sake of our races, but the things about heaven and the system have nothing to do with the devils. That's for the better. Azazel nodded because even if they are now fighting for peace, some old scars are very hard to forget. Now let's see this guy. Azazel had a very excited look on his face now while Michael felt hapless when he saw him enter this mode. Annihilation Maker has rejected the system from the moment the change happened, so we'll probably see the inner mind of how it'll protect him, but this information will probably give us a clue to find this wielder even if it was going to show up one time. Michael waved his hand before a screen appeared in front of him and Azazel. The screen colors kept changing until it turned into a forest next to a mountain. But there was something weird about this scene. Very calm and relaxing music starts to play. Azazel listened to the music, but he felt it seemed to be more like the calm before the storm. Michael was staring seriously at the screen, probably because he thinks that the wielder likes music. But after a while, the screen changed to a man wearing black clothes with a mask. Azazel and Michael focused on the screen so they won't miss any detail, but the man only raised his hand and his thumb up like he is going to push something before he said in a hoarse voice that didn't belong to a man or a woman, Killer Queen has already touched this footage. Music became intense. Explosion. A/N, JoJo Part 4 villain Yoshikage Kira, and the music is his theme. I'm doing this because there's a lot of readers that doesn't understand references. Azazel and Michael watched the explosion on the screen while the footage in the system also got destroyed. Awkward silence. Azazel and Michael looked at the screen in silence before Azazel broke the silence and said, well, that was really an explosive mind he got there. Michael gave Azazel a helpless star, but he didn't care about it and said, what? You know it, a good joke. Michael closed the call immediately and left Azazel there thinking about something. Things are getting interesting, but for them to happen during this period, even if he was still feeling carefree, but if anyone knows Azazel saw him now, he'll understand that Azazel is serious now. Azazel grabbed all the documents before walking towards his lab. There's a lot of things he needs to study now. When all the parties were looking for the culprit of all this commotion, he's just hanging out in the city near the park. Leo looked at his hand in silence. This hand got blown up 5 times already because of an experiment he's doing now. After leaving the chat room yesterday, Leo slept only for 3 hours because it enough for him before reaching this place. Leo secured this place first by beasts that block the smell, sound, vision, energy, etc. before he starts an experiment. Now Leo is officially starting his dragon hunt, and he is going after the most easy and simple target currently, which is the red dragon Emperor Drake that still didn't awaken. But for that, he needs to prepare some things. First, Leo knows the location of Issei Hayado and his house, which is a very simple and clear target to teleport, especially after he felt his key in the school. Secondly, Leo needs something to separate Drake from Issei, and this thing is Yamato, which holds the concept of separation with the power to split 2 realms, so it must be easy to separate the sacred gear from Issei. Thirdly and most importantly, Leo needs a way to fuse with the boost gear on a soul level after he takes from Issei, because he has a feeling that Drake will move directly for a new host by the system if he left it there alone. As for having 2 Longinus, Leo feels it possible and very simple to have 2 Longinus, and that feeling increased more after that night, but he doesn't know the reason. It was like his Annihilation Maker tells him it possible. But even if it possible, Leo wants to secure it completely, so he started to make a beast that can put Drake in his soul, and that was after a long observation of how Annihilation Maker and Gold experience exist in his soul. Leo made a beast that'll catch things in the spirit state and push them towards his soul before merging them, and that beast exists in his left arm. But during the creation, Leo had a lot of setbacks in the progress of the creation, which made his left arm blow up 5 times, and he had to use Venom and Gold experience to heal it. Slowly, link it with the arm, and start to make the bridge slowly. Leo made the same steps in an extra careful way, as he watched the beast making a bridge in his soul until all the nodes are made carefully. Finally, Leo moved his left hand slowly before he let go of all the connection, but this time the beast didn't blow up. Good. Now it's time to hunt dragons. Leo nodded with satisfaction, because after he gets Drake he has a lot of other plans. Honestly, Leo feels he's the most hardcore Longinus user ever. It has been just 2 days of him having a Longinus and he already broke its creator rules, and he's going after another one. Anyway, Leo now plans to create a beast with the ability to absorb ki and reinforce his body permanently, but it needs a lot of planning to do it. Because it is not easy to make those kinds of beasts that can increase power permanently. Making this kind of beast needs a lot of preparation, and Leo can't just jump to it and make it randomly. Who knows where it'll go wrong and hurt his body and especially his brain. There's a size scale that Leo can't understand. When the beast size increases greatly it'll take a lot of energy, but when the size becomes small and entre the micro size, the energy scale will increase greatly. Leo shook his head slowly to clear his head from these thoughts before checking his beast one last time, but before he did that a holographic screen appeared in front of him. Leo knows this screen, it's the usual chat room, but this time it was golden, which means it's very important. All the invitations have been accepted and the interaction between members is enough. Task functions is open now. Please all the members log in now for more explanation. It's starting, huh? Leo knew this day will always come, so he wasn't surprised before he chooses to enter the chat room. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. NEET princess is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. They are already here. Leo felt surprised by how early these guys can arrive before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, it seems the real thing is about to start. Why do these things happen now? I was going to hunt dragons. Advocate of gender equality, you're slowly becoming more dangerous each time I see you, Leo. Even your words are becoming dangerous. Bree, gods, devils, angels, and now dragons, his world is also getting more dangerous. NEET Princess, I know 4 dragons from his world, and each one of them can kick his ass directly. The strongest men in the world, we have dragons here, but one of them is rare and the others are something I hate very much. A hero for fun, dragons. Aren't they weak? Annihilation Maker, admin, stop comparing your worlds, I have a thing to ask. How did the interaction become enough? Leo didn't understand how did this interaction became enough because no matter how he scrolled upward, he didn't see any new message. Kaguya inside Ientai had a few drops of sweat on her forehead while putting her sleeve in front of her. After all the members left the chat, Kaguya came back and started a private chat with every member here. Kaguya wants to tell all the members about their future because she thinks it their right to know, and it not because she wants revenge from Leo for calling her an old hag multiple times. But all her efforts have been backfired hard on her. With Kazuma, advocate of gender equality, I didn't survive spoilers in my first life, and I have to deal with them here. Leave my second life alone. You have been banned from having a private chat with advocate of gender equality. With Whitebeard, the strongest men in the world, the sea is a place of surprises and this is the reason why we pirates have taken the flag to explore it, and I don't need any help of information. You have been banned from having a private chat with the strongest men in the world. With Saitama, a hero for fun, my life is already boring and you want to ruin it completely. Am I hated this much by the new member? You have been banned from having a private chat with a hero for fun. With Misaka, Bree, my future. Yeah, I want to know it, but that idiot keep telling me it not good so I refuse. NEET Princess, but it very important. Bree, maybe it is, but I believe in that jerk. Even if he seems to be a total asshole all the time, but I don't think he'll do anything to hurt us. You should have seen him when he took that torture walk and then started to teach me a lesson. Who the hell does he think he is? NEET Princess, Misaka. Bree, then he called me by my name without any permission from me. That idiot. Just wait until I meet him. Idiot Leo, just you wait. You have banned Bree from the private chat. At that time, Kaguya fell to her bed and stopped playing games because of the diabetes she got from Misaka messages. But before anyone told Leo what happened, a screen appeared in the face of every member of the chat room. Greeting members, this is a message from all the world's conscience around the multiverse. Thank you for accepting our invitation and join this chat room, or rather be called the new line of defense against the intruders. From the start of the creation the worlds always existed in a simple way in the void, but nothing stays the same. After a long period of time, mistakes started to happen and from those mistakes existed disasters called outer gods and multiverse spaces. The outer gods are the beings that broke through from their worlds by killing or doing a lot of hideous acts which can even reach killing worlds with creatures in it. Multiverse spaces are programs that run in the same way of games with a lot of participants in it to go into different worlds. For example, there's Nightmare Space, Reincarnation Space, etc. However, the worlds aren't weak and they are able to stop most of these threats that try to steal the origin power from them, but there is a new threat they couldn't stop. The outer gods and the multiverse spaces were able to sneak their apostles to the worlds to steal the origin power. The outer gods choose to give their apostles something they call systems and sometimes wishes before they send them as a parasite to the worlds. The multiverse spaces send their apostles and gave them a mission to destroy the balance while stealing more power from each thing they do. And here comes your mission. Your mission is to kill those apostles and stop them from stealing origin power at all costs. It doesn't matter what damage you make or what you do in the world because unlike them, your damage is very easy to recover. But don't worry, you aren't doing it for free, the more your contribution the more the worlds will award you. Thank you for cooperation and supporting our cause. Leo read the whole message a few times before he breathes a sigh of relief. Honestly, Leo thought it'll be a more complicated thing or something will affect him greatly, but apparently this chat room is only a way for the worlds to ask for hitmen. Leo doesn't mind becoming a one if the price is good and it doesn't limit him too much, so for him, this is the best result. But doesn't this make me a double agent? Leo put his hand on his chin, but then a message appeared in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, did we just join the counter force? A/N, counter force from Type Moon. I'm feeling like I'm translating a manga right now. NEET Princess, more like an upgraded version of the counter force. Annihilation Maker, admin, hey, look at the bright side. We are getting paid and will not become Amiyas. Advocate of gender equality, true. The strongest men in the world, well, they gave us a clear target. A hero for fun, outer gods, they should be strong. NEET Princess, however, asterisk staring at Annihilation Maker.jpg asterisk. Annihilation Maker, admin staring at NEET Princess.jpg. NEET Princess asterisk staring more intensely.jpg asterisk. Annihilation Maker, admin asterisk staring more intensely.jpg asterisk. NEET Princess, do you want to say something? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, I'm from a different world, which makes it kinda ironic for me to be the admin here. NEET princess, he admits it directly. Advocate of gender equality, is this the reason why you are overpowered? Annihilation Maker, admin nope, it just because I'm smart and I know what to choose. Advocate of gender equality, stop reminding me of that goddess. Bree, is it only me feeling weird about the word killing there? NEET princess, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin nobody is forcing you here Bree, if you didn't want to do the mission then don't do it in the first place. Misaka in her world got angry but before she types, a new message appeared. Task notice. Task world, Akame GA kill. Number of participants, no limit. Description, there is an apostle of an outer god in that world stealing origin power using his system. Objective 1, find the system user and kill him. Objective 2, take back the system and give it to the chat room for extra rewards. Rewards, 1 million points split by contribution, open the store and the function to send abilities, and other rewards after the finish. You have 30 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. My weapon, now. Annihilation Maker, admin let me make sure of something, do you know Akame GA kill? Advocate of gender equality, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin and you're still coming. Advocate of gender equality, I know what might await me there, but I still choose to go. You know, Leo, I'm the weakest member here and if there is a chance, I'll take it. Leo looked at the screen in silence for a while before he types. Annihilation Maker, admin it's your choice, just don't come crying here. Advocate of gender equality, do you think I, the great Kazuma, will cry over this thing? Annihilation Maker, admin yeah. Bree, I'm also coming, even if it seems dangerous from your words. Annihilation Maker, admin it is not that type of danger we were talking about. Kazuma, Kagaya explained to them the world. I have a dragon to hunt and a task to do. Bree, I'll hear your answer after you hear about the world. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Akame GA kill and the guy with a system, huh? Leo didn't waste any time. First, he took Kazuma's sword while telling Gold Experience to hit it and send it to Kazuma before he took Yamato from his shadow as a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place. In a normal house inside one of the rooms, there was a teenager with brown hair sleeping in his bed while drooling as he mutters a few words about breast and stuff. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and Leo appeared next to the teenager while holding Yamato in his hand. Well. What to say about this? Leo created a beast to put Issei in a deep sleep before pulling Yamato slightly. Fuck the plot, that it, Leo smiled as Yamato started to shine with a bright blue light. Chapter 12, World Assist. Inside the Haida family house, Leo was in Issei's room looking at him sleeping on his bed, or rather say he is knocked out right now. After looking at the totally okay Issei, Leo looked at the red-green orb floating in his hand, but if someone had an ability to see souls or spirits, he'll see a lot of ropes catching the orb and slowly dragging him towards Leo's arm. But this wasn't the problem here, the true problem is when Leo slashed Issei's arm even if he aimed for the connection between him and the boosted gear. Leo didn't have a single problem with taking Drake. This was easy. Way too easy. Leo looked at the red-green orb or should be called the boosted gear that hosts Drake's soul. Honestly, even if he had Yamato and his Longinus keep telling him it very easy to do it but Leo wasn't quite sure about this. At first, he thought Drake will wake up and stop him which leads him to only take some power or maybe someone will appear suddenly from nowhere and intercepted the process like Rias. Leo was even waiting for a meteor to fall from the sky to stop him. All in all, what Leo wants to say is where the fuck is this guy plot armor? The protagonist is a mysterious creature yet a very simple one, but if there is something that can be understood about them is they have armor on destiny level which will save them even if the planet exploded. But now, Issei Hayadu, the Apei dragon, doesn't have this protection, which confused Leo greatly. Drake didn't have a single reaction for taking him from Issei, even if he was still sleeping. And let's not talk about Issei that was safe and sound. Leo didn't think this guy will come perfectly fine from this operation, even if he controlled Yamato carefully. But now Issei will probably feel his hand weak for almost a week before everything returns to normal. Leo sighed before leaning backward slightly. Even if the process was very easy and simple, Leo was slightly tired from using Yamato's separation power, but suddenly he raised Yamato and looked at it before he said, "Do you actually have the power to cut through plot protection?" Yamato vibrated slightly as if it was saying, "What?" which made Leo sigh before an idea flashed in his head. Plot is like destiny and the thing that controls that destiny is the world itself. It seems this boss is quite generous. Leo nodded as he felt his idea is very feasible. Leo remembers a phrase in the chat room message telling him and other members that any damage they cause is very easy to fix compared to the intruders. Leo doesn't know what that means exactly, but it seems that the thing called origin power is very important to the world than mere damage, which makes him think that the world gave him a green light in his actions. Like if he became stronger is good for the worlds and the DXD world doesn't mind taking one for the team or something like that. But if this thing is right, then Leo is more confused. Why did the world even choose him as an admin even if he seems to be a double agent? There is no use in thinking about this anymore. Maybe it'll reveal itself in the future. Leo stopped his thoughts before focusing on fusing the boosted gear with his soul because there are only 20 minutes left and he needs to hurry up. As for the things in this world like his parents, Leo wasn't worried because time will be stopped by the world itself, so everything is okay. But Leo didn't know that his speculation hit the bullseye. The world really helped Leo in his action because what the plot armor. It's all things given by the world and it can take it at any time it likes. As for the lost, the world didn't lose anything actually because compared to losing Origin which is very vital for the world, Leo actions are nothing important. The world can create a second Issei at any time it like if the Origin is available, but if someone took it, then it'll take at least thousands of years to recover. Meanwhile, in Konosuba world, Kazuma explained Akame Kill world to the members before he took Leo's sword and awakened Aqua from her sleep. After waking up Aqua with difficulty, Kazuma rushed outside the city where some boulders are there to try his sword. Why did you wake me up this early? Aqua was wiping her eyes while looking at Kazuma who was looking at a sword with excitement. To witness my greatness, Kazuma gave Aqua a proud stare while she also returned a stare-filled mockery before she said, someone like you. Aneet can have greatness. Don't make me laugh. Oh sorry, I'm already laughing. Kazuma looked at Aqua's sarcastic look as he had an urge to stab her with the sword directly, but he had no time to waste on this useless goddess because of the mission. Looking at the sword handle, Kazuma spotted a paper before taking it and reading it. The paper had the capabilities of the sword written on it. The sword increases the swordsmanship learning speed and additional ability to increase sharpness and even send wind blades using the user's endurance. Kazuma nodded before throwing the paper away and walking towards a boulder with the sword. Aqua looked at Kazuma while waiting for his failure before she noticed the paper on the ground. Picking up the paper, Aqua saw some words in the back of it as she read it in a loud voice. The sword has the ability to become sharp and generate wind blades that cut even boulders with the power of unholy screeching, and remember that Annihilation Maker products are the world's finest. Huh. Kazuma was facing the boulder as he held the sword and put an attacking stance. Even if he never used a sword, Kazuma somehow understood how to attack using a sword in the correct posture before he took a deep breath and activated the sword's ability. A white light shined on the sword before some wind appeared around him as Kazuma swung it, but at this moment something happened that almost made him drop the sword to the ground. WWRRRYYYYYYYY. With a sound that put chills down Kazuma's spine, a wind blade shot from the sword and cut the boulder cleanly into two, but Kazuma dropped the sword instantly from his hands. Kazuma stared silently towards the sword before he turns towards Aqua and said, Aqua, put a purification spell on this sword because I think it's possessed by a bisexual vampire that can stop time. Huh? What do you mean by a vampire? And how did you even get that sword? I feel a god breath from it. Did you steal the cheat of another person? Aqua looked at Kazuma with suspicious but he didn't care about her more than the fact of the scary screeches and the asshole Leo that put them. If you don't want to spend another day in the stables then you better help me getting hang on this sword you shitty goddess. Kazuma gave Aqua a sarcastic gaze which made her instantly forget about the god topic before she said, you shit Neet actually dare to call the goddess by that name. Oh. If you think you're a true goddess, then show me your abilities, or you're like yesterday as nobody believed in your identity. Kazuma pointed at Aqua that was very angry about these words before she said, you want to see a goddess then I'll show you a true goddess powers. Then Aqua put a lot of buffs on Kazuma but she didn't see the plan was successful expression on his face right now, all according to the plan. WRRRYYYY. The sword was releasing a quiet WRYY as Kazuma picked up the sword and looked at it. Cursing Leo a few times in his heart, Kazuma rushed towards another boulder to test his limit while these buffs still working. In the DXD world, Leo didn't know what happens to Kazuma because he's too busy merging the boosted gear with his left arm. The process was painful, like the whole arm is burning at a very high temperature, but Leo didn't even groan about it. The pain Leo faced when fusing with gold experience is beyond this tiny pain. Leo doesn't think he'll face greater pain than that one, and if there's greater one, then he'll avoid it. Done. Completely stable, Leo looked at his left hand where the boosted gear is now as he felt his hand completely normal before he said, now I only needs to adapt the boosted gear before I can summon it and use it. Drake will probably also be awakened at that time. Leo nodded before he looked at the time in the chat room screen. There was 7 minutes before the task start. Leo wasn't that worried about Drake knowing he switched host because even if wanted to do something, the Annihilation Maker isn't for decoration to let him do what he likes. After finishing all his preparations, Leo used Yamato to teleport to his secured place in the park before logging into the chat room. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Neet Princess is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, it seems that everyone is in here, but first, Kazuma, how did you find your weapon? Advocate of gender equality, great, 10/10 guaranteed to give me nightmares at night. You could even say it shacked my whole world. Annihilation Maker, admin, I told you my products are the world finest. Advocate of gender equality, oh, you really did, and I felt it with all the chills I got. Annihilation Maker, admin, good for you, and I assume that you and NEET told everyone about the world. NEET Princess, I did, but I'll be more grateful if you don't order me the next time. Annihilation Maker, admin, no promises. NEET Princess. The strongest men in the world, I never thought that there'll be other people like celestial dragons in another world, and I'll meet them soon. Whitebeard looked at the screen in silence. Celestial dragons are the nobles of One Piece world, which are bunches of scums that do everything they like just because they have the world government protection, but unlike these here, those in Akame ga Kill doesn't have that strong protection. Whitebeard knows the world can't be fair and there'll always be the darkness going around, but as a man with a family he can feel the pain of those poor civilians that been tortured in that empire, so like he did when he freed the Fisherman Island from slavery. He'll do the same with this empire and show the world the name of Whitebeard. A hero for fun, when will this mission start? Just a few words that seem to be normal, but Leo felt the weight they carry and the anger behind them. Saitama now is angry, which something that usually doesn't happen. Saitama after all this time still remembers the day that flame ignited in his soul as he decided to be a hero, even if it only for fun, but that fun was more serious than most the heroes out there. This is Saitama that didn't want anything for becoming a hero, but he only held the thought of, if the heroes run and hide, who will stay and fight? For this Saitama is angry with these nobles for the torture and all the inhuman acts and not deaths, because he knows there's a lot of people dying every day and he isn't a god to stop it. Even if his emotions almost vanished and he lost a lot as a human being after getting this power, but Saitama is still the hero he made himself as, just an average hero standing up when everyone needs him. Leo looked at the two messages, as he understood the thoughts of these two guys before he sighs and said, it seems there is no stopping for these 2 foot. Well, I guess it not bad to destroy that empire, but I need to consider that system user. Leo looked at the messages stopping before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, I know what you two feels, but let's meet first before we decide actions. And Bree, after you learned about this ink dark world, what your thoughts? Bree, Leo, does this world really exist? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, it does, and this isn't the only one like this. Bree, I see. I'm coming and I choose to help them. Annihilation Maker, admin, Bree, you should understand, we aren't going there with a total, the hero will save the day thing. We can't save everyone even if you wanted to. Bree, you should understand that. Bree, I know that. Misaka in her room lowered her head down as she looked confused and angry. She never thought there will be a world like that, and if Kazuma's and Kagaya's description is correct, then she feels like throwing up, but she didn't and looked at the screen seriously. Bree, I don't understand, I really don't understand the way you guys think. Why can you keep calm and think normally in these situations? Why the strongest can understand you guys from the first meeting? Why the hero, even if he is something like a hero, can keep calm and think about this normally even if people's lives are in danger? Why advocate can focus on the goal even if he knows this before us all? Why can NEET blend in this chat room even if she arrived at the last second? Bree, I honestly don't understand why, but if I can't understand the reason, then teach me why. If you keep telling me my world is dangerous and I need to prepare for it with your words and hints, then teach me how. Leo stood in his place speechless as he looked at Misaka messages before he sighs. It seems this had a bigger impact on her than I imagined, even her tsundere side was forgotten by her now. Leo understood these are Misaka's true thoughts that she kept inside of her. From her words, Leo noticed she kinda doesn't feel comfortable in the chat room, but what surprised him is the fact she understood the meanings for his words. I can't underestimate the railgun, huh? Leo smiled slightly before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, Mikoto. Those things can't be really taught because you need to understand them yourself, but I don't mind giving you a tip or two. Bree, why are you bringing my name again? Annihilation Maker, admin, because I'm officially calling you Mikoto from now on. Bree, what? The strongest men in the world, gu ha ha ha. Well said, little girl, but like Leo Kid said, these things need to be learned by yourself and there's nothing we can do but guiding you slightly. A hero for fun, fight in their thumbup.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, actually, you still have more feeling in this than me who still consider it an RPG game. NEET Princess, is this a part of the character development? But don't think I'll not tell her about you trying to calm her there, Leo. Bree, huh? Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't know what you're talking about. NEET Princess, if you didn't notice. Making you embarrassed is a very quick of calming you down, and this guy is using it correctly. Do you think you can hide it from this strong princess? Misaka looked at the screen without blinking for a while before she lowered her head and said one word, idiot. Now Misaka has two thoughts in her head, and they're thanking Leo and thundering him at the same time, which is quite the contradiction. Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't really know what you are talking about, but it seems you think too highly of yourself, old hag. Neet princess, oh. Why shouldn't I think like this? This princess doesn't think you can even do a thing for her. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, really? Then our strong princess isn't afraid to say these words out loud. Yukari Yakumo is an old hag which her age is 1,000 of times the history of Jinsokyo itself. Neet princess, do you think this princess is scared of that yokai? Advocate of gender equality, oh my god. That is hell you're walking into. Kaguya was angry and didn't care about Kazuma words. She heard about Yukari Yakumo the gap yokai, but she doesn't think the earth people can pose a threat to them from the moon. Yukari Yakumo is an old hag which her age is thou. Before Kaguya finished the words, a black crack filled with eyeballs appeared in the space before a hand appeared, and slammed Kaguya head into the keyboard and started to drag it. Neet princess, Chfyup jazz otas jazz ksaj doas jasm dljdqm dlqjd. Annihilation Maker, admin, she probably got her face slammed into the keyboard. Advocate of gender equality, well, I warned her. After a while, the hand released Kaguya's head and disappear with the crack before Kaguya stood up and looked angrily at the chat. Neet princess, damn you, Leo. Just wait until this task start. Leo ignored Kaguya as he looked at the time. It was only 10 seconds before the task start. Well, let's do this. I guess. Leo smiled as the world around him stopped moving, as he disappeared silently from this world, and so did all the chat members. Chapter 13, Members Meeting. Once upon a time in a certain world filled with bloodthirsty monsters called danger beasts, there was an empire. The empire wasn't big or had a lot of territory at first, but it has limitless resources and some of the best minds in the world. The first emperor of this empire watched his empire grow slowly step by step until what it became today, but as any ruler or a king, he wasn't satisfied and wanted his empire to last forever, but he didn't have enough power to do so. After realizing this fact and some consultations with his ministers, the first emperor ordered the creation of Taigu. Taigu are mysterious and extremely powerful relics. They are rare, and only the strongest of warriors are able to wield them. Some have the appearance of equipment or weapons, while others seem to be living creatures. It is implied that a form of magic was used to create them. There are only 48 Taigu exist, and each of them has different powers according to the materials and the raw danger beast part used in making them. These weapons greatly increase the power of the empire's military, and it is heavily implied that their introduction resulted in a great surge of imperial expansionism. After the empire grew into the biggest nation in the whole world in several hundred years, a huge civil war happened in the empire which leads to the loss of almost half of the Taigu. 400 years before the current time, the emperor of that era decided to create his own Taigu. The weapons that were produced from this effort, however, were in no way a match for the Taigu and came to be called Shingu instead. The Shingu were then sealed away and little were known about them. Now, in the current time, the empire is facing decline. This is largely due to the ascension of the current prime minister, who cares only for his own pleasure. His time has been marked by an increase in government corruption, an economic recession, eroding public order, rampant poverty, and great dissatisfaction amongst the people. The consequences of these activities lead to the rise of a lot of defections from the imperial military, including several generals, and this has led to the birth of the Revolutionary Army, a group dedicated to the empire's total overthrow. The empire work with the system of the word of the emperors is the law, but the current emperor is just a kid, and having assumed the throne at a rather young age, he is more of a figurehead than a true ruler. Because of this, many of his officials are doing as they please, including the newest prime minister. Because of the corruption, a lot of the villages and towns suffer from heavy taxation and many have been unable to buy enough food, which leads them to send their young ones to work in the empire, but that usually ends up with death or even worse fate. In the capital, there have been a lot of arrests, torture, and public execution of the prime minister. Politic enemies isn't uncommon, so an atmosphere of fear is always around the empire. All these conditions lead to slavery to become common in the empire, and especially because of the poverty, there have been many parents that have sold their children into slavery for money or a better life. This situation leads to the rapid rise of the Revolutionary Army, which is preparing to overthrow the empire with a special team of assassination night raid. But this world that has been pushed to the edge has stopped suddenly. All people or danger beasts, even the universe, stood still. It was like the time stopped completely, but that went away instantly as the world resumed his movement with nothing changing except 6 new people arrived into this world. In a forest 50 kilometers away from the capital, 6 different people suddenly appeared. They were 4 men and 2 women, but each of them can be called kinda unique for this world. In the front, there was an abnormally large man, with a height of 666 centimeters, however, he was well proportioned. He had a long face and a wild crescent mustache. Because of the advanced age, he had many wrinkles around his eyes. But the man was smiling while holding a large naginata. This is Whitebeard. To his left, there was a teenager with brown hair and green eyes. He was wearing a green tracksuit while holding a sword in his hand, but he didn't seem to be comfortable with that sword. This is Kazuma. In the back of the group, there was a teenager with black hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a rather fancy school uniform with black frame glasses on his face, and black headphones with blue lines on his neck. But what was weird is the katana tied to his side with a black string, and a brown creature with a small white wing sleeping on top of his head. This is Leo. Next to Leo, there was a girl that has chestnut hair and a small hair clip. She wears a school uniform, sporting white loose socks, and brown loafers with a light brown vest sweater over a white blouse and a gray skirt. But she was holding a traveling bag in her hand. This is Misaka. Far to the left, there was an ordinary-looking bald man wearing a yellow one-piece jumpsuit with a white cape on his back, and red gloves in his hand. This is Saitama. The last one was a girl with long black hair and brown eyes, wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But the weird thing is, she was floating. This is Kagaya. After observing the place for a while, all of them turned to look at each other in silence. Awkward silence. A long silence filled the place as everyone was looking at each other before Kazuma, that was sweating from the atmosphere, decided to break the silence. Hello, I'm Kazuma Satu. Misaka Mikoto, nice to meet you. Misaka saw Kazuma introducing himself, so she did the same before she stared at Leo. Leo Arisaltek. Leo introduced himself calmly while looking at Misaka, Kazuma, and Kagaya that were giving him a death stare. Shit. Maybe I should use the Joestar technique and run the fuck away from here. First, make it legit. Leo was having a conflict inside of his mind as Venom made a star mark on his left shoulder to make this extra legit. Saitama introduced himself simply without caring about anyone in this place, even Whitebeard that was staring at him. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard said his name, but his eyes were still looking at Saitama without blinking. It was like he was seeing something, but at the same time nothing. Kagaya Horizon. Kagaya introduced herself before floating away, and so did Kazuma with moving backward because shit is about to go down. Lightning sound. Misaka was having electricity flashing all around her as she was walking step by step towards Leo before she said, "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this?" "It has been 3 days, so it wasn't that much," Leo answered calmly, as he was watching Misaka, eyes burning with anger. Funny as always. Misaka electricity increased as she raised her hand and said, "But this won't save you now. Fight me, you bastard." Misaka screamed as she launched a large lighting towards Leo. But she was surprised because he wasn't there anymore. Misaka turned her head to the left to see Leo standing there with a bored face while wiping his glasses. "You. Are you making fun of me?" With every word, Misaka's anger increased, but Leo looked at her calmly before he said, "Oh, you figured out. As I expect from a level 5, you're very smart. Eat this." Misaka screamed as she launched a couple of lightning towards Leo, but he kept teleporting around, like he doesn't care at all. While Leo was teleporting, something was happening with Whitebeard and Saitama. Whitebeard and Saitama were staring at each other in silence, but the atmosphere was very intense. Saitama didn't seem to care that much while Whitebeard was gripping his naginata tightly before he loosens his grip slightly. In my whole life I never thought I'll regret being in this condition and age like this now. Whitebeard looked seriously at Saitama before he said, "I lost. Totally lost." In this short period, Whitebeard simulated the fight with Saitama in his head countless times, but no matter where he strikes, or what technique he uses, or even if used his devil fruit to its maximum power, Whitebeard didn't even see one chance of him winning, and all the fights will end with a punch destroying everything. But is he scared? Of course not. He's Whitebeard. Even if the opponent was this absolutely powerful guy, he'll not hesitate and will go to fight him with a smile, but he regrets it now. His age and condition doesn't allow him to use his full power, and Whitebeard think it a disgrace if he faced an opponent like this in his condition. "Saitama, was it? You win this time, but..." Whitebeard smiled as he hit the ground with his naginata before he said, "Even if I admit your power is above me, I'll face you in a battle with all I got after my health recover. This is my word as Whitebeard." Saitama looked at Whitebeard burning with fighting spirit after those inspiring words before he said the best answer he could say for this spirit. "Okay." Back to Leo as he was still dodging Misaka lightning, but he started to feel annoyed by this before he said, "When you'll stop this?" "Obviously, when I win." Misaka put her hand towards the ground as she used magnetism to pull the iron sand before she looked at Leo and said, "Stop running and fight me seriously." "Seriously, huh?" Leo looked at Misaka forming an iron sand sword before sighing and said, "Then show me what you got." Lightning shot from Misaka's hands towards Leo, but he did nothing except pushing Yamato from his scabbard slightly with his thumb. A dark blue space distortion appeared in front of Leo before it destroyed the lightning by force. Misaka was surprised by this scene, but Leo didn't give her a time to respond as he hit the ground with his foot. 3 golden light trails appeared from Leo's foot as they reached Misaka instantly before they became black. 3 dark pillars appeared around Misaka, but what surprised her that those pillars absorbed all her electricity. Even the iron sand sword in her hand was destroyed. What? Misaka tried to generate more lightning, but all of them were absorbed by the pillars. Misaka understood instantly that these pillars were the problem, so she wanted to retreat, but a blue light flashed with a few dark blue glowing butterflies stopped her. Leo teleported in front of Misaka before he raised Yamato in his scabbard and struck her, but he stopped because of the scene in front of him. Misaka raised her hands in an attempt to defend herself, but it was more like a scared move as she had tears in her eyes. Leo stood there speechless before he felt a burning gaze in his back, so he turned around to see Kazuma and Kaguya looking at him with contempt. What the hell? She started it. And where is your gender equality? Leo sent a message with his eyes, which Kazuma understood it before he returned a message. There is a line between bullying a little girl and gender equality. Leo sighed before he looked at the scared Misaka and said, next time during a battle, never leave yourself this open and hope the enemy will not attack. If you find your enemy stop your ability, don't panic and think carefully. These pillars will only absorb the extra current by you, but you felt they absorbed it completely and let go of your defense. Leo stared to give Misaka advice about her combat style before she raised her head in confusion. And if the enemy got closer to you, try to do something like a discharge move to make him retreat, got it? Misaka nodded subconsciously, but she recovered instantly as her face was bright red. Don't screw with me. Fight me seriously. Misaka started to generate electricity again as Leo sighed before he said, I really can't take you seriously if you were shaking from fear. I wasn't afraid. Misaka tried to cover her acts, but Leo didn't believe it as he gave her, oh, really, look, which made her angrier, but at this moment she stopped because of a sound. Woo, a small voice was heard from Leo's head as Misaka looked to see Kirabo waking up while wiping his eyes. Leo looked at Misaka that stopped moving before he took a step left. Misaka's eyes followed Leo, so he took one step right, but she didn't move her sight. Leo took Kirabo from his head and started to move it in front of Misaka that kept looking at him no matter where he moves it. Leo sighed again, but at this moment he threw Kirabo to Misaka before he looked back. Leo's spider sense activated, so he covered his arm in ki and used venom to transform it into a giant dark arm before he punches instantly. Boom. A shock wave hit the surroundings as it sent Misaka flying, but she recovered using magnetism with the ground to land. Leo was putting on a punching pose while his legs are planted in the ground as he felt his whole arm numb. Whitebeard was putting on the same pose, but he was much more relaxed than Leo. Is this all you got? This is very disappointing, kid. Whitebeard pushed his fist to the front quickly, as he sends Leo dragging his feet to at least 15 meters. Leo looked at Whitebeard with a calm gaze while he felt his arm almost got broken from the clash, but he didn't feel fear or hesitation now. Honestly, Leo expected he'll face Whitebeard one day, but not only after 3 days. However, he isn't afraid or even says he's a little excited to fight him. Things are getting messy. Kazuma looked at this group of shenanigans while he felt a headache, but suddenly a hand was on his shoulder as he heard a very cold voice. Oh. It seems you forgot something. Kazuma turned to see Kaguya looking at him with a smile before she said, old woman and bitch. This is what you called me before, right? Sweat started to drop from Kazuma's head, but before he said anything he felt the whole world was rotating. Leo raised his defense, preparing for Whitebeard's next attack, but Whitebeard only looked at him once before ignoring him and sitting next to a tree. Leo felt something was burning inside of him, suddenly extinguished as he felt empty from the inside before he felt a hand on his should. Saitama patted Leo's shoulder slightly before he said, that was your fighting spirit. I have been there. That doesn't make me feel better. Leo stood there while Saitama nodded because he understands this feeling after he lost motivation in fighting. But suddenly they heard a scream. Kazuma. Leo looked to see Kazuma tied with a rope and hanged on a tree with a duct tape on his mouth while Kaguya was smiling towards Leo. I have now taken care of one. Kaguya looked carefree towards Leo as she said, but I don't think he matters. Kaguya looked at Leo with a smile while pointing with her finger, you're next, Leo. Leo looked at Kaguya with a cold gaze as he clenched his fist and walked towards her before he said, you old hag. Kaguya. Kaguya opened her arms before she said, oh. You're approaching me. Instead of running away, you're coming right at me. Even though your friend, Kazuma, tried to warn you with his scream. Like a hopeless guy left with only bad choices, but he needs to hurry up and choose or he'll lose more. I can't show you how much you need to stop this stupid joke without getting closer. Leo walked closer to Kaguya. Oh ho. Then come as close as you like. Kaguya floated towards Leo at this moment. Both of them were getting closer to each other. Kaguya wanted to say something, but she stopped after she saw gold experience behind Leo. Awkward silence. Leo and Kaguya stared at each other, but compared to Kaguya's puzzled gaze, Leo was looking at her with contempt. What a faker. Dare to enter a stand battle without a stand. Shame on you. Leo looked at Kaguya with contempt as she took a deep breath to calm herself before she looked at Leo while opening her arms. Leo quickly pulled Yamato, as a blue space distortion engulfed him before Kaguya said, the world. Everything in Kaguya vision stopped, even the chat members, before she said, no matter what you try. It'll become pointless against the eternity. This is Kagaya ability, the eternity and the moment. The moment is that little instantaneous which no one knows how many of them can be, and Kagaya can just gather them together to spend time different from others. Her ability is more like controlling complete stop which is eternity and extreme speed which is a moment. This allows her to do things like controlling time easily. Kagaya raised her head proudly, but the next scene stopped her as he opened her mouth from the shock. Leo was standing normally in a blue space distortion, as he was looking at Kagaya having her proud moment calmly without being affected by her ability. Kagaya woke up from the shock before she observed Leo quickly and understood the principles of this bullshit she's seeing: separation of space. You actually separated this piece of space from the cause and effect of my ability. Kagaya now is really surprised by this maneuver. She saw some people been safe from her ability, but she never saw a simple yet effective way to stop her. But she doesn't understand how he can have enough energy to maintain this form. Looking under Leo, Kagaya saw the gold light rushing from it towards his body before she said, "Gold experience. What is this? Did you make a cheap version of GER, Gold Experience Requiem, from Yamato and the normal Gold Experience? Wow, you're really into that villain role, you even explained my abilities out loud." Leo had a deadpan face while looking at Kagaya talking to herself. Oh. But. Kagaya put her sleeve in front of her mouth before she said, "How long can you continue, because unlike you, I'm eternal." Kagaya and Leo stood there in silence looking at each other in this eternal timeline, but Kagaya's next words made a vein appear on Leo's head from anger. 1 second has passed. 2 seconds have passed. Hey. You know we're talking for almost 3 minutes before. Leo sighed because Kagaya didn't stop before he said, "Okay, stop this, what do you really want?" 4 second, HM. Was it obvious? Kagaya looked at Leo nodding before she said, "I was going to put you with your friend, but I found something interesting." Kagaya looked at Leo's left arm like she was able to see something before she said, "Dragon. Did you steal the boosted gear? I guess you have your answer." Leo didn't care about Kagaya's gaze before she said, "What a plot destroyer. But why did you do it? Your Annihilation Maker should be able to create a power like the boosted gear, so why did you put yourself in this position?" Kagaya didn't understand why Leo did this. After all those conversations, Leo didn't seem the type of showing off that tries to bring attention for himself, especially if the boosted gear will make him rival a Valley and a target because of having 2 Longinus. Leo understood Kagaya's words before he smiled and said, "I thought you're much smarter than this, Kagaya. I never said I want the boosted gear. I just wanted a dragon." Leo's words startled Kagaya, as she understood the meaning behind those words before she said, "This is a little surprising. Isn't it? After some time, I realized that my Longinus is different from the normal one." Leo looked at the blue space distortion before he said, "But that difference gave me infinite possibilities even without balance breaker. Here an example." Leo raised his hand before some blue space distortion, golden key, and a red aura appeared on before mixing up. In Kagaya's shocked eyes, a white-pink orb appeared, but that wasn't what shocked her. Life, water, space, dragon, and God, these are the things Kagaya felt from that orb. But the most ridiculous that when the orb started beating, the space became a little stronger. Kagaya even felt she is using more energy to maintain her ability now because time and space always follow each other. I only need a dragon mostly for reference. And what better than the Red Dragon Emperor? Leo nodded with satisfaction for the first dragon he's making now before putting him inside his soul. This beast is a dragon made from space power, key in the form of water and life, drag dragon breath, and some god concept that exists in both Longinus. Leo always felt his Longinus is different from the usual one, and his idea was confirmed after he arrived here. This world key is weaker, but also different from DXD1. Other chat members also have key, but each one of them is different from the other, which made Leo know why the chat room changed his Annihilation Maker and make the limit of energy and knowledge. This made Leo realize that each world ability is different, but he was still able to make Yamato and other beasts based on different worlds, which made him know that his Longinus has changed and got infinite possibilities. I see. But why are you telling me this? Kagaya tilted her head while looking at Leo, but he only smiled and said, "I hate playing around a lot, so if we're going to be a team, we need to learn to trust each other. Nothing more, nothing less, and you should rely less on this ability." Leo pointed with Yamato to the side where Saitama started moving again, but he was somehow slower. He seems to feel this is interesting as he was observing the surrounding. Saitama saw Leo and Kagaya looking at him, so he waved his hand and so did Leo, but Kagaya lowered her hands down like she received a blow. Kagaya took a while to refresh her knowledge about how much broken is Saitama and his limit breaker before she looked toward Leo and said, "Nothing more, nothing less. I finally know what to do." Leo didn't understand Kagaya's words before he felt his vision flashed and the world returned to normal, but he felt something on his forehead. Leo raised Yamato and used him as a mirror before his eyes widened and a dark aura generated from his body. There was a word on his forehead. Sundara. Next time, separate the effect from all parallel timelines if you want to stop me, and don't try to remove the title because it locked in a couple of eternities, which will be removed after a day. Kaguya smiled before flying away because Leo is chasing her now while his eyes are filled with rage. Misaka stood there alone while watching the ridiculous scene in front of her. Kazuma was struggling like a worm while trying to ask for help to be released from the rope. Leo was chasing after Kaguya with a katana as he had all the intent to cut her to pieces while they were teleporting here and there. Whitebeard was just sitting and smiling looking at this farce. Saitama was observing the surroundings and didn't care about anything. When Misaka heard about the mission and the world, she thought this will be serious, or at least they will show some concern. But no, this group of shenanigans will never take something seriously. Misaka started to feel that she's slowly moving back to LVL4 because, after all this time, she still feels she's the only normal and sane person here. Chapter 14, Plans. In a forest far away from the Empire capital, there were 6 people sitting around each other while each of them had a different expression. Whitebeard has a slight smile while looking at this group. This group of shenanigans really reminded him of his sons. Saitama didn't care as always while he's probably thinking about what he should eat. Kaguya was still floating elegantly without any worry, but she had a slight smile while looking at Leo. Misaka was looking angry at Leo and Kiribo on his head because no matter what she did, Kiribo refused her and rushed to Leo. Kazuma was holding his laughter while looking at Leo, or rather his forehead that was covered with a bandana. Now, after you calmed down, we should start, Leo said calmly as he was fixing his glasses. Don't you mean, you calmed down? Kazuma corrected Leo's words as he ignored him, but Kazuma didn't stop. Hey, Leo. Why are you wearing a bandana? Kazuma asked while Leo looked at him quietly for a while before he said, suddenly, I wanted to try something new. A bandana on your forehead? Kazuma pointed towards Leo's forehead as Leo fixed his glasses which flashed with light, and covered his eyes before he said, a very new style. It seems he liked this princess gift so much he didn't want to share it with anyone. Kaguya covered her mouth with her sleeve as she said with a smug face, which made Leo put his hand on Yamato again. Oh, come on, Leo. You shouldn't be so son and be more dear for once, pffffff ha 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 ha. Kazuma started to laugh out loud. Yeah, more dear. Pffff. Kaguya was also laughing at Leo, which made the dark aura on his body appear again. What are you talking about? Misaka asked because she didn't see what was on Leo's forehead. You want to know? Kazuma wanted to speak, but a light flashed in his face and cut a few hairs from his head. Leo put Yamato in his scabbard as he had a calm face. Sorry, my hand slipped. That didn't seem like a hand slip or an apology. Kazuma had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Really? I think my hand is slipping a lot this day. Leo put his hand on Yamato again while Kazuma raised his hands as he surrendered. Why do you always? Misaka clenched her fist again. These guys always exclude her, and she still holds a grudge for that culture thing. Don't worry about it, Mikoto. Just don't get corrupted by these degenerates, Leo comforted Misaka, but that just made her angrier as she blushed. If you're still going to make fun of me, then at least fight me seriously. Small current appeared on Misaka's head, but Leo didn't care before he said, when you take the fight seriously, I'll do take it seriously. Huh? What do you mean? Misaka didn't get those words, but Leo only gave her a stare before he said, you're holding back too much. Nobody will wait for you in a battle, Mikoto. Leo looked at Misaka with a helpless gaze before he said, maybe you don't want to hurt me in that fight, but you need to make up your mind. Misaka was silent for a while before she said, I know. But that doesn't give you the right to call me by my name. But before Misaka got angry again, Leo picked something from his head and put it on her. Misaka's expression went like a storm from all the rage to just a quiet cloud as she felt the small Kiribo on her head. There's a lot to work on. Leo looked at Misaka that went calm instantly before he felt something behind him. Leo looked back to see all the members looking at him with interest, and Kazuma was giving him, you asshole, stare before he clicked his tongue. These guys. Leo's expression darkened before he clenched his fist from anger. What? Do you want to turn too? Leo felt everyone here except Saitama is targeting him. Even Kazuma gave up his gender equality to see him suffer, and now he was probably waiting for another lightning round. I would like to, but I feel this sword will chop off my head and take my body if I do so. Kazuma looked at his sword that was vibrating slightly while saying, WRYYYYY. Saitama looked at Leo calmly with his deadpan face before he raised his fist slowly while nodding at Leo. But Leo shook his head, so he dropped his fist. Psi asterisk, Leo felt today he's very unlucky before he said, anyway, let's talk about this task. Leo's expression turned slightly serious as the atmosphere changed. Honestly, this world doesn't pose a threat to us as long as we are wary of some tricks and weird things. Like a sword that kills with one hit. Taigu, huh? It seems like our devil fruits but weaker and very limited. Whitebeard saw the business started, so he joined the conversation. Yeah. And I'm not talking about these 2-inch. Leo looked at Kaguya and Saitama, they will be more than fine even if they were attacked. Of course, don't compare this princess with you, Kaguya was like always proud, but Leo ignored her directly. Saitama didn't show a reaction because he already knows these things will not pose any threat to him. So this left us with the target. Leo looked towards the group as he said, there is something flashing in the chat now. Everyone looked at the chat room before a message appeared when they logged in. We can't locate the system user location directly because of the interception of the outer god. These crystals will shine when they are close to the system user. You can keep the crystal in the chat room for safe. A small crystal appeared in the hand of everyone as they stared at it slightly before they put them inside the chat room. Now the locating way is available. Can you explain what is a system user? Whitebeard asked the cultured trio, because even if he wants to go there and Gura Gura no Mi all that empire, he still needs to understand the enemy first. Just because Whitebeard is Carfree doesn't mean he's an idiot, or how he did become one of the 4 emperors, and all this age already made him a great leader in both mind and power. Yeah, you never explained what a system user, Misaka said after hugging Kirabo in her arms. A system user, huh? Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, they are not that different from us with this chat room except they variety. They can have a shop or some cheats, so they can scream, I'm so OP, kind of thing. Kazuma gave his understanding, which nobody understood except Leo, Kaguya, and Saitama. They are basically cheaters with a tool that can save them from anything and do everything they like if it was strong enough, Kaguya explained some systems. Then we have a question, which type of system is this? Kazuma asked because honestly, he doesn't want to go against a system that throws bloodlines like rain. Well, here are a few possibilities. Leo controlled the key and wrote 5 possibilities. The first is the strongest while the 5 is the weakest. 5. A non-sentient system with just a basic function of detection and something to grow stronger. 4. A non-sentient system with more functions like a small shop. 3. A non-sentient system with something like a lottery or a very good boost in the strength of its user. 2. A sentient/non-sentient system with a full shop and ability to solve all the problems if the points or whatever they called are enough. 1. A total sentient system, probably even a female which will become a waifu. A full shop with nothing missing from all the multiverse and OP lottery. And the user is probably Shinchia guy. Everyone looked at the 5 possibilities while each one of them had different expressions. Kazuma and Kaguya nodded because these are facts. Whitebeard didn't quite understand most the things written, expect it powerful. Saitama understood these words, so he thought it'll be a challenge if it the first and the second possibility. Misaka looked at all the possibilities before she stopped at the first one and looked at Leo. What? Leo understood Misaka's gaze, so he said, I'm not being racist, but these are straight facts which can't be denied. Yeah, it's the truth. Kazuma stood up before he put a pose and said, today the heaven and earth shall feel my wrath. I'll kill your 18 generations to satisfy this flame of revenge in my heart with my sword that shall split the heavens/realms. Balabalable. Basically this is it. Clap clap asterisk clap asterisk clap asterisk. Leo and Kaguya were clapping as Kazuma bent over and said thank you. Asterisk sigh asterisk, even if you want to speak these puzzling things, can't you speak normally? Misaka was already desperate by these 3. Normally? Sure. Leo stood up and said, why is it called a building when it's already built? Miska stopped in her place, but it wasn't the end as Kazuma looked at her and said, why are apartments called apartments if they're not apart? Misaka felt her calculation can't keep up with these bastards, but Kaguya gave her a sweet smile, yet it seemed very devilish for Misaka. If you drop the soap to the ground. Kaguya tilted her head before she said, is the ground clean or the soap is dirty? Misaka.exe stopped working. Misaka is really feeling that at the end of this task she'll become an LVL4, so she chooses to ignore these guys and hug Kirabo. So our course of action is gathering information first. Leo nodded before he looked at the group. Do anyone wants to do something else? Yeah, I do. Kazuma raised his hand and so did Kaguya, but Leo felt something fishy. Kazuma had a face full of sunshine and justice as he was raising his hand, which made Leo said, no, you don't. Leo. Kazuma looked at Leo as flames were shining in his eyes before saying, you're trying to stop forces you can't withstand. No, you'll not go for the protagonist or the girls with him. Leo understood this guy's thoughts instantly. But Leo, how can your heart let innocent girls die? Kazuma closed his eyes before he opened them and said, if we are going to destroy this empire we need to save them too. Innocent girls? How can we let them die? Misaka looked shocked, but Leo stayed calm and said to Kazuma, try again, speak your true thoughts. I want to save them, so they can fall in love with me, and I can get a very beautiful girlfriend or two. Maybe 3-inch. Kazuma didn't even change his face with these words while Misaka looked at him with disgust. It seems you still didn't lose your quality as a cultured man, but I'll not help you with that. And you, Leo turned to look at Kaguya, I don't know what you're planning, but it'll probably end with a disaster. Oh. I didn't know you know me this much, Leo. Kaguya hid her face with her sleeve like she seemed to be embarrassed. Leo looked at her silently before he said, Yukari Yukumo is behind you. Where? Kaguya looked back very fast, but she only greeted with Saitama deadpan face before she looked at Leo's smug smile. Good one, very good one. Kaguya seemed to mark things for a bigger revenge, but Leo didn't care. Sigh you're no fun. Kazuma sighed before he took a card and said, I'll try if this world monsters can make me level up. Leo raised his eyebrow at Kazuma's words because he also thinks this idea is feasible but it needs verification. Not a bad idea, Kazuma. I know because it was my idea, Kazuma was proud while Leo's eyebrow dropped down as he said, don't push it. And I want to see if I can learn power from your worlds. Kazuma looked at everyone while they also looked at him. Learn something from me. Leo looked at Kazuma before he said, I can only teach you ki, but your ki is very different from mine and you don't want to turn into a mummy by accident, right? You don't have talent. Kaguya dropped the bomb directly at Kazuma. Saitama looked quietly at Kazuma before he said, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers running. Is he serious? Kazuma asked Leo, which gave him a gaze and said, he's the strongest person here so should follow what he said. Seriously? I need to start then. Kazuma was preparing his training while Leo was trying to suppress his laughter and Kaguya gave him a thump up. Teach you, huh? Whitebeard stared at Kazuma before he said, hockey might be a good choice but you're physically weak. Don't worry, maybe it'll appear on my card if you explained it in a very detailed way. Whitebeard looked at Kazuma eager look before he closed his eyes for a while. Whitebeard opened his eyes and said the way of hockey training, but before he said the third phrase a holographic screen appeared in front of everyone. If you want to learn the ability called hockey from the World One Piece, please buy a One Piece World Powers compatibility card after the store opens or let a member send it to you after the function open. I thought so. Leo sighed as he watched the screen before he said, every world is different in its powers. This made Leo confirm that his Longinus changed by this chat room. Kazuma was disappointed, but he recovered very quickly. Well, I guess this is it. Leo stood up before walking forward and said, let's go. Where? Misaka saw Leo and the others leaving, so she stood up but Leo didn't turn back as he said, to make a base. We can't find the system user in a single day. Oh. Misaka walked with the group as she was observing all of them. Even if they seem to be completely chaotic, but these guys can be very reliable. Misaka smiled slightly as she thought this might be not bad, but the next conversation stopped her. After we find the system user. Do you want to do it quietly or mayhem? Leo walked forward before he pushed his glasses and said, I choose mayhem. Of course, it mayhem, Kazuma answered like it was obvious. Mayhem, Saitama answered with a deadpan face. Mayhem, Whitebeard answered like it's the normal thing to do. This princess chooses the quick and easy way which is mayhem, Kaguya floated while answering. I give up. Misaka hugged Kurobo and followed the group while feeling helpless. The Empire was having its usual day without knowing it been targeted by a bunch of very dangerous guys that doesn't know limits. Chapter 15, Base. In the forest filled with danger beasts, there was a group walking slowly. Monsters. Whitebeard was listening to Saitama explaining his world briefly. They seem like Sea King in my world but they are much stronger than those fishes. Whitebeard didn't take those Sea King into consideration but Saitama world monsters seemed like a better challenge. Strong. They always die after one punch. Saitama didn't change his expression before he said, fishes. Are they edible? Yeah, they edible and the best of dishes are made by their meat. Whitebeard looked at the deadpan Saitama become interested in the topic before he said, you call yourself a hero, but are there other heroes? Or someone as strong as you? Whitebeard was interested in this topic, even if he saw Saitama someone bored and looking for a challenge. Saitama looked at Whitebeard but he had to raise his head because of how tall is Whitebeard before he said, someone as strong as me. I never saw someone as strong as me, be it humans or monsters, but heroes. Saitama's expression changed slightly. Yeah. The people like to follow each other, be it for admiration or other purposes. But there will always be people passing the torch. Like our pirates, Whitebeard looked at Saitama but he noticed that his expression was stiff. If that was true. Saitama had a slightly shocked expression before he said, this is the reason nobody recognized my achievement until now. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before he said, recognition. You don't seem to be the person who does things for fame. Saitama shook his head before he said, I didn't do it for anyone to admire me or fans but it would be nice if someone noticed what I've been doing. Notice what you were doing. Whitebeard looked at Saitama seriously before he said, even if say that, I don't think this is what you really want. With those words, Whitebeard walked forward while leaving Saitama walking slowly as he was thinking slightly about those last words. A city with its technology which said to be 30 years ahead of the world. Kazuma was walking with his hands behind his head while listening to Misaka's description about the Academy City before he said, and its scientists were able to make humans have physic powers. Yes, this is the start of us espers, and the Academy City is made from 23 districts which include all schools from kindergarten to university. Misaka hugged Kurobo, but she always felt she forget about something before she said, there is only 7 level 5. The more he listened the more Kazuma felt this is suspicious, as all his knowledge about games and animes were screaming at him about this conspiracy. This is suspicious, very suspicious. How can someone able to create superpowers just from pure science and make them this strong? From her description, the Academy City isn't that much of a sci-fi city, but they are able to do it. Kazuma's thoughts were racing until he remembered something. Leo said something about angels. No way, Kazuma had a shocked expression. If there are angels, there has to be magic or something similar, so it means there is someone behind the city and most likely a mage, which he used his magic to make those espers by science. Kazuma was only having theories, but he didn't know he almost figured out Misaka world plot. However, what is going on with those two? Kazuma had a scared expression while looking at the front. Leo and Kagaya were in the front, but the atmosphere wasn't right. Both of them were walking and floating normally, but Kazuma can swear he's seeing a dark aura around them. Scary. Super scary. What the hell is wrong with these two? Aren't Leo supposed to space and Kagaya time? Can't they just get along? Kazuma was panicking in the inside while looking at the two in the front. Oh. What do you mean by that? Leo was walking normally, but his aura said otherwise, as he looked at Kagaya. Exactly what you heard, Kagaya floated carefree before she said, with this personality of yours. You'll never get a girlfriend, much less a lover. Huh? Are you stupid? Oh, you are stupid. Leo didn't care about Kagaya's angry expression before he said, but. Joke's on you, I'll go and learn from the Great Saint after this task is over. Great Saint? Kagaya saw Leo looking at Misaka in the back before she said, no. Really? The Great Saint of our gender quality, the one with the power of, I punch her, and she falls for me, the imagined breaker himself, Toma Kamiju. Leo had a serious look on his face while clenching his fist. Kagaya looked at Leo with a speechless expression, but before she said anything Leo said, we have arrived. Everyone stopped as they saw an empty spot in the forest filled with rocks next to a mountainside. What do you mean? This place is empty. Kazuma looked at the rocks as had an exaggerated expression on his face. Camping. Misaka tilted her head when she saw the empty spot, but she always felt she had forgotten something important. I have seen worse in my life. Whitebeard didn't care about sleeping on rocks. Saitama felt his luck is going down after destroying his apartment and the talk with Whitebeard. Nope, it in the front. Leo jumped on one of the rocks before he turned towards Kagaya and offered her a hand to help her. Oh. Did you finally realize how wrong your ways are? Kagaya was proud as he reached for Leo before she said, well, this princess doesn't mind your help if you listen to her. Misaka felt something weird is going on and so did Kazuma, but he seems to count something. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow when he saw Leo's expressionless face while Saitama is still thinking about his sleeping place. Kagaya put her hand on Leo's hand before a moment of silence happened. Kagaya looked at Leo in confusion because he didn't help her before she felt something like an electric shock hit her body. Kayawiya. Leo looked at Kagaya Kami, as he was absorbing her ki in a very fast speed. White aura was being absorbed from Kagaya's arm and rushed towards Leo as it created wind flow because apparently Kagaya has infinite ki. Kaya. Kagaya wanted to activate her ability, but Leo increased the absorption as she almost fell to the ground and all her face is red now. Leo's shadow started stretching in a very fast manner as it engulfed all the large empty spot in this place before gold experience appeared and punched the ground useless. The ground with all the rocks turned golden at a very fast speed as they mixed with Leo's shadow. After a few seconds, a mansion started to rise from the ground. After a while, the mansion appeared completely, as Leo let go of Kagaya, which made her fall to the ground with all her face red and she was breathing heavily. This is quite surprising. Leo waved his hand slightly before he said to Kagaya, it seems we really make a good team. Leo pushed his glasses as gold experience was behind him. It was almost like he did a pose which made the already angry Kagaya almost explode from rage. Kazuma saw this set of maneuvers as he felt he was enlightened, which made him want to learn an ability to absorb energy like Leo to use it for totally noble purposes. Misaka was already getting used to these guys' actions, so she didn't care that much as she cared about the large mansion. Saitama felt his sleep was secured for today while looking at the large mansion. Whitebeard was a little surprised by Leo's power, but he recovered immediately as he saw weirder in his world. Kagaya recovered immediately because of her immortality before she stood up and looked at Leo like she going to launch a full barrage at him, but she stopped. Very good job. Kagaya smiled sweetly while looking at the mansion, but Leo was feeling something wrong. Watch your back. Kagaya smiled more sweetly as she said very cold words before floating towards the mansion. Leo watched Kagaya leaving before he put his hand on his chest and felt his dragon was in 1% progress. I think I need to create this beast faster. Suddenly, Leo felt a hand on his shoulder before he turns around and saw Kazuma looking at him with a face filled with determination. Leo, no. Master. Please, teach me your ways of energy absorption. Leo looked at Kazuma quietly before he said, learn steel before you talk to me. Leo walked inside the mansion following Saitama, Misaka, and Whitebeard before Kazuma recovered from Leo's words and followed them. After everyone entered the mansion started to blend in with the colors of the surroundings, as it disappeared from the sights. Wow, did you make all of this in few seconds? Kazuma watched the mansion from inside as it seemed to have everything from rooms, baths, kitchen, training grounds, etc. The mansion had everything, even water and electricity were available. The whole mansion is a beast created with a connection with the underground water and a lake 2 kilometers from here. As for the electricity, it was generated by this beast eating water or absorbing ki from the surrounding. Leo even made sure the doors and the ceiling are big so they can fit Whitebeard. Leo doesn't know how that works, but he left that for the huge amount of pure ki he got from Kagaya to make it like this. It is like you see it, Leo answered briefly while Kazuma was cursing this OP power. AH. Suddenly Misaka screamed, as she remembered what she forgot. What happened? Kazuma asked as everyone was looking at Misaka. My bag. Misaka fell to her knees while her expression almost turns gray. My clothes and stuff. Misaka remembered she lost her bag after all those fights, and because the conversations hurt her brain made her forget about it completely. My Gakota. All my Gakota that I brought. Misaka felt she was going to cry, but she heard Kazuma say, clothes. You brought clothes? Of course, I brought clothes. I mean, what about you? Misaka pointed at the team here as they did seem to hold anything in their hands. I learned to adapt to the situation and my tracksuit in enough. Kazuma had a face full of determination while saying those words. Guhahaha, as a pirate I've faced more difficult situations, so I don't care that much about my clothes. Whitebeard didn't care if he was with his same clothes, as this is the life of pirates. I'm eternal, I never get dirty. Kagaya explained quietly. Leo didn't say anything, but in Misaka's eyes his clothes started to change into different outfits before they back to normal. Saitama looked at this group before he said, can't you just buy clothes here? Everyone looked at Saitama as silence filled the place. Good idea. Leo broke the silence as he looked at the group and said, explore the mansion or pick a room. This mansion can recognize your voices, so just yell if you don't understand anything. Where are you going? Kazuma asked as he saw Leo leaving. Leo looked back and said, I'm going to the capital to get some supplies. Do you want something? Wine, Whitebeard said directly. Desserts and tea. Kagaya put her request, but she seemed to think of something while looking at Leo. Food. Can you eat monsters here? Saitama remembered seeing some monsters while they were in the forest, but a force emitted from Whitebeard scared them. Clothes. Tracksuit sucks in a fantasy world. Kazuma pulled his tracksuit slightly. Misaka didn't say anything as she was sad for all those Gakota while Kirabo was above her head. Yes, you can eat monsters here as long as they are not poisonous. Leo answered Saitama before he moved towards the door and said, I'll come back after a while. Ask the mansion if you don't understand anything. Leo left the mansion before he looked at the way they came from and walked in it, as he was saying, sigh that idiot. Chapter 16, The Empire. Leo left the mansion and rushed towards the place where he arrived at this world for the first time. Using ki and venom to boost his legs, Leo's speed was very fast as the surrounding scenery was constantly changing. As for why he didn't use Yamato, Leo wanted to try something. Leo avoided trees and other obstacles until he arrived at the place and started looking for Misaka's bag, which wasn't hard to find as it was just on the ground next to the battlefield. Leo looked at the bag and a few frogs-like things hanging from it before he said, is this thing cute? Leo couldn't understand what makes this frog cute, even if he was into the cute stuff. He didn't even want to give Misaka Kirabo if he didn't see this calmed her down, because even if she didn't show it, she was worried about this world. Leo picked the bag before he hit the ground with his leg. A golden spot appeared next to him before a dark light shined and a giant chest appeared. The chest was normal without any complicated decoration, as it opened when Leo walked towards it. I need to make a space storage after this. Leo put Misaka bag in the chest before it closed and sunk in his shadow. Leo doesn't have time to make a beast like a storage ring or something, so he just made this beast and put him inside his shadow with the stuff in it. And now. Leo didn't turn back as he stretched his hand filled with ki and caught the face of a tiger monster. This danger beast was stalking Leo from the moment he arrived at this place. Venom stretched from Leo's clothes and transformed Leo's fingers into 5 dark claws, as they cut the tiger head into pieces. Leo waved his hand and removed the blood before Venom returned to normal as he was glancing at the tiger. Venom. Leo commanded Venom as he stretched from his body and enveloped the tiger body. After a while, Venom returned to Leo's body before giving a report. The DNA has been analyzed and copied. A slight increase in the body power. Increase the natural reflexes speed. Olfaction function has increased. Leo clenched his fist as he felt his power increased slightly before he said, "It seems I'll hunt few monsters here, but aren't Taiga made from Danger Beast's parts? I think Venom can copy them." Leo felt his idea is very feasible. Venom has the ability to remember genetic memory, which allows him to copy different abilities like he did with Spider-Man. Leo believes that using this ability on Taiga will allow Venom to get their abilities because Taiga are made from Danger Beast's attributes which give them their abilities and Venom can just steal those attributes. Leo confirmed his plan of the great Taiga Venom before he raised his hand and created few birds. The birds waved their wings and flew to the sky in different directions. These birds can share their vision with Leo so he can find the capital place that he doesn't know its location. Leo tried the shared vision a few times to make sure everything is correct before he walked back to the mansion. There were few danger beasts in the road, so Leo killed them all using Yamato or just punching them before Venom copied their abilities, but this time the increase was very minimal, which made Leo realize he can't cheat his way in this. Sprinting all the way, Leo arrived at the mansion before he entered from the door and put Misaka bag on the ground. The bag sank into the ground, as Leo ordered the mansion to send it to Misaka before he left again. The whole mansion is a beast that can do things on its own like opening doors automatically, or if Leo controls it, the mansion can even choose whom to be hidden from. Leo walked from the mansion slowly as he was walking towards the road, which was spotted by the birds. Now let's see this empire. Leo frowned while walking because he'll see one of the darkest places in this world. Even if he knows about the empire from his memory, but all those informations were from a show which can't make someone feels real. However, Leo now will see the true empire. Well, let's see it first. Leo put key on his leg and wanted to rush forwards, but he stopped because he felt something coming towards him. Leo looked at the bushes and trees in the forest, as he was hearing a faint sound coming from them. The bushes were shaking and trees had few leaves falling from them, but Leo focused on the front as he put his hand on Yamato. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Leo waited until the sound increased and turned into a human voice, but Leo felt it was mixed with a very unpleasant sound. Now, Leo put his hand on Yamato and almost pulled it before he saw something made his expression stiffen. Ah! Kazuma appeared from the bushes as he was running from something and waving the sword in his hand, which was screaming WRYYYYYYYYY with every swing. Leo saw behind Kazuma there was a giant boar monster with his eyes red as it was chasing after Kazuma like he did something unforgivable. Leo, save me. Kazuma saw Leo in front of him, so he rushed directly towards him while the boar was behind him. Leo watched Kazuma getting closer to him and almost reaching him before he took a sidestep while waving to Kazuma. Kazuma felt the time almost stopped at that moment as he saw Leo waving while saying, "You're alone." Damn you. Kazuma and boar continued their chasing game while Leo was watching them, but he spotted a blade wound in the boar ass which made him realize what happened. Kazuma probably tried to do a sneak attack on the boar, but he failed and hit his ass, which made the boar angry, and this chase started, but Leo didn't understand what is this guy doing here alone. Are you just going to watch? Kazuma was running in very impressive speed compared to a normal human, which made Leo confused. Did he choose a different job? No, it's not the time to think about this. I need to help him, but he need to face this alone. I'll just give him an advice. Leo nodded at his plan before he looked at Kazuma seriously and said, "Kazuma, believe in your sword. Fuck you. Don't say those shonen-type phrases, bastard." Kazuma screamed at Leo for saying a cliché shonen phrase, which made Leo shrug his shoulders at him. And how do you think I'll believe in this? Kazuma waved the Dio sword in his hand as it was screaming Rai. Leo didn't care about that as he said, "Few more laps and you'll have runaway skill, hang in there." That doesn't help me. Kazuma saw Leo will not help him, so he ran even faster trying to make a distance away from the boar, but he knows this is just useless and he'll inventively get caught. Damn it. Think Kazuma. There has to be a way to stop this boar. Kazuma started looking around for anything to help him. He has a weapon that can kill the boar, but the boar won't allow him to use it. Suddenly, Kazuma changed his running direction and rushed to a tree. Tree, Leo raised his eyebrow as he looked at Kazuma goal before he understood Kazuma plan, not bad. Kazuma rushed to the tree and jumped toward it before climbing it with all he got until he caught a tree branch. The boar who was running after Kazuma wasn't able to stop as he hit the tree directly, which stunned it briefly, but Kazuma didn't miss the chance. Even if the tree was shaking a lot, Kazuma was able to jump and land behind the boar before he raised his sword, which was shining with a white light. WRYYYYYYYYY. Kazuma and sword screamed at the same time, as a wind blade appeared from the sword and hit the boar, killing it instantly. Kazuma fell to the ground directly as he was breathing heavily, but he managed to take his card before he smiled and said, "I level up. I can level up here." Leo watched all the performance now and Kazuma quick thinking, which he'll be lying if he said he isn't slightly impressed. Not bad judgment in this situation. he didn't even hesitate, which is probably because he takes this as an RPG game. This could fire back on him one day, but it better than nothing now. Leo watched Kazuma standing up before an idea flashed in his mind, as his shadow stretched and something was appearing from it. Now. Where is that? Kazuma stood up and looked at Leo's direction, but he only saw a humanoid wooden figure in his place as he finished his words quietly, bastard. The wooden figure had a normal human height and had a coat made from wood, but what made Kazuma sweat is the two wooden swords in its hands and the phrase written in its empty face. Kirito wannabe. Congratulations on surviving, Leo's voice appeared from the wooden figure. It seems you are struggling a lot, so here this doll that'll teach you how to fight better. The wooden doll raised its two swords before Leo's voice sounded again. I hope to see you in one piece after this. Also, you don't have to thank me. Kazuma didn't have time to listen to Leo's voice filled with sarcasm because even if he doesn't know who is Kirito, this doll makes him feel scared. But the doll didn't give him a chance as it rushed with the two wooden swords. Ah! Leo was walking normally away from Kazuma location as he heard his screams echoing in the forest. Another peaceful day. Leo calmly pulled Yamato before a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place and appeared next to a bird. The place where Leo is now is a normal dirt road with a lot of wagon traces on it. Leo nodded before he commanded the bird to fly again to check how far away is the Empire. Even now Leo can only describe space abilities as convenient, especially the teleportation kind of abilities. Yamato is a sword that can cut anything, even the space, but he got other abilities like space control, but even if Leo called it a space control, it isn't more than just a different approach for its ability. Yamato cuts space between 2 points instantly, which makes a very small and unnoticeable rift in space, and then it connects point A, which is Leo location, and point B, which is the place where Leo wants to go, before sending him by the rift to the point B. This process happens instantly, which is why no one notices it, and because of that, it doesn't consume a lot from Leo. Then Leo started a bunch of teleportations by teleporting from a bird to another while checking his surroundings until he spotted a large city from afar and some wagons start to appear in the road. Leo watched the Empire capital, which is circulated by a large stone wall, in silence, but the frown on his face told his true feeling. Disgusting. This is the only word Leo found to describe this city that looks normal from afar, but the key that carries the despair, fear, anger, hatred, and sadness mixed with all disgusting desires were hurting Leo's eyes. Leo didn't say anything for a while before he sighs and said, let's get this over with. Leo felt one of his birds arrived into an empty alleyway inside the capital before he changed his clothes to civilian clothes he saw from a wagon driver. Leo checked that everything is okay before he pulled Yamato and teleported into the capital. Inside the capital, in one of its alleyways, a blue light flashed, and Leo appeared inside of the alleyway. But he wasn't feeling okay. Leo reached to the wall as he supported himself while his hand covered his mouth because at this moment he almost throws up. Don't kill me. Kill me, but please leave my child. Those thoughts appeared in Leo's head instantly when he arrived in this capital. These are the thoughts of the people that died in this place, but this wasn't the reason Leo almost threw up. The real reason is all these thoughts are from today, which means that there was many people that died in this place in a very inhuman way. Leo shut down his connection with Ki before walking towards the alleyway exit with a calm face, but his eyes didn't have no anger or sadness as he put Yamato in his shadow. It seems I have to take this matter seriously. Even if he had a normal look, Leo was angry at this moment. As someone who feels Ki and able to comprehend the feeling behind it, Leo felt the despair in this capital very well and the cause behind it. Honestly, even if the team agreed to destroy the Empire, Leo wasn't taking it seriously. He was feeling if it doesn't get in the way, but now he's serious about the destruction that his mind is thinking of dropping something from Lovecraft myth if he has the power to do so. Leo shook his head to clear it from these thoughts before walking in the Empire streets. The Empire looked normal at the surface with the crowd going and coming or some guards here and there to check on people, but the truth behind this is very dark. Behind the people's smiles were clear fear shown in their eyes, and the guards were taking bribes here and there, and if someone didn't pay, they'll have a talk with him. Even there were some red stains on the ground which shows someone got beaten or even killed there. Leo stared at these things for a second before he walked towards a place where few fancy wagons were heading. It's time to become a Robin Hood. Leo looked at the distance where the nobles lived before he followed the wagons heading there. Leo first was thinking about stealing directly from the stores by some hypnotizes and illusions, but after he saw this, he'll take the long route while removing some pest from the picture. Leo walked slowly as he spotted some large mansions at the front, so walked to an alleyway before checking if there was someone, even if that didn't matter for him. Venom changed its shape as it turned into a long, black trench coat as a hood covered Leo's head, and Venom also made a mask. Leo didn't speak as he picked the mansion with the most negative key and pulled Yamato as he teleported to it. Time skip 7 minutes. Mark is a normal noble from the Empire and he's proud of that, and like most the noble in the Empire, he usually attends parties and meetings with different nobles, which is where they talk about their plans but mostly their hobbies. Mark's hobby is that he likes to drug people with different types of chemicals and watch their reactions. Most of them die in the process, but there are a few that survive, which makes him need to increase the dose. But these days he's into using poisons which lead to slow death after he heard this from another noble with the same hobby. He has to admit that the reaction of those people when they know that they'll die is priceless. Mark was walking in his mansion corridor like always while carrying his notebook which he records the reactions in it as he was thinking what he should try today, but he felt something wrong. The corridor was quiet. Too quiet. The guards and the maids that usually work in the house disappeared suddenly, but because he was too focused on his work, he didn't notice. Guards. Mark called upon the guards, but nobody showed up. The silence began to become scarier at this moment, which made Mark nervous. Guards. You useless bunch of waste. Mark was angry because he was thinking how dare these commoners not respond to him before rushing in the corridor. The more he walked the more Mark felt this isn't normal. There was almost no one at the mansion. Even if Mark entered some rooms, he didn't see anyone, which made him more nervous because even if liked to torture people he never actually had the courage to face anything directly. Where did they dash? Mark stopped because he saw a long trail of blood and a headless corpse of one of his guards at the end of the corridor. What? Mark got terrified by this scene, as he felt his legs are shaking from fear, but before he wanted to run, he heard a sound from behind him. A man with a long black coat was standing there with a mask and hood covering his face, which made Mark terrified because there was another corpse behind the man, which means he did all of this. But even if he was terrified, Mark was able to master some of his courage and said, "Why, you are Night Raid? How dare you attack nobles?" Mark kept talking about how this is unforgivable and the Empire will catch you all, but the man just shook his head before he said, "You are wrong." Mark didn't understand what going on before he felt his vision changed as he saw a headless body. It was his body. This isn't night. Leo walked slowly to Mark's place and picked up the notebook before he said, "This is Day Raid." Leo already cleared this house in an assassin way as he killed most of the guards while knocking out some who their key was clean enough. All in all, Leo finished this mansion and killed the boss in a little time without getting noticed. Leo even took this guy's treasury with all the money inside before he killed him. But he is now looking at this notebook, which wasn't pleasant. Leo closed the notebook before walking towards a place in this mansion. Walking for a while, Leo saw the basement entrance, so he entered the door and walked down the stairs. A nauseating smell rushed from the basement as Leo looked with an expressionless face at all the people on the operation tables or cells screaming in agony and begging to be released from this pain. Leo felt all these people ki and vitality were very weak, which means they'll die very soon, but they are now suffering until their last breath. Suddenly, one of the people here saw Leo as he stretched his hand towards Leo and moved his mouth, but he wasn't able to speak. Leo understood that meant words even if he didn't say it. "Kill me. Please kill me." Leo stood silently in that place for a while before he clicked his tongue and pulled Yamato as blade light flashed and all the people here were killed instantly with fatal attacks to the neck or the heart and head. Leo watched the men who asked him now died, but before his eyes lost focus, he had a grateful look. Leo put Yamato back to his scabbard before he looked at this hellhole that exists in this basement, as he raised his hand and a dark light appeared before a fireball was on Leo's hand, but this fireball had a face. Go. Leo pushed his hand forwards before the fireball rushed towards the basements and started to jump here and there as it ignited the whole place on flames. The fireball is an elemental beast of flames with an ability to control fire, but after 10 minutes it will absorb all the fire and explode. Leo looked at the raging flames before he pulled Yamato and teleported to the location of one of his birds at an empty alleyway. Leo took a deep breath as he fixed his glasses while Venom transformed into normal clothes. The money isn't a problem, which means I need to look for the target now. Leo cleared his head from all the what he saw inside of that place before he started to work on his plan. System user. Honestly, I think he'll be in the protagonist team, but there's a chance he'll be in the Empire. Leo frowned before his shadow stretched and a lot of small regular insects and animals like flies and rats appeared and scattered around the place. Those are Leo spies which will send his report about this Empire condition or what changed about it. Any change in the plot or history will be definitely the system user work, while this can also tell Leo where the plot reached now. After finishing these preparations, Leo walked away from the alleyway because he has a lot of shopping to be done and a lot of store owners to be hypnotized. Food and water and some spices for cooking and a lot of other stuff need to be bought, so Leo need to be quick. Time skip 4 hours. The sun went down as the sunset arrived, turning the sky into a beautiful red-orange color. Kazuma was lying on the ground breathing heavily as he was looking at the Kirito doll telling him, "Get on my level." Kazuma never felt he was this mad in his life. This doll seemed to be made to annoy the living shit out of him, but he doesn't have energy to stand up now. If the doll didn't kill the danger beasts coming here, Kazuma felt he'll die instantly with his current condition. "Hey, you're still in one piece, this is surprising." Kazuma heard an annoying voice from his side, so he moved his head with difficulty before he saw Leo smiling at him. "You bastard." Kazuma used all his energy to say those few words, but Leo only smiled as he said, "Do you want another round with Kirito?" Kazuma started shaking. He doesn't want another round with that doll which he thinks it was made in hell. But suddenly he felt a warm current in his body as most of his injuries disappeared and he felt his energy came back. Kazuma only saw a golden aura on his body, but there was gold experience putting his hand on Kazuma's body and recovering his wounds using ki. Well, good job there. Kazuma saw Leo's stretched hand before he took it and stood up as he said, of course it was good, on Kazuma, even if the enemy is this doll made from hell, I'll never lose. Yeah. Leo rolled his eyes before he said, you totally didn't get your ass kicked by it now. In Kazuma's angry eyes Leo was just smiling, but that smile made Kazuma even angrier before he took a deep breath and calmed himself. So, did you go to that capital? Kazuma asked Leo, but his voice was a little weird now. Yeah. Leo walked forwards before Kazuma followed him as he said, so, how was it? It was the kind of place that makes me want to drop a Cthulhu down there, Leo answered calmly, but the coldness in his words weren't hidden from Kazuma. Back to the dangerous words, but it was really like that, huh? Kazuma's voice went lower and lower until Leo wasn't able to hear him before he said, are you okay? Huh? Oh. I'm totally okay, don't worry about it. Kazuma's expression returned into its usual but Leo was frowning. Kazuma. Leo stopped walking as he looked at Kazuma directly before he said, why did you come to this world? Don't you know it already? I'm the weakest here so I should take all the chances to be stronger. Kazuma waved his hand but Leo didn't move and kept looking at him before he said, Kazuma, you didn't want to come to this world. Huh? What do you mean, Leo? Kazuma was surprised but Leo said, even if I didn't meet you for a long time but Kazuma that I know will never come to this world with his current power and especially if he knows about this world beforehand and about power. Kazuma that I know will probably keep crying at me to give him cheats shamelessly but. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, this isn't you now. Kazuma looked at Leo with a surprised expression before he had a helpless smile and said, you saw it, huh? Leo shrugged his shoulder before he said, you can say I'm good at reading people. Yeah, I can see that. Kazuma sighed before he said, I didn't want to come to this world. So, why? Leo looked at Kazuma that lowered his head in confusion. Because of you guys. After a while, Kazuma said those words which made Leo more confused before he said, for us. You know we don't need help, this world isn't that dangerous for us. Leo didn't understand where this is going but Kazuma just smiled and shook his head before he said, I know that. But. You can say it was for me more than you. Kazuma said some words that made Leo more puzzled but Kazuma continued, Leo, you asked me if I felt my life is fake. Leo widens his eyes because he finally understood what this guy is talking about. Leo. I loved this chat room. From the bottom of my heart I loved it. Kazuma lowered his head before he said, I know it has been just 2 days from either but I really loved it. You may know, Leo, but I was just a NEET with no goal or something to do in this life. I honestly felt my life was empty right there. Kazuma started laughing at himself before he said, then I died. When I died, I saw my life flashing in my eyes. I honestly was disappointed by it. I was told to reincarnate into a different world, but more than just a wish to be OP and stuff. I wanted an adventure with just friends or something to recover this regret that I saw in those visions. Kazuma smiled helplessly while Leo was listening to him quietly. Honestly, when I saw the chat room at first, I thought, what the fuck is this virus, even my computer is fucked up now. But then I get to meet you guys, Kazuma said with a small voice but Leo was able to hear every word. At first, you guys appeared to be a bunch of assholes that make fun of my death, but after only a day, no it wasn't a day, it was hours, I like this. Kazuma raised his head as he smiles at Leo before he said, if you guys are a bunch of assholes then I, Kazuma, will become a bigger asshole than you all, and without I notice. I got friends. I, Kazuma, the NEET got incredible friends even if I didn't have anything special. An asshole with a bad personality and OP power, a grandfather which seems to be wise than all of you but I think he's also out of control, a Pikachu-looking tsundere girl, but it was kind and normal unlike you. A million-years-old hag, and a deadpan guy with a silly suit. Kazuma gave his definition of the chat members which usually he'll be getting surrounded by a bunch of angry guys now, but there was no one to listen except Leo. You always make fun of me, but I also did the same, nobody of you looked at me like the NEET. But you looked at me as Kazuma, so I liked it unlike all those fake things I saw in my first life. This felt real for me. More than anything so. Kazuma clenched his fist before he said, if it takes me to go to this dangerous world then I'll go. If it power that I need to still be a part of this team, then I'll fight for it. I don't know about my world or what might happen to me, but this what I have now, so I'm willing to fight for it. Kazuma kept talking with excitement before he realized what he said. And this is it. Pretty silly, right? Kazuma scratched his cheek while Leo looked at quietly before he said, yeah, it was very silly and what makes it more ridiculous it actually came from you. You bastard. Leo watched Kazuma that took Dio sword and wanted to fight him before he said in a voice only he can hear, it seems we were similar, huh? Huh? What are you saying? Come and fight me now. Kazuma was still angry, but he was shocked by Leo's next words, "It's pointless to fight me, so get stronger first. If you think strength is what you lack and need, then I'll train you." Leo smiled as he was walking forward before he said, "Of course, if you are up for the challenge." Kazuma stood in place without a word with shocked eyes until he saw Leo leaving, so he rushed towards him and said, "Huh? Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" "I'm Kazuma." "Nothing you'll do will scare me, bastard." "I see. Then show me what you got." Leo didn't turn back while Kazuma followed him and said, "Just watch me." The sunset shined down at the two friends walking towards the mansion, as they were both smiling, but the next words removed the smile of one of them. "Yeah, I forgot to say. Welcome to hell." Leo smiled brightly at Kazuma that started sweating as he said, "Can I quit?" "Ha ha 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 ha, Kazuma, Kazuma, Kazuma. This is for leaving the gender equality just to mess with me. Prepare to face hell." Leo walked forwards as his words kept echoing in Kazuma's head and telling him the great mistake he has done. Chapter 17, Hero. The sun almost went down completely, but the sunset was still glowing. In Leo's mansion backyard, Leo and Kazuma were looking at the front while each of them had a deadpan face that almost reached Saitama's level. Both Leo and Kazuma walked slowly until they reached the mansion, but they didn't see anyone until they both heard a loud noise coming from the mansion back. Leo and Kazuma rushed over, but when they arrived, they stood still with a deadpan expression side by side with Misaka. Misaka was also standing there with Kirabo above her head as she was looking at this scene in the backyard. Kaguya was floating as always while covering her mouth with her sleeve as she was looking at the scene in silence. After standing there silence for almost 5 minutes straight, Kazuma broke the silence and said without looking away from the backyard, "Hey. Leo." "Yes." "Kazuma," Leo answered without changing his expression about this scene. "You see this?" Kazuma pointed to the front. "Same as you do." Leo still trying to understand what's going on. "Good, it wasn't just me." Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief before he said, "Then. You should know what I'm about to say." "Kazuma, there's a lot of things we say in this life that can mean a lot of things, but do you know? Some things shouldn't be said." Leo looked at Kazuma with an expressionless face. "Oh, I see." Kazuma nodded like he understood, but after a while, he said, "I'm still saying it. Kazuma, there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Just don't do it now." Leo felt his head hurts, but Kazuma turned towards him and said, "What opportunities?" "Waiting for you to summon a Cthulhu." Kazuma turned to look at the backyard and said, "I've seen enough H***I to know where this is going." In the backyard, Saitama was dragging a 50 meters high octopus with a giant hole in its head, which is probably where he hit it. Whitebeard was looking at the octopus while measuring where he should cut it. And here's my imagination going to very weird places. Leo covered his face as Saitama finished his dragging for the octopus or whatever was that creature. "I'm feeling very uncomfortable." But Misaka was feeling sick from looking at the giant octopus with a hole in its head before she said, "What do you mean by an imagination?" Imagination is the act of forming new ideas which played a big role in human advancement. In Misaka's interrogative gaze, Leo replied calmly without changing his expression. "Yeah. Huge leap for humanity." Kazuma didn't change his expression while looking at Whitebeard chopping the octopus tentacles. Misaka gave both Leo and Kazuma a helpless gaze before she looked at the octopus and said, "I'm leaving." "Oh. Right." Suddenly Misaka looked at Leo for a while before she said, "Leo. My bag, Leo looked at Misaka that was having a hard time releasing those words, as he felt this is painful to watch before he said, "Today, Misaka, today. You. Thank you for retrieving my bag. Are you happy now?" Misaka was almost like a cat being stepped on its tail. "Yes, I'm happy." "You should be more honest with yourself." Leo didn't care about Misaka that was releasing electricity, as he was looking at the giant octopus. Misaka stared at Leo for a while before she left the backyard as she was releasing more electricity with every step. "Oh, what's happening here?" Kaguya noticed Leo and Kazuma before she floated towards them with a sweet smile on her face. Leo stared at Kaguya's smile for a while as he was feeling this isn't normal while Kazuma is sweating. "Did you visit the capital?" Kaguya still has that sweet smile which was making Leo feeling more uncomfortable, as he nodded subconsciously. "Good, you're safe." Kaguya put her hand on her chest as she had a sigh of relief before she smiled and said, "As I expected from Leo. You're so reliable." "Oh. Look at the time. I need to go to my room." Kaguya looked at the sunset before she said, "I hope you brought what I asked for. See you later." Kaguya floated with a smile while Leo and Kazuma watched her until she entered the mansion. Leo and Kazuma stood silently there as the only sound in the place was Whitebeard chopping the octopus. After a while, Kazuma said the only words that can describe his feelings now, "What the fuck?" Indeed, Leo felt he got chills for some reason. It was like that smile was more than just sweet. Leo, I think this is bad. Kazuma was sweating slightly as he looked at Leo that was frowning. You think? Didn't you see her? Leo looked at Kazuma before he said, that smile isn't something that appears on that face of her. It was like she became a decent being. Is she possessed by something? Kazuma gave his theory, but Leo shook his head. No. This is the calm before the storm. Leo had a serious look before he said, she's planning something and it'll definitely end up with a disaster. Disaster. Kazuma looked at Leo before he said, we have a time controller planning something. Why I'm feeling very insecure. Don't worry. She should be still planning. This gives us time to know what's going to happen. Leo pushed his glasses as he was thinking about this mystery more seriously than the system user. Yeah, but you know if we failed there's still the last plan. Kazuma had a serious expression like he's going on the road of no return. Last plan. Leo looked at Kazuma that nodded towards him before he said, the last plan. The culture books. A/N, culture books. Do I have to explain this? Please use your imagination. Leo's eyes widened before he said, you can't be serious, right? This is the last solution and our last hope, so throw that honor of yours at the garbage. Kazuma clenched his fist but Leo shook his head and said, she probably knows about it, and... You shouldn't treat women like that, Kazuma. We're gentlemen. Leo had a face filled with resolve and honor as he said, pick your time correctly, Kazuma. We can't just go and tell her. I see. You're right. Kazuma nodded like he realized his mistake before he said, you'll tell her after you can counter her ability. Exactly. Leo nodded but at this moment Saitama shouted at both of them, hey. You two come and help us with this. Help. You. Leo looked at the giant octopus before Saitama said, yeah, don't you have a sword with you? Come and cut this with us. Leo looked at Yamato hanging in his waist before he looked at Saitama and said, you want me to use my sword with the ability to cut space, and even separate realms to cut an octopus with you? Saitama looked at Leo for a moment before he said, yes. Leo stood there as he looked at Yamato that was vibrating sadly like it was saying, I have been degraded to a sushi knife. Kazuma looked at Leo and Yamato that were doubting life before he said, where did you even get that thing? Is that even an octopus? I got it from the lake, but I don't know if it's an octopus or a squid. Saitama looked at the giant danger beast before he said, maybe it both. Stop whining about it like a bunch of squirts, and get moving. Whitebeard suddenly screamed at Leo and Kazuma, which made both of them have a different reaction. Kazuma was sweating slightly from Whitebeard's intimidating aura while Leo looked at him calmly and said, make me. After 3 minutes. Kazuma looked at Leo's head that was planted in the ground before he looked at Whitebeard that was cracking his fingers. You know. I still have training to do. Goodbye. Kazuma rushed as fast as he could from the training ground while he was muttering, I prefer to be with Kirito than this. Leo raised his body as he released his head before he said with an angry tone, you old man. If you want to fight me, you need more than those tricks. Whitebeard didn't care about Leo's angry expression before he walked away from this place. Whitebeard didn't explore or even took a walk in this world, so he's planning to check it now. That bastard. Leo clenched his fist. But he knows it pointless to fight Whitebeard without using moves that might destroy the place completely. Whitebeard completely crushed Leo in battle experience and power, as he was able to dodge the sword easily, then gave Leo a punch to the head. This made Leo realize even if he had Virgil skills, they are pointless if he doesn't know to apply them in combat, especially if he doesn't use space abilities. Leo stood up from the ground and wanted to leave, but he saw Saitama looking at him with his usual face. After a long staring contest, Leo sighed before walking next to Saitama and said, I'm helping just because you helped me. Leo opened his hand slightly as a blue blade of energy appeared on it while 9 more appeared around him and started to cut the octopus. Helped you? Saitama was confused, but then he saw Leo take a piece from the octopus as his clothes absorbed it. This is one of my abilities. Leo felt venom analyzing this DNA, but it takes some time because it is more complicated than the last one. Oh. Saitama nodded while looking at the octopus turning into pieces by Leo energy blades. These energy blades can be generated by Yamato and be used like throwing weapons or a platform for teleportation. This is very easy. Maybe I should encourage Saitama to hunt for more. Leo felt this is very easy if Saitama killed strong monsters and venom absorbed them. But to think about it. Suddenly, Leo frowned as he noticed something before he said, who'll cook this? Asterisk awkward silence asterisk. Leo and Saitama stood there looking at the giant octopus as they finally realized they have been left alone. Misaka left first, even if Leo doesn't think she can cook or able to cook this octopus without throwing up. But he doesn't think she'll listen now. Kagaya is too creepy for Leo to mess with now. Kazuma is probably with Kirito or he went to hide somewhere. Leo even feel Whitebeard saw it coming, so he rushed from this place. I was planning to cook it, but I could use your help. Saitama looked to his side to see Leo leaving. But before Leo took another step, he felt a hand on his shoulder. What? Leo looked back to see Saitama holding his shoulder. Help me with this. Saitama didn't change his expression as he said this. No, Leo answered with a straight face, but Saitama said, I'll never hunt these monsters again. Leo looked at Saitama as they had the same expression on their faces. You had to be smart now. Leo felt his luck is also bad today before Saitama said, thanks in advance. And with this, Leo and Saitama finished cutting this octopus before taking it to the mansion. Leo first put out all the things he brought from the capital and sorted them out in the mansion. And when I say he sorted them out, I mean, he just throws them to the ground and told the mansion to do the job. Time skip 1 hour. Just why I'm doing this, Leo was cutting more ingredient as Saitama was cooking the octopus at the side after they checked it wasn't poisoned. Leo can confirm that, as Venom got the ability of stealth by changing his or Leo colors to blend in instantly with the surrounding. Where is Amiya when you need him? Leo felt if this chat room gave him a choice in those invitations he'll invite Archer. Afterward, Leo surrendered to this fate and tried to stop the urge of putting something in this food to mess with everyone as he felt he'll get punched by this guy next to him. But, Leo looked at Saitama that was focusing on cooking. I don't think I talked with this guy before. I mean, he usually isn't in the chat, and if is, then something is happening. Hey. Saitama, was it? Leo put the ingredient aside as he took new ones while Saitama looked at him and said HM. Yes. I see. I'm Leo. Leo nodded at Saitama before he said, I don't think we ever had a conversation before. No. Saitama put more octopus meat in the frying pan before he said, I don't have time to stay in that chat room. Hero work. Leo looked at Saitama that nodded at him before he said, what do you usually do in that heroic job? Punching monsters and saving people. Saitama answered instantly, but Leo raised his eyebrow and said, every day. Yeah. Saitama raised his head and said, don't you guys know about my world or something? I do, but I like to hear it from people directly. Leo looked Saitama seriously and said, why are you doing this in the first place? HM. No particular reason. I don't think I even have 1 inch. Saitama answered casually, but Leo frowned before he said, then this hero. What does it feel to be a 1 inch? Saitama stopped his hands' movements as he seemed to think before he said, first, it was like the best thing in the world, but after a while and when I got this power it became boring without a worthy opponent. And you're still doing it? Leo had a slightly shocked expression before Saitama said, yeah. And I'm never stopping it, no matter what. I see. Leo focused on making dinner while Saitama did the same, as silence filled the place for a while. You know. Humans are beings filled with desires. Leo broke the silence as Saitama looked at him. Be it good or bad. But what defines the good from the bad? It the human themselves that put it there in the first place. Leo looked at Saitama as he said, kindness, love, faith, those all good things, but sometimes even good can turn bad if you use it in the incorrect place, and the same goes for things like the 7 deadly sins. Those what people think they are just the badness in humanity were actually the true reason for its development. That curiosity, that greed and desires are what pushed the humanity to reach what is achieved now. But those are also its downfall, and what a better example than the Empire in here. Leo smiled slightly before he looked at Saitama seriously. So there always should be a balance in order and chaos between humans. The order represents in law, which gives the weak it protection, but if it increased too much, it takes people's individuality and freedom. The chaos, which is the free will to do whatever you want, but if it increased too much, it allows corruption and the situations where the strong dominate the weak without mercy. Leo's smile vanished as he looked at Saitama and said. So, as a human being, you can never say you never had a desire, because without that desire that pushed you in your way, you'll never reach what you have achieved now, even if you lose something as a human being, but that desire will always accompany you. The silence filled the kitchen again as Leo finished his words and Saitama lowered his head while thinking about them. Maybe. No, Saitama deadpan expression vanished as he looked seriously at Leo before he said, I wanted to be a hero. Leo stared at Saitama's serious face that he didn't see before as he said, I see. Thank you for telling me. Leo went back to cooking and so did Saitama as his face returned to normal, but he was puzzled by Leo's next words, thank you for being a hero, Saitama. Saitama didn't understand where did that come from, so he said, oh, no problem. I think you misunderstood. Leo pulled some vegetables and started cutting them with a kitchen knife before he said, thank you for being a hero. This time Leo increased his tone on the hero word, but Saitama widened his eyes because he understood what that means. You know. I never liked this role of hero. Leo was cutting the vegetables but he wasn't really focusing on them as he said, maybe it was my experience, but I never liked this role of hero. Someone who'll save everyone and raise the word of justice above the evil was always something ridiculous in my eyes. Leo smiled, but it seemed more of a mockery smile before he said, no one can save everyone, and if he tries it, then his fate is doomed with failing. Even those heroes that save people aren't different, they save some people and they are happy. But sometimes with those deeds, they hurt other people that are usually the closest to them for the ridiculous thing of the greater good. So, I never waited for a hero to save me, even if I had hope in me, but I never actually believed that will happen. So, I always counted on myself and no Leo noticed that he cut down the vegetables with a part of the table, but he didn't notice. Well, sorry. I'll get more. Leo looked at the vegetables mixed with wooden chips before he threw them and went to get more, but he stopped and looked at Saitama. However, I'll not thank you for the people you saved or what monster you beat. I don't even care about your power, but... Leo smiled at Saitama as he said, thank you just for being a hero, Saitama. With those words, Leo left the place and went to get more vegetables, leaving Saitama standing there without moving. After a while, Saitama raised his hand and looked at his fist as he could see a black-haired man in a suit with no goal in life. When I was a little boy, I wanted to be a hero. Not a businessman. Those were the words of the man as he was facing a monster to protect a little boy even if he might die. A hero who could send rotten villains like you flying with one punch. Bring it on. With those words, the man had his first battle in his path towards a hero and won. At that moment, the man felt he was liberated from something, as flames he never felt before ignited in his heart. Then everything flashed in Saitama's vision. From that moment to the hard training he never gave up on for 3 years, until it reached to a man with a white cape killing all monsters with one punch. Saitama clenched his fist tightly before a smile appeared on his face and said, "You're welcome." Sometimes a simple word can make a difference, like what the word hero did for Saitama. Saitama's smile disappeared as he went to check on cooking, but inside his heart, the bright flame that didn't move for more than a year started to flicker again as it became even brighter. But Saitama didn't have time to feel that because the dinner is burning right now, no. It seems the biggest crisis for the team isn't the system user, but it's if they could have a proper meal. Chapter 18, You Actually Did It. In Leo's mansion, the smoke was rising from the kitchen as it spread slightly to the other rooms. In the kitchen, the food that was supposed to be cooked was now a charcoal while there was someone looking at it with sadness. Saitama was staring at the dinner or what he could save from it as his face was filled with despair. What happened? Leo came back with some vegetables as he looked at Saitama that was releasing an aura of despair. Food is gone. Saitama lowered his head as he looked at the burned food. Food. Leo looked at the charcoal on the table as he tilted his head and said, how did this happen? What do you think? Saitama raised his head and looked at Leo before he said, whose fault is this? Leo looked at Saitama that was angry before he said. You. No, it not. Saitama spanned before he pointed at Leo and said, it was the cause of that long-ass speech you made me listen to. Look what happened. Ah. Saitama was having a breakdown while Leo raised his eyebrow and said, my long speech. It seemed serious and important, but please pick another time to say it. Saitama was hitting the table but Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he said, serious. Important. Saitama. You do realize, all that was, Leo looked at Saitama as his whole body was shivering before he said, bullshit. Saitama raised his head in surprise to see Leo that was shivering as he'll almost explode at any moment. I just thought it'll be cool to say it, but you listened to it. And you actually took it seriously. Leo was shivering even more while he dropped the vegetables to the ground as he looked at Saitama with his deadpan expression turned gray. PFFF. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Leo tried to suppress it but he couldn't as he fell to the ground rolling while laughing with tears in his eyes. I can't. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, who'll listen to such bullshit? Ha 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 ha. Leo kept rolling on the ground before he wasn't even able to laugh. I'm wheezing. I can't. This is too funny. Saitama stared at Leo that was rolling on the ground with tears in his eyes before raising his fist slowly, but he lowered it in the next moment and raised it again. It was like he's fighting the urge of punching this guy. Leo that was on the ground opened his chat room menu and looked at the abilities to see if he really got that bullshit no jutsu. That ability is too OP to be left alone. Give me back my feelings. Saitama was clenching his fist as he was on edge to send this guy flying. Foo. Leo released a long breath as he stood up from the ground and said, I really needed that. Thank you for the laugh, Saitama. Leo picked the vegetables on the ground while Saitama was staring at his silently. You know. I don't care about humanity that much. I mean, what the point of caring about a race destroying himself with his hands? Leo put the vegetables on the table before he said, I already passed that point of giving a fuck about human race philosophy. I'm the type of guy who'll reject his humanity at any day as long as the offer was good. Leo started cutting the vegetables while Saitama took a very deep breath before cooking again. So the point in this? Don't care too much about what people tell you because it's most likely to be bullshit. Leo looked at Saitama that was raising his fist again, but he stopped. I finally understand why that electric girl seems to be angry all the time. Saitama started to cut the octopus again as he seemed to release his frustration on it. Well, Mikoto is very easy to trigger. Leo put the vegetables aside. This personality. Saitama felt a headache talking to this guy before he said, if you don't care about humanity this much, then why do you know all these stuffs? Oh. Well, it called learning. Leo picked some potatoes and started cleaning them before he said, you should try it someday because it seems that messing with people's mind is funnier. I officially hate you. Saitama didn't lose in any fight after he got his power, but he surrenders for Leo's bad personality. Welcome to the club, Leo replied without caring about it. Can't you take one thing seriously? Saitama now is feeling his turn has come in this chat room to lose his sanity. Seriously? Well, I can take some things seriously. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, like that speech is only 97% bullshit, and you can guess where that 3%. Saitama stared at Leo for a while before he went to cook again, and so did Leo. But suddenly he said, you know, if you like it that much, I can give a full speech about why you should reject your humanity, send cars to space, stop time, try to live a peaceful life, why it just works, believe in gravity, and how to kill the President of the United States by your spinning nails. Leo smiled while Saitama almost broke the table. A/N, all this paragraph is a JoJo reference. Leo. Can I punch that personality of yours? Saitama looked at Leo that smiled at him before he said, nice try. But it called personality for a reason. After that, both of them cooked the dinner in silence as the dinner was ready at a very fast speed after they both cooperated. Actually, it was Leo creating a beast in the shape of a cartoon octopus that can cook, or both of them will probably be stuck in here. Time skipped 30 minutes. Leo, Saitama, Misaka, Kazuma, and Kagaya were sitting on the same table while having a dinner of this octopus that surprisingly was good. Leo wanted to thank his beasts and the ingredients for this. But the atmosphere wasn't very friendly. Kazuma looked at Misaka glaring at Leo, Kagaya smiling sweetly at Leo which gave him chills, and Saitama with his deadpan face, but he was releasing a very terrifying aura. Leo. What did you do? Kazuma looked at Leo that was next to him, but he didn't seem to care about this atmosphere. What do you mean? Leo looked at Kazuma without realizing that the atmosphere increased at this moment. Kazuma pointed at the three other peoples on this table while he didn't know where Whitebeard went to. Leo looked at the trio before he said, the first two. You know. But the last one got a huge dose of bullshit no jutsu. Asterisk awkward silence asterisk. Kagaya and Kazuma stopped everything they were doing, even Kagaya smiled disappeared while Misaka tilted her head in confusion. Bullshit no jutsu. Kazuma repeated the words like he didn't believe what he heard. Yeah, he took it in the form of a neutral hero philosophy. Leo nodded before he said, and he actually took it seriously. Kazuma and Kagaya stopped again as they both looked at Saitama before they started shivering, which made Saitama cover his face. PFFF. You actually did it. PFFF. Kazuma was struggling as he wasn't able to spell properly. PFFFF. No, we should make fun. PFFF. Kagaya mask shattered, which made Leo feel relieved because the degenerate Kagaya still there. Misaka looked at this scene without even the attention to ask why before Leo noticed her. He said, if you want to know, then it's simple. Really? The other two said the same phrase before they got interrupted. Misaka didn't have hope to even understand what going on, but Leo said, for us cultured people there is a secret ability that uses our knowledge and lying skills to their limits and it called bullshit no jutsu. Asterisk cough asterisk yeah, it one of the most powerful abilities that can even turn enemies into friends just by saying bullshit. Kazuma recovered before he said, nothing can't be solved by bullshit. If there is. Well, say more bullshit, but this ability is mostly used by protagonists. Yeah. Protagonists. Kagaya and Kazuma looked at Leo that only raised his left hand. Kazuma didn't understand, but Kagaya was able to see the boosted gear in his hand as her face stiffened. Yeah. I got trolled by someone who wants to reject his humanity. Saitama was already feeling tired from this as Kazuma and Kagaya looked at Leo again. Leo didn't care about them as he raised his left as few words appeared above his arm almost made Kagaya crack the table. Boost. Boost. Go. Dragon. Go. No fucks given. Well, I actually wanted to talk about this task, but the old man isn't here, so leave it for another day. Leo didn't care about Kagaya that was crushing the table. Task. Isn't it simple? Misaka asked because she is new to these things. Well, it more like to analyze a few things like who the real enemy. Leo waved his hand before Kazuma said, isn't it the system user? Remove the user and leave the system. Leo words made everyone here look at him before he said, think about it, if we can have a task about the user, why can't he have a one about us? Leo words made everyone realize the point they were ignoring. Even Kagaya clicked her tongue as she realized that. The chat room told us about the outer god interfering with the chat room function, then why he can't spot us here. And the second objective. Take the system and give it to the chat room. It might sound simple, but why did the chat room ask us to retrieve it in the task objective? Leo looked at everyone directly before he said, the system has a way to escape, which make me think we're facing the system rather than the user. Then what should we do? Kazuma slowed up and asked, which made everyone look at Leo again. Why are you asking me? Do what we agreed on. A total mayhem, Leo smiled before he said, a quick attack that leaves no chance for that system to respond. Kazuma looked at Leo before he said, so. Nuke it. Of course we'll nuke it. And it'll be much better if he was in the Empire. Leo smiled like a madman while everyone was sweating. But suddenly, Leo raised his left hand as Saitama, and Kaguya looked at him. Saitama was able to feel something is awakening while Kaguya was looking at that red aura raising from Leo's arm. Well. We'll continue this later. Leo nodded at everyone before a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place. What just happened? Kazuma and Misaka were confused, but Kaguya said, don't worry, it isn't something dangerous. Saitama didn't care as he started eating again before everyone joined him. Outside the mansion, Leo appeared in the backyard as he looked at the red aura on his left arm. It's time, huh? Leo felt the boosted gear already merged completely with his arm and soul before he removed the beast that was holding it. A bright red light appeared, which made Leo close his eyes slightly and wait until it vanished as his hand had a red gauntlet with a green orb while there was a flare inside the orb. Twice critical. Leo looked at this gauntlet before he frowned and clenched his fist. Golden key filled Leo's arm as twice critical started to shine brightly again before it transformed completely. The gauntlet became bigger, as it almost covered all Leo's arm. It had 2 green jewels and 10 golden spikes. This is the boosted gear in its full normal form. Leo raised his hand and looked at the boosted gear before he nodded, but suddenly he heard a voice from it. It seems you are my host now. Or the new 1-inch. The voice was deep and calm, but Leo felt the power in it even if it's just a voice, and it looks like my host this time is a fool. Nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor Drake, or should I say. Leo raised his arm as he looked at the flashing green jewel before he said, Breast Dragon Emperor. The green jewel light almost went out before the voice appeared again. Huh. And this is the first meeting between Leo and Drake. Chapter 19, The Fool. The sun went down completely, which announced the arrival of the night, as it brought with it calm and tranquility. The wind was blowing slightly as it carried some tree leaves and made a whistling sound as it passed. Leo was standing in the middle of the forest calmly as he was looking at the red gauntlet on his left arm. If anyone was here, he'll think that Leo is a madman talking to his gauntlet, as he isn't wrong, but Leo was talking to a dragon that didn't respond for 2 minutes. Are you there? Leo waved his left arm as he was calling Drake that didn't respond for 2 minutes. What did you just say? The green orb that was dark for 2 minutes, glowed again as Drake recovered from the confusion. Drake can swear in his whole life as a dragon and in the Longinus. He never saw a host or a human that called him like this from the first meeting. And what made Drake almost hit his head in the Longinus wall is the fact that this human isn't lying. As a dragon and one of the strongest, Drake able to sense lies and tricks in other people's words instantly, and his long experience in his life also allows him to see through such lies easily. This made him realize that his second host in this period that named Leo is telling the truth. Drake is able to see this human named Leo knows him very well, but he still called him with that name. This made Drake confused for more than 2 minutes. What did you just called me? Drake still has hope inside of him that he heard it wrong, but Leo's next words broke that hope mercilessly. Breast Dragon Emperor. Leo answered naturally as the green orb on the boosted gear went dim again. After a few minutes of waiting, the orb glowed again as Drake said, Why did you call me like that? Why did you call me a fool? Leo replied with a question as he watched the glowing orb. Because you are a fool, you fool, Drake replied normally, as Leo's eyebrow started to twitch from anger. But strangely, Leo was able to feel that Drake has a different meaning in his words. Leo stared at the boosted gear for a while before he said, You don't seem to be bothered by this situation. Leo was slightly surprised after he was the calm Drake. He thought they'll have a long conversation or even Drake being angry, but none of that happened. This situation? Well, it isn't the first time this happens anyway. Drake didn't seem to care about Leo taking his from his previous host because this isn't the first time someone tries to mess with his hosts before they grew up. Longinus users were always a golden egg in the eyes of different forces and a threat if they weren't able to control them. Drake can remember some of his previous hosts getting killed before he even awakens, or getting caught to try experiments on a few of them to study Longinus. But this is the first time he sees a Longinus user use his Longinus to take another Longinus, which is quite impressive. He was the Red Dragon Emperor from the moment he got me, even if he didn't know it, and if he lost his power because of his weakness, then it was his fault. Drake as a dragon has pride in his power, and the host who has him share that power with his title, which is the reason that his previous host should blame himself. And about the fact he didn't have power at first. As a dragon, those are just excuses. And I have to say, it isn't bad for me to see different worlds even inside this Longinus. Drake seemed to be interested in different worlds, as Leo nodded, because that seemed to be quite reasonable. But Drake didn't say that this new host isn't bad, was also one of his reasons. The previous host was a normal human below average power, but his personality wasn't bad except his excessive lust. And this new host named Leo has a bad personality, but he isn't bad from the inside, and his will is strong, while his power and potential with having two Longinus is very huge, which increases the chances of defeating his rival Albion. Without those conditions, Drake won't just switch his host for anyone like a bastard obsessed with power. I see. Leo nodded at Drake as he felt it quite reasonable reason, and he didn't care too much about it. So, I have answered your question. Can you explain that name? Drake can't forget that name, he has a feeling that he'll regret knowing about it. But as the Red Dragon Emperor, he has to know who dares to make fun of him. Tell me first, why did you call me a fool? Leo felt Drake wasn't actually insulting him, but his words have a different meaning as he said, don't expect me to answer your question until you tell me. Drake went silent for a while before he sighed and said, sigh. This isn't something you should know now, but you're a fool. Everyone in the world. Our world is born to be unique even if there seem to be similarities. Everyone is unique on a very deep level. Leo that was frowning because he was called a fool again calmed down and listened to Drake. It's the thing that defines who we are at the moment of birth and guide us in our decisions. Drake stopped for a moment before he said, it's called the essence. There have been one of those Indian and Chinese gods trying to explain it by reincarnation or reborn, but essence goes beyond that, as it's a thing even they can't escape from. Drake stopped as he seemed to remember something before he said, essence is the thing that defines who we are, or what we'll be. Even our power and how much we can become stronger is usually determined by it. It more like an instinct engraved deeply into our souls which neither the gods nor dragons like me, White Guy, Albion, Ophis, and Great Red can escape. And that also goes for you. Leo felt that Drake is looking through at this moment and nothing was hidden from him. Essence can variety to an infinite number of things. For example, my domination, or White Guy, Albion, vanishing, even Ophis infinity, Great Red dreams, and you. The fool. I, who harness the power of his essence, are able to dominate my power to multiple it or transfer it, while the White Guy, Albion, can vanish the power by dividing it and absorbing it. Drake suddenly stopped before he said, from your last conversation, I think you know it, but my flames in the White Guy, Albion, poison is also the result of the essence. You're the fool, which is zero, a blank, a representation of both nothing and emptiness, which is also a jack of all trades, but with that, you hold the infinite potential. Leo got surprised now, but Drake didn't finish his words. You're a zero which everything starts from. You're the representation of innocence, madness, freedom, spontaneity, inexperience, chaos, and creativity. A fool who believes in his ideal and prefers to die than give up on it, which reflects well on you if you didn't notice. Leo widened his eyes before he said, even if you say that. Where do you see the innocence in me? Innocence means the clean state of mind that rarely gets affected by external factors, but there will be a day when the fool learns something, and this is the inexperience and creativity, Drake said calmly, but Leo stopped completely at that moment. Doesn't get affected. Will learn something. Leo covered his face with his other hand as the long-lost memories appeared in his head. If I understood it faster. If I didn't ignore it at first. Leo was able to see himself or his past self standing in front of him, as his empty eyes remind him of every single moment he had in that world and the lesson he learned. What happened to you? Drake noticed Leo's condition as he didn't respond for a while. Nothing. Leo calmed himself as he pushed his glasses and said, you said this essence affects me a lot. But where? I think you know where. Drake's orb glowed slightly while Leo understood what he meant as he said, my Longinus. Yes, Annihilation Maker. As a fool, you'll pursue freedom, and as the Longinus that reflect their wielder's desires, it been affected by that essence of yours and got it freedom. Ha ha ha. Drake laughed a little before he said, the fool who escaped the shackles of God. Ha ha. What? Leo didn't get it this statement. How was he able to escape the creator rules only by his essence? But Drake said, your essence guided you when you needed it, and gave you the key, which is definitely also related to it. Key. Gold experience. But it doesn't have con dash. Leo stopped his words as he remembered something and said, GER. The fool. Return to 0-inch. GER or Gold Experience Requiem is the final form of this stand with the ability to return all will and action to 0, which is a broken power that even bends the reality. Leo realized if he counted as the 0 then this wasn't a coincidence. He chooses Gold Experience. Now this really reminds me of Origin in Type Moon. Leo was thinking of how much this is similar to something from the Fate series before Drake said, and this is also reflected in your crazy actions and thoughts. Leo remembered his journey in the dragon vein as he went without fear, or when he never felt any guilt by killing or something. I don't know how did that chat room or what you call it did it. But it slightly activated your essence, which makes me think it wasn't a coincidence you got that Longinus. Leo felt he's getting a lot of shocks today as he remembered the choice he got from this chat room, and if it was with him or at least that year, then it'll know what he'll choose. I saw other people with the full essence, be it gods or other race, but yours is the purest one I have seen, which make you and this Longinus the best match. Drake sighed before he said, my Longinus is usually the type of easily emotional affected person. Like the previous host with his perverted essence, which makes me think he'll create some perverted skills in the future. You have no idea. Leo remembered DXD plot and essay techniques before Drake said, as my new host, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't keep thinking about those things from your memories, because as a fool and jack of all trades that'll only limit you, Drake said in the tone of a teacher as Leo widened his eyes because he realized that he never thought of creating something original. Leo knows he always been thinking about things from other works and tries to only create them and ignoring the potential of his Longinus. Drake said he's a fool, so even if he doesn't agree with this nickname, he realized that he has been ignoring the other possibilities. I see. Thank you, Leo thanked Drake because he taught him something very important today. Well, we're stuck together after all. Drake was slightly surprised by the thanks from Leo, but the next thing surprised him completely. If we're stuck together then. Look at this. Leo sent some of his memory to Drake as the orb got dim or a moment before glowing brightly. Are you serious? Drake asked with disbelieving in his tone, but Leo only remained silent as it was the best answer. I know you're a madman from breaking the shackles and creating that thing. Drake referred to the dragon Leo is creating now before he said, but what you're going to do is something that Ophis or the Great Red can't save you from, even if they helped you the best they could. Drake brought Ophis and Great Red as an example because of the ridiculous thing Leo showed him. I never asked for help anyway. Do you know? Leo stared at the moon in the sky before he said, you were right even if I don't want to admit it. I learned my lesson a long time ago and I'll never repeat my mistakes. Leo closed his eyes slightly as he said, I'll never back down even if it meant my death. I'll break through it without fear or hesitation, and I'll come out with victories because this is me. Or after I got you it became a dragon, right? Drake remained silent as he was confirming what he heard before he laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. You're really a fool, but well said. This is the existence of the dragon. I look forward to that day, partner. Oh. Did I pass your test? And I'll be grateful if you stopped with the fool thing. Leo raised his eyebrow before Drake said, there wasn't a test, but you impressed me. And you're a fool, you can't escape it. Leo took a deep breath and calmed himself because of how much he was called a fool in these 5 minutes before Drake said, now, tell me about that nickname. Honestly, if you count me as a partner, I need to warn you. You'll regret this. Leo gave Drake advice like he did with him, but Drake was stubborn. Regret it. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Well, you asked for it. Leo shared some of his memories with Drake as the memories flowed into the boosted gear. At that moment, Leo can swear he heard a cracking sound from the boosted gear as the green orb almost became black. This is true. Leo heard Drake's trembling voice as he said, yeah. It's true. Leo heard the cracking sound again before Drake said, partner. Here there's some memories of the boosted gear complete usage. Leo felt some memories in his head before Drake said, I know you can use it perfectly without my help. I need some time now. Some time alone. Yeah, just some time to be alone. After that the boosted gear orb went back to its colors, but Leo almost heard sobbing sounds before Drake left. Stay strong. Leo sighed for the great dragon emperor fate before he looked at the moon again. Fool, huh? Leo felt the wind blowing as he raised his hand and looked at the boosted gear before he activated its powers. Boost. Leo felt everything about him doubled at that moment. Physical capabilities or ki, which made him realize the power of the boosted gear. Boost. After 10 seconds, the boosted gear activated his abilities as Leo's power increased 4-fold. Leo felt this is far away from his limit, but he thinks it enough to try something. Leo spotted a boulder slightly away from him, so he walked to it and summoned gold experience. Useless. Gold experience hit the boulder as it glowed with a golden light, but this wasn't the end. Leo put his hand on the boulder before he clenched his left-hand fist and activated the boosted gear second ability. Transfer. But Leo didn't send the power to the boulder, he sent it to his Longinus. The Annihilation Maker. Dark, very dark light with almost absorbed the light around appeared from Leo's arm as it was very different from the usual usage of the Annihilation Maker. Leo closed his eyes and imagined what he wants to create before the dark light enveloped the golden one. After 3 minutes, all the light disappeared as the boulder disappeared and replaced with a little thing. The wind that was blowing also stopped at this moment. It was like the wind calmed down. A small white kitten with a green glow was sitting in front of Leo before it looked at him with its green eyes. Meow. The small cat flew from the ground and circled around Leo as it was carrying a slight breeze wherever it goes. Wind appeared around Leo as he levitated with the cat before it started to nuzzle on his face. Yeah, you're happy, I got it. Leo fixed his glasses because the cat reached to them before he said, free like the wind, huh? This small cat is actually a wind elemental that reached the level of spirit. Leo put his own concept as the spirit of nature and ki, which represents nature that holds wind as an element and made the spirit after a boost from the boosted gear. This wind spirit has the power to control winds and it not just throwing wind blades and such. This cat power is almost called dominating the wind with its versatility. Well. Leo looked at the small cat that didn't want to stop before a helpless but a happy smile appeared on his face. This cat is absolutely cute in Leo's standards. But before he did anything else he heard a voice behind him. What are you doing here? Leo fell to the ground as he pushed the cat slightly before he turned and looked at Whitebeard holding his weapons and looking at him. You saw nothing. A dark aura appeared around Leo which made Whitebeard slightly surprised before he said, see what? Nothing. Where have you been, old man? Leo fixed his glasses and asked Whitebeard. I was just looking around then I saw you here smiling with that little cat. Whitebeard was quite surprised to see such a side of Leo, but at that moment he heard a cracking sound. Leo that was fixing his glasses instantly destroyed them, as they cracked from everywhere before a dark light flashed and they got fixed. You know. Old man. Leo fixed his new glasses, as he smiled and said, I need to talk with you about something. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before Leo said, it's very important but before that didn't you forget something? What? Whitebeard didn't understand, but when he saw Leo's eyes he remembered as he said, do you think you can do it? Oh. Why don't we try it? Leo smiled as he said, an agreement is an agreement, and I'm now challenging you. Edward Newgate. What a fighting spirit. Whitebeard almost saw flames in Leo's eyes before he smiled slightly and said, very well. Pick your place. Leo smiled when he heard the answer before he said, follow me. Wind rotated around Leo by the power of the cat on his head before he floated and flew away. I didn't see that fighting spirit in a long time. Whitebeard jumped as he used moonwalk to follow Leo. This will be interesting. However, in Leo's head right now, even if cost me my life I'll hit him on his head so hard, he'll forget everything he saw. When Leo and Whitebeard left the place, there was another person appeared, and she was holding a camera. Chapter 20, Leo vs. Whitebeard. 8,717 words. This isn't even my final form. Damn it. Few more I can say it over 9,000. This is my first time doing a full fighting scene. Tell me if it's good. Underscore 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 underscore. 100 kilometers away from Leo's mansion, there was a rocky place between mountains. This place usually filled with danger beasts all day long, but today they ran out of this place for some reason. The wind was blowing slightly stronger as the sky was cloudy tonight. The moon isn't showing up in this place as it was covered with clouds. All these signs show that a storm will hit this place, but it didn't seem it'll happen anytime soon. Suddenly, Leo arrived at this place from the sky as he landed gently on the ground with the wind cyclone around him. Boom. This is the sound of Whitebeard falling from the sky and creating a crater on the ground before he stood up and looked at Leo. I suppose this is the place you have chosen. Whitebeard observed this place slightly before he looked at Leo that was putting his hand on Yamato. Yeah, I guess it's suitable and no one will bother us that much. Leo nodded towards Whitebeard calmly as he was also observing the surrounding. Hey, kid. Whitebeard looked at Leo for a while before he said, did something happen? What do you mean? Leo raised his eyebrow but Whitebeard stared at him again before he said, you seem a little bit off. Whitebeard felt Leo now is somehow different from usual. It was like he had something on his mind right now. Little bit off. Well, I could say the same for you, old man. Leo opened and closed his left-hand fist as he was checking if everything is perfect for this fight. Gwahaha. I guess I also have my own problems. Whitebeard laughed a little before he said, so, do you want to talk about it? I don't know, but I don't think I'm in for a talk right now. Leo clenched his left fist, as the boosted gear appeared but he didn't activate it. Leo is able to control the boosted gear to work at the moment he wants to without it wasting his energy by boosting. This is because of Drake memories and the fact he can control his ki. Neither am I. Whitebeard lifted his giant naginata and hit the ground with it, raising the dust before he looked at Leo and said, I hope you're ready. No need to tell me, old man. I'm putting my life on this. Leo felt every beast on his body like gold experience, Yamato, Venom, and Wind Cat, even his own glasses to make sure they're ready. Whitebeard stared at Leo seriously for a second before he lifted his giant naginata and hit the ground with it before he said, if you're able to make one wound on my body, then you're the winner. This is Whitebeard's signal to start the battle as Leo felt he completely changed at this moment. Whitebeard that was already intimidating is now terrifying, and if there a word Leo can use to describe him now is a monster. This pressure. Conqueror Haki. Even without it been activated it still brings me this pressure. Leo stared at Whitebeard as he was releasing a very terrifying aura. I fighting a losing battle now. He's above me in both power and experience, even if I try to narrow the gap with the boosted gear. I don't think it'll work as he'll not just watch me boost without doing anything. Leo took a deep breath before he put his right hand on Yamato handle and venom tightened on Leo's body as he gave him full increase in power. I can't fight head on directly or I'll lose very badly. It seems this will be a dance on the edge. Boost. But. Therefore it's interesting. Leo smiled as his power doubled before he pulled Yamato and vanished from his place. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before he moved his Naginata to the left and blocked Leo's sword as sparks appeared between them. Is this all you got? Whitebeard clenched his Naginata before swinging it to the left, but Leo disappeared at that moment. Boom. A shock wave hit the place where Whitebeard struck, which shattered multiple rocks in its way before it stopped. But before Whitebeard looked at where is Leo now. He hurried and waved his Naginata backward as he broke 4 blue blades. Leo appeared 10 meters away from Whitebeard as he was observing him. The wave that scanned this place must be the observation Haki, and there was something covering his Naginata. It must be armament Haki. Haki, Leo looked at Whitebeard that turned to look at him. It seems I have my first goal. But before Leo thought more, Whitebeard disappeared from his place, which made Leo widen his eyes before he used Yamato, and teleported instantly. Crash. Whitebeard appeared in the place where Leo was standing and hit it with his Naginata, as he made a giant crater and raised dust to the sky. You shouldn't be distracted at the battle. Whitebeard pulled his Naginata but he suddenly looked upward to see 5 blue blades aiming at him and his observation Haki spotted many small wind needles aiming at his vital spots. Whitebeard rotated his Naginata quickly as he created an airflow which made all the needles and the blades change their course but in Whitebeard's surprise. The needles circled with the airflow as they became faster and flew at him while the blades disappeared and emerged very close to him. Whitebeard hurried and covered himself with the armament Haki and blocked all the weapons, but before Whitebeard raised his head. The observation Haki caught a lot of things appearing around him, but this time even Whitebeard instinct is telling him this is dangerous, so he activated the Haki hardening as his skin was covered in black metal. Clang 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 clang. Sword slashes appeared from nowhere and hit Whitebeard in his vital spots like head and heart, but his armament Haki blocked them as sparks were flying around. Whitebeard didn't stop as he put his Naginata alongside his neck and blocked Leo's sword from slashing it. Whitebeard stared at the Yamato that was glowing with blue light as he felt his Haki can't block this sword, and if his Naginata, Murakumajiri wasn't one of the 12 series, it'll break immediately. Boost. Whitebeard felt the strength of Leo doubled before he waved his Naginata, but Leo just teleported from there. You also shouldn't be distracted, old man. Leo appeared away from Whitebeard as he stared at him, but his hand was trembling now. When I made a contact at him. His Haki damaged me. Leo frowned as he stared at Whitebeard. Haki, I need to take care of it first. It seems you have a lot of tricks. Whitebeard squinted his eyes towards Leo before he said, do you think they could help you? Who knows? Let's see. Leo smiled at Whitebeard before he vanished again. Whitebeard didn't even change his expression, as he waved his Naginata downward exactly where Leo appeared. Leo watched this giant Naginata coming directly at him without an expression as an airflow appeared around Yamato before Leo waved his sword. Clang. The two weapons collided, creating sparks and shockwaves, but something happened at this moment. In Whitebeard's eyes, his Naginata slipped before Leo's sword, as Leo gently moved the sword and made Whitebeard hit the ground, which made another cloud of dust. Leo didn't miss this chance and aimed his sword towards Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard saw this as he rotated his grip on the Naginata and swooped to the left. But Leo vanished again with a blue glow. Whitebeard frowned as he felt when his weapon collided with Leo. A small wind around the sword made his Naginata slip and directed his power against him. More tricks. Whitebeard got bored from these tricks before he raised his Naginata and stuck his right because this is where his Haki spotted Leo, but he felt nothing. Crash. The Naginata hit the ground which destroys it into pieces and create more dust, but Leo wasn't there. The only thing that was there is a golden orb that was cut in two by the Naginata. Whitebeard stared at this thing for a split second before his danger instinct kicked in and made him use Haki hardening to cover his neck and move his head to the side. PFFF. A blue light flashed across Whitebeard's neck as a wound appeared on it and blood was leaking. Leo did a spin in the air before he landed 12 meters away from Whitebeard that put his hand on his neck and saw the blood. You shouldn't underestimate tricks, old man. Leo waved his sword gently as he was looking at Whitebeard before he said, I think this is enough for you to be serious. Observation Haki has been cracked successfully. Leo didn't change his expression as he saw Whitebeard clenching his fist. Ki is a very wonderful thing. Not only it represents the life force of the living being, but it also holds some nature concepts like the 4 elements which are water, earth, fire, and wind. as the water being the most close and wind the less close to key. But if someone has enough control over this energy, he can distort someone else's spirits or spiritual energy because spirit and life are very close to each other, and this is what Leo did here. Leo studied Whitebeard observation hockey's spiritual wave from all that scan he was doing, and his ki when they clashed, which allows him to block that scanning and made Whitebeard think a slight amount of his ki is actually himself. Boost. At this moment, Leo boost reached 3, which means his power multiplied by 8 times, but this wasn't enough. I need more power to do this. This is really a dance on the edge. The ground under Leo's foot was glowing with a golden light, and every place he stepped on was golden under the surface. Gah! Whitebeard started laughing out of nowhere before he raised his naginata and looked at Leo. Not bad, kid. But Whitebeard's smile vanished as he looked at Leo and said, at this moment, I'm serious. Don't die, kid. Leo's eyes widened as all his beasts were warning him. The spider sense was tingling, the cat felt a disturbance in the wind, even Leo felt a key in the front which made him teleport instantly from that place. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. A giant shock wave hit the place where Leo was standing as Whitebeard appeared there, and his other self in the last location vanished like a mist. It was an after image made by speed. Whitebeard didn't stop as he vanished again and appeared 20 meters away, waving his naginata at Leo that appeared a split second before him. Leo responded instantly as he stuck Whitebeard naginata with Yamato that was covered by an airflow, but this time the impact crushed the ground beneath Leo before the naginata slipped from the sword, as Leo felt his arms almost broken. Whitebeard didn't give Leo any chance to respond as he raised his empty hand and punched directly towards Leo's face. But an airflow appeared around Whitebeard's arm in an attempt to change his target. Whitebeard felt the wind as he crushed it by force while the fist got closer to Leo's face. Muda. At this moment, gold experience appeared from Leo's body and punched Whitebeard's arm from the side with a speed even Whitebeard wasn't able to feel it clearly. Even if Whitebeard wasn't able to see or feel gold experience now, he's still able to locate him by the change in the wind movement. Whitebeard felt his arm was hit as it changed its direction, but he forced it and moved the target toward Leo's chest. However, something happened at that moment. Whitebeard saw his fist and his body went through Leo's body, but when he turned back, he saw his body standing still there without moving. This is the ability of gold experience as it separates someone else's senses and turns them berserker, which allows it to confuse the enemies. Now. Leo saw this and waved his sword towards Whitebeard's chest, but Whitebeard's body moved at that moment as he raised his naginata and blocked Leo's sword. What? Did he control his body remotely using haki? Leo felt surprised, but Whitebeard's senses returned to normal at that moment, as he turned his head towards Leo. But he was greeted with gold experience fist that was covered with the compressed wind to the face. Muda. Gold experience hit Whitebeard's face as the wind exploded in his face, which made him retreat a few steps away before he regained his balance. Boost. Leo's power is 16 times the normal condition, even his beasts that have a connection with his body like gold experience got stronger, but this isn't enough. This won't work. I need one last hit. Leo watched Whitebeard that was dragging his feet on the ground before he looked at gold experience as an idea appeared in his mind. Whitebeard that recovered from the hit raised his head instantly because he read a booming sound, as something appeared in front of him. It was Leo with a kick covered in wind aiming at his chest. Whitebeard didn't have any time to respond, so he raised his arm to protect himself, but Leo changed his direction mid-air and hit his head. Boom. This time Whitebeard was sent flying slightly by the wind shock wave, but before he recovered quickly as he looked at Leo landing gently before putting Yamato in its scabbard. A blue space distortion engulfed Whitebeard as a lot of wind blades, and 10 blue blades surrounded him instantly. Leo felt his body cracking as a gold key glowed on him before it healed him slightly. If Kaguya was here, she'll see that Leo now is covered by gold experience as he gained all his powers like speed. These tricks won't work anymore. Leo knows that he only got Whitebeard by surprise because he doesn't know his abilities, but now anything he tries again will backfire on him. Whitebeard that was inside the space distortion felt the danger inside he wanted to use armament haki to harden his body, but his haki isn't working now. Whitebeard felt the moment he wanted to use armament haki his body twitched from the places Leo hit him before. It was like his body was a gear and now it's stuck from those places. This is Leo using the same principle to nullify Whitebeard haki and block it by putting some of his ki inside Whitebeard's body. Observation haki and armament haki. The two of them got cracked like this. How long has it been? Not even a minute and he did all of this. Whitebeard smiled as he looked at Leo before he raised his hand. It seems I really underestimate those tricks. A white bubble appeared around Whitebeard's fist as the air vibrated before he punched to the front, but against absolute power. All the tricks are useless. Crack, crack, crack. Leo heard the sound of glass shattering as he saw the air with the space gut shatter by one fist of this man before him. All the space distortion and the blades crushed instantly, but Leo didn't have time to admire the scenery, as he teleported from that place. At that moment, the shock wave hit everything to the front, which destroyed it completely. The ground was shaking like an earthquake hit this place as the terrain of the front was changed by one fist from Whitebeard. Leo appeared far away from the shock wave as he was slightly surprised by the damage caused by one punch from Whitebeard, but he didn't have time as Whitebeard put his naginata down and raised his two fists before punching again. Crack crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. The same bubble in his hands and the same cracking sound, but this time it was bigger and more terrifying as the shock wave filled with intense vibration rushed quickly towards Leo's location. Leo teleported, but at the moment he appeared elsewhere. Whitebeard spotted him instantly as he attacked again, which gave him no chance of quick teleportation. Boost. Leo felt his power reach 32 times as he stopped the boosted gear and looked at the shock wave destroying everything and rushing towards him before he took a deep breath and pulled Yamato quickly from its scabbard. Meow! The eyes of the cat above Leo's head glowed green before winds that were generated by Whitebeard's last attacks rushed towards Yamato and covered it, as Leo waved. A giant wind blade appeared from the sword and rushed towards the shock wave, but if anyone notices the blade closely, he'll see the wind was spinning to the right at a quick speed. The shock wave filled with vibration hit the wind blade, and in Whitebeard's shocked eyes the shock wave didn't destroy the blade, but it changed its direction to the right without hurting Leo, and he had to punch again to destroy the blade that almost hit him. Why are you surprised? Leo looked at Whitebeard's shocked face before he said, you know better than me that your vibration is carried by the air, and I'm able to control that air, so guess what'll happen? Your Quake Fruit range attack is basically useless now because you can't control the shock wave, right? Leo put Yamato in his scabbard as he put a sword drawing position. This is a weakness of the Quake Fruit that Leo spotted by feeling the air and wind. The Quake Fruit allows Whitebeard to generate vibrations and use them to send shock waves, but he can't control the shock waves he sends, which allowed Leo to use this loophole to nullify his ranged attacks. Whitebeard looked at Leo before he started to shack. He was happy now. He even wants to laugh. The Quake Fruit, which considered the strongest, had such a flaw, and this kid discovered it in less than a minute. How can't he be excited now? The fruit that everyone thought it was invincible was cracked simply like that. Even if he was serious earlier. Whitebeard didn't take Leo as an enemy, but now he'll be fighting a battle of life and death. Whitebeard looked at Leo for a second before he rushed towards him using Shave, which is a technique from Navy 6 styles that allow the user to move at extremely high speed. Whitebeard raised his naginata as it was covered in a quake bubble before he waved it. The naginata drew an arc in the air as the space was broken. But Whitebeard raised his eyebrow because he missed the target. Whitebeard looked behind him as a giant wind blade was rushing towards him before he waved his naginata and destroyed it. Glancing at Leo, Whitebeard frowned. Whitebeard felt the wind was strange when he rushed towards Leo. It was like there was no resistance in the middle of the journey, which made his speed increase suddenly and lose control. Wind resistance. This kid, Whitebeard raised his naginata as he looked at Leo. Shave is useless now and Moonwalk is also the same. Did you figure it out? Well, that doesn't matter. Leo looked at Whitebeard before he disappeared from that place. Whitebeard raised his guard to prepare for any trick that might come, but he suddenly felt a pain in the chin as he was sent flying by a punch from Leo. I didn't see it. Nor I felt it. Whitebeard recovered before he noticed what wrong, the wind. There was no sound or movement to tell me his location. He figured it out. I need to hurry. Leo removed the wind resistance around him as he rushed with a speed he wasn't able to calculate right now. Mach 1. Mach 2. Or maybe Mach 5. Leo didn't know the speed he was going in, but his body was already cracking and blood is leaking from it even with venom protection. Leo's eyes are basically useless at this speed, so he has to use the wind and key with venom and gold experience to determine his location. Leo crossed the distance of 12 meters in the blink of an eye before he raised his foot and kicked towards Whitebeard's head. But before he hit Whitebeard's head, Leo released the wind on his foot and moved away from this place, as his foot was bleeding while Whitebeard was pushed slightly. Whitebeard's body now is vibrating, which made a defense around him that Leo can't breach directly. This is troublesome. Leo frowned as his foot recovered quickly from the damage by using gold experience. Whitebeard didn't waste any moment before he raised, picked his naginata and put a waving position. A quake bubble appeared on the naginata, but this time the bubble was slightly twisted before he swung as the shock wave destroyed everything while rushing to Leo. Leo noticed this and gathered the wind before launching his rotating wind blade, but this time the shock wave only weakened slightly before it reached Leo. Leo saw this as he stabbed the ground with Yamato and used it as a center to create a dome of rotating air. But even if he weakened the shock wave, it still hit him. Leo felt his body shaking while receiving damage, even his internal organs were damaged slightly. Whitebeard cracked Leo trick by a very simple thing, which was rotating his vibration slightly. The rotating vibration shock wave destroyed Leo's defense, but it wasn't enough because this is the first time Whitebeard used this technique. Old man. Leo frowned as he watched Whitebeard looking at him. It seems I'm not the only one learning here, huh? Well, I guess it'll be boring if it was only me doing things here. Leo clenched his grip on Yamato as prepared to Whitebeard next attack. Whitebeard used shave again as he rushed again, but he got interpreted by Leo wind changing. However, this time he was able to move normally, which made Leo apply the wind resistance again to confuse him. Damn it. I can't continue this. Leo is in a race with time. Even with the support of gold experience, his energy is limited and he'll fall down eventually, which means he needs to hurry up and end this. Leo rushed towards Whitebeard with a speed beyond Sonic. As he stuck his neck with his sword, but Whitebeard was able to block like he saw it coming. Leo even noticed that his armament hockey is coming back, which made him frown. Whitebeard wasn't able to feel Leo, but that doesn't mean he can't feel other things. Like the ground where Leo stepped on and the wind that he left after moving. Those things helped Whitebeard to locate Leo's position by his battle instinct. Leo looked at Whitebeard that was about to send vibrations through the weapon before he smiled as small ladybugs were on his sword and body. Whitebeard activated his fruit as he sent his strongest quake to Leo, but he coughed blood because he felt his body getting cracked from everywhere. Leo wasn't better because gold experience wasn't able to reflect all the damage as it also cracked his body, but he was smiling because Whitebeard isn't able to heal unlike him. Whitebeard punched towards Leo with a fist covered in a quake bubble while Leo did the same and counter it with his left hand using the boosted gear and spinning compressed wind. The two fists collided as a giant shock wave hit the place and both Leo and Whitebeard coughed blood from the vibrations and damage, but unlike Whitebeard that bleeding from everywhere, Leo injuries were healing at a quick speed. Leo raised his foot slightly before he vanished and appeared behind Whitebeard as he slashed with Yamato, but Whitebeard counters him by his Naginata, which made another shock wave and more damage to both the fighters. Whitebeard wanted to attack Leo that was in the air, but Leo suddenly stepped on the air and vanished again as he launched another attack on Whitebeard, but it got blocked. Moonwalk. No, it just using the same principle. Whitebeard watched how Leo changed his direction in midair before he attacks Leo again. Leo kept vanishing and appearing around Whitebeard as he launched multiple attacks on him from slashes to punches, even sending spatial attacks, but it got blocked by his quake fruit, which made more damage to both of them. Leo knows he almost commits suicide here. If he wasn't able to direct Whitebeard power using wind and reflect it by gold experience, he'll die, but he can't stop. He knows that he's unable to damage Whitebeard effectively by his attacks, especially after he activated his quake fruit, so he needs to use Whitebeard power to damage him even if it meant to be affected as well. This kid recovery is almost reaching Kaido. Whitebeard felt his body getting more damaged, but what made him frown is that every time he collides with Leo something was leaving his body before he felt slightly tired. Whitebeard widens his eyes instantly before he raised his fist and hit the ground as an enormous shock wave made Leo retreat. It too late now, old man. Leo grinned as he felt the key he took from Whitebeard. All Leo attacks were aimed at stealing Whitebeard key to weaken him before the grand final. Leo bit his lips before he clenched Yamato that glowed with a bright blue light before he waved and cut Whitebeard shockwave in two. Without giving Whitebeard a chance, Leo sprinted quickly as he slashed with Yamato. Leo attack only left flashed in the air because of the extreme speed, but Whitebeard could block all of them as he raised his Naginata and stuck Leo. Leo watched the giant Naginata without fear before he smiled and waved his sword, but at that moment Whitebeard punched, which made Leo do the same and counter it as the Naginata slipped from the sword. Whitebeard tried to recover his Naginata, but gold experience separated from Leo's body and kicked it, which made the Naginata hit the ground and venom through some thick web at it. Whitebeard frowned before pulling Naginata forcibly, but gold experience hit Whitebeard's head again, which made all the ki in his body and senses berserker again. Whitebeard that was separated from his body again looked at his body that was dragging his feet on the ground while something was approaching him. This made him sigh before he used the last thing he didn't use until now. A very powerful pressure was generated from Whitebeard, which made the air feel heavy as gold experience stop in his place. Leo felt the pressure rushing towards him as he recognized it. The haki that only the one who has the qualification of the king may have. The Conqueror haki. But he was prepared for it. Whitebeard looked at Leo, raising his weird gauntlet before his Conqueror haki hit it. At that moment, Whitebeard saw a giant red dragon covered in flames before he felt his mind hit with a hammer, which made him stop the Conqueror haki. Drake that was comforting himself inside the Longinus by saying, "It's okay, that isn't real. It can't happen now. I'm still the great red dragon emperor, won the two heavenly dragons. Yeah, it can't happen now." But he got interrupted as he felt a pressure hit him before he said after he saw the situation outside, "Did you just use me as a shield? You're a gauntlet, what do you expect me to do?" Leo controlled gold experience as it reached Whitebeard instantly after the pressure was gone, but Drake said, "Punch people." Gold experience raised his two fists that were covered in the wind before he launched a barrage of punches towards Whitebeard. Mutta 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 mutta. Punches hit Whitebeard's body like a rain of bullets as he wasn't able to anything because he was suffering from the Drake dragon pressure attack, but he clenched his teeth and his eyes became bloodshot before he forced his senses to his body by haki. Whitebeard looked at the front before he clenched his fist and used his strongest quake to punch as his fist collided with gold experience that was launching the final hit. MUDA. Boom. A gigantic shock wave hit the place as the space and air cracked again. Whitebeard was forced to retreat to the back, but gold experience right arm shattered from the impact, and so did Leo's right arm as he drooped Yamato while the blood rushed like a fountain. Leo clenched his teeth to focus as he commanded the cat to use wind, and he punched the ground using the boosted gear. Transfer. The power rushed from the boosted gear and spread into a web made of golden lines under the ground before a dark light flashed and it started to transform into something. Whitebeard tried to stop his movement, but he noticed two winds platforms under his foot which made him slip for a few meters before he used the quake to stop. However, he was exactly where Leo wanted him as few red light spots were raised from the ground as they resembled fireflies. Red flowers appeared from the ground before they bloomed and released thousands of those red fireflies in the air, but Whitebeard frowned at this scene because he was in the middle of the battlefield and those fireflies surrounded him instantly, which gave him an awful feeling. But this wasn't the time to admire these flowers, as Whitebeard raised his fist with the quake bubble and punched to the front. Crack. The air and space cracked again as the shock wave hit these fireflies, but something unexpected happens. Explosion, 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 explosion. The fireflies exploded in Whitebeard's face and turned into bright red flames as they fall to the ground and made more flowers, which released more fireflies. But what made Whitebeard shocked is that his vibration weakened by the explosions as the shock wave only reached 30 meters now. The flames also made Whitebeard frown because of how hot they were. Whitebeard could feel the intense heat as the ground melted to magma before new flowers appeared. I said you shouldn't underestimate tricks, old man. Leo stood up slowly as he was clenching his torn arm and feeling his body emptied from power before he said, I may be weaker than you, but don't underestimate my power, old man. Even the smallest things can make a difference if they're used in the correct place. And if you ignore that, then. Leo was panting as he said, you'll suffer even if you're strong. Whitebeard waved his fists again and again. He even used his naginata, but the fireflies only exploded more and created more flowers, flames, and magma, which made it very hard to see Whitebeard in the middle of those fireflies as they reached millions in number now. These flowers and fireflies, or rather be called seeds, are a whole beast made from ki that simulated fire and some of Drake firepower by using the boost on it. The beast extended deeply into the ground before it creates flowers that launch its seeds to the air, imitating some plants in nature. The seeds are high compressed fire elements that explode the moment they contact anything or when Leo chooses to do so, as they create some flames and a shock wave in the air when they explode. The flames fall to the ground as they make more flowers that launch thousands of seeds to attack the target, but this isn't what stopped Whitebeard now. The shock wave of 10,000 seeds are exploding as a buffer against Whitebeard vibrations and shock waves, which made it lose its power. Whitebeard shock waves hit the seeds as they explode and create their own shock wave, which weakens it until it stops while the flames damage Whitebeard directly. This is a simple solution, but it's very effective. But this wasn't the ending. Leo looked at the sea of flames around Whitebeard and the extremely hot air around it before he commanded the cat above his head. Meow. The cat raised his paw as the wind blew and carried the hot air to the sky towards the already dark clouds. The wind kept blowing and carried a massive amount of dry and extremely hot air before the clouds turned black and started flashing with light as thunder sound was heard after a while. This phenomenon is when wildfires create their own weather. It usually be rain, or now it's a thunderstorm. Boost. Transfer. Leo forced his already weak body as he boosted before transferring the power to the wind cat as it glowed with a green light before staring at the thunderstorm in the sky. Meow. The wind spirit controlled the wind as a cyclone appeared in the sky and started to drag the thunder clouds towards Whitebeard that was suffering from the flowers as he wasn't able to send shock waves for more than 10 meters now and his skin got burned badly. But he was smiling. Splendid. Really amazing. Can you use fire and explosives like this? Even the smallest things can make a difference, huh? Whitebeard covered himself with a quake bubble as he looked at the flames and the thunderclouds rushing towards him. He can't even escape now because if he dared to contact those fireflies, their flames will cause more damage to him even with his quake, and the fact he's tired now isn't helping him. If Ace can use his brain like you, he might be able to fight me longer. Whitebeard smiled slightly before he dropped his naginata and raised his hands. However, Whitebeard put his fingers like claws and caught the air at this moment. Don't think this is enough. Kid. Whitebeard pulled the air at this moment as the space, air, and world itself were rotating at this moment in Leo's eyes. Boom. Flames, thunderclouds, ground, space, and the air got crushed by Whitebeard at this moment without mercy as a gigantic shock wave was destroying everything. Even the world was tilting at this moment. Shit. Leo raised his only remaining hand as Yamato teleported to it before he cut the space to the front even if his body was screaming at him now. A dark blue space crack appeared before the wind spirit used the wind even if it tried to protect Leo, and Venom stretch while Gold Experience used his body as it is more durable than Leo. The shock wave hit Leo like a nuclear bomb as it destroyed everything in its way. The ground cracked and mountains shattered like it was the end of the world. Under this power, Leo's defense only persisted for a moment before he was swept with the shock wave. Leo felt he was in a blender as his body was getting destroyed and repaired, but the damage exceeded the repair before he was launched from more than 100 meters away. Crash! Leo's body or what left from it hit the mountain wall as he was coughing blood while he was feeling his body condition. Right hand is broken, ribs are broken, legs are also broken, and the internal organs are damaged badly. The heart is also crushed. Start to move the blood manually. Lord, you're in a very critical condition. You need to stop. Leo body now is very damaged. Some of his beasts like glasses and headphones got destroyed in that impact, while Venom is damaged badly now and Gold Experience has the same injuries as Leo. The only ones who were safe and sound were Yamato with its durability and Wind Spirit as it turned back to its spirit form to avoid damage. Honestly, Leo wants to give this little cat the MVP for this fight. He only made it because the wind abilities are convenient, but it saved his life many times during this fight. I see. Then, Leo forced his remaining ki to transform the rocks behind him to recover his body slightly before he said in his mind because he can't talk now, hey. Drake. You'll continue this fight in your condition. Drake didn't encourage Leo or stopped him because this is his fight and it's his choice. Yeah. But I don't think I'll win. Leo moved his body slightly, but he wasn't able to stand up. Of course, you'll not win. Even if that guy is injured, his condition is still better than you. Drake can see the ending of this fight with one last attack from that man. I see. Then let's even the odd. Leo coughed blood again as his body got slightly better but his injured heart still making him weak even if Venom was moving blood. Drake, let's do the first part of the project now. What? Do you want to die? You only had the boosted gear for a day and it still didn't change your body perfectly, yet, Drake frowned as he heard Leo plan. It was to change a part of his body to a dragon. And that part was his heart and lungs. Boosted gear users have the same weakness as dragons because of how long the boosted gear was in their body which lead to them to have dragon properties, but Leo didn't have it for that long, which will kill him if he dares to do it now. It seems you need to look at that partnership of yours. I said let's do it, not you alone. Aren't that right, partner? Leo felt his vision foggy as he saw the cracked ground and the scene of the world end. Drake was speechless for a second before he laughed, ha 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 ha. You're really a fool. Even doing this absolute madness, but... It's your choice, let's see what you got, partner. Leo didn't have time to respond as he felt his chest was on fire right now and pain equal to when his boosted gear hit him but it was nothing to him. Leo felt a red aura filled with very strong power appeared from the boosted and rushed to the location of his heart before he forced himself and activated Annihilation Maker. A dark light appeared and started to mix with the red aura as the pain increased but Leo stayed focusing on creating this heart with extra detail. Any mistake now will kill Leo because of the powerful recoil. Leo felt a second turned into an eternity as he was making this heart and lungs by all that he got before he felt the power from the boosted gear vanished. The time almost stood still at that moment as Leo didn't even move a finger before a clear sound was heard in this place. Thump thump. A faint sound of heartbeats was heard before they got stronger with every second passing by. Thump thump. The sound became loud as it extended to all the surroundings before a red aura appeared around Leo as the ground underneath became golden with every beat and recovered his body at an extreme speed. First his organ recovered before his broken bones fixed, even his torn hand recovered completely. Leo released a breath as his breath was carrying vapor before sparks appeared from it. Ki. No, it was vitality. Pure vitality that can change into any energy, be it mana or ki was generating in huge quantities by every breath and heartbeat from Leo. Leo used his hand and jumped from the mountain wall before he put his left with boosted gear on the mountain wall before it transformed into gold with every breath and heartbeat. Whitebeard was breathing heavily as the injuries covered his body. At the moment of impact, some damage from Leo was transferred to him by Gold Experience in an attempt to save Leo. This is the reason Leo wasn't knocked out from that attack. Whitebeard frowned because he felt something from afar before he raised his head and saw a figure walking slowly. Leo was walking slowly, as he was holding something in his left hand, or that thing was his left hand. Leo's left hand now is a giant dragon head with the same design and color as the boosted gear. The dragon head was glowing with green color while sending red aura. But what made Whitebeard surprised is the red aura around Leo and his eyes. Leo's eyes now are vertical, like dragon eyes with a powerful atmosphere generating from them. Don't mind me, old man. Leo raised his left arm as the dragon head was facing the sky before he said, I just finished a power-up and I'm going to use it now. On you. Asterisk boosted gear. Annihilation Dragon. Asterisk. With the sound from the green orb, the dragon head opened his mouth and gathered energy, but this wasn't enough nor Leo have time so he used the quick way and paid his vitality as a bullet. Boost. 1 year is enough. Leo used his vitality as a pure white aura entered the dragon head and made it glow brightly with a red color. This is Kid. Whitebeard smiled even with his injury as he saw Leo with the big dragon head and felt the dangerous aura coming from it. Whitebeard doesn't think he has enough time to rush towards Leo and stop him, so he'll face it head on. Show me what you got, Kid. Whitebeard grabbed his naginata and focused all his power and quack on it as a giant white quake bubble appeared on his naginata and spun it slightly. This fool. The boosted gear responded to him. Daily watched Leo from the Longina space as he smiled and said, even his crazy ideas worked. Drake looked at Leo's heart and lungs as he felt the power in them as they were able to generate energy just by breathing. Drake even felt Leo lungs now are separated spiritual world, which made him think that this host will even surpass him in energy aspects in the future if he grows enough. Fools are generally mythological figures. Heroes or people that made difference in the world are usually referred to as fools because of how impossible their ideals were. Drake closed his eyes slightly because he felt a little weak now. Leo took a lot of energy from him to make those organs. They can also be described as meteors. They shine brightly in space and leaving a trail of light wherever they go, but one day they'll burn out and meet the same fate as the other fools. Drake took one last look at Leo before he closed his eyes. However, if a miracle happens and the meteor turned into a star that shines brightly, will you finish this fool journey and own the world? I look forward to see it, partner. Leo aimed the dragon head towards Whitebeard that was preparing his attack before a red orb appeared inside the dragon mouth. Sometimes, I really think I'm a fool. Leo raised his empty hand as Yamato appeared before he put it on his left arm, but I don't care anymore. As long as I remove that smug smile from this old man's face with some of his memories. Boost. Am I even a human now? Maybe a human with special traits or whatever. Blue aura appeared around Yamato before it mixed with the red orb in the dragon mouth. Whitebeard grabbed his naginata more tightly as the quake bubble grew even larger. Humanity was an amazing thing even if it was a disaster at the same time. Especially with some inventions like nuclear bombs. Leo put all his remaining energy in that dragon cannon, but I always wondered, can someone defeat a nuke in the simplest way? Without escaping or running from it? And here's my answer. I'll become the nuke itself. Leo smiled at Whitebeard as he pulled the trigger and said bang. Asterisk Longinus shot. Asterisk. A red light covered in blue one launched from the dragon head as the color of the world vanished at this moment. Wherever the light goes the space turns into a dark void, as it rushed towards Whitebeard. Oh. Whitebeard saw this and used all his strength to swing his naginata as a giant quake bubble rushed from the naginata and twisted everything away before it destroyed it at the same time. The world became completely distorted wherever the quake bubble goes until it hit the red light. No sound was heard at that moment as the world stood silent before a bright light engulfed all the space of this battle. And only after a while, a scene that shocked the Empire appeared at tonight. The night turned into a day. Boom. The giant explosion sound heard as the giant mushroom clouds raised to the sky with bright red colors as the ground was shaking violently. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion, Kazuma and Misaka were watching the giant mushroom clouds with no expression on their faces. Misaka-san, after a while, Kazuma called Misaka without looking away from the mushroom cloud. Yes. Kazuma-san. Misaka was staring at the mushroom cloud with a deadpan face. That is a nuke, right? Kazuma asked before Misaka said, even if the color and form are slightly different. It's a nuke. I see. Kazuma nodded like he understood before he said, it's Leo, isn't it? Definitely, Leo. Misaka nodded before Kazuma smiled and said, he wasn't joking about the nuke thing. It seems he wasn't. Misaka was feeling a headache now while Kazuma was holding his head in pain. Kazuma felt this group is very dangerous to be in with his minor power. Mom, Dad, today I saw a nuke with my friends, and I'm scared. Kagaya was sitting inside her room looking at the photo in her hand with a smile while Saitama looked at the mushroom cloud before he rushed towards it. Dark, only darkness was in this place as the space got destroyed completely before it sucked things into the void until it recovered slowly. The space recovered a bit by bit before everything went back to normal, but this place has changed completely. All the signs that show this place had mountains and vegetation disappeared as it turned into one big giant hole filled with magma. Leo was lying on the ground on one of the hole sides as he was looking at the sky without moving before he said, I lost, huh? Leo's words didn't have sadness or anger in them. It was like he just lost a normal game as he was staring at the clouded sky before he heard footsteps coming towards him. No. Whitebeard appeared in front of Leo with very bad injuries on his body before he said, you won. Whitebeard was smiling because this fight was enjoyable for him. It's quite rare for him to face an opponent that can crack most of his abilities and even turn his power against himself. But if there's one thing to complain about, it'll be that Leo kept attacking his head for some reason. Leo stared at Whitebeard before he remembered what this guy said at the start as he said, don't give me that empty talk, old man. What the point of winning the battle if you didn't win the war? I lost, nothing will change that. Leo closed his eyes before he opens them as they return to normal human eyes. Gah. I guess that true. Then I'll be waiting, but don't think your tricks will work a second time. Whitebeard smiled before he sat down because his body now is exhausted. I guess I need new tricks then. Leo smiled before he looked at Whitebeard and said, you'll not consider it, old man. Whitebeard said nothing for a while before he looked at Leo and said, you know, kid. It's the duty of a father to carry his son's sins and guide them towards the correct path. Whitebeard smiled like was able to see his sons before he said, no matter what you say, this won't change. Leo stared at Whitebeard before he sighs. Even if sometimes they hinted at in the conversation, but Whitebeard refused any talk about his son's betrayal or something, which made Leo slightly helpless. Gold experience appeared from Leo's body and put his hand on Whitebeard as Leo used all his last ki and body power to recover his wounds. Even with the dragon heart and lungs, Leo's body now is too tired to generate any energy. Whitebeard saw his body return to normal as all his injuries disappeared. Even his illness felt better, but Leo said, your illness isn't that easy to cure, old man. You're like a broken cup. Your body vitality is always vanishing a bit by bit, so even if I made for you new organs, you'll get sick again quickly. Leo sighed before he said, no matter how much you put from water, vitality, in a broken cup, body, it'll never fill it, so you need to fix the cup. It not like I was planning to live more, but... Whitebeard stood up from the ground as he said, getting a chance to stay with my sons and see this new generation isn't that bad too. What a stubborn, old man. Leo felt his head hurts now before he said, do what you want, but... call us to join the fun. Do you think I, Whitebeard, need help? Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before Leo said, that why I'm just joining the fun. Gwahaha. Whitebeard laughed at Leo's words before he said, I'll invite you to get the front seats. However, kid. Whitebeard stared at Leo before he said, you know it impossible to keep something inside of you forever, especially if you have friends willing to listen to it. Leo was silent for a while before he said, yeah, maybe one day. I'll be able to share this with someone else, but now. I refuse. Leo's face turned serious as he looked at the slightly shocked Whitebeard before he said, I, Leo Artisaltech, love to say no to people, especially if they were trying to give me a character development. You can't make me have a character development. Leo still had his serious face as Whitebeard stared at him silently before he picked his cracked naginata and walked away from this place. Whitebeard only remembered now he still didn't have dinner. Leo that was still in his serious form noticed Whitebeard left him alone here. Did he just left me alone? Leo felt his body that was unable to move, and his tired beasts. Gold experience lost all his power after healing Whitebeard. Venom still recovering from all that damage. Wind Spirit used all his power in the last impact and the fight. Yamato can't activate without energy. Meow. The Wind Spirit that was lying on Leo's head poked his face with its paw before Leo said, you don't have any energy, but you still can poke my face. Meow. Wind Spirit didn't care about Leo as it kept poking his face lightly, like it was a hilarious thing to do, which made Leo sigh at his luck today. Saitama was standing far away from the battlefield as he looked at Leo before walking away. As for helping Leo, this is payback. And with this, the first day in Akame Ga Kill World ended. Leo was lying in the middle of nowhere. Whitebeard rushed back to have his wine and dinner. Saitama was feeling a little better after he saw Leo. Kazuma and Misaka were doubting life right now, and Kagaya was checking her photos. But the common thing is, they all forget about the task. Chapter 21, Reactions. So I have been seeing a lot of things about the MC powers and how he can't create things because he doesn't know about it. MC can create anything he wants as long as he has the power and imagination to do so. Knowledge is a loophole, a substitute for power that can be replaced at any time. I hope this answered your questions. Some people asking for uploading it repeatedly, and why I'm talking some days off. Well, that because I'm working and sometimes I'm not free. Enjoy the chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. The sun was shining brightly with white clouds drifting in the blue sky. Birds were singing and with a light breeze moving the tree leaves slightly. All in all, this is a beautiful day that allows people can relax and relieve some stress. But it was completely the opposite for the Empire. The Empire still wearing its mask with people smiling and ignoring this corruption saving their lives, but today the atmosphere of terror and fear is a little dull. The civilians did their usual routine of working or shopping while being wary of getting caught by a noble having a bad day. But today they seemed more worried. The guards that usually threaten civilians and take protections fees are now focusing on their works as they were a little worried. Today their bosses are serious because of what happened last night. The night sky brightened suddenly, which shocked many people around the Empire, and the giant explosion cloud with the light earthquakes brought even more fear to the people, especially the nobles and the ones that rule the Empire. The Empire launched a researcher squad which composed of assassins at the fastest speed to check the situation. After waiting impatiently for the result, the Empire saw the report of the giant hole and the Rocky Mountains which was erased from the map. This made the Empire more worried because something like this never happened before in history. The sky changing and the catastrophic effect show there was a weapon used here which surpassed the Taiga that granted the Empire its advantage all those years, so how could they not be worried? This is an absolute threat to the Empire's survival. The Empire minds like Prime Minister Honest doesn't think this is just a passing event because he knows that the Empire isn't that welcomed by others, which makes him think this will come here, eventually. This event made Honest call his son and all other Taiga users scattered around the Empire and still loyal to it. This will increase their powers and help investigates this event. Honest even called for his death that was clearing the northern tribes to finish and come back faster. He doesn't dare to tell her to leave the battle without a victory and come back, but with his death personality, Honest thinks she'll finish the mission quickly. She at least promised to send the 3 beasts. General Budo didn't show much concern, but this man is the most serious about this event as he'll guard the palace even more carefully. Everyone in the Empire was having his own reaction about that scene, especially a certain noble with a connection to the Emperor and some fame in the Empire. He wasn't able to sleep that night after he saw what he called a nuke and kept talking about this isn't supposed to be here before looking at the air like there was something in front of him and sweating slightly. So when everyone in the Empire had their share of anxiety and stress, the culprit was at least 50 kilometers away from the Empire without knowing how much he did and probably doesn't care. In Leo's mansion backyard, there was a table and 3 people sitting there. The first one was a girl with chestnut hair looking at another guy sitting on the table. On the left, there was a giant old man sitting on a giant chair while drinking wine and looking at the sky as there was a bald man walking on air. On the right, there was a teenager wearing sunglasses as he was leaning on the chair and relaxing. But the weird thing is, the boy was holding a marshmallow in his hand and blowing fire from his mouth to roast it. Misaka was looking at Leo casually, breathing fire from his mouth and roasting marshmallow as her expression was rivaling Saitama's deadpan face. So let me get this straight. Misaka massaged her forehead before she said, "You went on a walk in the woods." Yes, Leo ate the marshmallow before he took another one and roasted it by his fire breaths. Then you met a dragon which you call the cooler version of the grandpa in wuxia, so you called him partner. Misaka increased her massage force before Leo said, "Yeah." Then that dragon told you some things about yourself you didn't know. Misaka raised her head before Leo said, "Yup." Which you're a chair with Satan powers. Misaka massaged her temples now as Leo nodded before he said, "Basically that it." A/N, Joker in Persona 5 called Cherkuin, and he summoned Satan so. Okay, then you met with Whitebeard grandpa there. Misaka looked at Leo and Whitebeard before she said, and fought because of the last agreement. Yes, Leo nodded before Misaka said, then in the fight, a lot of destruction was caused. Obviously, Leo replied to Misaka before eating the marshmallow. A huge fire with flames that caused the earth to melt into magma. Misaka was having a doubting tone in her words but Leo said, "Yup." Several earthquakes and mountains collapsing. Misaka felt Kuribo on her head before Leo said, "Actually, the old man caused them." So, when you finally understood that your style will not work, you choose to balance the odds and transform your heart and lungs into dragon's organs. Misaka felt she's hearing a plot from a novel before Leo said, "Yeah, goodbye a part of my humanity. I'll not miss you." Misaka took a deep breath before she said the most important thing, and by doing that you made a cannon that launches nukes. Yup, that's exactly what happened. Leo nodded at Misaka like he's praising a child for doing his homework as she got angry and said, "Why a nuke? Don't you know how much damage it can cause?" "Don't worry, my nukes are pollution clear, as in fact they are actually helping nature. Just wait 3 months and you'll see the place become a green field." Leo ate another marshmallow before Misaka said, "That's not what I'm talking about. Why did you make a nuke?" Misaka lost her calm while Leo calmly looked at her eyes before he said with a serious face, "I am nuclear." "What does that even mean, Sai? Are you even listening to me?" Misaka felt helpless before Leo looked at her and said, "Don't worry, Mikoto. I was listening carefully. Or how will I answer you? This guy is lying. The whole time he thought that his dragon eyes are cool and he should use them in fights." Leo's face was normal as he was looking at the front where there was an unlucky guy. Mikoto looked at the front as she saw the unlucky guy of today. Kazuma was under the siege of baseball balls thrown at him, as he was doing all he could to dodge them, but he still got hurt as he glared at the culprit. The Wind Cat was holding the cannon and it wearing the same sunglasses as Leo while shooting Kazuma with balls. "What he's doing again?" Misaka asked before Leo said, "He wanted to train and get stronger, so as his friend I'm helping." "Helping with what?" Misaka looked at the relaxing Leo doubtfully before he said, "I saw he had a huge luck, so he needs to learn how to use it in dodging before he learns to hit others." Misaka felt there was some truth in that but an angry shout came from behind removing her doubts. "Don't listen to him. He's just a gangstar that turned into a King Arthur wannabe. A/N, Saber from Fate has a dragon magic core. But before Kazuma said anything else, a baseball ball hit him to the face again. I'm a caster, not a saber. Leo calmly took another marshmallow before he roasted it. Flashback before this started. Leo that finally recovered his power walked back to the mansion and reached it after he gave up and teleported at some point. Kazuma saw Leo appeared from nowhere as it was very early in the morning before he asked him about what happened there. Leo explained briefly before Kazuma nodded and said he wants to start the training. You want to start now? Leo looked at the sky that was still dark before he said, why? I'm almost reaching 1000 points and I'll have that upgrade, so I choose to train now. Kazuma nodded confidently, but Leo frowned before he said, 1000 points. Kazuma. How much did you get in those check-ins? 98 and 92 points, why? Kazuma said in confusion before he saw Leo activating his chat room screen and did a check-in before he only received 12 points. PFFFF. Kazuma held his laughter, but that vanished at the moment he looked at Leo's dragon eyes that weren't friendly. How lucky. How about we put that to practice? Leo smiled at the shaking Kazuma before he grabbed him and rushed to the backyard. Flashback ends. How can a sword-holding guy be caster? Kazuma stood up as he dodged the balls. It's called Melee Mage, and it's next to the Melee Archer with great casters in it. Leo looked at Kazuma before he said, like Uruk Axe Gilgamesh and Avalon Juggernaut Merlin. Don't bring FGO here. Kazuma didn't have time to talk now because the Wind Cat was focusing on him. Don't worry about him. Leo looked at Misaka before he said, he also wanted to see if this will work like that guy. Leo pointed at Saitama that was walking normally in the air with ripples under his feet. Saitama now is using Moonwalk from One Piece, which is just a physical technique that allows people to stay longer in the air, but he's using it to walk casually. Leo doesn't know if this is just because Navy 6 styles are just a physical technique or because he's Saitama. But he doesn't mind trying, and Kazuma wants to learn them. Leo made him learn paper art after some explanation from Whitebeard that was the major cause of telling Saitama he can fly. He learned it in less than an instant. Whitebeard drank his wine while looking at Saitama taking Moonwalk to the next level. Hey, Saitama. Leo shouted at Saitama before he said, walk backward, it's the best way to perform Moonwalk. Saitama was wary from Leo, but it didn't seem to be bad, so he tried it as Leo gave him a thumb up. Did you see Kagaya? Leo suddenly remembered the old hag that didn't show up until now. No. Misaka shuddered before she said, I walked past her room as I heard creepy laughters. Leo frowned because he still can't understand what this old hag is planning. Well, I guess this is enough for now. Leo stood before his chair while his glasses changed back to normal and the Windcat rushed back to him. Kazuma landed directly on the ground while screaming freedom. But Leo broke his hopes mercilessly. We'll continue this later. Leo didn't look at the gray Kazuma before he walked towards the entrance. Where are you going? Misaka noticed Leo leaving as she felt this is bad. Going on a walk, an enthusiastic walk through the woods. Leo walked slowly as he replied without looking back. The last time you went on a walk you caused a nuke. Misaka had a deadpan expression while looking at Leo. Very enthusiastic walk. Leo didn't care about Misaka as he walked slowly towards the exit. He has a lot of things to do. From the fight with Whitebeard, Leo learned a very important lesson. Next time, I'm ending the fight in a maximum 3 moves. Yes, Leo could win Whitebeard in less than 3 moves, but he didn't as he wanted to see how far he can go without creating a beast that is basically anti-Whitebeard and win. And he'll never admit that he wanted to have an exciting fight like all those characters. I need to see that Empire again. I didn't get clear information because something was killing my beasts. Leo frowned as he felt all his beasts are dead now. So he'll go get information and he'll go to an excellent source. After that, he'll take a break and check his progress at this moment, especially after he got the dragon organs which are made from Nasuverse. The heart is a magic core which is a huge factory that produces vitality in huge quantities for Leo with every heartbeat, while the lungs are a spiritual world that generates vitality just by breathing, but because they're still young, they can't show their true powers. Drake is still sleeping because of the energy Leo took to make these organs. Leo is planning to take his time now, maybe ask Whitebeard to fight without powers to increase his combat experience. Although he believes as a caster, he doesn't need to techniques as long as the damage is enough, but some close combat is good. Leo is also planning to create some beasts and check his Longinus more, as he didn't go that deep into it because things kept happening. After this, I'll fix that old man weapon and ask him in fights before creating some things I pushed over because of time. Leo nodded at his plan. This will give those two some time. And the Empire Taiga users that I need should be gathered now because of the show I made. Now everything is in place. Leo smiled as he calculated this Empire movement easily. Now the pieces he need are on the board. He only need to go and collect them. This guy. Does he care about anything? Misaka felt helpless again before she heard Kazuma say, he cares, that's why he does this. What? Misaka was confused before Kazuma stood up and said, he already has a nuke so he can nuke that empire at any time, but he didn't choose to do so because of us. Kazuma scratched his head before he said, he gave us some time to learn and this very important to me without powers, but you Thunder Girl need to stop running and fight. Misaka blushed as he wasn't even good with blood after she was the giant octopus from yesterday before she said, I know that. So he thought of this. Leo, Misaka looked at Leo walking away before Kazuma said, yeah. And he did it this way because he's Tsundere. Leo stopped in his place before Misaka nodded and said, yeah, that what a Tsundere will do. Leo turned back to look at the two idiots, nodding at the fact he's a Tsundere before he raised his hand. Asterisk boosted gear. Annihilation Dragon. Asterisk. Kazuma looked at Leo as he saw his hand became a giant dragon head and it was gathering a red color energy. No. Leo put down the nuke. Kazuma rushed towards Leo, trying to stop him from bombing the place while Misaka sighed again at this group of guys. Underscore 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 underscore. Vote here. Vote closed. Chapter 22, Day Raid. I was waiting for the slaughter or a genocide when I put this vote, and I got a slaughter, but in a way, I never saw it coming. Is death lost the vote, which blows my mind. No, honestly, I was really surprised by this result and the logic won. You've earned my respect and I'm now saluting you all. Sorry for who voted for Esteth, but most the votes were against her. Underscore 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 underscore. When the Empire was still confused by Leo's fireworks. The Empire was still trying to figure out the cause of that accident, which stressed many people when they realized the threat behind it. However, there was another scene happening now in a noble mansion very close to the palace. The mansion was fancy, even for a noble. It was bigger and had more decorations with a lot of guards scattered around. The mansion even had a symbol of the noble family put under the emperor, one which shows the connection between the two. The mansion was even fancier from the inside with the expensive paintings and statues. This is Louvidor's family mansion. An old family that stood with the first emperor and fully loyal to the emperor as it's counted as the royal guards. Each generation of that family work as a royal guard without an exception. Inside the mansion in one of the rooms, there was a man in his 20s sweating while walking around the room. This man named Liam Laurvidor, the second son of the family, which made him free from the royal guard duty as he had a bigger brother. Liam wasn't a talented or strong person. He was a scum like any other noble in this empire, which made his father sigh a lot of times seeing his son like this, but that changed in the past 3 months. Liam had an accident almost took his life and the fact he's living now is almost a miracle, but the bigger miracle is that he changed. Liam stopped his acts and proceeded in helping others and even asking his father to train him, which shocked his father greatly. But his father's doubts vanished when he heard his son say that he learned his lesson and he'll strive to be better, and as a father, he was thrilled with his son's change. Liam is started to be known as one of the best nobles around the citizens with a good amount of popularity with them as they talked about his sunshine smile. And now the sunshine Liam removed his little mask when he's alone. How could this happen? Liam was asking himself this question for the last night as he didn't find a reasonable answer. Liam is just your average guy getting hit by a truck and transported to another world, but that world had to be Akame kill. When Liam was still in his soul form after his death, the system appeared which is the greatest holy empire system that allows him to grow stronger and build his empire as long as he finishes mission about being an emperor. But his first world was Akame kill. Liam saw this and frowned because this world is bad for a newbie, so he thought and mumbled his plan as he first thought about being a noble and get close to the emperor before taking the throne with power. But in the end, he chooses to go with the protagonist team. However, this cursed system took his mumbling as a wish and made him in the empire side with a mission to become the emperor and destroy the rebellion. If this wasn't bad enough, then he got reincarnated into this scum which makes the mission harder, but luckily his system gave him a gift pack with very useful things. Without mentioning the points and items, he got an illusion skill called Sunshine Smile which allows him to charm many people and another item that made him able to beat his death directly. But he chooses to wait until the plot starts. Liam worked hard these 3 months as he finished some missions and got a hypnotizing skill and a strong one-time hypnotizing magic scroll. This allowed him to control the empire in silence while using the scroll on one of his father's friends that have a huge influence in the empire. He wanted to use it on his death, but she isn't here now and he doesn't think it'll work on her with the strong mentality she got. Now, Liam only needs to wait until the plot starts to do his plans, but he had to admit that the taste of the noble is very good especially in women as he was just able to hypnotize anyone to love him which is quite easy. At first, he was against this idea but Liam felt this noble he reincarnates into affected him. He doesn't care now because he thinks it's better for them to serve him as he'll become the emperor eventually, but something happened today destroyed his plan with the plot. A nuke. Liam saw the giant mushroom cloud as he opened his mouth wide that night. Then he heard Honest is calling for the Taiga users, which means that the plot is gone now. How could that happen? Is that possible? Are you joking with me? The question kept circling in Liam's mind before his system reacted with a red blood mission screen. A huge change in the world was detected. The Fate mission is activated. Fate mission, destroy the external entities. Difficulty, SSS+++ Abyss. Description, 6 external entities have come to this world with the goal of destroying it while hunting you and the system. Survive and kill 2 of them at least. Mission rewards, 10 free purchases from the system store. 1 SSS Bloodline Lottery, 1 SSS Ability Lottery. 10 billion points. Unlock all the system functions. The choice of the next world. Mission penalty, you'll die and the system will get destroyed. After the system destruction, you'll lose everything. Your soul will get destroyed and your body will become aches, so you'll not get revived because even the smallest atom in you will vanish. Did I mention you'll get a horrible and painful death? PS1, Fate mission can't be refused and will continue until you fail. PS2, because the mission is very hard for you now, the system will give you a gift pack to help you. Liam looked at the long list of how he'll die before he held his head in pain. This went from the beginning village to the boss fight very quickly. But before he calmed down and thought that the system will never send an impossible mission, so he opens the gift pack as a smile appeared on his face. With this, I'm not afraid of a nuke as long as there isn't a lot. Liam smiled while looking at the rewards because he doesn't think these hunters will have a lot of nukes. Sadly for him, if Leo was here he'll say he has nukes for days. Meanwhile, the nuke was talking in the capital while listening to the people talking about the recent events. Leo only heard about his fireworks and some other rumors about a noble mansion getting blown up which made him say, really? I wonder who did it. Leaving the words filled with irony, Leo was walking in the capital while trying to figure out where is the target. He was wearing casual clothes while carrying a backpack because he figured something after his last visit. This world technology tree is messed up and doesn't make any sense, this what Leo felt after seeing the guns and a lot of other modern things, but the theme's still medieval with wagons which makes him wonder if they can't just make cars. Anyway, where's victim **** I mean system user? Leo started to get bored from this game of who the system user, which makes him think that the system user was with Night Raid and he's just wasting his time. Leo had already sent another batch of scouting beasts, but this time they're mainly to know who's killing them as they'll send a signal for him at the moment of death. But now Leo is bored by this pointless chase, so he'll take some measures. There are supposed to be here, Leo commanded his beasts around the capital to search for the Night Raid members that usually walk in the capital. Leo doesn't know how far the plot reached, but it didn't seem to start as there was nothing new or a change because of the target which makes Leo think this target is doing the classic and waiting for the plot. If there wasn't a change in Night Raid, then the target isn't there, which will tell Leo if he has 1 or 2 places to nuke. After waiting for 20 minutes, Leo finally got a result and found one of Night Raid, a blonde woman that he doesn't remember her name but he knows she isn't the best solution now. Thinking about it for a while, Leo chooses to go because he's bored with this and he needs to finish quickly. Leo went inside an alley as some robbers followed him, but they found nothing except a group of wasps rushing towards them. After teleporting into a place far away from the woman, Leo observed her slightly before frowning. This won't work. Leo looked at the blonde woman with revealing clothes before he sighed because he can't be sure of hypnotizing her successfully. Hypnotizing isn't Leo's specialty even with his beasts, as his specialty now is bombs and fire because his organs are made from Drake power. But even if he made a strong illusion beast, Leo can feel this woman will break through the illusion just by pure will, or some nonsense like friendship power when he asks her about Night Raid. Leo observed the woman for a while before he saw her almost staring at a fly before walking away. That fly is one of Leo beasts and this woman felt something weird only by instincts. Leo sighed as he was about to do a thing he'll definitely regret in his life. Venom, do the plan. Leo took a deep breath as he was preparing himself before Venom said, "My lord, I don't think this is a good idea for you." Don't worry, Leo removed his glasses as he threw them to his shadow before Venom said, "Your mental health won't support this. Something like this won't defeat me. Just do the plan." Leo prepared himself mentally before he walked from the alleyway. Leo walked in the street with his head down while he was mumbling things about he wasn't able to get hired by the government and some other things. This made people look at him before ignoring him after a smile or a mocking look as they saw this scene a lot of times. But this made the leaving blonde woman look at him before following him from a distance. Testing, huh? Leo didn't turn his head as he could see the woman by Venom and realized what she's doing. A clear distance which will make normal people clueless, but it'll not work for the wary ones. This is how she picks the targets. Keeping his head down as he gave Venom control, Leo started to make a beast next to his Longinus. "I'll play with you for a while." Leone was doing her usual information gathering in the capital before she spotted a teenager with his head down. Following him for a while, Leon smiled as she understood he was another guy from the countryside who came to this empire looking for success. So after confirming that he's just a clueless guy, Leon walked towards him and said, "Hi." The teenager that was walking with his head down looked at Leon for a moment before a blush appeared on his face as he stared at her blankly. He's just a kid," Leon was smiling before she said, "What's wrong?" "And nothing." "Who are you?" The teenager shook his head before asking Leon as she smiled and said, "It doesn't matter who am I. But it seems you're drawn to this capital with the dream of making it here. How do you know?" The teenager was surprised but Leon kept her smile as she said, "After you live in the capital for long enough, you can easily identify outsiders." The teenager was looking suspiciously at Leon before she said, "I know a quick way of getting hired by the government." "Really?" The teenager was shocked but Leon nodded and said, "Do you want to know?" "I see." Leon looked at the nodding teenager before she said, "Then invite this lady to a meal." Leon looked at the teenager that thought about it before nodding as she smiled, "Easy target for today." But she didn't know under the happy, clueless teenager look there was a suffering soul right now. "I want to die." Leo was having a civil war inside of him as Venom comforted him, "Stay strong, my lord." Leo felt this is one of the stupidest things he has ever done in his entire life as he feels that his canon is calling him with every second passing to bomb this empire now. He wasn't able to keep this look if not Venom was controlling his body and facial expressions now to trick this woman. Leo walked with Leon as she was introducing the empire and trying to dominate the talk as he was almost throwing up from Venom, making a blush on his face, but suddenly he noticed something. The belt she was wearing was sending some life signals, and that increased when Leo came near Leon. "Oh. A big cat." Leo connected saw from the key a giant lion looking at him before he activated his dragon eyes when Leon wasn't looking and sent him a message, "Shut up, or I'll make a carpet out of you." That message was sent with the dragon aura from Leo that matches Drake as the lion turned into a scarred cat instantly and went into hiding inside the taigu. Leon felt something weird before Leo said, "Is there something wrong?" No, don't worry about it. The restaurant is over there." Leon was looking carefree but she felt something now from her taigu. "I feel like there is something watching me lately. Sigh after this, maybe I should lay low from sights for a while. Venom, please try to stop me the next time I try to do something like this." Leo was feeling sick from all this acting before Venom said, "Yes, my lord." After walking for a while and feeling the torment of soul and mind, Leo and Leon reached the restaurant and ordered food as Leon kept ordering wine and drinking non-stop. "Wow, what a lady." Leo was looking at Leon drinking, but only his inner sarcasm reduced the burden on his mind now before he said, "Didn't you had enough?" "No. You can never get enough of this. Here, join me." Leon pushed the glass to Leo before he moved her hand back and said, "Stop procrastinating and tell me how to join the government. You're no fun." Leon drank another glass before she said, "It's simple. You need connection and money. I know a guy working in the military." Leon looked at Leo with a smile before she said, "If you give me enough cash, it'll be really quick." "Wow. So original. I also know a guy that knows a guy which is me that can blow up this empire and do all the work for you. Funny, isn't it?" Leo had a serious face before he nodded and reached for his back bag and took his beast. Leo took a colorful butterfly which shined with different colors and put it on the table normally, but Leon's reaction was different. Leon looked at the butterfly, but what she heard and saw was a coin bag hitting the table. This is an upgrade of his previous illusion beast which able to affect senses if the target is weak, and Leon now is drunk, which made an excellent breakthrough point for it to work. "Is this enough?" Leo smiled as Leon nodded before she grabbed the air and said, "Definitely enough. Well, I was working with my friend in hunting danger beasts so I got them." Leo smiled before he activated the beast and said, "I came from a poor village, I didn't have much but those friends were the best thing I ever got." Leon's smile stiffened for a moment before she smiled and said, "They must have been wonderful friends, huh?" Leo nodded, but in the inside, he was smiling as his plan was working. Poor condition and talking about something like friends will make someone has guilt, and if he was thinking correctly, then now he can ask the last question. "Yeah. Those 6 were the best I met in my life." Leo smiled as he said, but he didn't notice that his smile was a genuine one without venom control. I could say the same. "Those 7 are the best thing that happened to me." Leon smiled as she was remembering the night raid while Leo looked at her smile for a moment before he said, "Well, then as 2 people cherishing their friends, I invite you for a drink." "Oh. Are you perhaps hitting on me?" Leon smiled while Leo returned the same smile before he said, "Who knows? But didn't you tell me that connections are important? You're really learning fast." "Then cheers." Leon raised her glass but Leo stood from his seat as his bag turned into a dark light and vanished, but Leon and people in the restaurant didn't see it as they were affected by the butterfly on Leo's shoulders. Leon saw Leo leaving, so she said, "Where are you going?" "Restroom," Leo answered before Leon smiled and said, "Oh. Do you want me to come with you?" Leo gave Leon a glare before he accelerated his footsteps as Leon smiled before she said, "What a cute kid." Leon drank a few cups before she decided to leave. Well, count it as a lesson and you seem to be smart so you'll be okay. Leon stood up from her seat and reached for the coin bag, but she felt nothing. She saw that the bag disappeared and there was a note in its place. Leon read out the note, as she widened her eyes. The note said, "Better luck next time, and if you want to know the reason, ask the waiter. P.S. Check behind the note." Leon flipped the paper before she saw a drawing that she didn't know, but she felt the sarcasm and the mockery coming from it. It was a troll face. "Excuse me, my lady." Suddenly a waiter came to Leon's table and said, "Your friend said you'll pay us after you finish." Huh. Leon looked at the waiter before she clenched her fist in anger as she understood what happened. That guy tricked her and left her the bill. "He also told me to tell you this." The waiter cleared his throat before he said, "You may be a gangster, but I'm a gangstar." Leon stood in her place speechless before the waiter said, "Don't look at me like that, he paid me to say it." Leon's anger increased as she clenched her fist tighter. "Good, very good. Just don't let me catch you or else." Leon sighed before she looked at the restaurant and thought of running away, but she was also thinking about the weird scene of the bag disappearance. Meanwhile, Leo was far away from the restaurant as he put on his glasses again and his casual clothes. "This is the last time I do something like this." Leo felt his stomach and mind hurting just by remembering what he just did before Venom said, "My lord, if you didn't want to do that, you can just let me read their minds by possession. Why didn't you say it before?" Leo widened his eyes before Venom said, "You insisted on doing your plan." Leo took a deep breath before he started to think of his next move. It seems the plot didn't start, and the target is in the Empire. Leo got all that he wanted from a single line, Leon said. Night Raid without the protagonist and Leon are just 7 members, which means that the system user isn't with Night Raid. If there were 8 members, then Leo had to check if there was a Tatsumi, but now he doesn't have to care about Night Raid. One less place to bomb, I guess. Now, Leo raised his head as he looked at the giant palace from afar. If I can't find him, then I have to go to the bigger source. Leo looked at the palace before he picked Yamato and the wind cat appeared on his shoulder. Leo can enter and leave that palace at any moment and leave like he's in his house, but now he needs a target. Leo wants to go to the Prime Minister, but even if Leo isn't a fan of torturing, he'll not be satisfied if he didn't blow up that guy and his death isn't in the Empire, so this leaves 1 target, or 2 if count what he's holding. This Empire has 2 generals, after all. Leo nodded before he teleported to one of his beasts in the palace. It's time to become an assassin. Time skip 19 minutes. The guards were walking inside the palace and doing their usual routine, as they were looking serious because this place is next to the General Budo training ground. Unlike most of the guards, General Budo will punish them if they did any mistakes. But today the hallways were silent. 2 of the guards in front of the training ground were waiting for the other guards to arrive because their shifts ended, but they waited and nothing happened as the hallways were very quiet, which is strange during the day. Suddenly, the 2 of them felt their lungs lost all the air, and they weren't able to breathe. They weren't even able to scream or talk as they heard footsteps coming from the front. A man wearing a long white trench coat was walking slowly towards the entrance as his face was covered with an upper-face white mask with golden lines and a hood. The 2 guards weren't able to do anything before they got their heads shot with an air bullet as they died instantly. Leo didn't care about the guards as he looked at the giant gate before he said, "This place was like a maze." The combination of wind and space control makes Leo a silent killer, which allowed him to pass this palace like nothing, and it would be easier if the place wasn't like a maze. Leo sighed before walking to the gate and kicking it open before looking at the big training ground with only 1 man in it. The man was a tall, muscular man with spiky blonde hair with 2 longer bangs resembling horns and blue eyes. He wore black skin-tight top with long sleeves, a dark gray suit of armor with golden gauntlets. This man is the General Budo, and he wasn't looking happy when he saw Leo. Leo looked at Budo for a moment before he said, "Hands up. This is a robbery." Awkward silence. What the meaning of this? Budo looked at Leo as he seemed like he's going to explode from rage. "Robbery, hands up, what didn't you understand?" Leo gave Budo "Are you okay?" stare before he walked towards him. Budo gave Leo a silent gaze filled with rage. Budo understood this guy is an assassin and he actually dared to face him. And worse, he's inside the royal palace. Budo can't describe the anger he's feeling now as he was looking at this assassin walking casually with no worry. This is an insult for him to the Empire which cannot be forgiven. Leo didn't know what going on in Budo's mind right now before he raised his hand and 10 blue blades appeared around him and aimed at Budo. So. Dodge. Leo waved as the blue blades flew towards Budo with an astonishing speed. These blades surprised Budo as he didn't see any taiga with this ability, but he didn't have time to think. Jumping to the side, Budo avoided 4 blades, but the other ones rushed towards him. Budo looked at the blades before thunder appeared on his gauntlet and punched all the blades, breaking them to pieces. "Is this all you got? Someone like you dared to tarnish the palace?" Budo stared at Leo before walking towards him with thunder all around his body. Well, I'll let you guess. Leo smiled at Budo before he snapped his finger as Budo vanished from this place with a blue glow. Next time. Don't touch my blades. Leo took a look back to see the guards coming to the training ground before he teleported from this place. Outside the capital, in a forest next to it. A blue light flashed before Budo appeared with thunder all over him as he was looking at the surroundings with vigilance. But he didn't wait for long as another light flashed and Leo appeared. Who are you? Budo finally started to take Leo seriously as he said, there's no taiga with this ability except one which you don't have. Identify yourself. Leo stared at Budo filled with thunder and lightning before he put his hand on his chin and said, who am I? Wait, I need a minute, I need to think of a speech. Huh. Budo didn't understand what this guy is saying, but Leo was thinking about his speech before he nodded and looked at Budo. We're the light that shines above the darkness, but never yearn for the brightness. Leo took a step forward before he said, we don't have a gain or personal goal. So the shadows will never swallow us. We who always walk in the light and hunt the shadows. Leo raised his hand as he drew Yamato from its scabbard. Darkness can never be overcome by darkness, so we'll be the light that burns it to the ground. I'm light and... Leo looked at Budo as his eyes transformed into Dragon 1 before he said, we're... Day Raid. Budo stared at Leo before he lowered his head as thunderclouds appeared in the sky. I see now. You're a clown. A clown that dares to attack the Empire in daylight. Who gave you the courage? Budo glared at Leo with anger and rage. Did you even listen to my speech? Light and brightness. Day Raid. I mean it obvious, are you stupid? Leo looked at the thunderclouds as he remembered his fight with Whitebeard. First, it was those rats of the rebellion that I would rid of them. Budo walked towards Leo as he raised his Taigo Adramelech and reached for the clouds. Leo did a sound like he understands. But now, there has to be a clown that dares to oppose the Empire. Budo controlled the clouds as they flashed with lightning before he said, I don't know your little rats gang, but I'll find them and kill them all. Cool. Leo didn't seem to care as he was getting impatient. But first. Budo hit his fist together as he was charging thunder before he said, I'll kill you. And make you an example for everyone that dares to oppose the Empire. Oh. You see, there's a problem with your speech. Don't you think it'll be intimidating if you were? Leo looked at Budo and the thunder before he said, intimidating. Are you mocking me? Clown. Budo was reaching his limit as he wanted to thunder this rat. Me. Mocking. No, no, no. Leo shook his head before he stopped and said, who am I kidding? You're a joke. Leo looked at Budo almost exploding from rage as he took a breath and red energy glowed on his body before rushing to Yamato which shone with a bright blue light. Die. Thunder dropped from the sky as it reached Leo in an instant and hit the ground, making an explosion. But this didn't end as more and thunder strikes hit the ground and destroyed everything in Leo's place before it stopped. Budo stared at the smoke and dust as he felt something is wrong before he felt a pain in his abdomen and his vision shifted. Sorry for the quick finish but... Leo appeared behind Budo as he was the glowing Yamato before he said, you've already passed my enemy's monologue's limits. Budo body separated from his abdomen as the blood rushed like a fountain before his upper body fell to the ground. I can say. I chopped the thunder. Leo stared at the shocked Budo before he put Yamato in his scabbard. Using his new source of energy, Leo can finally use some of Yamato's true power in combat as he chopped the sky armor and thunder like nothing. Thunder clouds in the sky dispersed as Leo walked towards the dying Budo that lost the power of his taiga before he looked at his shocked face that was coughing blood. But something happened made Leo surprised. Thank you. Budo gave Leo a thanks before he looked at the Empire one last time before he closed his eyes. Venom. Leo commanded Venom as he rushed from his body and engulfed Budo's head. After a while, Venom went back to Leo's body as he sent the report, sorry, my lord, but because of his death, most of the memories disappeared except the fact someone controlled his mind and made him a traitor which was tormenting him in every second of his life. That person was a noble from the Empire named Liam Laurvidor. Leo nodded at Venom's message and the memories he showed him before he looked at the Empire. So the victim I mean the prey. Well, it all the same. Leo waved his hand as he figured out it was going to be like this. Equivalent exchange, if the chat room sends us to fight someone with the power to at least destroy planets then the rewards will be much higher. Leo reached for the Budo cops they took his taigu as he stared at this gauntlet feeling the thunder beast inside of it and the rejection coming from it. Shut up. Leo forced his dragon vitality inside the taigu as it calmed down like a puppy in fear. Leo looked at the taigu before he ordered Venom to analyze its DNA but another surprising thing happened. Sorry, my lord. But I can't fuse with this DNA or my own DNA will collapse because I'm not compatible with thunder or fire abilities. Leo frowned as he saw that even if he removed Venom weakness, it still has that rejection for things like fire and sound. Can this be fixed? Like fusing with Incursio? Leo asked before Venom said, "From your memories, this may be possible with the adaptation and evolution power of that Taigu, my lord." "I see." Leo nodded at Venom words before he said, "It seems that Day Raid is going to raid the Night Raid. But what I'm going to do with this?" Leo looked at the Taiga before Venom said, "Even if I can't fuse with it, I can analyze it and teach you how it DNA work, my lord." "Hold on a minute," Leo looked at Venom before he said, "You can do that?" "Yes, my lord. I can teach you the most profound things about DNA that allows me to analyze them, but it may take some time because even if I send you the knowledge, you'll not understand it simply as it's my race thing." Venom sent some information to Leo about DNA he never knew they even exist before Venom said, "But I assure you, my lord, if you learn them, you'll surpass your world DNA recherche by hundreds of years." "Okay, I guess it's learning time, but..." Leo frowned before he summoned his beasts and said, "Can you all do that?" Meow, the wind cat said it can teach the wind way and how it works from a spirit perspective. MUDA. Gold experience gave Leo the biggest gift in JoJo's as he said he can teach him how it works, which means his ability in transforming matter. Yamato vibrated as it said it can teach Leo how space works, which will be helpful for his new beast. Leo stood there speechless as he felt this one of those times that the teacher turned into a student before he sighed and recovered his beasts. What a day! And what an enthusiastic walk. Leo had enough today as he put the Taigu in his box monster before he walked in the woods to finish his enthusiastic walk until he reaches his mansion. It's time to learn and study which one of the things he hates, but it makes him stronger, so he's in a huge conflict now. Chapter 23, The Very Best. The sun saw shining down on the land as the clouds were drifting on the sky. It's your typical beautiful day that makes people want to take naps. But it was a different story for the Empire. Today, the atmosphere of the Empire is worse than ever. It was like a gloomy cloud of despair, fear, and rage was upon the capital. This day is a dark day for the Empire as it lost the greatest general it had for years, General Budo. The general that guarded the Empire and one of the most respected figures is now dead. After hearing the noise from the palace, the guards rushed to the training grounds, but they found the general gone before they saw the thunder clouds appearing from a distance. The assassination squad with a lot of soldiers rushed to the scene, but they were too late. General Budo was found dead as his body was split in two by a sharp sword which made the Empire completely shocked. The great general lost and from the battle scene in Budo body, the battle didn't seem to be big, which means the general lost easily. This fact made most of the brains in the Empire scared. Even the Prime Minister dropped his plate of food when he heard the report. Even if he didn't like Budo, Honest know the strength of that man, which he never dreamed about him losing easily. Honest realized this event that is happening now is very serious and can't be delayed like usual, so even if he didn't want to do it. Honest sent an order to his death to return and use everything it could to rush to the Empire at the fastest speed. Honest know even if that woman will be angry, she'll also be interested after she hears about Budo's death. But this leaves a question. Who did it? After a few investigations, the guards found that people were killed in the palace with no one knows about them, which means it was the works of the killers. But how can a bunch of killers able to take down the Empire great general with their powers? This question confused the Empire for a day before they reached a conclusion. It was Night Raid. Only a group of killers armed with Taigu have a chance of defeating Budo. This made most of the army and the soldiers that were under General Budo and most of the people that respect him angry. They even gathered forces as they wait for the general's death to launch a total attack on the revolutionary army. Honest saw all that happening, but he said nothing as this was beneficial for him, even if he wasn't feeling quite right about the Night Raid killing Budo. But he didn't have another target to blame or a reasonable theory that explains why Budo died. So, 3 days passed and the Empire atmosphere was getting even more intense, like a war is about to start, as the Empire was focusing completely at the revolutionary army, which didn't understand why someone killed Budo then threw the blame at them. When the Empire was burning with rage and the revolutionary army didn't know if he should thank or curse this mysterious person. The cause of all the chaos was sitting on a table outside as he was writing some very complicated things on papers. There was a chestnut-haired girl writing with him as they shared their thoughts before writing again. It has been 3 days after Leo's walk in the woods and it was very long 3 days for him. After coming back to the mansion, Leo started his study with Venom and Gold experience for now. First, Leo made a beast to fix weapons and upgrade them. It was a Pack-a-Punch. The one only needs to put his hand and put his power like stamina as the Pack-a-Punch will charge and transform the weapon. Whitebeard fixed his Naginata after putting it, and he felt it was better than ever before he agreed to fight Leo again. Kazuma also saw this as his face stiffened after he saw the Pack-a-Punch before putting the Dio sword inside. Dio sword upgraded and became sharper, but Kazuma regretted his decision. The sword now has 2 Dio faces at his sides, and when Kazuma pulls it from the scabbard it says, "You thought it was a sword, but it was me, Dio." Kazuma had more nightmares in the following days. Honestly, Leo felt his mind is not enough for these informations about the DNA and matter transformation, but after these 2 days, he scratched the surface using his enchanted glasses and the memory increased by venom. DNA scanning was progressing smoothly, especially when Leo was focusing on the Taigu as he wanted to study it first before moving into other things. Leo has to say that venom knowledge was a bunch of nonsense that violated all the known scientific researches, but after studying it for 1 day without sleeping, Leo figured that it's just taking a different approach, which is more profound than the normal human science. Leo was able to progress even faster after he throws away his previous knowledge and accepts this one as he learned more about DNA effect and how can this Taiga generate electricity in huge quantities and control electromagnetism to create thunder clouds. But Leo has to admit that his study speed increased even more after Misaka joined him in this. Misaka saw his huge stacks of papers before she picked one and read it as she didn't understand at first, but after reading over 100 pages, she joined Leo in this study. Misaka put different theories and some of her equations as Leo put his knowledge about DNA and a huge debate about the electricity started. But even if it was a debate, it was more like 2 people sharing notes as they both benefits from it. However, Leo wasn't able to understand a lot from Gold experience about how it just works. Even Misaka felt that her LVL5 brainpower is nothing against the nonsense Gold experience was writing. But Leo understood few things like Gold experience somehow able to mimic 2-atom fusion and generate some energy from it in the form of life, which is completely weird or rather say bizarre. Drake also woke up from his sleep on the 3rd day and the first thing he saw was Leo buried under papers before he understood what is going on. Leo asked Drake if know things about fire, but he said it's his instinct as a dragon before he pointed to Leo that he should feel fire more with his energy as it's faster with his dragon power. Leo took the advice and could transform his ki into fire and became a living torch as he realized that his resistance to fire is very huge. So this is the 3 days from studying, fighting, and experimenting things like creating a beast based on thunder. Leo really wants to confirm again that his Longinus is a bug, as it gave these things to his beasts without him knowing anything about it. The team was having it easy, especially when Leo told them that the target is in the Empire. Kazuma was training and leveling, Whitebeard drinking, or going on a walk, Saitama didn't show up a lot after he learned to fly, Kagaya wasn't showing up, Misaka was studying with Leo. Misaka finished another paper about her modified equation as she couldn't believe what's happening. Her formulas and equations that didn't improve from the moment she reached LVL5 was upgraded with the help of this guy in front of her. Misaka didn't see this form of DNA information in her life. Even the Academy City didn't have something like this. At first, she thought it was just random things, but after 3 days, she felt that this nonsense reached the Academy City level and surpassed it. But even if things were okay, Misaka didn't understand a few things like what's Leo doing. And how are those 2 pens floating and writing at a top speed? As she didn't see Gold experience. Misaka looked at what Leo was wearing now. Leo was wearing a white dress shirt and black pants with a dark blue tie, and a dark blue vest. His glasses changed into a monocle as Misaka didn't understand what this guy is doing, but she had to admit that these clothes look good on him even if that lasted until he opened his mouth. Come on, Mikoto. Leo didn't move his eyes from the papers as he said, just do it. No matter how you put it, that's impossible. Misaka was feeling tired from this conversation. Nothing is impossible if you believe in yourself. Leo didn't care about Misaka's tone as he said, you can do it. Then can you at least tell me why and how I can do it? Misaka didn't understand why she's listening to this guy crazy ideas. It's very simple. Leo looked at Misaka before he said, you have to look into the personal reality of yours and go deeper to those little electric signals in your brain. Look for that little spark called madness. Then unleash it in the form of electromagnetic pulses that destroy chemical bonds within the molecule. Leo rotated the pen in his hand before he said, it is simple, isn't it? No, it's not. Misaka hit the table as the papers flew in the air. She felt her head hurt from this guy theories that always involve mass destruction. That why you have to believe more in yourself. Leo didn't care about Misaka as Gold experience gathered the papers and put them back on the table. Kazuma that was swinging his sword against Kirito doll looked at the science duo as he wasn't able to understand a single word coming from their mouths. But he wasn't focusing on Kirito as he was focusing on the other monster. Then if you're thinking like this. Misaka massaged her temples before she pointed at the monster and said, explain to me, what's that? Leo looked at where Misaka pointing before he said, Mikoto, that's a very powerful being. They call him the devil, the thunder beast that was able to defeat countless enemies even hitting the creation god. Leo pushed his monocle as the monster introduced himself, Pikachu. A yellow fur and long yellow ears that are tipped with black. A large tail is notable for being shaped like a lightning bolt. On its cheeks are 2 circle-shaped red pouches. This is a Pikachu. Leo made it after he mastered some genetic code of the Taigu as it was strong enough to drop thunder from the sky and equipped with different skills from Pokemon. No, I meant, why did you make it? Misaka looked at Pikachu and had to admit it's cute, but she didn't understand why Leo created it. I just want to be the very best that no one has ever was, Leo replied calmly as Kazuma finished his words. To catch them and enslave them forever is my real test. To force them to battle forever is my cause. Kazuma began to sing the realistic version of Pokemon opening before Leo said, Pikachu, you scary face. Pika. Pikachu waved his arms around his face for a moment before he raised his head and looked at Kazuma with a dio face. What the foo dash? Kazuma didn't finish his words before Kirito doll hit him with his wooden sword and said, language. Even if Kazuma surpassed the level of beginners in swords, but he's still no match for Kirito doll and its starburst stream. Misaka stared at these two idiots before she sighed again and picked up another paper. Well, anyway. Leo stood from the table as he said, I'm going to test the result of our studies. Do you want to join? Leo looked at Kazuma and Misaka as they looked at each other before they said in the same time, you're not planning to destroy everything again. No, no, no. Come on, you know me. Leo waved his hand, but Kazuma and Misaka looked at him with a gaze filled with disbelief. Leo stared at these two with a deadpan face before he said, do you want to come or not? Yes, Misaka and Kazuma replied at the same time before they walked towards Leo. Don't blink. Leo spanned his fingers before three of them disappeared with a blue glow. Far away from the mansion, the trio appeared on rocky grounds as they stared at the place. So. A moment of silence for this place. Kazuma put his hands together as he said goodbye to this place because it's about to get destroyed. Leo felt the way this group looks at him is very wrong, but he didn't care that much as he took the taiga from his box. Kazuma stared at the gauntlet with hatred as he remembers he wasn't able to use it no matter how he tried. The gauntlet kept hitting him with electricity the moment he touches them. Misaka looked at the gauntlet as it felt a familiar feeling from it and could use it, but she didn't like a giant gauntlet. Leo put the gauntlet on the ground before he summoned Pikachu and said, use thunder. Pika. Pika. Pikachu raised his hand to the sky as the thunder clouds appeared. After looking at the clouds, Leo turned to look at Misaka and said, you also use thunder. Do you think I'll do it? Misaka raised her eyebrow because she felt that Leo and Kazuma eyes are looking at her like looking at Pikachu. We can go on a long talk about this, but in the end, I'll still convince you. Leo words made Misaka helpless before she raised her hand and more thunder clouds appeared in the sky. Keep it like that. Leo nodded at Misaka and Pikachu and felt this is kinda ironic before he summoned the boosted gear. Boost. Leo took a deep breath as his lungs and heart generated a huge amount of vitality before transforming it to ki. This situation continued until the sky was filled with dark clouds that were flashing with thunder and Leo boost reached 128 times before he said, Misaka, Pikachu, now. Chew. Pikachu released his electricity towards the sky as thunder increased before falling down and Misaka controlled the thunder to fall on the taiga even if she's feeling this is wrong right now. Leo stared at the thunder and lightning hitting the taiga before he took a deep breath and rushed inside. A golden red aura appeared around Leo, which protected him from thunder before he picked the taiga and activated his Annihilation Maker. Asterisk transfer. Asterisk. Boosted gear transferred the power to the Annihilation Maker as a giant ball of dark light appeared around Leo and absorbed all the thunder around. Misaka and Pikachu kept sending thunder until they noticed that the ball rose and absorbed thunder by itself. Leo was standing on the ground as he looked at the dark thunder ball, reached the clouds and absorbed all the electricity in them. Now, what? Kazuma was feeling this is going to go badly as Leo smiled before he said, wait a moment. Misaka looked at the clouds in confusion because she noticed that the electromagnetic energy in the sky increased at very high speed with much more clouds appeared. Leo smiled as he felt it complete before he walked forward and made a distance between him and Misaka and Kazuma as he said, witness this moment. Leo raised his hand towards the sky as yellow thunder was flashing on the clouds before he said, I, Leo Arisaltek, the Destruction Creator, now release your constraints. Hold on. Kazuma stared at the clouds before he looked at Leo, raising his hand as something flashed in his mind. Asterisk psi asterisk. Not again. Kazuma covered his face while Misaka was confused, but Leo was finishing his words. Come forth. Thunder dropped from the sky as it engulfed Leo in it, but it didn't hurt him before he said, fifth familiar. Regulus Aurum. Roar. With a vast roar, something appeared from the thunder and stood behind Leo. It is a lion-like giant monster who has bright red eyes and has a lightning-like mane. This is a Regulus Aurum, the familiar of the fourth primogenitor from Strike the Blood. Ignoring Misaka's shocked eyes and Kazuma facepalming himself, Leo looked at the fifth familiar before he said, now this is a lion. This is so relevant for me. Leo nodded with satisfaction at his new beast, and for the first time, he used his Longinus correctly. Annihilation Maker usually used to create giant monsters then send them to do the job, but Leo never did that and made all those battles helping beasts without a giant one to unleash it at enemies. And it more fitting with his name. This beast is the fifth familiar of the fourth primogenitor from Strike the Blood, which is a blood vassal that can exist in Leo blood and assist him in combat or throw him at enemies. This familiar can produce and manipulate electromagnetic energy, which is very powerful to destroy everything in its way. And Leo can use it normally as long as he can breathe and his heart still beats. Leo breathed a sigh of relief as his attempt was successful. Even if he already tried with Pikachu, Leo wasn't quite sure about this beast, but the combination of his knowledge, Misaka formula, and a huge boost from the boosted gear did the trick. Leo thought he really needs to thank Misaka after this. Leo lowered his hand as Regulus Aurum went back to his body before he said, "Call me the fourth primogenitor because I'm about to thunder this night *I mean day. Every day with a new weapon of mass destruction." Kazuma removed his hand from his face before he said, "You really live up to the title of Destruction Creator. It's Annihilation Maker, but the alternative title isn't bad." Leo nodded at Kazuma and the shocked Miska before he snapped his fingers and moved back to the mansion. Why it's always destruction. First the nuke, now this. Misaka sighed before she said, "Sometimes, I feel you guys enjoy things like killing." Awkward silence. Misaka raised her head as she saw Leo staring at her calmly before he said, "Mikoto, here another lesson. When you kill for the first time, you may feel sick or guilt and sometimes you may feel nothing like I did, but..." Leo stared at Misaka seriously before he said, "There's a line you should never pass. Honestly, even if I kill millions, I'll not care, but certainly, I'll never enjoy it." Leo stared at the confused Misaka before he said, "Never pass those lines, Mikoto." "Yeah. I mean killing and such, but there are limits." Kazuma scratched the back of his neck before he said, "Like the difference between a never-kill hero and psychopath that enjoy killing." Misaka lowered her head as she felt that she said something wrong at that time. But before she apologized, she felt a hand on top of her head. "Don't apologize and keep your head up." Leo patted Misaka's head before he said, "I know you're also trying, so you don't have to be sorry for anything." Leo knows that this stubborn girl sometimes goes outside the mansion to fight with danger beasts as she got used to seeing the blood of monsters, which is a great step forwards. Misaka was shocked as she didn't know how Leo knew about that. "Like I said, don't worry, Mikoto, and good job." Leo smiled at Misaka before he said, "You showed me, I really can't underestimate the railgun." Oh. Misaka wasn't able to say anything while Leo kept patting her head before she recovered from the shock. "Hey." Misaka started to flash with electricity before she said, "How long do you plan on messing with my hair?" Leo looked at the thunder Misaka before he smiled and said, "For a while." Misaka clenched her fist as lightning rushed to Leo, but for Misaka's surprise, a yellow thunder blocked the lightning. "Sorry, Mikoto." Leo smiled at Misaka before he said, "You're not the only one with electricity now." Kazuma looked at Leo, patting Misaka's head with a smile while Misaka was struggling to remove his hand as thunder and lightning were flashing between them. He felt these common Sundara acts are hurting his soul before he said, "Die. Just die, both of you. Suck to suck, Kazuma." Leo looked at Kazuma that was boiling with jealousy, but before he said anything else, he felt something. Well, this is enough for today." Leo removed his hand from Misaka as she jumped away and she was looking at Leo with hatred. "See you later." Leo waved his hand as he walked away before Kazuma said, "Where are you going now?" "Me." Leo looked at Kazuma before he said, "I'm going on a walk." "Please, tell me you're joking." Misaka covered her face with her hand as she remembered Leo walks. First, it was a nuke, then the other one, he brought a weapon which Kazuma told her it's from a general in the Empire. "I'll leave that for your imagination." Leo walked away as he said, "It's time to see this guy who's messing with my beasts." Misaka and Kazuma sighed as they saw Leo walking away while feeling that another disaster is about to happen. Chapter 24, True Power. The sun was still shining brightly on the Empire that lasted for millennia, but the sun was a thing and the Empire condition was something else. The situation was getting worse and worse with every minute passing. The Empire was getting more stressed from the fact that they couldn't find anything about Night Raid, which made the anger increase even further. The flamboyant atmosphere of the Empire was telling clearly that it's preparing for the war, which enchanted when some Taiga wielders reached the Empire with the Prime Minister's son. The three beasts also reached the Empire as Budo's death surprised them and made them take this matter seriously. The Empire forces are already ready for the battle and they were only waiting for a leader, which is the Empire's strongest, is death. But something that happened today made the Empire startled. They saw lightning and dark clouds appearing from afar without any warning. The loud thunder sound followed by the gigantic roar which they couldn't explain made the Empire reach a quick conclusion. The only Taigu and power capable of doing such a feat with lightning is General Budo Taigu Adramelech. The Empire stood still for a moment before it rushed to send its forces towards the place. This is a humiliation and a threat to the Empire. The Revolutionary Army actually dared to use Budo Taigu, and the worst part is they found someone that could use it. The Empire swear that it'll never let such a coward thief get away with this, and it'll show what happens when you mess with the Empire. When the Empire was boiling from the flames of revenge, the thief was doing his very friendly walk away from the Empire as he reached an uninhabited place next to the Empire forest. Leo was walking calmly in the forest as he was feeling the beauty of nature while appreciating every moment in it. Probably. Leo looked at the bright sun and he felt it hurts his eyes, but the wind was quite pleasant, as he was begging to throw Regulus Aurum at someone. This became boring. Leo was walking in the woods as he felt he's almost reaching the beast dying location. Maybe I should just gather all those Taigu and bomb this empire already. Leo has almost finished his goals in this world as he only needs to collect some specific Taigus and study some more, but he thinks it's not bad if collected more Taigus. However, his teammates also need some time to prepare as Kazuma wants more leveling, and Misaka found a good opportunity to study her formula. First, I need Incursio, then 2 more at top priority. Leo was putting the last touch on his plans before he felt something from the front, or rather say it was 2 things. First, there was a huge cloud of negative ki filled with emotions like pain and suffering which in Leo's eyes was begging to be nuked and erased from the map. And the second thing, he has company. Leo stopped his footsteps as he looked to the front. After waiting for a while, Leo fixed his monocle before pointing towards a tree with his hand in the form of a gun. A small fireball appeared on Leo's finger before it got compressed and became slightly unstable. Leo felt it was almost the same before he said, bang. The fireball flew at a speed of a bullet before it reached the tree and pierced it instantly with the guy that was behind it, as his body fell to the ground. Leo waved his hand blowing the smoke as many people wearing masks appeared around him which make him now surrounded. So. I'm surrounded, which is quite new for me, but I have a question. Leo stared at these people that didn't seem normal as they were walking like zombies before he said, are you the group that will take me to your leader, or the one that will ask who am I? Leo didn't receive a response as these zombies-like people revealed claws in their hands before they rushed towards Leo on 4 feet. Take me to your leader, huh? Leo raised his hand as he tightened the glove he was wearing before he said, but you have to know. The Pokemon battle starts when the eyes meet. Leo looked at these zombies rushing towards him before he said, Pikachu use discharge. Pika. Pikachu rushed from Leo's shadow as he clenched his little hands before he screamed, Achoo. A blast of lightning hit all the surrounding and all the enemies around, knocking them back after cooking them to charcoal in a radius of 20 meters. But this didn't stop these guys as they rushed without fear. Even some cooked ones stood up like nothing hit them. Leo, that wasn't hurt by Pikachu's attack, looked at this scene before he sighed and summoned the wind spirit while Yamato was hanging on his waist. Wind started blowing furiously as a small tornado and a lot of wind's blades appeared around Leo before he waved his hand and heads flew in the air. Gold experience appeared behind Leo before rushing with Pikachu as the wind spirit protected them from damage with the wind. The enthusiastic walk starts. Leo walked forwards as he spanned his fingers and 10 blue blades appeared behind him before they ignited by a crimson fire that melted the ground behind him. Now. Leo walked towards the battlefield as the winds, thunder, and fire were destroying everything in front of him. When Leo was finally getting some action in that boring forest, there was something happening inside the Empire's secret recherche base. Inside a giant laboratory with different kinds of danger beasts and human bodies lying inside tubes, there was a man with black hair. He wore glasses, a yellow suit with a tie, and a white lab coat. This is a doctor and scientist that worked for the Empire, Dr. Stylish. The man was staring at a mouse in front of him as his eyes shone with madness. He was dissecting this mouse without killing, but after moments, the mouse died and turned into black smoke and vanished. Damn it. The man hit the operation table, throwing all the tools to the ground as he was holding his head maniacally and screaming, "No. I need more. I didn't understand anything. How? Just how? How can this kind of creature exist?" The man was holding his head as he said, "It seems alive and normal creature, but its cells don't age. It doesn't need to eat or drink, even breathing is optional, and when it dies it'll turn into black smoke." The man calmed down before he walked from the operation table before he did a pose and said, "Is this the secret to immortality? I need to know." Stylish remember when he was experimenting with some rats because he was waiting for the next group of volunteers from the Empire before he notices this kind of creature. After it dies, it turned into black smoke, which surprised Stylish and asked where did they get this kind of creature. After a lot of investigation, Stylish found out that these creatures came from the Empire and caught by some guards, which made Stylish Experiment's obsession awaken as he wanted to know about them. Stylish made one of his men that had a giant nose smell all the rats in the labs before they found that these creatures have an unfamiliar smell than the usual rats. So after confirming this, Stylish ordered his men to collect every rat, mouse, bug, and bird from the capital and send it to him as he discovered a lot about these creatures, but he felt he doesn't know anything. Sadly for Stylish, all the creatures now are dead, which stopped his researches, and now, he can only hope that his men find more in the capital. Lord Stylish. Suddenly, 3 people rushed from the lab door and sprinted towards Stylish. "What wrong with you guys?" Stylish put his hand above his hand before he said, "Don't you know that the lab is forbidden?" "My deep apologies, Lord Stylish, but we found what you need," a man with a giant nose said as steam was coming from his nose. Oh. Stylish eyes sparkled before he held the man's shoulder and said, Where is it?" Outside the base, surrounded by your forces, Lord Stylish, a man with blonde hair bowed down before clearing the path for Stylish. Stylish didn't care about these three before he rushed as fast as he could towards the entrance as his men followed him. Lord Stylish. There's a problem, a woman with giant ears suddenly panicked, but Stylish didn't care as he reached the base entrance and walked outside to see something shocked him. A yellow ball of electricity was jumping around the place, destroying his men easily with one hit. A small cat was floating with a tornado and killing everything in its way. Stylish was even more surprised when his men got their head crushed by an invisible thing screaming Mutta. Leo was standing in the middle of flames and magma as the surrounding ground was filled with corpses. He was holding the head of a green-haired guy that tried to sneak attack him. The man opened his mouth as bullets fired at Leo, but all of them got blocked by his Tuki before venom turned into a blade and cut this guy's head. Leo looked around with his dragon eyes to see Stylish looking at him in amazement before he said, "Welcome to the party." Stylish and his men stood there in shock as they watched their army of hundreds getting crushed like ants, but Leo didn't care as he was looking at Stylish gloves. Who Ryu, one of Stylish men woke up from the shock and said with fear. Me. Well. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, I'm a new Pokemon trainer just came to this region to fight the Elite Three, Honest, Isteth, Budo, but I accidentally killed one of them. So, I'm here to take my badge from you. Hand it over. Leo pointed at Stylish gloves, which is his Taigu, and the only reason Leo still didn't blow up this place. Splendid. Stylish. Stylish shook like a madman as Leo didn't understand what wrong with this guy. Stylish men stood behind him as they were waiting for the moment the poison work on Leo. They spread the poison after they saw the massacre going outside. What is that creature? Is it the same as the other ones? This is. Stylish was getting more crazy as he was looking at Pikachu and Wind Spirit, but Leo was getting annoyed, so he stopped him. Okay, I've to stop you there. I don't care about you, or what do you want to say, so I'll take this. Leo pulled Yamato as Stylish gloves teleported to his hands, which made Stylish widen his eyes because he didn't understand how this happens and why his poison isn't working on this guy. And now. Leo looked at Stylish and his men before he waved Yamato. Lord Stylish, one of Stylish men pushed him away as all of them got their head chopped, and Stylish was chopped from the middle. Gah. Stylish fell to the ground in pain as he didn't understand how this happens, but he understood that he'll die if he didn't act now, so he took a bottle from his bloody coat and injected himself. Secret weapon 2. Danger type. Stylish forced those words from his mouth as he was coughing blood before his body started to transform as he said, "Here it comes." Leo watched Stylish turn into a big buff guy before he put Yamato back into its scabbard and sighed as he said, "The second form, huh? This is the ultimate stylishness." Stylish hair grew longer and turned white before his body opened a mouth and ate his men. Leo stared at Stylish, speaking nonsense and growing larger as he turned into a half-robot doing nothing. He now understands Saitama boredom as he waits for his enemies. Can you hurry up? Leo didn't understand what this guy is screaming about, but he thinks he should blow him up now. Not enough, not enough. I need more food to become the true power above all and increase my stylishness. Stylish looked at Leo that didn't care about him before punching him, but he got his hand blocked by a wind barrier before he was knocked away. Crash. The giant body of Stylish hit the ground as it raised a cloud of dust, but Leo didn't care before he said, "True power. That's something people don't know about, but it's actually simple. As a man that was poisoned by the culture for many years, I can say I'm an expert in power, so let me tell you something." Leo looked at Stylish struggling to get up before he said, "People might think power is learning and mastering your techniques or battles to understand your true powers before you get more from it. But actually, that's bullshit. Can't have more power. Mastering your power? That's a bunch of nonsense people keep doing. Listen." Leo cleared his throat before he said, "Although I don't deny the importance of techniques, but those are secondaries for me. So after looking at a bunch of retards and idiots, here are my 3 tips in becoming stronger. First, abuse the shit out of your power and take every chance to become more OP even if you're already OP." Leo looked at Stylish recovering before rushing towards him. Secondly, avoid every situation or a chance of getting nerfed by any stupid reason or anything, which means don't be an idiot. Leo raised his hand as yellow lightning appeared on his body and Stylish got even closer and was ready to punch. Lastly, firepower. And more firepower. Leo looked at Stylish as the dark clouds appeared in the sky before he said, "Come forth. Regulus Aurum. Roa Rare." Regulus appeared from Leo's body as lightning appeared around Leo and pushed Stylish back. Regulus stared at Stylish before he raised his claw while Leo said, "Begone. With this thunder roar. Ruhar." Regulus swung his claws as the lightning and thunder sound filled the world in front of Stylish as he wasn't able to think of anything before he lost all his senses. Asterisk rumbly. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk. Everything around Leo was getting destroyed by the raging lightning as the trees vanished and the ground was annihilated. The scene continued for almost 10 seconds before the lightning disappeared and left a giant pothole with more than 500 meters wide and over 100 meters deep. And all of this was a casual strike from Regulus. Leo nodded as he finally tested how strong this familiar in the subject of destruction, especially as he can go all out as long as Leo has energy to give him. Leo knows that if he wants, Regulus can destroy Miles by one casual strike if he was in his top form, but it's unnecessary now. Well, I guess this is the end of this walk. Leo fixed his monocle as he wanted to leave, but suddenly he noticed something before he said, "Well, hello there." Leo turned his head as he saw a man panicking in a place far away from the battlefield before he walked towards him. It seems that this enthusiastic walk is still long. Chapter 25, Property Damage. When Leo was starting his fight with stylish troops, the Empire was investigating the cause of the weather change. Assassination squad led by a girl with black hair rushed towards the scene the fastest they could while the soldiers were led by the three beasts. However, even if they rushed the fastest they could, it was impossible to reach the location immediately. Except one person with a special taigu. What a waste of time. A young man with an unpleasant expression on his face was standing in the place where Leo created Regulus. The young man had a pale lilac hair with golden eyes. He had a noticeable X-shaped scar on his face and a crown-like headgear. He wore a white skin-tight shirt that revealed his stomach and white pants. This is the Prime Minister's son, Sayura. After the Empire discovered the lightning storm, Honest that was paying attention to this event, ordered his troops to check the situation before ordering his son to go there immediately. Sayura is a scum on earth in which his actions can go from brutally murdering civilians for no reason to showing a more perverted murderous side just by counting all those women that disappeared around the Empire. Despite that, Sayura is a spoiled brat that thinks everything should go as he pleases, and becomes violent whenever someone gets in his way. The only thing that keeps this guy in check is his obsession with his father and fear from the true strong like Budo and his death. Sayura, who has daddy issues that involve brainwashing by Honest from a young age to make him obsessed with pleasing his father and becoming emotionally unstable if he lost his approval, won't refuse any order from his father. So, he rushed from the palace immediately without even informing his team. Even if Sayura thinks this is a waste of time, he's eager to prove himself to his father, and after knowing his father's concerns about this event, he used his Taigu Shambhala which capable of spatial manipulation. Its user is granted with the ability to teleport people or objects over a large distance, using markers placed at the target of the teleportation. But after reaching the location by using a previous mark near it, he found nothing weird in the place, except a giant scorching mark on the ground which shows he's in the correct place. Those rats. Sayura had a disgusted look on his face. He heard from his father about the Revolutionary Army killing Budo, which made him laugh for a long time. But he still hates those rats more than Budo. Sayura looked at the place for a while, but he saw nothing useful. So, after cursing a few times, he was preparing to return, but something happened at this moment. Asterisk rumbly. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk. A vast sound of thunder spread across the Empire. Everyone near the capital raised their heads to see a giant pillar of lightning. Black thunder clouds reached the Empire as they saw the lightning was very close to the capital. Assassination Squad and the army turned their heads to see the lightning before rushing back to the Empire the fastest they could. Sayura was surprised by this scene because he didn't understand how could the thunder reach that place. He recognized the place as the Empire's secret base which Dr. Stylish control. Sayura shook his head before he held his Taigu and was prepared to teleport to a location near the base. He wasn't afraid of the enemy as his Taigu is the best in escaping and it never failed before. Sayura activated his Taigu as a purple yin/yang formation appeared under his feet before he disappeared from this place. Now, who's this Bass Dash? Sayura arrived in a place around the base instantly before he looked at the scene in front of him. The base has disappeared completely and left a giant pothole filled with magma which was similar to the surrounding grounds. Flames were filling the place as they burning the corpses and melting the ground to lava. Sayura recognized those corpses as Dr. Stylish toys, but he wasn't paying attention to them as he was looking at the only person standing here. Sayura was looking at a teenager with black hair, and a monocle on his face standing on the lava without burning as lightning was flashing around him. But what shocked Sayura is the giant lion behind the teenager. Sayura hunted a lot of danger beasts in his life. Those beasts were larger and more ferocious looking than this lion, but he never felt this kind of fear that he's experiencing facing this lion. Suddenly, Sayura saw the teenager looking at him as the lion did the same which put a chill down his soul, especially after he saw the eyes that didn't belong to humans. Sayura used his Taigu quickly as a purple aura appeared around him before he vanished from that place. Asterisk pant asterisk, asterisk pant asterisk. Sayura appeared inside his room in the palace as he was holding his chest and breathing heavily. The lion put a huge pressure on Sayura, even beyond Budo and his death. That bastard. After a few breaths, Sayura panic turned into anger before he said, "Just don't let me know who he is or But suddenly, Sayura's vision changed as he appeared on the previous location. He felt a hand on his shoulder before he heard a cold voice, or what? Leo stared at this guy before him as he failed to remember his name. But he didn't care that much because he spotted something in the Sayura hand. Oh. Did you bring me a present? Leo finally remembered Sayura's identity, but not his name because of this Taigu. When Leo saw Sayura disappeared, he was a little surprised before he walked to his location and used Yamato on a mark in space which allowed him to teleport Sayura back here. You. Sayura snapped from his shock and jumped backward. He doesn't feel confident about this fight, especially with Regulus looking at him now. Sayura used his Taigu, as a giant purple yin/yang circle appeared under Leo's feet. He's planning to teleport Leo from here to get some time to escape, but things didn't go his way. Leo stared at the purple light around him before he pushed Yamato from its scabbard with his thumb. PFFF. In Sayura's surprised eyes, the yin/yang circle was cut into pieces before it vanishes. Next. You're going to say it's impossible. Leo put Yamato back to its scabbard before Sayura said, I am posse dash. Are you making fun of me? Why don't you just guess? Leo didn't seem to care about this guy as he already made this space unstable by using Yamato. Motherfucker. Sayura lost his reason as he never been treated like this before. Raising his hands, Sayura focused his Taigu on Leo before he used his trump card. Oh. This is surprising. Leo stared at the giant yin/yang circle and the purple light as he felt this is an alternative space. Pant. Sayura almost fell to his knees as he watched Leo getting teleported into an alternative space. This is his Taigu trump card which creates and teleport his enemies into an alternative space. However, before Sayura's smile he felt a pain in his arm, but he didn't care as he was looking at the alternative space getting chopped in two. Leo walked calmly from the space crack as he watched the alternative space behind him collapse before looking at Sayura that lost his arm in the Taiga he was holding. Sayura saw this and rushed to escape, but Leo appeared in front of him before he raised his fist, which was filled with flames. Clench your teeth. Fire Dragon. Leo watched Sayura putting an attack posture as he was planning to attack him in his vital spots before he said Iron Fist. Sayura fist hit Leo body as it got blocked by venom before Leo fist hit Sayura face. Crack. That was the sound of Sayura's skull getting smashed before his dead body was sent flying by Leo. Well, this is enough for today. Leo stared at the destruction around him before he picked Shambhala, recovered his beasts, and walked away from this place. Leo is grateful for this guy that delivered him one of his goals. He now needs that ring that controls water and Incursio to complete his important goals. This spatial taiga which contains the DNA of a danger beast that can control space is very precious for Leo Dragon God. The ring taiga which Leo doesn't remember its name is also important for the Dragon God as its power involves the water. But Leo was more interested in the gloves that he got from the crazy doctor. This taiga called Perfector, which increases the speed and precision of the user's fingers by several hundredfold. However, what if this increase was used by Venom to boost Leo's body precision and speed by 100-fold? Then use this boost in controlling ki or fighting and even learning by paying enough attention to details. Honestly, Leo thinks this taiga was the biggest gain of today. Leo walked away as he felt that 3,000 pages of research aren't enough for these taigas. Meanwhile, when Leo was walking away from the crime scene, Whitebeard was looking at the sea at a village far away from the Empire. As a man that lived in the sea for most of his life, Whitebeard doesn't like to stay away from it for a long time, even if it's his weakness. So, Whitebeard looked for this place after he saw a map in the stuff Leo brought, which takes half an hour to reach it if he rushed with his fastest speed. Whitebeard has to admit that this world is very different from his world as his height surprised everyone. He met a lot of interesting people in his journey, like a boy with blue hair and his group of Navy. Whitebeard felt weird that he friend the Navy in this world, but he doesn't care that much. Hey, old man, you're here. Suddenly a young man appeared behind Whitebeard. The young man had dark blue hair and eyes. He wore a blue leather jacket and a red scarf with an anchor on it. Under that is a white shirt with a single blue line down the middle. He also wears a pair of gray jeans with a belt and dark blue boots. This is a young man Whitebeard met here, and his name is Wave. Wave looked at the giant in front of him as he had a helpless smile on his face. He remembers his surprise when he met him for the first time, but what surprised him more was this old man charm. It has been only 2 days and the whole village and its navy know the name of Whitebeard. Even his comrades in the navy keep talking about him. Wave was really surprised by this old man that can gather those stubborn navy members and make them listen to him. Well, after he defeated all of them easily, but Wave knows this isn't just power. Didn't you go to that empire? Whitebeard looked at Wave before he noticed something wrong. Whitebeard likes this young man in front of him and wants to make him his son, but he still needs to see if he can come back to this world again. He doesn't want to have a son then has to leave him in a completely different world. Well. Wave scratched the back of his neck before he said, that trip got cancelled. Cancelled. Whitebeard stared at Wave before he notices something missing. Where's your little toy? Whitebeard noticed that Wave knife that gives him that armor has gone. He had a fight with Wave and saw the power of so-called Taigu, which wasn't impressive. Please, don't call the Taigu a toy, Wave sighed as he remembered the one-side fight with this old man which made him think about the identity of Whitebeard. Somebody stole it. Wave had a dejected face while Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before he said, got stolen. Even if he didn't think that Taigu is powerful, but Whitebeard know that Wave isn't someone to lose his weapon randomly. Except if it was Leo. But Whitebeard knows that Leo is writing some complicated stuff now. I was holding it in my hand. It was in my hand. Wave held his head before he said, then the next moment, it just disappeared. Whitebeard looked at Wave that was having a breakdown as he felt he saw something like this before. And it's not just me. Wave held his head tighter as he felt a headache before he said, Taigu across the empire are disappearing without any reason. Some swear they were cleaning them before they just vanish. Whitebeard looked at Wave having a breakdown before he hit his head. Ah. Wave felt the iron fist of love hitting his head as his brain was vibrating before Whitebeard said, stop whining about it. If you have time to whine about it, then go do something useful like trying to find it. Whitebeard looked at Wave, raising his head in pain. But I tried everything I could. Wave started complaining again as Whitebeard clenched his fist. Today Wave saw the sea and sky inverted for the rest of the day. When Whitebeard was giving Wave the iron fists of love, there was something happening in the sky. In very high height, there was a bald man walking on the air as the wind was blowing his cape. Saitama looked at the clouds under his feet and the sun as he was feeling this is interesting because, for him, this is a whole novel experience. Now, Saitama was feeling the true hero mode as he arrives from the sky with the wind blowing his cape. Saitama wanted to experience this to the maximum until he gets bored from it. So, he went on his usual heroic walks which are almost the same as Leo with all the damage they both did, except Saitama saved some people from danger beasts. Saitama walked slowly as he was looking for something to do before he heard something above. Raising his head, he saw a giant whale type of creature with wings reaching hundreds of meters, rushing towards him with an open mouth. Saitama felt this monster is trying to eat him, so he raised his fist and hit it first because his breath stinks and he doesn't want to waste his only hero suit in this world. Boom. The poor danger beasts didn't understand anything before his head was blown by Saitama punch and his dead body fell down. Saitama looked at the whale corpse falling down as he didn't care about it, but suddenly he saw something in the ground. The whale's body kept falling down as its speeds increased before it hit a large building demolishing it. This might be bad. Saitama felt he should run before someone sues him for property damage. But as a hero, he needs to check if everyone is okay. However, Saitama didn't know that he'll face a bunch of angry assassins. Chapter 26, Villains Group. Somewhere in the uninhabited lands of the Empire, there was a large reinforced building merged with a mountain, located 10 kilometers north of the capital. It's surrounded by the woods and is located near a river where there were a lot of fishes. However, it wasn't in its best form today. A giant whale was sticking his bloody head in the building, destroying a lot from it, and raising dust to the air. Inside the building, in a room which seemed like a meeting room, there were 7 people lying on the ground while looking at the ceiling. The ceiling was completely broken, but it didn't fall on the group as it was supported by very thin wires. Is everyone okay? A young man with wires coming out from his gloves asked his friends. The young man had shoulder-length green hair that covers his left eye, green eyes, and red goggles on top of his head. This one of Night Raid members, Lubbock. He holds the Taigu cross tail. I could have been better. Leon rubbed her head because she took a hit when the whale hit the base. Ha ha ha, this was really surprising. A man wearing a white armor and holding a red spear said to Lubbock. The man was wearing a white armor with a white cape and his eyes were yellow. This is Bullet in his Taigu Incursio armor. What happened? A woman with long purple hair raised her head before she realized something and said, my glasses. The woman had long purple hair and purple eyes. She wore a revealing sleeveless lilac cheongsam with detached lilac arm sleeves and white boots while a giant scissor was near her. This is Shield, the user of Taigu Ecstase. ****. Here, a girl with Twintail's hair cut helped Shield getting her glasses before she said with an annoyed tone, they have attacked us. The girl had very long pink hair tied in twintails on the right and left sides of her head and pink eyes. She wore a pink outfit and held a rifle in her hand. This is mine, the user of Taigu Pumpkin. Danger Beast Winged Whale. A girl with long black hair looked at from the window before she frowned. The girl had long black hair and red eyes. She wore a black school uniform with a red tie and was holding a katana on her side. This is Akane, the user of Taigu Murasame. It shouldn't appear at these places. A woman with a mechanical arm stood up from the ground and said, which means we've been attacked. Ready for battle. The woman had short silver hair and purple eyes. She wears an eye patch where her right eye used to be. She wears a black suit that shows her cleavage. This is Negenda, the leader of Night Raid. Negenda looked at the whale's head blocked by Lubbock Taigu as she frowned. She expected an attack but not this soon. Night Raid were having a meeting in their base about the change of the Empire. Negenda felt the events that are happening are very fishy and weird. First, the unknown weapon that day, then General Budo death which shocked her. The Revolution Army gave orders to Night Raid to stand by and prepare for war, but this didn't calm down Negenda. Negenda thinks this is all a big plan from someone to make the Revolution Army fight with the Empire then strike both sides when they are weak. Night Raid members also had their thoughts which were similar to Negenda. However, things took a turn after they received a letter from the headquarters. The letter said that all the Taigu in the Revolutionary Army headquarters disappeared mysteriously. Night Raid received an order to rush back to the headquarters and be wary of any attack. Negenda widened her eyes at this news which stated that even her Taigu Susanoo disappeared magically from his test tube. After realizing the seriousness of this matter and the fact that they might be the next target, Negenda ordered a retreat this day. But they were ambushed by this attack. But luckily, Lubbock stopped the attack with the help of Bullet that stopped the whale advancement with his spear. I can't see the enemy. Mine grabbed her Taigu and looked outside but she didn't spot anyone. Are they hidden? Negenda frowned before she looked at Lubbock and said, did you find anything, Lubbock? Nothing. Lubbock didn't feel anything from his Taigu even if he had put wires across the base for detecting enemies. Negenda felt this troublesome, an enemy which can't be seen to touch explain why the Taigu were disappearing strangely, but it also bad news for them if they want to fight. Akame was feeling something off before she looked at the sky from the window and said above. Night Raid members raised their heads before they stopped for a moment. After a moment of silence, all the members except Akame and Shield said at the same time, huh. Saitama, that was having a small conflict inside of him, landed on the ground and looked at the destroyed building. He saw some signs that there were people living here which made him sigh. Saitama scratched his head as he didn't know what to do now. He usually never does these types of things in his world because there are always some robotic things to build and help the civilians, but they don't exist in this world. This is the first victim-saving mission Saitama is facing, which makes him confused, and especially because he caused the accident. Now, what to do? Run. Or apologize then run. Saitama was thinking hard about this issue before he remembered that he didn't see if people were all right. But suddenly, Saitama tilted his head to the side as he avoided an orange beam of light. Saitama looked over to see a pink-haired girl from the building window aiming at him. Okay. They don't seem to be friendly, Saitama wanted to sigh, but he jumped to the side while avoiding a red spear which could have ruined his only hero suit in this world. Saitama looked at the front to see a man in a cool white armor looking at him. But Saitama didn't focus on him more than the wires creeping around him. Saitama looked at the wires before they stretched and cut the trees as they reached him, but he caught them with his hand before breaking them which saved his hero suit from getting dirty. What? Lubbock stared in shock as he saw his Taiga wires getting destroyed easily by this bald guy. This guy isn't simple. Lubbock frowned before he asked Mine, did you find any other enemies? No. Maybe they are hiding. Mine clenched her Taigu as she was sniping Saitama, but she missed every shot. Or maybe this is the enemy. Negenda clenched her fist while watching all Night Raid attacks getting dodged by the bald man. Akame, wait for the opportunity to strike, Akame. Negenda gave orders for battle before she saw something she couldn't believe. Akame was shivering in her place while holding her Taigu. Akame felt she couldn't use any strength right now. She felt that all her instincts she trained as an assassin was screaming at her to run away, flee with your life without knowing why. Akame couldn't understand why she's afraid, she felt nothing from the bald man. But strangely, she felt there was a monster hidden under that look. Boss. Akame stood up slowly as she took a deep breath before she said, let's retreat. Lubbock and Mine were shocked by Akame's words while Negenda was sweating slightly as she finally understood what is happening. There's a third party in this war that holds a power equal or above the Empire, and they are trying to weaken the Empire and the Revolutionary Army. Negenda clenched her teeth as she felt this revolution is almost impossible now. The threat of his death from the Empire, the unknown force which can kill Budo silently, and the men that can fight the Night Raid heads on easily. Negenda took a deep breath as she wanted to announce retreat, but Leon suddenly appeared next to her and she was shivering like Akame. Boss. Leon's voice was trembling, but she managed to talk clearly, that guy isn't a human. I don't know how to describe that thing. Leon watched Saitama focusing on Mine. So she took the chance and attacked him from the back. But she rushed back at the moment Saitama turned his head and looked at her. Death, I will really die, those were the only thoughts that filled the mind of Leon at that moment. Negenda felt a cold sweat on her back as she put Saitama in the same position as his death now. Saitama was dodging the bullets as he felt bored from this, but the fact he's at fault and his precious hero suit made him continue this dodging. At this moment of his life, Saitama realized something important as a hero. He lacks social skills which bring heroes charisma and allows them to win battles without a fight. However, Saitama doesn't know anything about this or someone who does. Suddenly, Saitama flinched because he knows someone with charisma. Saitama activated his chat room screen and called the only person he can rely on in this situation to a private chat. The strongest man in the world, what do you need, Saitama? Saitama called Whitebeard because he's the only person he could help here. He heard that Whitebeard is an emperor or something, which means he should know what to do in these situations. As for why he didn't call the other. Misaka is just a little girl, but the others are a bunch of assholes that will make things worse. A hero for fun, if you were in this situation, what will you do? Saitama wrote his current situation before Whitebeard replayed instantly. The strongest man in the world, I see. The only solution to this situation is to beat them. A hero for fun. Seriously. The strongest men in the world, of course, I'm serious. The problem here is that you feel this is your fault and some duty as a hero, so you need to turn the wrong into a right. A hero for fun, by beating them. The strongest men in the world, yes. Beat them until they acknowledge it was their mistake to build the building there. And keep doing so until they apologize to you. Saitama was feeling now that this man got his emperor title by beating everyone in his world. And that's actually what happened. A hero for fun. Thanks, I guess. The strongest men in the world, no need to thank me. You can also check a thing in the files which Leo Kid told me it's for members that don't understand the world. Saitama eyes flashed as he found a solution while dodging bullet attacks. If he learned about the world, he might be able to avoid this problem. But Saitama forgets who usually writes the files in this group. Saitama opened the file called The Rules next to the introduction file. He only saw the file for a moment before he stopped and let Bullet hit him, which shattered his spear. Bullet was in a complete shock as he saw his spear turn into pieces just from hitting this man. But Saitama didn't care about him as he was reading the rules. The rules. Rule 1, always go for the mayhem route. Written by Annihilation Maker. Rule 2, violence is the best solution for problems. If it isn't solving your problems, you aren't using enough of it. Written by Annihilation Maker. Rule 3, all the members should yearn for gender equality. Written by Advocate of Gender Equality. Rule 4, if you can't handle the true gender equality, then hate everyone equally. Written by Annihilation Maker. Rule 5, we welcome all members on sharing their ideas about trolling people, written by NEET Princess. Saitama almost punched the screen as he saw the rules go from drop-kicking girls to a long speech about why Dio is our savior, Escaner is a badass, and the last one about saying day raid whenever you do something in this world. He almost couldn't read the embarrassing speech about brightness and light. Saitama covered his face for a moment before he looked at the night raid members clenching their weapons. He stared at them for a moment before he turned and walked away. Saitama had enough, and he doesn't care anymore. He learned today that this group is almost becoming a villain's organization. Honestly, Saitama always thinks about what happens to these guys. He felt that Kazuma was normal at the start, but now he's devolving into trash, as he losing some of his morals every day. Kazuma that was fighting with Kirito sneezed, which caused him to take a hit to the face. Saitama also remembers that girl named Kaguya. Isn't she supposed to be millions of years old? Why she's acting like a teenager? He feels troubled and sad for her at the same time. Kaguya that was floating in the sky looking for something sneezed, which almost made her hit a danger beast during the flight. If there is someone Saitama is thankful for, it'll be the girl named Misaka. But he feels that she'll get corrupted eventually. Misaka sneezed as she was reading the DNA analysis papers, which made the papers flew to the air. Saitama doesn't even want to talk about Leo. He swears that Leo is losing some screws in his head after he made that nuke. And unlike Kazuma, this guy didn't have morals in the first place. Leo was putting a green heart-shaped headband on Pikachu's head before he sneezed, which made some danger beasts notice him in the forest. I had enough. Saitama walked away from the night raid member, but suddenly a girl with long purple hair appeared in front of him waving a giant scissor. Saitama tilted his head and body to avoid shield attacks easily, but he got annoyed as she kept attacking his head. I'm sorry. Shield waved her Taigu, and she was sure to land a hit on Saitama as he stopped dodging, but something happened made her froze in her place. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Saitama opened his mouth and bite the Taigu. The Taigu didn't last a second before it broke into pieces. Shield fell to the ground and stared at her Taigu that turned into pieces while Saitama looked at night raid members. Night raid members woke from the shock that a Taigu able to cut anything was broken by a bite from someone. Akane quickly hidden her Taigu as she saw Saitama looking at her. You bald head. Mine shoots at Saitama as he turned his head and dodged her bullets. Mine, retreat. Nagenda stopped Mine from shooting, but Mine was angry. But boss, look what that bald egg-looking head with a silly suit did to Shield. Mine clenched her teeth as she saw her friend looking at her broken taiga without moving. Bald. Egg. Saitama touched his head as his expression darkened slightly. Mine, this is an order. Nagenda ordered Mine furiously this time, which made Mine stop. Yes, Mine saw Nagenda like this, so she had to agree, but she's still looking at Saitama as she said with a low voice, Egghead with a silly suit. Saitama stopped his footsteps as he looked at Night Raid members before he raised his hand and did a chop in the air. After a few times, Saitama nodded before he disappeared from his place and appeared in front of the invisible Bullet. What? Bullet didn't know when Saitama appeared, but he didn't have time before Saitama hit his head with a karate chop. Bullet head was implanted to the ground as he was knocked out. Bullet. Night Raid members were shocked and angry for their friend, but they didn't have time as they all got the same treatment from Saitama. Mine took a hit without even reacting. Lubbock tried to block the attack by his wires, but that didn't stop Saitama. Akame slashed with her taigu, but she didn't even do a scratch on Saitama before she took a hit. Leon tried to block, but Saitama just avoided her hands, and Nagenda got her mechanical arms broken because she tried to block the hit. Saitama looked at Night Raid members with their heads implanted to the ground before he looked at Shield, that was the only survivor. He stared at Shield for a moment before he raised his hand while nodding. Shield was surprised for a moment before she shook her head quickly. Saitama ignored everyone at that moment before walking away and leaving all the Night Raid members lying on the ground except Shield, that didn't know what to do now. I think I can agree with that second rule. Saitama stopped his footsteps for a moment as he felt something, but he ignored it and walked forward. While Saitama was leaving by moonwalk, there was something happening to the unconscious Night Raid members. The world stood still at that moment as time was stopped at that place near Night Raid base. That was close. A girl with long black hair was picking Night Raid members' taigu and putting them inside her sleeves, which seemed to have a separate space inside of them. Oh Leo, Leo, Leo. Kaguya picked in Curcio as she stared at her reflection on it before she said, you need to get good if you want to challenge me. Kaguya breathed a sigh of relief because Saitama almost felt her time stop. She still can't understand how can that guy be immune to time stop, even if she can stop him if she put more moments into eternity. But she felt the world is helping that guy, which made her curse the privileges of the protagonists. Anyway. Kaguya dropped a picture to the ground before he put in Curcio in her sleeve and left this place. Kaguya can't wait to see Leo's reaction after he knows that she took all the taiga to make them a prototype model collection. Chapter 27, True Madness. 6,057 words. Inside the forest, next to Leo's mansion. There were a lot of danger beasts surrounding a young man. The danger beasts varied from earth dragons to wolves and other small creatures in the forest, but the young man didn't care about them. Leo stared at these danger beasts that were almost reaching him before he took a deep breath and raised his hand. Buzz. Yellow electricity appeared on Leo's hand before it gathered and became more concentrated. More and more electricity appeared before it formed a blade of lightning instantly. Danger beast sensed the danger, but it was too late as Leo moved forwards and waved his hand. Lightning blade. A yellow flash passed in front of Leo before most of the danger beasts were cut into two pieces. Other danger beasts saw this and ran from this place as they understood that this isn't an easy prey. This taigu is really underrated. Leo looked at the blade of lightning in his hand as he realized the power of the perfector when it used on his whole body. Leo finished his walk as he rushed back to the mansion. He gave Venom the two taigu and made him copy their powers, which gave Venom the ability of space and extraordinary precision. Leo is now trying this new power as he learned how to control the power to a whole new level. Creating an armor of lightning for defense or increase the speed and power by lightning is an easy feat for Leo now. Leo control on his body and energy reached a very high level using Venom, and that will slowly be learned by him and become an instinct. Well, this is enough. Leo stretched his hands before he said, now, the field is ready and what left is the players. My lord, I don't think this will work, Venom voice sounded in Leo's head. If the enemy was the system user, then it's very unreasonable for him to do these actions. Venom, who has a connection with Leo mind, know about the plan which Leo made, but he can't understand how can an enemy with something like a system make some ridiculous mistakes that his lord predicted. Venom, you need to know that humans aren't really reasonable most of the time, and our target is one of the easiest types to keep an eye on. Leo smiled as he fixed his monocle. He's a coward. Sometimes you'll feel that people's actions are unpredictable and unreasonable. But honestly, they are simple and easy to predict after you learn the pattern of their movements. Leo looked at the south in the capital's direction. Do you remember the user of Thunder Taigu? Yes, my lord, the one that was mind-controlled by the enemy. Venom answer made Leo smile before he said, that was the first sign. Do you know, Venom? Mind controllers split into two categories in my opinion. One is an excellent strategist, and the other is just a coward that likes the effortless way. Leo's smile grew wider, having the general in his hand, but he still waits for the plot is just an unconfident act. These kinds of people are just too easy to read, even if I didn't meet them. Even if it was unintentional, but that nuke is the spark that broke all that guy plans. First, the nuke put him in total confusion about what's happening now, and with the system mission if he gets it at the start or any other time, will make things more confusing for him, as he'll be pushed into an edge called things went out of control. Leo raised his hand as Fireball appeared on it. Then do you know what will happen to him when he knows I found his puppet? He'll get overconfident. Overconfident. Shouldn't he be worried? Venom started to feel that people's emotions and actions are very complicated and don't make sense. No, he'll get overconfident because I, who hold the nuke, didn't come to him after knowing his identity, and as with any friendly system, he surely got something good if the mission difficulty was high. If that didn't give him confidence, then I don't know what will. Leo made the fireball turn into small butterflies around his hand. Then I had to give him another simulation with that doctor. Killing that doctor with all that light show will give him some worries, but that will let even more confidence sneak to him, which will turn into a poison called pride. Leo made the butterflies gather on his hand before he said, "This is a roller coaster of emotions and mind plays which put our victim in the worst position ever." Leo made more fire butterflies before he said, "That's why I said he's a coward." His weakness and lack of security made him a puppet. A puppet who has two strings. One is me. Leo made a puppet from the fire before he said, and the other is his system. My lord. I can't seem to understand how people think, and why they do such actions. It seems totally out of logic. Venom didn't understand why that victim in his lord's mouth will act like this. It doesn't have logic or a clear goal, and it's filled with mistakes. One day, you'll understand that even if it's just some predictions, but they are very close to the truth. Leo extinguished the fire before he said, "From my past life, I learned that I should always look for details and never miss a single one. That's why I always observe and try to understand people around me." Leo smiled before he said, "Why don't I give you an example?" Example. Venom was confused by his lord that usually never share these kinds of thoughts before Leo said, "Yeah, let's start with Mikoto. Mikoto, even if she seems to be angry at those times, but she's trying to join the fun or learn how to enter in a good conversation with us. She even wanted to thank us a few times, but her tsundere side will kick in." Leo shook his head helplessly before he said, "Kazuma is trying to learn all that he can from us, and take some points from this mission before he uses the chat room and his adventurer job to learn all the skills in his world. Whitebeard seemed to have something interesting going on, but I bet it's related to his family." Leo smiled slightly before he said, "And Saitama is enjoying Moonwalk before he gets bored from it." "What about the old hag, my lord?" Venom said the official name of Kaguya in Leo's mind. The old hag. Well. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, "She's trying to troll me, and if we count her personality with the power of time, then traced my own steps because she's after me. She's collecting Taigu." Leo didn't even change his expression with those facts, but Venom had another reaction. "Do we prepare for battle, my lord?" "No, it's unnecessary. And will not muta her." Leo looked at Gold Experience, raising his fist before he said, "Yet. Why do you seem to be calm about this, my lord?" Venom always put Leo goals as his wishes, so he couldn't tolerate that old hag. "Well, it's Kaguya, so something like this was meant to happen, but it's nice for someone to collect those taiga with me." Leo waved his hand as he didn't seem to care because he knows how to get those taiga from Kaguya hand. "My lord, sorry to be rude, but W-." Venom didn't finish his words before Leo interpreted him. "You want to ask why I didn't get the taiga first, or why my actions that seemed without reason all have a secret behind them? Well, that's because I hate planning. Honestly, I'm Annihilation Maker, not Tactics Maker, and I'm not obligated to share or explain my actions to anyone." Leo smiled as he fixed his monocle. "I don't care what others think, but if I'm going to do something, then I'll do it in my way, which include a lot of jokes, trolls, and making fun of people. Like our group here. Do you know why Saitama and Whitebeard didn't go to the capital until now? It's because they don't want to lose control and do something which will ruin the team plans." Leo knows that Saitama and Whitebeard didn't want to see the Empire condition with their eyes, or something bad will happen. Never underestimate us just because we love to have fun. That'll be your downfall if you underestimate an enemy without knowing the reason behind his actions, even if it seems to be ridiculous. I see, your wisdom completely shocked me even if I didn't understand the reason behind it. As I expected from my lord. Venom swear he'll learn from his lord, which made Leo nod before he said, "Oh, good luck. Let's go back now." Leo walked from this place before Venom said, "What about the old hag, my lord?" "Don't worry about it. As a man of culture, I can see that Kaguya isn't doing this for no reason, and that reason will probably make me laugh." Leo smiled before a normal yin/yang circle appeared under him. Venom has already copied Shambhala powers and he can use it freely, but the circle is normal yin/yang, unlike the purple one. Leo suddenly felt something before he smiled and looked at the capital direction. But if someone looked at his monocle, he'll see the reflection of a hallway with one man walking on. "Oh, right. I didn't tell you the reason why I did all of those actions." Leo smiled before he said, "Let's say I want my two targets to be in the same place and make sure they stay that way." With those words, Leo disappeared with a black glow. Meanwhile, in the Empire capital. There was a giant building in the middle of the capital. This is the royal palace. But today it didn't seem to be normal. The palace hallways were too quiet as all the guards and maid disappeared, leaving one man walking in the hallway in the direction of the emperor's throne. This man is Liam, who changed after these 3 days. He was taller and his hair grew past his shoulders. I need more. This isn't enough. Liam clenched his fist as he felt the power contained in them now. He's now sure to take down nukes easily without threatening his life. Hey, who are dash? 2 guards appeared in front of Liam, but they didn't finish their words before Liam put his hand on their heads. Blue aura passed from their bodies to Liam before they fell to the ground dead. This is really fascinating. Liam has no doubt now to complete the mission. He got 2 of the most broken abilities from this system, and his enemies didn't seem to be strong as they were afraid to attack him. Liam now will take care of the Emperor and the Prime Minister to get more points. He wants to become stronger before he sees those entities. But he didn't notice that he wants to stay in the Empire waiting for the chat room members, as this place will become his grave with the Empire. Time skipped to midnight. The bright moon was shining in the sky, bringing some light to this night. The light breeze was blowing the leaves as tonight was slightly cold. Misaka was inside her room checking from papers about her formula and making sure she understood everything. Unlike Leo that only needs to know how and why it works, Misaka needs to learn and optimize the data before she includes them in her formula. Misaka didn't sleep these days a lot because she didn't want to waste time. But she noticed something now. Whoop! Misaka turned her head to see Kirabo looking at the window. She felt that he wants to go somewhere. What happened to you? Misaka moved closer to Kirabo before he pointed at the forest next to the mansion. The forest? But what do you want to go there? Misaka frowned, but Kirabo kept insisting on even dragging her, which made her sigh. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Misaka didn't understand what Kirabo wants, but if it seems to be something important. So in the eager gaze of Kirabo, Misaka walked out of the mansion and went to the forest. After that, Misaka followed Kirabo for a while before reaching to an empty spot in the forest. There was nothing in that spot except grass. Are you sure this is the place? Misaka frowned because she walked for over 10 minutes. But Kirabo ignored her and rushed forwards. Misaka watched Kirabo flying forward until he disappeared from her vision. What? Misaka stood there for a moment before she rushed forward to check what happened. But suddenly, she felt her body past some sort of a barrier before clashing voices reached her ears with powerful winds blowing. What's this? Huh? Misaka blocked the wind with her hand before she saw Kirabo staring and 2 men in the middle of the empty spot. The ground was destroyed, and potholes filled the place. Misaka was having a hard time believing this is the previous spot, but she noticed 2 familiar figures in the middle of the battlefield. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. A katana and a naginata were clashing against each other, making sparks in the air. Leo and Whitebeard were fighting with their weapons only as the wind was blowing from every hit they exchange. Leo was moving faster as he was dodging or looking for an opening before striking Whitebeard that remained calm and blocked each hit before sticking. But Leo dodged all his attacks with the least movement needed. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Leo and Whitebeard's weapons were interlocked before Whitebeard said, "You got better, kid." Well, it's not like I'll stay the same, isn't it? Leo smiled, but Whitebeard rotated his naginata and made Leo lose his balance. Leo didn't have much time before he rotated Yamato in his hand and blocked Whitebeard attack, but that made him retreat 10 meters. But it seems you're still cheating. Whitebeard hit the ground with his naginata before he looked at Leo and said, "It feels like you're very uncoordinated." "Didn't I say it before, old man? I'll come with more tricks." Leo smiled before he said, "And I can't stop even if I know this is wrong because this is me." Leo was feeling a little helpless because he finally knows more about his essence. The full essence is powerful and opens a lot of possibilities for Leo, but if there is something good then there'll be something bad. Jack of all trades is one of the symbols of this essence or can be called power. Leo noticed that anything he starts can be learned quickly, even if it was something he never knows before, like DNA recherche. Leo feels it more like enlightenment as he could start and learn it faster than Misaka with her LVL5 brain power, but that power also has its drawback. Jack of all trades can never be the master of something, and this also implies on Leo. He can never be the best in something because he was never meant to be the first in a single thing. Leo can't just take a sword and train to be the strongest swordsman ever. Even if it isn't impossible, but it's very hard to accomplish. He can have all memories and abilities of swords, but Leo can't be the strongest in it. So, as a fool and jack of all trades, Leo needs tricks, different moves, and powers. If he can't be the first in one thing, then he'll have tons of others to fill the gaps. Leo will combine those powers and make it his own style. This is the correct way of the fool. Tricks and more tricks. This will be my way. Leo smiled before he rushed forward and stabbed with his katana. Whitebeard frowned before he raised his naginata and blocked the strike, but Leo moved Yamato with an extraordinary precision a millimeter to the left, which made Whitebeard naginata slid on Yamato. Leo pushed Yamato as he almost hit Whitebeard's neck, but he tilted his body to the side, avoiding a punch which made him miss the target. Not bad. Whitebeard had a grin on his face before he raised his naginata. I could say the same to you. Leo had the same grin before he raised Yamato, and a new clash happened between him and Whitebeard. Misaka outside the battlefield watched Leo and Whitebeard fight as they seemed like trying to kill each other, but they seemed to hold back at the same time, which seemed to be strange for her. It was like they both know that the other will be able to dodge or block. Watching the battle for a while, Misaka wanted to interfere, but she stopped and watched the battle silently with Kirabo next to her. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Whitebeard and Leo clashed their weapons for the last time before they stopped. Leo put Yamato in his scabbard before he massaged his shoulders. Even if the dragon organs are stringing Leo's body by their vitality, but Whitebeard is still a monster. This is enough for today. Whitebeard rotated his naginata before he put it on his shoulder. You're free in which way to become stronger. Whitebeard acknowledges that Leo's actions are correct. Everyone will have differences, and that will also reflect in their powers. Leo chooses to walk in his way, which earned Whitebeard respect as this is the right thing to do. Before you leave, take the little girl with you. Leaving those words, Whitebeard left the place by moonwalk. ****. What she's doing here anyway? Leo stared at the side of the battlefield to see Misaka sleeping next to a tree. Misaka didn't sleep well these days, and it cost her too much to make lightning with Leo this morning. So, she surrendered to sleep a half hour ago as she couldn't keep watching Leo and Whitebeard exchanging hits. Did you bring her here? Leo walked towards Misaka and asked Kirabo. Kirabo nodded while floating around Misaka, which made Leo sigh again. This whole place is set with a barrier that blocks vision and sound from the outside world, which makes it invisible, but Kirabo can just feel where Leo is at. Well, come here. Leo picked Misaka before he called Kirabo to get closer as a yin/yang circle appeared and they disappeared from this place. Inside Misaka's room, Leo appeared holding Misaka before putting her on her bed and leaving the room. Kirabo looked at his master leaving before he went with Misaka and closed his eyes. What a day. Leo was walking in the mansion hallway as he was thinking of his next action. He has a long space DNA that can blow his mind just by thinking about it and a lot of different things to try. Leo was walking as he was thinking about his plans before he noticed something at his side. On the balcony of the upper floor, there was a girl with long black hair staring at the bright moon in the sky. The scene was beautiful with the enchanting look of the girl, but Leo's reaction was different. Ugh. Leo was feeling very unlucky to run into this old hag in the middle of the night. Ah. Hello, Leo. Kaguya smiled before she said, it's a very beautiful night, don't you think? Honestly, it's better if you don't smile. It's creepy and doesn't suit you at all. Leo had a deadpan face while looking at Kaguya. That's a very rude thing to say to girls, but you're right. Kaguya went back to her degenerate mode before she said, my face hurt from all this smiling. Aren't you an immortal with regeneration abilities? Leo deadpan face didn't change much, but Kaguya ignored the question. So, what are you doing? Leo looked at Kaguya to see her looking at the moon in the sky before he said, homesick. Well, I would be lying if I said no. Kaguya smiled while looking at the moon in the sky. The moon, huh? Leo frowned because he thinks this is a sensitive subject for Kaguya. He control people and play with them, but he doesn't like to bring the people old scars. You should know my story already, so it doesn't matter. But I'm curious, what do you know? Kaguya looked at Leo that moved closer to the balcony. Not a lot, just an elixir, and then you were exiled from the moon and loved the life at the surface, then you went to Jinsokyo with your friend Iron. Leo gave Kaguya a resume of what he knows about her, but that made her frown. That's all. There's no way an anime will only tell those things. Kaguya frowned, but Leo gave her a light laugh before he said, game, a small bullet hell game. No anime, but the art is cool. Even so. Meh. Kaguya clenched her fist while looking at the smug Leo before she took a deep breath and said, I was a princess in the moon, but I was exiled after using the forbidden Hurai elixir which made me an immortal. Leo raised his eyebrow as he was looking at Kaguya, giving him her origin story without him asking. I was exiled to the earth for thousands of years for my crime and went to live with the humans that I once despised. But I come to love this new home. Unlike the icy moon where everyone was like machines, humans and earth felt real and warm. Kaguya sighed before she said, I learned a lot of interesting things during my stay in the earth. I remember that time some people came to ask for my hand in marriage, but no one could complete my 5 impossible requests. Hold on, who the stupid that will go for something has the word impossible on it? Leo felt some people were lacking some screws in their heads to play along with this demon called Kaguya. I know, right? But they tried and didn't win. Kaguya smiled while Leo was feeling a little sorry for the poor guys. So, after years and years of calm life, I found that I really loved this new place, but something happened. Kagaya looked at the moon before Leo said, let me guess. You forget that your punishment is over and was surprised by the moon people that came to take you back. No. I didn't forget. Okay, I forget, Kagaya admit defeat under Leo interrogating gaze before she said, then I found iron which helped me to flee with her to Gensokyo. We found an old mansion in the forest and took that place as a refuge. After that, I lived a most carefree life with iron and this is my story. Kagaya looked at Leo as he was putting his hand on his chin before he said, I'll give it a 4/10 for clichés and predictable storyline. Kagaya clenched her fist again before she said, oh, yeah. Then tell me yours. My story. It's your normal life, nothing special. It had happy moment where I smiled, and it had sad moments where I cried, nothing special until I got reincarnated. Leo shrugged his shoulder before he said, I'll give my story a 2 out of 10. Kagaya stood there speechless as she didn't know what to say to someone roasting himself. Honestly, you shouldn't think too much about it. Leo waved his hand before he said, you're afraid that the moon will come looking for you and your friend, but if you want to move forward and stop these moon-staring nights, then you should face your fear. Happiness and sadness, we all had moments from them in our lives. No one can live without taking his share of happiness and pain from this life. In Kagaya's eyes, Leo smiled before he said, there's no use in running away from those things because they define what we are now. I personally felt pain and sadness in my life, even that regret that was tearing me apart, but I learned to accept it and live past it. You'll have a lot of scars during your life, some will heal and be forgotten, and some will never, which will keep remind you about your lesson that day, and this made me myself today. Leo looked at the moon before he said, I don't care about other people's way of looking at me, so I live as I like. But even someone like me has things to live for and people to care about. So, even if they called me a hero or a villain, a murderer or a complete madman, that will not change who I am. Leo looked at Kagaya before he said, this is me, Leo Arisaltek. Kagaya stared at Leo for a while before she said, your speech is too long. I know, but you'll listen to it anyway. Leo was laughing while Kagaya sighed. Honestly, you're the most human person I ever met, even if you aren't a human now. You feel so real even if it with all those flaws, but you walk past them without fear. Kagaya sighed again before she said, what happened to you in your past world? Sorry, those are personal information, Leo answered instantly, which made Kagaya frown before she said, shouldn't you tell me your after I told you mine? You told me without even asking my approval to listen to you and your story. Leo fixed his monocle before he said, even if you're ready to live past your regrets, sharing them with the world is another step. Kagaya pouted, but Leo didn't care about her as he walked away, but suddenly Kagaya said, why don't you stay and watch the moon with me? What the point in looking at a giant rock in the sky? Leo raised his eyebrow at this request before he said, or you're inviting me. Oh. Kagaya put her sleeve in front of her mouth before she said, who knows, maybe someone asked for my hand first. Leo remembered the accident when he first arrived in this world before he said, good grief. Did you have to make it a JoJo reference? Kagaya sighed, but Leo smiled at her before he said, do you think I'll wait for you to make it a JoJo reference? Well, you can say. Kagaya smiled before she said, I was waiting for the new moon. Then you'll have a stand that can control gravity. Leo raised his eyebrow before Kagaya nodded. Both of them stared at each other before laughing slightly. Leo sighed and moved next to Kagaya and looked at the rock in the sky with no reason while Kagaya smiled. After a while, Leo felt this is more painful and less entertaining than looking at the sun burning his eyes. But Kagaya said, hey, Leo. What? Leo looked at Kagaya that looked at the moon and said, thank you. And that monocle looks stupid on you. My badass style isn't for you to worry about, and you're welcome. Leo looked at the moon again as the silence filled the place again. Hey, Kagaya. Leo broke the silence before Kagaya said, yes, Leo. So. Did you collect the taigu? Leo stared at Kagaya that flinched before she said, yes. All of them? Leo asked again while Kagaya was looking at his face before she said, almost all of them. Oh. Leo looked at the moon again while Kagaya was on edge right now before she said, what with that weak reaction? Shouldn't you be pissed and bring out your nuke or something? Kagaya felt her prank went downhill without any result before Leo said, should I run after you with a nuke? Are you a masochism? Kagaya stared silently at Leo before she said, at least, show me a reaction. A reaction? Leo put his hand on his chin before he extended his hand to Kagaya and said, I'd like to order one Incursio and a water ring. It's called Black Marlin, get it named straight. And do you think this is a store? Kagaya almost crushed the balcony fence. This isn't a store. Leo had a shocked expression before he calmed and said, well, after jokes and the fact you're trying to troll me, what's your other goal? Oh. How did you know? Kagaya was slightly shocked, but Leo had a deadpan face and said, honestly, I know you better than all this team and it's something I'm not proud of. I think that's a blessing. Kagaya had a serious face, but Leo said, no, it's a curse. Asterisk sigh asterisk anyway, I want to be the very best. Kaguya raised her fist as Leo understood that she wanted a Pokemon, but the next words shocked him slightly. I want special effects on my ability. Kaguya said it like it was the most important thing in her life before Leo said, what? Leo, I realized in my long life that I always lacked something in my power. It was coolness. Kaguya raised her hand to the sky while looking at Leo deadpan expression before she said, I want something that gives my dull no special effects time stop, the effects of the world. You mean the globe? Leo didn't show any excitement, but Kaguya snapped instantly, the world. The globe is very stupid. Okay, but you have to know that I give it to you, if you ask nicely without doing these ridiculous actions. Leo met Kaguya gaze before he said, I'll tease you a little first, but I'll give it to you. I can't believe that someone like you will do something like that without a reason to anyone. Kaguya's tone was filled with disbeliefs, but Leo stared at her and said, you guys aren't anyone. Kaguya stood in her place before she sighed. She felt defeated in both physiological and reasoning warfare, which made her surrender. Okay, here. Kaguya pulled Incurcio and Black Marlin from her sleeve, which made Leo eyebrow twitches, but the next scene made him put a Saitama face. Leo can swear that Incurcio was normal, but the next second it was filled with pink hearts, ribbons, and a phrase called Sundra Sword. Leo looked at Incurcio and Kaguya for a while before he said, seriously? Yes, Kaguya replayed seriously, which made Leo extended a hand from Venom and catch Incurcio with Black Marlin. Venom sacrificed for his lord. TCH. Kaguya clicked her tongue before she said, don't you want another Taigu? Maybe later, and I don't think I care about other Taigu as most of them are just exaggeration and don't have the ability that matches the title. Leo words made Kaguya nod because there was a lot of Taigu with false abilities like that Divination 1, or the dead controlling Taigu. Kaguya thinks that the title of the dead katana should be changed for puppets control and the divination to inaccurate predictions. Hey, when we're here, how about you help me in my beast? Leo asked Kaguya, which stopped in her place after she understood what help means. This guy wants to use her as a battery. Before you disagree. Think of this, Leo raised his hand before he said, I'll upgrade the cooking octopus to Food Wars level. Kaguya stopped in her place as was put in a tough decision, but she gave up after her stomach entered the battle. Deal, but I want to borrow your sword for a while. Kaguya looked at Leo before she said, you know what I'll do, and it'll be beneficial for both of us. Deal. Leo know what this old hag is planning, and he doesn't mind someone does it for him, so he agreed. Okay, then I'm leaving. Staring at the moon is boring. Leo wanted to leave but Kaguya stopped him before she said, I know. Do you want to play a game? Leo stopped his footsteps before he looked at Kaguya holding the console in her hands as he said, you have consoles here. Yeah, I brought a complete set. Kaguya smiled while Leo said instantly, count me in. Both Kaguya and Leo reached Kaguya's room instantly as one stopped time and the other teleported. Leo stood there watching the messy room before he said, you had this room for 4 days and now it's screaming for mercy. Don't worry about it. Kaguya moved to the TV screen in the room before she picked a game. Look, this is my own mod for this game. Kaguya smiled before her expression turned gloomy. I usually make games and mods. But no one plays them with me because Iron isn't interested in games, and I'm usually alone. Hey. Leo had goosebumps looking at this Kaguya. But she recovered quickly and showed the game to Leo, which made his Saitama face more deadpan. Dark Souls 0. The Simp Lord Edition. The Tale of Subaru, the Safuru. A/N, Re, 0 reference. Leo eyebrow was twitching as he was looking at the rules of no weapons, no heals, no level up, HP low, etc. Basically, this is even deeper than the abyss. Are you afraid? Kaguya smiled, which made Leo angry, so he grabbed the console and sat down next to Kaguya. Bring it on. Leo prefers death than admitting defeat to this old hag. Kaguya smiled before she took another console from her sleeve, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch again. What in that sleeve? A fourth dimensional space. Leo didn't understand how that works as he didn't feel the energy from it. Oh. This is a space spell, but the dress has a function of hiding my spiritual energy. Kaguya always was preparing for worse, so she's ready. How convenient. Leo logged into the game as he went into character creation. Can't you learn magic from your world? I think DXD magic can do a lot of stuff. Kaguya didn't understand why this guy with dragon heart and lungs is so persistent about ki. Well, magic is good, but... Leo looked at Kaguya before he said, I don't want to be nerfed. What? How can magic nerf you? Kaguya felt she isn't keeping up with this guy logic. That because... I want to be an angel, Leo said with a straight face while Kaguya felt that she has a hearing problem. You an angel? I bet you'll turn into a fallen in less than 3 seconds, ha 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 ha. Kaguya laughed for a bit before she looked at Leo and said, so, what about light power? And it'll be the angelic dragon. Psi I thought you know me, Kaguya. Leo entered his name in the game, I love Emilia, which made Kaguya sigh. You see, Kaguya. I, who have been blessed by God and got his gift, Leo stared at Kaguya before he said, I'm the fool who dared to challenge the shackles of heaven. I'm the fool that broke the shackles and became a sinner. Leo smiled before he said the last phrase, and lastly, I'm a dragon. Kaguya frowned as she felt this going into a place she doesn't like before she said, so, what's the meaning of these? You know that there's some connection between world. Leo finished his character creation while Kaguya nodded. Some rules and abilities can be similar between worlds, which can help the group find abilities even without the chat room store. So, I think a heavy religion meaning is helpful in my plans. Leo smiled while Kaguya opened her mouth from shock because she understood what this guy is doing. I want to become an angel. Leo started the game before he said, from Mikoto world. Kaguya dropped her console to the ground as she realized the true madness which even shocked Drake that day as he said even Great Red and Ophis can't save this guy. Chapter 28, Space and Time. Once upon a time, there was a world filled with magic to a huge degree. Magic was something that can't be explained by science means and reasoning. Magic is a complex system of power, arts, and discipline which is completely unknown to human science, which sought to distort and manipulate certain aspects of reality. Additionally, all forms of magic are based around a certain ideological premise. This kind of premise can originate from almost anything culturally narrative including religions, belief systems, mythologies, or even fairy tales. Despite the grand system of magic, its root was a simple thought of making those without a talent do the things of those with talent, which stems from the human nature of greed and envy. However, nothing is perfect and there has to be a change. This change represented in a man that hated God, who created the world and its rules. This man is Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley hated the world and how it operated, which stems from the magic that took the life of his daughter. He planned for many years to destroy all phases which are a veil on the world and created from different religious beliefs or powerful magicians like magic gods. By destroying the phases, Aleister Crowley believes he can make a magicless world, so he searched for a lot of methods until he found and summoned an angel. An angel of the bottommost layer of the world, below the phases of religion and magic, right at the pure world, a world of science unaffected by religion. This angel was Iwas. Angels, both divine from the heaven or artificial from science, are very powerful beings capable of causing great destruction. So much is their power, that their very existence can distort the world. Even their language sounds like gibberish to normal humans because as higher beings humans can't understand their existence. However, Iwas wasn't a part of the regular angels. He didn't have a divine origin or being created artificially, but he possessed an enormous power as a being from the deepest regions of the world, close to the pure world. This was the start of the Espers as the whole project was a part of Aleister's plan using the Book of the Law which was given by Iwas and holds a lot of secrets about magic and Christianity. He used this new knowledge and created Espers. The Book of the Law supposedly has the angelic technique, a spell that exceeds human limits, and no human is able to use, and has spells about human angelification. After creating the Academy City, Aleister started his plan by making Espers, which includes spreading AIM fields. However, Espers who had a connection with the Book of the Law start to show angelic features after exposure to certain conditions, and this phenomenon referred to as an awakening. Like a certain accelerator that didn't know there's something called brakes before getting a punch to the face. Despite the fact that the magic has a connection to the Espers, they can't use magic because mana or magical energy is incompatible with the AIM fields that Espers produce. As a result, whenever an Esper performs magic she becomes severely injured. Leo is planning to use this principle by becoming an Esper and unlocking his personal reality before awakening, which will be a hard journey. But he feels that his connection with God even if it isn't from Tuaru world will have a reaction to the Esper project. Leo didn't want to get mana even if that chat room maybe has a way to solve the problem, but he doesn't want to take chances or rely on that chat room a lot. However, there was another reason which is very important. Magic needs spells, singing, and even dancing. Which is something I hate. Leo was holding Yamato in its scabbard while looking at Kazuma with Dio sword. It has been 5 days since the last destruction day for the group. Nothing important happens during this period except group had a game night which almost destroyed the mansion. That night made the group decide to never play games again, especially the competitive ones. Now the group is taking it easy by doing their things without worry. Be it studying, leveling, fighting, or doing nothing at all. Leo is fighting Kazuma now because Kazuma wanted to switch from the cursed Kirito doll, and Leo had nothing to do as he finished most of the DNA about space and water. Venom absorbed in Cursio's DNA and changed slightly. Leo didn't feel a lot of increase in power, but the thing that surprised him is that Venom can become a giant black sword now. The sword isn't strong or sharp like Yamato, but it seems that Venom can use his abilities better in the sword shape which weakens a bit if he changes into other weapons. However, Venom is getting stronger with time as it seems to adapt and evolve with every second passing by. Leo found that Venom is able to use the lightning powers from the last Taigu, and even be resistant to the fire of Leo after he was exposed to it for a while. So, what is your level now? Leo raised Yamato and blocked a hit from Kazuma's sword that kept screaming WRYYYYY. I'm level 16. Kazuma kept attacking, but Leo blocked all of his hits with the least movement possible. Oh. Then what are you planning to? Leo lowered his katana while Kazuma retreated and made space between them. I plan to learn skills from my world. The chat room can give me skills points in the ability store. Kazuma clenched the Dio sword before he raised it above his head to activate his sword power. Skill points. Leo stared at Kazuma before rushing quickly and put Yamato in front of Kazuma's face before he said, "Don't leave yourself open when you try an ability." Oh. Kazuma lowered his sword as he surrendered before Leo said, "Can you buy skill points?" Yeah, it cost 100 points to buy one skill point, but... Kazuma sighed before he said, "I don't have skills now." Nothing showed up in that card, huh? Leo nodded as he was wonder what do the other guys have in their chat room. Leo usually ignores that chat room ability increase because it's basically useless and expensive for him now. Leo powers that stem from an ability like his Annihilation Maker don't appear in that store like his beasts. Ignoring Kazuma that was complaining about how the world work, Leo opened his chat room and checked those abilities. Annihilation Maker Balance Breaker. Cost, 6321447 point. Boosted Gear Balance Breaker. Cost, 125631 point. Overall Body Reinforcement. Stage 4. Cost, 20,000 point. Leo 2 Longinus costs are getting lower which each day passing by, especially after he got those dragon organs. His body reinforcement was keeping up with his power as the price increased. Are you done? Leo looked at Kazuma cursing the world which is their boss for a while before Kazuma calmed down and said, "Yeah, I feel better. Let's go back." Kazuma said with high spirit before he looked at Leo and sighed. "I don't know if the thing you made was a curse or a blessing." Kazuma sighed more, but his stomach was betraying him. Kazuma remembers what this guy made 3 days ago. At first, it was a normal cartoon-looking octopus wearing chef clothes, but that was a mistake, and the bigger mistake was eating his food. The food was so good that Kazuma explained it without even knowing a thing about it, but at that moment Kazuma realized what Leo made. He made a cook from Food Wars. Maybe both. Leo felt all the food he ate in his life was nothing compared to the food that his beast made. This beast made Leo realize the power of food as it calmed that Sundara Misaka instantly. Leo felt this beast is very powerful in negotiation as no one can refuse his food. "So, how's your plan going?" Kazuma listened to this guy plan the last day as he felt it had a lot of problems. "It's going very well." Leo was looking with his monocle as it was showing the picture of a man sitting on the royal throne. Leo monocle is connected to his beast's vision and there was a mosquito looking at the system user right now. Leo didn't understand this guy's powers, but he assumed that he's absorbing souls or something from people. For Leo, this guy was like an inflated balloon that will blow up at any time because he saw his energy is mostly out of control, and his body increase in size. However, he didn't seem to be afraid of that. So Leo is thinking this guy has a backup plan. Seriously. Kazuma looked to the front as they were close to the mansion. "Yup, my plan is flawless." Leo didn't care about Kazuma's gaze because he was thinking about what he'll do after this. "You know that I can poke a few holes in that plan of yours." Kazuma stated his true thoughts, but Leo smiled and said, "And that is why it's flawless." Leo and Kazuma entered the mansion before they headed for the backyard because that's the place where usually the group gathers. Huh. Kazuma didn't understand where this mentality is going to, but it didn't seem to be normal. When someone makes plans, they usually care about its steps, but I don't care about that. The only thing I care about is the result. Leo walked forward as he entered the backyard before he said, "That guy is in the Empire and that's the most important thing." "I see that." I didn't understand anything. Kazuma still thinks this guy brain work on different circuits than the normal people, so he didn't want to go deeper into this. Kazuma prefers to look at the scene in front of him as it was far more entertaining. The group was sitting in the backyard while eating food that is cooked by an octopus. But Kazuma was interested in Kaguya that was staring at something in front of her. Kaguya didn't speak or blink as she was looking at the creature in front of her. The creature has a blue body with a light blue underside. It has a large head with a blue fin on top and a light blue tail fin. It has black, beady eyes and orange, star-shaped gills on its cheeks. This a Mudkip which was staring at Kaguya for a while now. Kazuma wants to laugh, but he doesn't think this hag will let him go now. He remembers clearly the time Leo gave Mudkip to Kaguya. Flashback 2 days ago. Leo arrived at the backyard and went to Kaguya before he said, "So, I heard you like Mudkip." Kaguya that was having tea, looked at Leo holding Mudkip as he almost put it in front of her face. "Actually, I don't like Mudkip that much." Kaguya wanted to push Leo away, but he got closer and said, "But everyone like Mudkip." "I really do dash." Before Kaguya finished her words Leo's voice turned serious before he said, "Everyone love Mudkip." Mudkip replayed to Leo words before Leo put him in Kaguya's arms and left. Kagaya stood in her place speechless while Mudkip looked at her before he said, Mud. Kip. Kagaya felt that she should make her request clearer the next time. Flashback ends. Hi, Kazuma waved to the group before he joined the food fight. Kagaya that was looking at Mudkip turned her head to Leo before she said, next time, I'll make my request clear. Everyone loves Mudkip, Leo replayed with the same serious tone while Mudkip affirmed his words with a nod. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Kagaya turned her head away to see a Pikachu wearing DIO clothes as she gave up. Oh, right. Leo suddenly remembered something before he said, do you guys have anything to do, or should we just go finish this mission? Whitebeard looked at Leo before he said, are you finally done? It took forever. Saitama was focusing on the food more than the subject. What? This quickly? Misaka felt surprised because it has been 11 days after they arrived and they will finish now. Yeah, actually we could have just finished in the second or the third day, but there were things to do. Leo nodded at Misaka before he looked at Kagaya and said, there's one last thing, but it'll be quick if someone agreed to help. Oh, right. I completely forget, Kagaya clapped her hands before she picked Mudkip and floated toward Leo, give me Yamato, it'll not take a minute. Leo stared at Kagaya for a moment before he put Yamato in her hand and said, don't lose it. However, Leo didn't think she heard him as she disappeared instantly, which made him sigh. Well, here goes that. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he looked at the team and said, so, this is the last time in this world. Does any one of you have something to do before the last show starts? Nothing. Kazuma didn't care that much because he found that he can't have skills here, so it is not very beneficial for him. I'm ready. Misaka replayed seriously, which made Leo think she's the most worried person here, but he said nothing because it was her choice, and he doesn't think she's weak. I was waiting for this. Whitebeard had a grin on his face as this was his first reason for coming to this world. Oh. Saitama didn't show much reaction, but he seemed to agree. Leo nodded at his team before Kagaya appeared from nowhere, I'm back. So, you actually did it, Leo took back Yamato as he stared at Kagaya holding a pot filled with blood that was sending chilly air. Blood. Misaka wasn't that uncomfortable with blood after these days, but she didn't like the blood Kagaya was holding. Whitebeard frowned because he remembered something from his world when he looked at the blood while Saitama didn't care. Hold on. You did it, Kazuma was shocked while pointing at Kagaya and the blood she's holding. Well. Don't worry about it, Kagaya put the pot on the table before she picked Mudkip and remembered what she did in these few seconds. In the north, there was a huge army stationed, and ready for battle against any enemy might come in its way. In the middle of the army, there was a tent far more luxurious than the other tents. This is the tent of the General Esteth, but the tent was too quiet. Esteth was on the ground in her tent, tied like a worm with the duct tape on her mouth. Her eyes were red from anger as she felt that her Taigu has disappeared. This is more humiliating than death for Esteth as she was looking at the words the culprit left on her tent wall. Blue hair never wins. Esteth felt this is another mockery as she swore to torture this bastard who did this to her. After she gets rid of these ropes. Yup, don't worry about it. Kagaya smiled sweetly, but that smile gave the group chills. When Kazuma was having a moment of silence for Esteth, Leo went shamelessly and created a container beast before putting some blood in it. Okay, done. So Leo put the container in his shadow before he looked at Kagaya that was refreshing the degree of how much Leo can be shameless. Let's go, Leo nodded satisfyingly before he looked at the group and said this time. Anyone who can't survive space storms better not come. Kazuma looked at Leo lazily before he said, I honestly think you're taking this world as a nuclear testing grounds. Misaka nodded as she only saw destruction when this guy was making his beasts. Whitebeard didn't seem to be interested in the matter, and Saitama didn't even care about Leo creating something. Asterisk cough asterisk my Annihilation Maker title isn't for decoration, Leo corrected Kazuma before he walked to Kagaya that put a lid on the pot before putting it in her sleeve. Leo nodded at her before a yin/yang circle appeared under them as they disappeared from the mansion. The group stared at each other before they ordered food from the octopus. In a location close to Leo and Whitebeard battle 100 kilometers from the mansion, Leo and Kagaya appeared here as they walked forward to a slightly open location. To think about it. What are you making? Kagaya was slightly interested in what Leo will make, especially after she understood this guy level of madness. You'll see in a moment. Leo nodded at the location before he extended his hand to Kagaya. Kagaya stared at Leo's hand without taking it, which made him say, what? You know this is the only way. No, it's not the only way and... Kagaya took a deep breath before she said, why in the hell taking life force makes someone feels pleasure? I mean what wrong with your world? Aren't taking life something painful and filled with suffering? It's DXD, what do you expect? Leo shrugged his shoulders which made Kagaya sigh before she said, I'll do it on my own. You prepare or whatever. Leo looked at Kagaya, taking some papers and saying some weird spells before he activated his boosted gear. Boost. It seems you'll finally make it. Leo heard Drake's voice in his head before he replied, yeah, are you interested? I'm interested how dragons in different worlds look like. Drake didn't hide his interest in this topic. You'll see after a moment. Leo smiled slightly as he was focusing on boosting, and Kagaya already made a link to her life force with a spell. Leo power was multiplying with every boost. 2 times, 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, 32 times, 64 times, 128 times, 256 times, 512 times. After feeling the power was more than enough, Leo took a deep breath before taking the beast from his soul. The beast was still the same, a white-pink orb that sends space power just by beating. The beast was only in his 11% of creation before Leo said to Kagaya, I'm ready when you're. Kagaya nodded as she took a paper and put it on the white-pink orb. Then she waved her hand as it linked her life force with the orb. Leo watched the vitality being sent to the orb before he put his hand on it and activated his 2 Longinus. Transfer. This is the first time Leo boosted his Longinus to this degree as a pitch-black fog engulfed the orb before it rose to the sky. Leo didn't stop here as he commanded Venom to use the trump card of his space ability. A giant yin/yang circle appeared under the orb in the sky before the surrounding space became an alternative space away from the actual world. Now a dash. Huh. Kagaya watched her vitality being sent to the orb before she saw something completely weird. The entire space around this area distorted before it cracked from any random location except where she and Leo were standing. Are you sure you aren't taking this world as a nuclear testing grounds? Kagaya saw the space getting destroyed before a giant space shock destroying a hill in the distance. Well, when we reach this point, I don't think this matters anyway. Leo smiled at Kagaya before another space shock hit a mountain turning it into dust. Ignoring Kagaya's gaze, Leo focused his ki and power and any additional boost to support the alternative space as the beast was devouring it. So, this scene continued for almost 10 minutes as the place getting erased from the map before a space storm, appeared in front of Leo and Kagaya. Space was completely chaotic now, like it was the end of the world as the sky was cracking apart. You weren't exaggerating about the space storm. Kagaya felt this guy's level of danger is increasing with each day passing by. Where do you see me exaggerating? Leo pointed the apocalypse happening in front of them before he picked Yamato and protected himself while Kagaya used her time manipulation to block space. Any sane person will think you were exaggerating. Kagaya started to send more life force because she just wants this to finish. Transfer. Leo sent another boost with 128 power multiplying to the orb before the storm grew worse for a while until something happened which made Leo and Kagaya widen their eyes. The space in Leo and Kagaya's eyes stood still at this moment. Cracks, space shocks, even space storms stood still without moving at this moment. Huff asterisk huff asterisk. Strangely, Kagaya heard breathing sounds as she felt that her time power stopped working in this space and she need more power to maintain them. She felt the space was getting stronger with each breathing sound, even the crack in space was getting fixed and space became stable. This was harder than I expected. Leo breathed a sigh of relief as a pink portal appeared in the sky before a giant white-pink orb came out of it. This is... Kagaya widened her eyes as she saw the being in the orb. It's what you think, Kagaya. Leo smiled as he walked forward towards the orb location. Crack crack. Cracks filled the orb as the creature inside of it opened his eyes that shone with golden light. You see, Kagaya. Leo smiled as he turned towards Kagaya while all the space destruction and orb was behind him. I'm not the type who likes to start slow and weak. So if I can make a god, then I'll make 1 inch. Leo's smile grew wider as the beast destroyed its shell and appeared behind Leo with white and pink space derbies floating in the air. And compared to you, I'm now. Leo waved his hand as the beast raised his arm and space was fixed before he said, the very best. Row-ar-way-oh-oh-oh, the beast screamed as all the danger beasts that survived the space destruction or the ones far away felt fear and chills down their souls. The beast has light pink gray-white colors on its body and a linear section being purple. Its arms and shoulders are covered by large, armored plates, and each hand holds 5 nails. The round plates on its shoulders each have a large pearl in the center. On the back there are wings, but they didn't seem to be used to fly. This is Palkia, the god of space from Pokemon. A powerful Pokemon that only his breathing can stability space and make it even stronger. So it's an anti-Kagaya beast. This is... Kagaya stared at the beast with her shocked eyes before she said, Obi-Wan Kenobi Varictyl. A/N, Star Wars. Awkward silence. Leo and Palkia stared at Kagaya that was making fun of Palkia's cry. Asterisk cough asterisk oh, my. Look at the time. I need to go. Kagaya smiled at Leo and Palkia before she activated her ability. With a cool dubstep sound, the world lost its colors before time was stopped with everything around, except Kagaya. And the other two. Kaguya stared at Leo and Palkia with pink aura as they were unaffected by her time stop. Kaguya sweat a little because Palkia's eyes weren't that friendly, especially after she used time powers. So, Kaguya. How about we have EATL? WH at the Leo and Palkia started to stop and move in a weird way. It was like they were lagging. Kaguya was leaving the place as she was switching between her moments at a very fast speed, which caused Palkia to adapt to the new time stop and caused the lag. Yo you. Leo clenched his fist before Palkia that was already mad, raised his arm as a pink barrier appeared around him and Leo which slowed the lag. So, a chase started between a million-year-old time-controlling hag and a fool with a space god. This really showed that time and space are always destined to fight each other. Chapter 29, Annihilation. The sky was cloudy this day as the temperature was slightly cold, but it didn't seem that it'll rain. The Empire was having its usual day as the clouds in the sky were the best representation of the capital situation. The capital never saw days like this before. The atmosphere is boiling as the preparations for war are ready. The army is stationed around the capital as it was ready with all its soldiers while waiting for its death in the north. The Empire situation went worse with each day passing by, especially after the Empire's greatest treasure the Taigu were lost. All the Taigu has disappeared mysteriously. This caused a huge loss in the Empire powers, which reflected in the army's uneasiness and the commanders. But this also confirmed that this is a threat need to be eliminated immediately than letting it grow. Even if the Empire lost the Taigu, it still had a lot of other weapons like guns and its technologies that surpassed the other parties. These facts gave confidence to the Empire forces in this war. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, there was a man sitting on the throne while clenching his fist. My body can't handle this power. Liam was staring at his fist before some blue aura flashed. The throne he was sitting on cracked from the uncontrollable force. Damn it. Liam forced his body to stop releasing energy because this will only make his condition worse. Liam got from the system an incomplete, mysterious formula that allows him to absorb souls and enchant his power. He used it at first and made his power skyrocket with no problem, but after absorbing a lot of souls, his body lost control. Even the energy has become chaotic and out of control. After figuring the consequence and the reason the formula is incomplete, Liam wanted to stop, but the formula ignored his control and absorbed souls on its own. He tried a lot of ways to stop, but that was futile, which made him stay away from people. Liam sighed as he had to use all the points he got from taking control of the Empire to strengthen his body and increase his control. The points he got from controlling the Emperor and Honest were huge, but it didn't help him that much. The formula requires a lot of power from Liam, but he felt lucky that his other power solved this problem in the beginning. However, now it doesn't do much for him. This formula is very dangerous, which will cause his death if he didn't solve its problems. Liam stood up from the throne and walked toward the entrance. He wanted to sell the Emperor Taiga to the system to get more points, but something he never expected happened at this moment. A pink wave of energy appeared from above the capital and passed all the locations in the capital without an exception. What? Liam was surprised when he saw the wave of energy passing him. He didn't even feel where it came from or the reason behind it. Did they come? Liam thought of the only possibility that might cause this situation, and it's the hunters in his mission. He even felt a lot of his mind-controlled dolls are disappearing, so he released most of his energy in the form of a barrier, even if the energy is uncontrollable. I need to survive this, then I'll strike. Liam felt this attack was so sudden, but he didn't think that it'll break his barrier or his body at this moment. However, 30 seconds passed after the wave happened, but nothing happened to Liam. He raised his head in confusion and looked around to see everything normal. The palace still intact and the Empire outside still exists. Like nothing happened except some of his dolls disappeared. Nothing. Liam frowned as he felt something isn't right. Maybe this is a strategy from his enemies to weaken him, but he didn't feel weak at all. Maybe there was nothing. Liam walked towards the balcony and stared at the normal Empire that seemed quiet than usual. However, Liam felt something above him as the colors changed slightly. Liam didn't even have the time to scream as a bright red-blue-pink beam with many glowing light spots and a giant shock wave hit him and the capital. The silence filled the place for a moment before light swept everything. BOOM. The empire that stood on this land for millennia was erased from the map at this moment. 20 minutes before the annihilation. In the sky, away from the capital, there was something flying there, or rather say it was sailing because it was a ship. A giant ship was sailing with the clouds as it was moving closer to the capital. The ship had a giant whale face at the front, and its colors were mainly blue and white. This wasn't a special ship, but if someone from One Piece world saw this ship, he'll change direction immediately because this ship belongs to one of the strongest pirates group in the world. Gwahaha. Whitebeard was sitting on a giant chair as he was laughing while looking at the flying ship that resembles his own ship, Moby Dick. I didn't expect you to make this. Whitebeard looked at Leo that was standing with the degenerate duo and Misaka before he said. I'll take it after this. I don't care, but grab me a good devil fruit from your world and I'll make an entire fleet for you. Leo waved his hand as he didn't care about the ship that much. The ship is a whole beast with the ability to fly, create a normal environment aboard, and it much more durable than normal ships. Fire or magma will not do a scratch on this beast. Whitebeard nodded as he was thinking about the Marines' reaction when they see flying ships. Stretching your hands to another power system, huh? Kazuma stared at the shameless Leo that didn't change his face. If you count my beasts, then I'm very versatile in power systems. Leo didn't care about Kazuma's gaze as he was looking at the capital that appeared at a distance. So, what's the plan? Misaka stared at the capital before she asked the group. What plan? Kazuma tilted his head in confusion. We've a plan. Kagaya was surprised. Yeah, we've a plan and it's blowing up the capital, Leo replied calmly before he met the gaze of Misaka. Do you call that a plan? Misaka always thought the plan's supposed to be complicated, not just destroying everything. Well yes, but actually no, Leo put his hand on his chin as he felt that his plans need to be more simple. Like sending Saitama that was looking at the clouds under the ship. But that wouldn't be fun. Wow, that's very convenient for people who have mass destruction attacks. Kazuma looked at this group and he felt that only he doesn't have area attacks. Don't worry, Kazuma. Leo put his hand on Kazuma's shoulder before he said, you'll have your own tactical nuke in your world. What? Do you mean like a cheat? Or some secret power and plot hidden in my world? Kazuma's eyes flashed as he was waiting for the answer. Yeah, it's the strongest magic in your world. Leo didn't complete all his words before Kazuma celebrated. Yes. Yes. Kazuma was clenching his fist while shouting to the sky. Leo stared at this scene without an expression before he finished his words, in the form of an explosive loli. However, Kazuma didn't hear him. So, like I said, we'll attack at the same time with everything we got. Leo put down the attack plan before Misaka raised her hand. Yes, Leo nodded at Misaka before she said, is it necessary to attack him at the same time with everything we got? Well, that's for insurance, I mean. We can just let him fight us one-on-one, then defeat us all, and grow stronger while remembering his past or something before he becomes the king of the universe. Leo ignored the weird gaze of the group before he said, but we don't want that, right? Yeah, I don't think this is bad. Destroy him before he reacts. Kazuma nodded at the plan before he saw Leo's eyes looking at him like he's waiting for something. Don't think about it. Kazuma looked at Leo before he raised his hand and said, Kazuma, will never sell missile dash. But before Kazuma finished his words, Leo put two gloves on his hands as Kazuma froze in his place. What's this? Kazuma stared at the two gloves as he felt a connection from them and his fingers started moving smoothly. Kazuma moved his fingers in very different forms, he even played a song by tapping on his hand. He never felt something like this, so he made his choice. As I expect from Leo-sama. Your wisdom always put me in awe. Kazuma sold himself to the devil without a single thought. He's sold. Misaka widened her eyes at this scene while Kagaya felt this is a plan she should learn. Hey, guys. Suddenly, Saitama spoke which drew the attention to him before he said, can we hurry up? I'm kinda late for a sale. Isn't the time stopped in your world? Kazuma asked as he didn't think Saitama world will be different. Yes, but it more like I was already kinda late for the sale and now the time is stopped. Saitama looked at the clouds before he said, I'm late and now the time is stopped. Should that make me late or not? The group looked at each other before they ignored this deep question that involves the philosophy of life. We've arrived. Leo looked at the capital under the ship before he said, let's finish this mission already. Asterisk boosted gear. Annihilation Dragon. Asterisk. Boost. Leo raised his left hand as a giant dragon head appeared on it. This is the beast stored inside the boosted gear and used to amplify its powers. Palkia. Leo called his beasts as Palkia appeared above the ship from space. Activating his key scanning ability, Leo sent the instruction to Palkia. Palkia understood Leo's thoughts immediately before he stared at the capital. Raising his hand, Palkia started to generate pink waves of energy that rushed to the capital with a quick speed. The wave scanned all the capital and locked a lot of civilians and some soldiers before they disappeared from the capital. Kagaya stared at the capital as she understood what Palkia is doing. You're teleporting them. Kagaya was slightly surprised by this scene as it drew the attention of the group. Don't get me wrong, I just want you guys to go all out, and... Leo started channeling the energy to the cannon before he said, I'm not a mass murderer who'll kill for no reason, so why are you guys looking at me like that? Nothing. But it might not be bad to count you as a leader. Kazuma smiled as he felt that this guy is caring about people that don't like to kill everyone like Saitama, Misaka, and himself. Leader. Leo raised his eyebrow as the cannon was flashing with red, blue, and pink energy. These colors represent Leo, Yamato, and Palkia as the strongest combination to destroy everything around. Boost. After creating Regulus, Leo was thinking about making a power link with his beasts so he can borrow some power without having them living inside his body. Yeah, kid. Whitebeard stood from his chair as he walked towards the front to prepare his attack. A captain is someone his crew should look up to, and he also should guide them when they need to. Whitebeard smiled before he said, "For this time, you're the captain. We're counting on you, Leo." Misaka gave a genuine smile to Leo. "You're the admin, after all." Kaguya also gave Leo a smile. Saitama said nothing except giving Leo a thumb up. Leo widened his eyes while looking at this scene. He didn't know how to describe his feelings, but he decided to let them go, anyway. "You guys are really?" Leo's smile and surprise vanished as he said in an emotionless voice, "Bastards. Except Mikoto, you all want to throw work at me while you can just relax, don't you?" Leo's voice was getting colder with every word. "Ha ha ha ha." Kazuma turned his head to look at the clouds while laughing slightly. "Gwahaha." Whitebeard didn't care about Leo's gaze as he was preparing to attack. "Really?" Misaka looked at these guys as she didn't know what she should feel about this. "Yes," Kaguya admitted directly in Leo's face, which made Palkia stare at her. Saitama shrugged his shoulders as he didn't care that much. Psi asterisk. Leo ignored these guys as his cannon was almost ready. Boost. Kaguya raised her hand as her 5 impossible requests appeared around her, with a lot of light spots appeared above the ship and formed a barrage of colorful energy bullets. A white quake bubble appeared on Whitebeard Naginata before he clenched his Naginata. Kazuma watched the show. Misaka didn't feel like joining, so she's just watching, and Saitama didn't know if he should join or not, but he was stopped by those 3. "Saitama, can you let us have the first wave? I mean, it'll be very boring if you join." Leo was almost ready to shoot the nuke. Boost. "I have to agree on that." Whitebeard felt this all journey will be wasted in a moment if Saitama punched. And very anticlimactic. Kaguya felt this ending will be very boring if Saitama joined from the start. Saitama stood in his place as his colors turned gray while Kazuma was patting his shoulder. "Well, sorry." Leo apologized to Saitama before he stared at the capital. Boost. Vanish. Leo aimed at the capital before he pulled the trigger. Asterisk Longinus shot. Asterisk. A bright red beam shot from Leo's cannon as the effect was even stronger than the last time, with the space literally shattering when the beam passed, but the ship was okay with Palkia protection. Divine treasure. Jeweled branch of Hurai, dreamlike paradise. Kaguya waved her hand as hundreds of thousands of energy bullets fall down like rain towards the capital. Whitebeard increased the quake bubble power and size before he waved as a vast shock wave launched towards the capital. Boom. The world lost its colors down at the capital before a vast explosion swept everything. Even space wasn't spared by that destruction. Palkia waved his arm as a pink barrier appeared around the ship and protected it from damage. Kazuma and Misaka stared at the destruction happening down there as they were speechless and felt this is an overkill. After a while, the explosion cooled down and the picture of a giant pothole filled with lava appeared in front of the group with a lot of space cracks that showed a dark void. He isn't dead. Leo raised his eyebrow as he didn't get any notification that he killed the system user. He watched the place where the capital was erased from the map before he raised his cannon again. Apparently, not. Kaguya put her sleeve in front of her mouth as her bullets appeared again. It seems that's the case. Whitebeard raised his Naginata as another quack bubble appeared on it. Palkia stared at his lord and his friends before the pearl on his shoulder glowed and a pink aura appeared on his arm. Again, huh? Kazuma felt that this group is the evil guys here while Misaka joined Saitama that was looking at the clouds that turned orange-red from the explosion. When the group was charging for the second round, Liam was lying on the ground with only his half-body as he lost most of it in the explosion. However, a red glow appeared on Liam's skin before his body recovered from all the damage. It was like the time was reversed on his body. Shit. A blue energy appeared on Liam's body before he stood up from the ground. He died 8 times in that explosion, 8 times. If it wasn't for his body and second power, which is the noble phantasm from Hercules in Fate Stay Night, God hand that allows him to revive 12 times, then he might die there. But that attack took more than half of his lives. What happened? How can this be possible? Liam was in a complete panic now. He didn't understand how can a nuke hurt him with God hand and his powerful body, but he didn't hear about space-destroying nukes. Raising his head, Liam spotted a ship in the sky with a pink barrier as he understood that those are his enemies. But Liam widened his eyes as he recognized 2 things from that ship. What the hell is Whitebeard's ship is doing here, and secondly, is that Palkia? Liam sweat a bit even if he can't because of the heat around him, but he clenched his teeth as he was planning to escape. Liam raised his hand as blue energy gathered before he shot a huge beam of 100 meters wide towards the ship. He doesn't believe this attack can do much, but at least it can stop them as he doesn't think a Pokemon can stop his attack even if he controls space. Sadly for him, Palkia isn't in the kids-friendly show right now. Palkia watched the blue beam before he raised his other hand as a portal appeared which sucked all the beams. Another portal appeared above Liam before the beam dropped on his head and took another life of his. What was that? Misaka frowned as she saw the blue beam and the portal. Nothing important. Leo answered before he aimed his cannon that included Regulus power with the other beasts this time. Fire. Leo pulled the trigger as another beam shot towards Liam. Kaguya launched another round of barrage and Whitebeard used the shockwave, but this time Palkia joined with his spatial rend, as all the space was distorting wherever the pink energy blade went. Boom. Another explosion hit the poor Liam. This time it was even bigger, with a spatial rend that was erasing the matter by sending it to another dimension. Liam wasn't even able to stand up and use his power because unlike the first time, the attacks never stopped. Kaguya kept shotting energy bullets, Whitebeard waved his Naginata non-stop with quake bubbles, Leo was shooting his cannon even if it wasn't as strong as the nuke but the space damage was strong, and Palkia used his spatial rend and pink orbs as long as the target was clear. Kazuma saw all the colors flashing before his eyes as the world was getting destroyed in front of his eyes, but something he didn't expect happened. Rumble. Lightning fell from the sky and joined the destruction, which made Kazuma look at Misaka that was flashing with electricity. What? Misaka asked Kazuma that turned his way before he said, "Say nothing." Kazuma felt he should join the grey Saitama to look at the non-existing clouds. The barrage continued for a while before a message appeared from the chat room. System user died. First objective complete. Liam died with agony, hatred, and a lot of attacks that didn't leave him any chance to even stand up. The group stopped his attacks as they stared at the completely annihilated ground where the system user turned into ashes. This is it. Whitebeard frowned as he felt somehow empty from the inside. Like he was expecting something, but it didn't happen. I'm feeling empty. Kaguya floated in the sky while feeling this accomplished nothing. This was disappointing. All those plans and tactics went to waste. Leo lowered his cannon down as he stared at the sky. Kazuma didn't have a single word to describe what he's feeling now, except he wants to go back to his world. Misaka was feeling the same. Suddenly, Palkia felt something as he looked at Leo. Leo understood Palkia's words before he raised his cannon again and said, "Prepare for the second round." Boom. A giant pillar of blue light rushed from the huge hole in the ground before him and appeared. The man felt like a machine more than a human as his empty white eyes didn't have any emotion. Enormous energy was radiating from the man and it was in complete control in his hands as Leo felt his energy is increasing with the second. This is Liam, or rather say the system took control over Liam's body. Liam, system, opened his mouth as blue ghosts appeared from the ground and rushed towards him before he absorbed them. He was absorbing souls to strengthen his powers. However, a pink barrier appeared around him and made him stop as it isolated him from the souls. Do you actually think I'll let you have a power-up? Leo used Palkia to separate Liam, system, from this dimension, but to his surprise, Liam, system, destroyed the barrier with his bare hands. Affecting space now. Leo frowned before he said, "This might be tricky." The group clenched his weapons and prepared their attacks to face this enemy now. This might be hard, but it's challenging for the group as they showed obvious excitement. Whitebeard was even grinning. However, a yellow flash passed in front of everyone's eyes and reached Liam, system. Serious series. Saitama appeared in front of Liam, system, before he even reacts. Serious punch. Saitama swung his fist with a speed that no one could see before a vast shock wave that pushed all the air and cleared the clouds as it hit Liam, system. Boom. Liam, system, vanished into nothing with a giant shock wave that cleared all the clouds on this planet. Even the people on the other side of the planet felt the wind blowing. The group was safe from the damage because Palkia separated them from this space, but their mind wasn't okay. Leo and Kaguya widened their eyes, even if they saw this before, but looking at it with their eyes is far more shocking. Whitebeard almost dropped his Naginata, Kazuma was doubting life, and Misaka closed her eyes. Saitama stood on the air before he looked at the shocked group behind him. What? Didn't you say use all what you got? Saitama scratched his head before he said, "That wasn't all, but I guess it's enough." All the team looked at Saitama without a word. They felt this is the most anticlimactic ending for this fight. When Saitama was confused and the group was doubting life, a white orb appeared from the remains of Liam as it raised in the air. The orb was almost broken as it was dropping shards, and it was glowing dimly. What a waste. A deep, cold voice sounded from the orb before a face appeared from the orb. The face didn't have any facial features as it didn't exist at all and it was made from a black smoke. I guess this is what you expect from a waste. But this is surprising. The face frosty voice had a tone of interest before it said, "So, this is the alternative solution. I think I should congratulate you." The group finally noticed the face existence, as they stare at it. This is the outer god behind the system. But how about ITE? The face didn't finish his words before a bright red beam hit him and dropped the system to the ground. I'm not really in the mood to listen to a villain speech right now, and... Leo dropped his cannon as it disappeared with the boosted gear before he said, do you think I'm stupid to let you buy time? Leo looked at the souls that were gathering under the system location. This outer god was procrastinating until he gathers enough power to activate the system or something. So, this is it? Kazuma asked, but no one replied because they were doubting life at this moment. Leo looked at his hand as he left empty from the inside. Whitebeard sighed before looking at the clear sky. Kaguya fell to the ship as she felt this is the most anticlimactic fight she had in her life. Saitama didn't understand what happened to these guys while Kazuma wanted to go back, and so did Misaka. And with this, the first battle for the group ended with the most dull ending they weren't expecting. Chapter 30, Goals. The empire that stood on this land disappeared this day. All that's left is a deep giant hole filled with magma at its end. The Revolutionary Army spies that were stationed away from the capital watched the empire vanish with their own eyes, which put them in shock for a long time. All their thoughts were, this is it, and all that we fought for was archived. But strangely, they were feeling empty. Even the commanders of the Revolutionary Army were in the same state of joy and emptiness. They shared the same feelings as the culprits who did this. However, they had more things to take care of as a lot of people appeared in a place very close to the spies' base. In the sky, far away from the capital, Moby Dick was sailing slowly away from the crime scene. The team didn't want to pay for any losses they may cause during the battle. The group was standing in a circle while looking at a white orb on the ground. The orb was slightly dim as it was almost broken, but the group didn't grab it. The silence continued for a while before Misaka broke it. So, what should we do with this thing? How about we sacrifice it for the great gods? Chat room. Kazuma didn't want to touch the system as there might be an outer god in it. And how we do it? Whitebeard frowned while looking at the small ball. He couldn't believe they came all the way here for this little thing. Put it in the chat room. Kaguya also didn't want to touch the system. Good idea. Saitama, Leo nodded before he looked at Saitama, and so did all the group. Saitama felt this group is kinda angry about how he finished the fight before he said, why me? Leo pointed at the clear sky where there were no clouds or even sign of them existing because of Saitama punch. Saitama felt this group is targeting him now before he sighed and picked the system from the ground. Saitama didn't feel this small orb had any weight as he was putting it in the chat room screen while the group was waiting. Both of the orb and the chat room screen glowed before the holographic screen absorbed the orb. The group activated their chat room as they noticed that all of them were glowing. Detecting a part from the root of Daiuikate. Extracting the root and sending it back to the original world. Wait, what? Kazuma stopped completely as he looked at the name on the screen. Daiuikate. Kaguya opened her mouth from the shock as she couldn't believe what she's looking at. Daiuikate, a magic formula belongs to the world of Shinzabancho, which allows the user to absorb souls and convert them into power. However, this formula is a completely different thing from the regular stuff. With merely 1,000 souls, nuclear weapons are completely ineffective, which grows stronger until the universe isn't safe from the users of this formula. But Kaguya couldn't understand how can this thing appear here. However, Kazuma's reaction was unique from the almost calm Kaguya. Spit it out. Kazuma was shaking the chat room screen as he was screaming to get back the Daiuikate formula. Root, Leo frowned as he looked at the screen that disappeared. He spotted a few interesting things from this brief message. Even if Daiuikate is broken, but Leo felt there were limits after he saw the system user as he didn't kill them all, which means there's something hidden in this situation. However, Leo didn't think too much before a new screen appeared. Detecting the Greatest Holy Empire System. Recover the origin from the system. The Greatest Holy Empire System belonged to the outer god hashtag. A/N, they can't understand the existence of the outer god to read his name. The system originated from the event that almost destroyed Shinzabancho world. The world of Akame Ga Kill was able to lock the system in his world while waiting for the solution. The origin is now recovered and the pattern of the system is being memorized. The group was staring at the new messages, but Leo frowned even more. A message arrived. Shinzabancho world will thank you for the help. 0. What? Leo stared at the Kamaji as he didn't know what to feel about a world will using them. When Leo was thinking about life problems, the group stared at the screen as nothing happened. Is it? Kazuma felt he was scammed by this chat room as nothing happened. Maybe we need to confirm something. Misaka stared at the screen before new messages appeared, which made her say, never mind. The mission finished and rewards will be distributed now. Another message is appearing. Rewards distribution is put on hold. The team stared at their screens as they were pulled into a private chat by. You were pulled into a private chat by ########. Akame GA kill world will. I have a bad feeling about this. Leo didn't like where this is going because he wasn't really friendly with this world. Misaka stared at the screen before a message appeared. #######. Akame GA kill world will. You did well during your first time experiencing such events. I hope to see you again in the future or any type of way you calculate time. I can't believe a normal person like you is from the world of that will with a lot of loose screws in his head. Hold on. What do you mean my world has a lot of loose screws? Misaka grabbed the screen in desperation, but the world will left the chat at that moment. When Misaka was in desperation, Kazuma received a message. ########. Akame GA kill world will. Honestly, I expected worse from you as the protagonist that his own world will keep laughing at. Hey. What do you mean by that? Kazuma completely snapped as he felt even his world is laughing at him. But the world will ignored Kazuma and went for the next target. ########. Akame GA kill world will. I see that even old age can't stop you from destroying my world, huh? Whitebeard looked at the screen as he remembered the fight with Leo and decided to not talk about it. #######. Akame GA kill world will. Was it really necessary to use that serious punch? Saitama turned his head away as he knew that he could just kill the system user by a normal punch. #######. Akame GA kill world will. I don't have much complaints, but can you at least recover your stupid eternities when you finish them? Do you expect me to do all the work for you? Kagaya coughed as she looked away from the screen. She remembered that she usually never stops her power when she uses it, which means the world was recovering them. Leo stared at the screen as his face was expressionless when looking at that message. #######. Akame GA kill world will. I only have 2 words to say to you at first. Fuck you. Do you hear me? Even if that cannon that hit the face of that asshole, Outer God, was cool, but still, fuck you. Do you have any idea about the damage you caused? Don't get me started on your stupid nukes. Space God. A fucking space god. What wrong with you? Leo watched the messages and the cursing increase until he needed to scroll down to see them all before he chooses the only thing he can do now. Annihilation Maker, admin. Well, I'm glad someone is appreciating my natural reflexes, but fuck you too. #######. Akame GA kill world will. Why can you reply? Annihilation Maker, admin. Our great world will can't see the reply button, huh? What a shame. #######. Akame GA kill world will. This chat room need an update. Annihilation Maker, admin. When you're here, can you explain why our initial goal in this chat room changed suddenly? Mr. World will, who doesn't care about his origin. Leo stared at the screen as he was waiting for a reply from this world will or hoped to at least get some information. He has a lot of questions about these messages he was getting on this mission. Why the goal of this chat room changed from origin to something called roots. Why the roots seem more important than the mission or the system, even the origin, as the chat room went for it directly without looking at the system at first. Shinza Bansho's world was almost destroyed. Which means he's weak now, so are they helping that world? This world was locking the system and Leo doesn't believe he didn't use the origin to do that, as the Outer God will not just sit still. The Outer God didn't even want to leave the system as Leo saw from earlier. Leo's old habit of thinking about things kicked in again as he clenched his fist. He felt that all what he understood about this chat room was shattered by these small messages. He waited patiently before the last message from the world will arrived. #######. Akame GA kill world will. This chat room really needs an update, but when the world perish, it doesn't really disappear in a sense. However, for the other worlds, that world has disappeared and it will never come back. Leo widened his eyes as he held his head from the headache he's having now. This was a short message, but it gave more information than all that this chat room gave before. Root is probably something even higher than the origin, and it's something that determines the life of the world. Leo doesn't know how far can it go, but it seems that the roots aren't recoverable like the origin. The root of Shinza Bansho was stolen when it was almost destroyed, and Leo has all the reasons to think the world was in critical condition all this time. This can explain why the Outer God will go as far as buying time to recover the system and why Akame GA kill world wasted his origin to lock it in here. Leo even thought that the Outer God didn't expect them to come here, as he gave the system user a lot of powers because he didn't want to lose the root. And that was only possible because the root acted like a cheat. But the chat room memorized something called pattern, which may be a protection system from these kinds of things, so they can never happen again or to recover the missing roots, which can also be a reason why the Outer God was desperate. But what shocked Leo is the next part of the message. The world will seem to know each other, and all of them have a different personality and even feelings. The worlds even seemed to act like friends and a big family that try to protect each other. The last phrase was meant for the world wills. If one world perishes, it doesn't mean it'll disappear, as it'll reborn at some point, but the world will and the family member will never be the same. It'll be a completely new world will. If this was the goal of the world wills, then what the reason of the outer gods to join this war? And those multiverse spaces, Leo took a deep breath as he felt that the situation became very complicated. Leo. Leo covered his face with his hand as his thoughts kept racing in his head, but he woke up by a scream. Leo. Leo turned his head to see the group looking at him, and Misaka was the one that just screamed. Ah. Oh, right, what happened? Leo shook his head before he asked Misaka. The chat room gave rewards. Misaka wanted to ask what happens to Leo, but she chooses to not talk about it. Maybe it was something personal. The group also decided to not go deeper into this problem, as they know that Leo will tell them if it's important. Really? Well, we have a lot of things to talk about when this is over. Leo sighed before he looked at the rewards. Distributing the rewards. A hero for fun gets 350,000 points for destroying the system. Annihilation Maker gets 350,000 points for participating in killing the system user and stopping the outer god from recovering the system. The strongest man in the world gets 150000 for participating in killing the system user and doing more damage than a scattered barrage. NEET Princess gets 100,000 points for participating in killing the system user, and the barrage didn't do a lot of damage like the other members. Bree gets 40,000 points for dropping some lightning of the system user, which didn't do a lot of damage. Advocate of Gender Equality gets 10,000 points for guiding Bree where to shoot and stealing some points from her. Everyone stared at their rewards before looking at Kazuma, that didn't even feel shame from stealing some points from Misaka. Why, I'm the lowest in the attack group. Kagaya stared at her point before he grabbed the screen. Surprisingly, Scattered Barrage doesn't do a lot of damage on a single target. Leo waved his hand as he laughed at Kagaya's weak numbers, which made her even angrier. However, before another fight between space and time begins, another message arrived. The store function is open. Members can buy world travel cards, world power compatibility cards, and sell things for the chat room to give them points. The ability sending function is open. Members can send their abilities to other members for free without losing it just one time, and in the other times, they can buy it if they want the ability. Because this is the first mission, and a very important thing was recovered from this mission. All the members will get one gacha opportunity sponsored by the World Wills. One member from this world will join the chat room after the members leave the world. Leo, Kazuma, and Kagaya stood in front of the screen as they were trembling. Gacha is a word that brought terror to their hearts in the past. What happened to them? Misaka asked Saitama, that shrugged his shoulder and said, they remembered a terrible past. Whitebeard didn't even have anything to say while looking at the degenerate trio trembling in their place as they were whispering, gacha is a bad civilization. After a while, Leo, Kazuma, and Kagaya stopped trembling as they took a deep breath and calmed themselves. So, this is it, huh? Leo looked at his team before he said, I can't say it was the best time in my life, but I'm glad to meet you all, said the guy who kept destroying everything around him. Kazuma corrected Leo's words before he said, well, I guess I'm happy to meet you guys. Gwahaha. Why do you guys act like we'll never meet again? Whitebeard smiled before he said, but it was an enjoyable journey. Thank you all. Misaka had a slight blush on her face because she saw surprised as the group suddenly became emotional. Saitama nodded at everyone in the group even if he saw better days, but having such an interesting bunch isn't bad once in a while. Getting emotional. But I also hope to meet you guys again. Kagaya put her sleeve in front of her mouth as she was slightly smiling. The group looked at each other as a slight smile was on their faces. This wasn't a fake one like the usual jokes, but a genuine smile. What do you guys plan to do? Misaka saw the group as getting disbanded as she felt some sadness in her heart. Even if the group can gather. But this team put a mark on Misaka's heart. Well, I'm going back to my world. I finished all my games here. Kagaya waved her sleeve as he was planning to leave immediately after this conversation finish. I'm also leaving. There's a lot to do in my world. Kazuma scratched his head as he was thinking about what he should do with the points. I'm going to fetch my mansion before leaving. Old man, here's the ship ownership. Leo gave Whitebeard the control of the ship and the right to take it with him. I will meet someone before leaving. Whitebeard seemed to have plans to do before leaving this world. My sail. Saitama said a few words which reminded the group about the philosophy of life in the last conversation. I think I can just teleport you, old man. Leo stared at Pakia above the ship before he said, once again, it was fun to meet you all. Let's meet again. The group stared at each other before they smiled and said, yes. This is the last goodbye between the group members as they smiled one last time to each other. However, they knew this isn't the last time, and they are looking forward to the next time the team will gather.